In the 21st century, Chen Dong, a fishing enthusiast, suddenly finds himself transported back to 1980, becoming a downtrodden man with a troubled marriage and a hidden illness. Faced with a trembling wife, Li Shui, and an empty pantry, he feels overwhelmed. Just when despair sets in, a miraculous fishing system binds to him, promising wealth through his fishing skills. With this newfound power, he vows to change their fate, ensuring a better life for Li Shui. In a world where a single fish can mean fortune, he embarks on a journey from a small fishing village to becoming a legendary figure. As he casts his line, he discovers that fishing might even heal his affliction, transforming him from a cowardly man into a beacon of hope and prosperity. What will happen when Li Shui realizes her husband is not the loser she thought he was, but a rising star of their time? Longhua, a small island in the south, nestled with a quaint fishing village. Dong, please wake up. I did not mean to do it. I beg you, do not sell me. Whoa. A sharp pain pierced through the back of his head. The sound of a woman's suppressed sobs, tinged with despair, rang in his ears, striking Chen Dong's heart like a relentless hammer. With great effort, he opened his eyes, and before him appeared a tear-streaked, delicate face. The woman's large, bright eyes were now filled with fear and pleading, her long eyelashes glistening with tears that trembled with her shuddering breaths. She wore an old, faded shirt that accentuated her ethereal beauty, though her pallor hinted at a lack of vitality. Was this Li Shui, his wife? A surge of foreign memories flooded his mind. Alcoholism, abuse, impotent rage, and the absurd thought of selling this unfortunate woman for 20 yuan. Chen Dong's heart sank. Had he not been fishing at the dock, only to be whisked away by a runaway truck? Why did he awaken in this place, now with a wife? The year was 1980, a year both familiar and foreign. He, Chen Dong, a seasoned angler from the 21st century, had inexplicably traversed time to become this ineffectual man of the same name. In his memories, this woman named Li Shui had been obtained with the insurance money from his parents' tragic sea accident. The original owner had intended to carry on the family line, only to discover on their wedding night that he was afflicted with an ailment that rendered him incomplete as a man. Since then, he had been utterly broken, his insecurities and resentment warping his heart, unleashing all his frustrations upon this innocent woman. Today, having lost all his money, he had even contemplated selling her. In her struggle, Li Shui accidentally pushed him, causing the back of his head to strike the corner of a table. And then, Chen Dong had crossed over. Now, as he gazed at the trembling Li Shui, tears streaming down her face, a pang of discomfort gripped his heart. Such a wonderful wife, in a later era, would have been cherished as a treasure, yet this wretched man had dared to mistreat her. Do not cry. Chen Dong attempted to soothe her, but his throat felt parched, rendering his voice hoarse. Upon hearing his voice, Li Shui's cries abruptly ceased, her body froze, and she gazed at him with timid eyes, resembling a frightened deer ready to flee. Chen Dong sighed inwardly. The mess left by the original owner was indeed substantial. This woman was terrified of him to her very core. He struggled to sit up, but the pain in his head caused him to sharply inhale. Seeing him move, Li Shui instinctively recoiled, her voice a soft plea. Dong, I truly did not mean to. Please do not be angry. I will borrow money for you. I will go out to sea and earn money. Please do not sell me. Her voice dwindled, fading into whimpers. I will not sell you, Chen Dong replied, his words deliberate and steady. Although his voice was rough, the calmness and certainty in his tone rendered Li Shui momentarily speechless. She could hardly believe her ears, lifting her tear-filled eyes to stare at him in disbelief. Was this man still the one she knew? Though his face remained unchanged, something felt distinctly different. The former Chen Dong's gaze had always been murky and violent, but now, his eyes were clear, gazing at her with a serene demeanor. Really? Li Shui asked cautiously, a hint of unrecognized hope lacing her voice. Indeed, Chen Dong nodded. I was a scoundrel before. That blow just now has awakened me. From now on, I will not strike you, nor will I drink. This was the only explanation he could provide. He could not reveal that he was no longer the same person. Such a confession would surely brand him as mad. Li Shui remained skeptical, staring at him blankly, her tears flowing even more freely. Yet this time, it seemed her tears were not born of fear. Chen Dong observed her frail shoulders, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over him. This woman had endured far too much suffering. At that moment, an electronic voice echoed suddenly in his mind. Ding! Welcome to 1980, binding of the supreme fishing system in progress. Chen Dong was taken aback. What was this? Binding complete. Supreme Fishing System LV1. Host. Chen Dong. Physique. 5. Can increase with fish catch value. The normal male peak is 10. Fishing gear. Ordinary sea rod set. Level 1. Catch value. 0. System space. Infinite. Capable of storing any items, including living creatures, with time frozen within the space. Friendly reminder. The host can earn catch value through system tools, with each fish adding 1 point to catch value. Fish returns range from 1 yuan to 100 yuan. Caught fish can also be sold for cash. As the system level increases, more fishing tools can be unlocked. Chen Dong was utterly bewildered. A system? As a fan of web literature from the 21st century, he certainly recognized what this was. This was the golden finger of time travelers. A supreme fishing system? He had been an angler in his past life, even resigning from his job to pursue fishing full-time, traversing the nation in search of the best fishing spots. Little did he know, upon crossing over, his original vocation would transform into a golden opportunity. His heart raced uncontrollably. He swiftly scanned the system panel. Physique, 5. This number weighed heavily on him. The normal male figure stood at 10. He was only half of that. No wonder the original owner had been in such poor health and incapable. This was the utmost humiliation for a man. However, the subsequent plus sign reignited a flicker of hope. He could augment it with catch value. And this catch value was to be acquired through the system's fishing tools. Further down, the fish returns, ranging from 1 yuan to 100 yuan. In an era where the average monthly wage barely reached 30 or 40 yuan, could one truly receive up to 100 yuan for a single fish? Chen Dong's breath quickened. He had struck gold. With this system, not only could he provide for his family, but becoming the wealthiest individual of this era was also within reach. Moreover, the infinite system space could store living creatures. This meant that the fish he caught would remain in the freshest state, available for retrieval at any moment. A dong? A dong? What has happened to you? Li Shui's voice brought Chen Dong back from his ecstatic reverie. Observing him seated motionless on the ground, with his expression fluctuating, she felt a pang of concern. I am fine. Chen Dong regained his composure and smiled at her, though I still feel a bit dizzy. Could you assist me in getting up? He attempted to convey goodwill to Li Shui. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously extended her hand and grasped his arm. Her hand was cool and slender, and through the thin fabric, Chen Dong could discern the shape of her bones. With her support, he gradually rose to his feet and settled onto the adjacent dilapidated wooden bed. The bed creaked in protest under his weight. Surveying his surroundings, it became evident that this household was exceptionally impoverished. The earthen walls and thatched roof presented a stark reality. Apart from a bed, a corner-damaged table, and 2 long benches, there was no other decent furniture to speak of. In the corner lay a heap of tattered fishing nets. Is there anything to eat at home? Chen Dong inquired, feeling the gnawing hunger that had plagued him since awakening. Li Shui's face paled instantly, her head drooping as she spoke in a voice scarcely above a whisper. No, there is none left. The rice jar was empty yesterday. Chen Dong sighed inwardly, lamenting the original owner's utter ineptitude in managing his life. I understand, he replied calmly, nodding without anger. You rest here. I will step outside for a moment. Outside? Where are you going? Li Shui's anxiety heightened. She feared Chen Dong would seek out the man who had promised to buy her. Sensing her trepidation, Chen Dong softened his tone. I am not going to look for anyone. I will head to the seaside to find something to eat. To the seaside? Li Shui's worry deepened. But your head? It's nothing, just a minor injury. Chen Dong stood, stretching his limbs. Though his body still felt weak, his spirits soared to unprecedented heights. He must verify the authenticity of this system immediately. This was his sole opportunity to alter his fate and that of this woman as well. Approaching the corner, he picked up the tattered fishing net for a moment before setting it back down. Then, he retrieved a colorless cloth bag from behind the door. Wait for me at home. I will return shortly. Without allowing Li Shui to utter another word, Chen Dong stepped out of the crumbling abode. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, infused with the distinctive salty dampness of the seaside. Chen Dong inhaled deeply. 1980. I have arrived. He did not glance back, yet he knew that within, a pair of worried and bewildered eyes were watching him intently. Chapter 2. The power of the divine sea rod. Having departed from his home, Chen Dong relied upon the memories of the previous owner as he made his way toward the seaside. The frailty of this body was quite alarming. A physical constitution of merely 5 was no trivial matter. After walking for less than 10 minutes, he found himself panting, his legs weakening beneath him, and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He leaned against an ancient banyan tree, catching his breath, contemplating the necessity of swiftly enhancing his physique. Opening the system panel, he noted that his fish catch value remained at 0. Everything had to begin with the first fish. With a mere thought, he commanded the system to produce fishing gear. In an instant, a brand new set of fishing equipment materialized in his hands. A deep blue sea rod, approximately 3 meters in length, felt remarkably light, yet exuded tremendous resilience. Adorned with a silver spinning reel, its elegant lines were unmistakably of superior craftsmanship, far beyond the mundane products of this era. Chen Dong's heart raced with excitement. In his previous life, he had wielded countless fishing rods, if not 100, then certainly 80, ranging from novice rods costing a few hundred yuan to master rods worth tens of thousands. However, the one in his possession surpassed any he had ever encountered in craftsmanship and tactile sensation. It was indeed a product of a divine system. To avoid drawing attention, he chose a secluded path. The fishing village was small, and everyone knew one another. Should anyone witness him conjuring a fishing rod from thin air, it would spell trouble. He collapsed the sea rod and placed it into a worn cloth bag, allowing only the tip to protrude, resembling an ordinary bamboo pole. After resting for a moment, he resumed his journey toward the shore. In his recollections, there lay a rocky area at the eastern end of the village, characterized by its complex topography that made it inaccessible to fishing boats and nets, rendering it seldom visited. Yet for anglers, such locales often proved to be prime fishing spots, as the underwater rocks provided shelter for various fish species. This was Chen Dong's target. After approximately 20 more minutes of walking, he finally arrived at his destination. Before him stretched a rugged coastline, with jagged black rocks extending into the sea. Chen Dong selected a relatively flat large rock, setting down his cloth bag. He glanced around to ensure no one was in sight before retrieving the divine sea rod from the bag. With practiced ease, he unfurled the rod, affixed the spinning reel, and began assembling the line setup. The system had been considerate. The fishing gear was a complete set, containing fishing line, weights, hooks, and even bait, vibrant red, resembling live worms, writhing energetically within a small box. In his former life, Chen Dong had favored live bait, for its allure was undeniably potent. After securing the bait, he took a deep breath, steadied his stance, and prepared for the system to take its course. He swung his arm, executing a perfect overhead cast. The weight, accompanied by the fishing line, traced a graceful arc through the air before plunging into the depths of the deep blue water ahead. The landing was precise, exceeding even his previous peak performance by at least 20 meters. What a splendid rod! Chen Dong couldn't help but marvel internally. This rod was not only lightweight, but also possessed exceptional elasticity, maximizing the potential of his strength. He wedged the fishing rod into the crevice of the rocks and patiently awaited a bite. The sea breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing a refreshing coolness that cleared his mind, which had grown muddled from the journey. Currently, he was penniless, with his household barely able to afford food, and a wife who both respected and feared him. All his hopes rested upon this fishing rod. Yet, a sense of apprehension loomed within him. While the system was miraculous, fishing often relied on fortune. What if he returned home empty-handed that evening, unable to face Li Shui? As he pondered these thoughts, the tip of the rod suddenly twitched gently. A bite. Chen Dong's spirits lifted, and he focused intently on the delicate tip. He refrained from raising the rod too hastily, recognizing the subtlety of small fish probing the bait. Indeed, the tip trembled twice before settling once more into stillness. Chen Dong remained patient. After approximately half a minute, the rod tip suddenly dipped dramatically, forming a pronounced arc, and the fishing line was yanked forcefully from the reel. A sizable fish. Chen Dong's heart soared, and he quickly gripped the rod, bending his body to exert force. The strength transmitted through his hands was astonishing. Had he not clung firmly, the rod might have been dragged into the sea. This creature possessed considerable strength. Stabilizing himself, he utilized his waist's power and the rod's elasticity to engage in a battle of wits with the underwater behemoth. He dared not exert too much force, fearing the line would snap. Instead, he alternated between reeling in and letting out line, gradually exhausting the fish's energy. This was the essence of fishing, the thrilling contest between man and fish, rife with uncertainty and challenge. However, this body was exceedingly weak. After less than 5 minutes of struggle, Chen Dong felt his arms growing sore, sweat trickling down his temples and dampening his hair. No, he couldn't afford to linger. A swift resolution was imperative. Gritting his teeth, he seized the moment when the creature momentarily relaxed its grip, abruptly cranking the reel to pull the line in quickly. The fish was drawn closer, only to begin thrashing wildly in an attempt to dive into deeper waters. Chen Dong would not relent, continuing to hold his ground. Back and forth, another 7 or 8 minutes passed, and he sensed the strength in his hands waning. The opportunity had arrived. With a sudden surge of power, he raised the rod high, swiftly cranking the reel. A magnificent silver fish was forcibly extracted from the water, arcing gracefully through the air before crashing onto the rocks at his feet. The fish, still flopping, splashed water onto the stones, creating a rhythmic sound. Chen Dong focused intently and was instantly elated. Before him lay a large sea bass, its elongated body adorned with a bluish-gray back and a silver-white belly, boasting a sizable mouth. Given its dimensions, it weighed at least 3 jin. In this era, such a catch was a rarity. It could fetch a handsome price at the town market. Just then, the familiar prompt of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Successfully caught 1 sea bass. Fish catch value, 1. Ding. Triggered 100-fold fish catch return. Earned 10 yuan Huaxia currency. Chen Dong was momentarily stunned. The value of the catch was merely 1, which was anticipated by him. However, 100-fold return? 10 yuan? Instinctively, he glanced at the system space, where a crisp 10 yuan note lay quietly. With a mere thought, the note materialized in his hand. Before him unfolded a pristine 10 yuan bill from 1980. Chen Dong felt a tremor in his hands as he grasped the money. It was real, astonishingly real. Not only had he caught a fish, but he had also received 10 yuan for free. This system was truly extraordinary. His monthly salary barely amounted to 30 yuan, yet with a single cast, he had earned 10. His heart raced. A wave of immense joy surged through him. He gazed at the sea bass bouncing on the rocks, then back at the 10 yuan in his hand, overwhelmed with the urge to howl at the sky. Calm down, calm down. He forced himself to regain composure. This was merely the beginning. He carefully folded the crisp 10 yuan and tucked it into a secure pocket. Then, with another thought, he summoned the wriggling sea bass into the system space. In an instant, the fish vanished from sight, replaced by an additional sea bass within the system. How convenient. Chen Dong marveled at the emptiness of the rocky outcrop, once again impressed by the power of this system. With this capability, he could catch as many fish as he desired without fear of being discovered. Rubbing his hands together, he felt invigorated. If 1 fish yielded 10 yuan, how much would several yield? He reattached the bait, adjusted his breathing, and cast the line once more. This time, he was filled with an unprecedented sense of anticipation. Chapter 3. The exhilaration of enhanced physique. Having achieved his initial success, Chen Dong's mindset underwent a profound transformation. Previously fraught with trepidation and unease, he was now brimming with confidence and anticipation. Perched upon a rocky outcrop, he fixed his gaze upon the tip of the fishing rod, mentally strategizing. A physique of 5 was undeniably feeble. He had exerted considerable effort to reel in a 3-pound sea bass. Should he encounter a behemoth weighing 10 or even 8 pounds, it would likely drag him into the depths. With a mere thought, he activated the system panel. Host, Chen Dong, physique, 5, can consume fish catch value to increase. Average for normal males is 10, fish catch value. 1, he concentrated on the plus sign. Would you like to consume 10 points of fish catch value to increase physique to 6? 10 points? Chen Dong mused. This meant he needed to catch 10 fish to enhance his physique by a single point. While it seemed a daunting task at first glance, upon reflection, it was indeed quite advantageous. A robust physique was fundamental. With improved health, he could accomplish far more. Not to mention, he needed to remedy his troubling ailment. He certainly did not wish to remain a monk for life, while being blessed with such a beautiful wife as Li Shui. With a clear objective in mind, he resolved to accumulate 10 points of fish catch value today, prioritizing the enhancement of his physique. Just as he solidified his determination, the rod tip twitched once more. This time, the movement was subtler, a series of slight vibrations akin to a chick pecking at grains. Chen Dong, seasoned in the art of fishing, recognized this as a sign of smaller fish nibbling at the hook. With a deft flick of his wrist, he swiftly raised the rod. A modest force emanated from the rod. With little effort, he cranked the reel a few times and successfully brought up a palm-sized black sea bream. Ding! Successfully caught a black sea bream. Fish catch value, 1. Ding! Triggered fish catch cashback. earning 1 yuan of Huaxia currency. Chen Dong retrieved a crisp 1 yuan bill from his pocket. A single yuan was a pleasant surprise, he thought. In this day and age, 1 yuan could buy several pounds of pork. Who wouldn't be delighted with free money? He stored the black sea bream in the system space, increasing his fish catch value to 2 points. Onward. He cast his line once more. Perhaps the resources in this rocky area were exceptionally abundant, or perhaps the divine fishing system's gear possessed an innate fish-attracting quality. For the next hour, Chen Dong experienced a near-constant stream of catches. The bites were so plentiful that even this seasoned angler found it somewhat surreal. Essentially, as soon as the hook touched the bottom, a fish would bite within a minute. Although most of his catches were small fish, less than a pound, like grouper and black sea bream, he occasionally reeled in a yellow croaker or bass weighing 2 or 3 pounds. The system's notification chimes echoed in his mind. Ding. Successfully caught a grouper. Fish catch value. 1. Ding. Triggered fish catch cashback, earning 2 yuan of Huaxia currency. Ding. Successfully caught a yellow croaker. Fish catch value. 1. Ding. Triggered fish catch cashback, earning 5 yuan of Huaxia currency. Ding. Successfully caught. His fish catch value soared, and the currency in his space continued to accumulate. From 1 yuan to 2, then 5, and 10, though he did not trigger a 100-fold cashback again. Each notification brought a modicum of joy to Chen Dong's heart. Unbeknownst to him, over an hour had slipped by. Ding. Successfully caught a sea eel. Fish catch value. 1. Ding. Triggered fish catch cashback, earning 5 yuan of Huaxia currency. As the sea eel was stored in the system space, Chen Dong's fish catch value finally reached 10 points. Without hesitation, he opened the system panel and focused his thoughts on the plus sign following his physique. Would you like to consume 10 points of fish catch value to increase physique to 6? Yes, Chen Dong silently affirmed. At the moment he confirmed, a wave of warmth inexplicably surged from his heart, rapidly radiating throughout his limbs. The sensation was extraordinary, akin to parched earth receiving a much-needed rain, revitalizing a desiccated riverbed with fresh water. He could distinctly feel every cell in his body rejoicing. The soreness in his arms from prolonged fishing dissipated, replaced by an invigorating strength. His weary legs, burdened from travel, now felt light as a feather. Even the ache from the wound at the back of his head seemed to lessen. This transformation lasted for roughly 10 seconds. When the warmth subsided, Chen Dong felt as though he had been reborn. He stood and leaped in place, marveling at his newfound lightness. He swung his fist, creating a faint whoosh in the air. This was exhilarating. Chen Dong clenched his fist, reveling in the power coursing through his muscles, now significantly stronger than before. This was merely the change from a physique of 5 to 6. What sensations awaited him if he were to elevate it to 10, achieving the average level for normal males? What if he continued to enhance it beyond that? His heart surged with fervor. He glanced at his system panel. Host, Chen Dong, physique, 6, fish catch value, 0. Though his fish catch value had reset to 0, he felt no regret. This investment was indeed worthwhile. He observed the sky, noting that the sun had begun its descent, and he had been out for nearly 2 hours. Li Shui awaited him at home, and he could not keep her waiting too long, lest she succumb to worry. It was time to return. He assessed his haul for the day. Although he had spent his fish catch value, the system space brimmed with an array of sea fish, totaling at least 20 pounds. As for the money in his pocket, he discreetly counted. Altogether, he had amassed 38 yuan. 38 yuan. In this era, such an amount would be considered a substantial fortune for an ordinary family. Chen Dong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He carefully stowed his divine fishing rod back into its bag and retrieved 3 fish from the system space. One was the largest, a 3-pound sea bass, while the other 2 were roughly a pound each, yellow croakers. He could not bring back too many fish at once to avoid raising suspicion. These 3 fish, weighing 5 to 6 pounds combined, were already impressive enough. Claiming he had been fortunate in his catch would suffice. He found a sturdy vine, threaded the gills of the 3 fish together, and lifted them in hand. Heavy with the joy of harvest, he felt a notable lightness in his steps after enhancing his physical condition. The journey that took him over half an hour on his way there was completed in less than 20 minutes on his return. In the distance, he spotted his dilapidated straw-thatched cottage. The chimney atop the roof was devoid of smoke, indicating that no meal had yet been prepared. A sense of guilt washed over Chen Dong, prompting him to quicken his pace. As he reached the threshold of his home, the door creaked open from within. Li Shui stood at the entrance and, upon seeing him, momentarily froze before her gaze fell upon the fish he held. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 4. A peaceful meal. Li Shui stood at the door, gazing blankly at the string of fish held by Chen Dong. The largest sea bass, with its silvery scales shimmering in the sunset, along with the two golden yellow croakers, appeared exceptionally plump and enticing. It was her first time witnessing such a sizable wild sea bass. Dong, this fish, she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. I caught it. Chen Dong replied with a hint of ease in his smile, lifting the fish slightly. I had good luck today. He walked past Li Shui and entered the house. With his improved physique came a buoyant spirit. He felt a newfound confidence radiating from within. Li Shui followed closely behind, taking small steps, her eyes still fixated on the fish. She wanted to ask something but hesitated. What are you still standing there for? Get a basin to clean the fish. We're having fish for dinner, Chen Dong instructed, placing the fish on a chipped table with a resounding thud. Oh. Li Shui snapped back to reality and hurriedly turned to fetch a battered earthen basin from the corner. As she lifted the largest sea bass, its weight astonished her. Having spent years working on fishing boats with the villagers, she was well aware of the fish's heft. It must weigh at least 3 jin. As she scraped the scales, she furtively glanced at Chen Dong. Today, he was remarkably different. When she woke up this morning, he hadn't scolded himself as usual and even vowed not to hit her again. Now, he had truly brought home food, and such exquisite fish at that. He sat quietly on the edge of the bed, watching her without impatience or urgency. This brought Li Shui a long-lost sense of tranquility. Since marrying into the Chen family, she had lived in constant fear. Each of Chen Dong's approaches sent her heart racing. But now, the taut string of anxiety within her seemed to loosen slightly. Do we have any ginger and scallions at home? Chen Dong inquired. Yes, just a little ginger left, Li Shui answered softly. The scallions have long been used up. All right, let us steam it. Keeping it fresh and simple, Chen Dong decided. Steaming the fresh sea bass was indeed the best way to prepare it. Li Shui nodded silently, her movements becoming more nimble. She scraped the scales, gutted, and cleaned the fish in one fluid motion. Watching her diligent figure, Chen Dong felt a pang of emotion. She was such a hard-working woman, but unfortunately, she had previously been with the wrong person. However, now he was here. From now on, he would ensure she would not suffer any grievances. Before long, the fish was ready. Li Shui kindled a fire in the dilapidated stove, added water to the pot, placed a steaming rack, and set the marinated sea bass atop it. Soon, the enticing aroma of the fish wafted through the small room. Chen Dong's stomach betrayed him with a growl. Li Shui heard it. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her hands moved faster. She retrieved the 2 yellow croakers, pondered for a moment, and asked, Dong, should we save these 2 for tomorrow to sell for some rice? To her, consuming such fine fish in one meal felt wasteful. Chen Dong shook his head. No need. We will eat them. From now on, we will have fish every day. His words were imbued with conviction. Li Shui felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Fish every day? She could scarcely fathom such a notion. The fish was soon steamed to perfection, the white flesh steaming and exuding an irresistible fragrance. Li Shui brought the fish to the table and scraped the last remnants of rice from the bottom of the jar, cooking a small pot of thin porridge. The 2 sat opposite each other. Chen Dong picked up a generous piece of the fish belly and placed it into Li Shui's bowl. You eat, Li Shui stammered, taken aback and quickly attempting to return the fish to him. In her memory, Chen Dong had never served her food. He always monopolized the best parts during meals, leaving her with scraps. You eat, he insisted, pressing down on her bowl with his chopsticks. You're too thin. Eat more. In the future, when I catch fish, you will have it all. His tone was calm, yet the content of his words felt like a stone cast into Li Shui's heart. Her nose tinged with warmth, and her eyes quickly reddened. She averted her gaze, not daring to let Chen Dong see the tears welling up, and gingerly picked up the piece of fish, taking small bites. The fish was incredibly fresh and tender, the best she had ever tasted. Chen Dong also began to eat, his body desperately needing nourishment. He devoured his portion quickly, and before long, half the fish was gone. Throughout the meal, the 2 spoke little. Yet the atmosphere was no longer oppressive. After finishing, Li Shui silently cleared the dishes. Chen Dong reached into his pocket and pulled out the 38 yuan he had earned that afternoon. He counted out 10 yuan and extended it towards Li Shui. Take it. Startled, Li Shui, who was wiping the table, shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want it. That is your money. She was reluctant to accept Chen Dong's money. Previously, when he occasionally returned with a small win, he would spend it all on alcohol, never giving her a penny. Just take it, Chen Dong insisted, pressing the money into her hand. The rice jar is empty. Tomorrow you should go to town to buy some rice and get a bit of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. With the rest, buy yourself some cloth to make a new outfit. He glanced at the faded old garment she wore. Feeling a pang of discomfort, Li Shui grasped the crisp 10 yuan note, feeling utterly bewildered. The sensation of money was so tangible, yet it felt as if she were caught in a dream. He would actually give her money and even encourage her to buy rice and fabric for new clothes? What's wrong? Is it too little? Chen Dong teased, noticing her stillness. No, not at all. Li Shui quickly shook her head, clutching the money tightly in her palm as if afraid it might vanish. It's enough, truly enough. I won't need that much. For her, 10 yuan was an unimaginable fortune. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend money later, Chen Dong remarked as he stood up and walked to the door, gazing into the deepening night. Tomorrow, I will go fishing again. Our lives will only get better. His voice held a certainty and confidence that felt strangely unfamiliar to Li Shui. Li Shui stood behind him, observing his figure, not particularly tall, yet at this moment emanating an extraordinary sense of reliability. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. This man had truly transformed into someone else. Could it be that the incident in the afternoon had somehow changed him for the better? She clutched the 10 yuan bill in her hand, the warmth of the paper seeming to seep deep into her heart. Perhaps, just perhaps, life might indeed take a turn for the better. Chapter 5. Aunt Wang's jealousy. At the break of dawn the next day, Chen Dong awoke. After his physical constitution had improved to level 6, he felt invigorated, having slept soundly until morning, dispelling all remnants of fatigue. He rose quietly, wishing not to disturb Li Shui, who was still deep in slumber. The previous night, due to the single bed in the room, they had reverted to their old ways, one on the bed and the other on the floor. Chen Dong had voluntarily taken to the floor. Li Shui appeared to be sleeping soundly, her breath steady, her face devoid of the usual fear and anxiety. Observing her peaceful visage filled Chen Dong's heart with tenderness. After a brief wash, he prepared to venture out once more to fish. He needed to continue amassing his catch and further enhancing his physical prowess. Although he had accumulated some money in his pockets, it was still far from sufficient. He aspired not only to provide Li Shui with a better life, but also to repair their dilapidated home, ensuring it was no longer subject to leaks. As he opened the door, he was met by Li Shui, who had also risen, rubbing her eyes as she gazed at him. Dong, are you going to the seaside again? She inquired softly. Yes. I'm hoping for a stroke of luck this morning, Chen Dong replied, nodding. There's fish and porridge I saved for you in the pot. Reheat it before eating. Keep the money safe, and after breakfast, head to the town to buy some supplies. Li Shui acknowledged with a hum, watching Chen Dong grab the tattered bag as he exited. She wished to caution him to be careful on the way, but the words caught in her throat. After Chen Dong left, Li Shui reheated the porridge and fish, eating slowly. Once finished, she tucked the 10 yuan securely on her person, tidied up the house, locked the door, and set off toward the village entrance. The journey to the town was not short. While occasionally a tractor would pass through the village and offer rides for a small fee, she was reluctant to spend even a few cents and resolved to walk. Just as she reached the main road of the village, she encountered a middle-aged woman carrying a basket. This woman was Wang Guixiang, commonly referred to as Aunt Wang by the villagers. Her husband was the village accountant, and their family was relatively well off, leading her to bear an inflated sense of self-worth, often gossiping about others. Aunt Wang was among the villagers who looked down upon Chen Dong's family the most. Oh, isn't this Li Shui? Out so early, where are you off to? Aunt Wang remarked in a mocking tone upon spotting Li Shui. Fearful of her, Li Shui lowered her head, attempting to sidestep her. Aunt Wang, I have something to attend to. Something to attend to? Aunt Wang blocked her path, scrutinizing her from head to toe, curling her lip. You look so rosy, what's this? Your drunkard of a husband, didn't he hit you yesterday? Has he turned over a new leaf? Her words were laced with cruelty, leaving Li Shui's face pale. I really have something to do, Aunt Wang. I must be going, she stammered, wishing to escape swiftly. Oh, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Aunt Wang persisted. I heard that your Chen Dong knocked you down yesterday, and you even got a bruise on your head? How come you're all sprightly today? Ready to roam about? A few villagers who had risen early to work paused to observe the commotion. Li Shui felt utterly humiliated, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. At that moment, a rich scent of fish wafted through the air. Aunt Wang's nose twitched as she inhaled deeply. What is that smell? So fragrant. Who is stewing fish so early? Following the scent, she cast her gaze toward Chen Dong, as home not far away. The thatched cottage of Chen Dong was emitting wisps of smoke from its chimney. Aunt Wang paused momentarily, then a mocking smile spread across her face. Oh, the sun must have risen in the west. Chen Dong's family is actually cooking? Li Shui, has your family struck it rich enough to buy rice? Even making fish soup? In her eyes, Chen Dong's family was so impoverished that the notion of eating fish seemed absurd. Li Shui, at a loss for words, could only lower her head further. Mistaking her silence as confirmation, Aunt Wang grew more arrogant. Let me guess, your useless husband must be stolen the fish again, right? I'll tell you, stealing is no good. If caught, he'll be sent off to labor camps. As these words left her lips, the onlookers began to murmur and point, their discussions rife with speculation. Li Shui's face burned with embarrassment, tears welling in her eyes. She longed to retort, to clarify that the fish had been caught by Chen Dong, not stolen. Yet, fear held her back, as she worried that speaking out would only invite more ridicule and humiliation. Throughout the 2 years of her marriage to Chen Dong, she had endured countless glares and gossip, becoming accustomed to swallowing her pride. Just as she felt utterly helpless, on the verge of tears, a calm, yet powerful voice resonated from behind her. Aunt Wang, you need not concern yourself with my family affairs. Li Shui turned abruptly to see Chen Dong, having returned unnoticed, standing behind her. In his hands, he bore an impressive catch, several large yellow croakers and a plump grouper, glistening with freshness. Chen Dong waved the fish in front of Aunt Wang, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Whether my family has money for rice or if we can afford fish seems to be of no concern to you. However, Aunt Wang, you, instead of attending to your husband and children at home, have chosen to gossip here. Aren't you afraid that your husband, Lao Zhang, will scold you for it? His voice, though not loud, resonated distinctly in the ears of everyone present. All stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the timid Chen Dong? He dared to speak so boldly to Aunt Wang? Aunt Wang was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated Chen Dong's sudden appearance, nor his audacity to confront her in front of so many witnesses. As realization dawned, her face turned a deep shade of crimson. You little rascal, what did you just say? Aunt Wang fumed, her anger propelling her to her feet. You worthless drunkard. How dare you speak to me like that? That fish you're holding, is it stolen? It must be. Otherwise, how could you possibly get such fine fish? She pointed at the fish in Chen Dong's hands, her voice shrill. Chen Dong's smile faded. While he could tolerate being insulted, being accused of theft was a different matter entirely. Aunt Wang, one can eat their fill, but words must be measured. Chen Dong's tone turned serious. You claim I stole the fish. Where's your evidence? If you cannot present proof, you are merely spreading rumors. Causing discord in the village and damaging neighborly relations could lead to consequences. Should this reach the village head, do you think your husband's position as accountant will remain secure? As soon as these words were uttered, Aunt Wang's arrogance instantly diminished. Her husband's position as an accountant was the cornerstone of their family's support. If her loose tongue were to jeopardize that, her husband would undoubtedly bring her to ruin. I was merely speaking offhandedly. Aunt Wang faltered, her bravado proving to be a mere facade. Speaking offhandedly, Chen Dong stepped forward, his towering figure imposing a significant pressure upon Aunt Wang. My wife intends to go to the town to purchase rice, yet you obstruct her and make a scene before the entire village. Is that also merely an offhand remark? He turned to address the surrounding villagers, proclaiming loudly, esteemed uncles and aunts, I, Chen Dong, have been a scoundrel, a coward, and I acknowledge it. However, from this day forth, I have reformed. I shall earn my living through my own efforts, fishing to sustain my family, neither stealing nor robbing. Should anyone dare to bully my wife again, they shall find that I, Chen Dong, will not hesitate to sever ties. His words resonated with conviction, brimming with strength. The villagers gazed at the plump sea fish in his grasp, then at his now upright posture and clear gaze, and they began to believe. It seemed that Chen Dong had indeed transformed. Aunt Wang was momentarily subdued by Chen Dong's fierce demeanor, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. She looked into Chen Dong's calm eyes, and an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over her. Li Shui stood behind Chen Dong, gazing blankly at her husband's silhouette. This was the first time someone stood up for her when she was being bullied. Moreover, this individual was her husband, who had once filled her with despair. Tears finally escaped her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Yet this time, it was not due to feelings of injustice or fear, but rather an unfamiliar sensation of being protected. Chapter 6. A trip to the town. Aunt Wang was rendered speechless by a few words from Chen Dong, her face shifting from pale to flushed, ultimately retreating with her basket under the curious gazes of the villagers. Thus, a tumultuous episode was effortlessly diffused by Chen Dong. The onlookers, realizing the spectacle had come to an end, gradually dispersed in small groups. However, their perception of Chen Dong had fundamentally transformed. They now regarded him with curiosity, astonishment, and even a hint of reverence. To have silenced that garrulous woman, Wang Guixiang, indeed indicated a remarkable change in Chen Dong. Ignoring the gazes of the villagers, Chen Dong turned to see Li Shui behind him, her eyes red-rimmed, and his heart softened. "It's all right now," he said gently. "Aren't we heading to the town? Come, I'll accompany you." Initially, he had intended to return home after delivering the fish and then spend more time fishing. But witnessing Li Shui's distress had swayed his decision. She was far too timid to venture out alone, and he could not bear to let her go unattended. Li Shui murmured, lowering her head to quickly wipe away her tears with the back of her hand. They walked side by side along the village path, maintaining a respectful distance, yet the atmosphere was no longer awkward. Occasionally, Li Shui would steal glances at the man beside her. His profile was sharply defined, his gait steady, and though he carried a heavy catch, he exhibited no signs of strain. A flurry of emotions stirred within her, gratitude, reassurance, and an indescribable sentiment that she could not quite articulate. "By the way, the money you gave me yesterday," Li Shui recalled, speaking softly, "I haven't used it yet." "Well, today you shall," Chen Dong replied casually. "Once we reach the town, we will first buy 50 pounds of rice, then a barrel of oil, and stock up on salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. With the remaining money, plus what I have, I will take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to pick out some fine fabric for 2 new outfits." He laid out his plans clearly. 50 pounds of rice. Li Shui exclaimed, taken aback. "That is far too much. For the 2 of us, 20 pounds would suffice for quite some time. Trust me," Chen Dong asserted firmly, "in our household, rice will never be in short supply." His assertiveness, in that moment, brought Li Shui a sense of comfort. After walking for over half an hour, they finally reached the main road leading to the town. Just then, a tractor rumbled up behind them, driven by Uncle Li from the neighboring village, who was somewhat familiar with Chen Dong. "Hey, Chen Dong. And your wife too. Off to the town," Uncle Li called out, halting the vehicle. "Yes, Uncle Li," Chen Dong responded with a smile. Uncle Li's eyes landed on the fish Chen Dong was carrying, and his face lit up. "Wow, look at that. Such a large grouper and so many yellow croakers. Where did you catch these?" "Just luck. Caught them by the rocky shore to the east," Chen Dong replied. "Can you really catch such fine fish there?" Uncle Li appeared skeptical, but did not press further. "Hop on. I'll give you a lift." "That would be great. Thank you, Uncle Li," Chen Dong replied, not hesitating to pull Li Shui onto the tractor's rear compartment. The back of the tractor was filled with farming tools, causing a bit of a bumpy ride. Concerned that Li Shui might not sit securely, Chen Dong instinctively reached out to steady her arm. Li Shui stiffened momentarily, but did not pull away. His large, warm hand, even through the fabric, transmitted a wave of heat that made her cheeks flush. The tractor chugged forward, saving them considerable effort. After another half hour, they arrived in the town. Upon disembarking, Chen Dong retrieved 2 dimes from his pocket and handed them to Uncle Li. "Here is your fare, Uncle." "Oh, don't mention it. It was just a convenient ride." Uncle Li waved his hand dismissively. "That won't do. A deal is a deal," Chen Dong insisted, pressing the money into his hand. "You've done us a kindness, and we must repay it." Reluctantly, Uncle Li accepted the money, his opinion of Chen Dong improving further. This young man was not only considerate, but also straightforward, a stark contrast to the reckless youth he once was. After bidding farewell to Uncle Li, Chen Dong, fish in hand, led Li Shui directly to the black market in town. Selling the fish at the state-run seafood shop would yield meager returns and be quite a hassle. However, in the black market, not only were the prices higher, but the process was also more convenient. In 1980, the town streets were narrow, flanked by low, tiled houses, bustling with a lively crowd. Li Shui, who seldom visited the town, found everything novel yet intimidating, trailing closely behind Chen Dong. Navigating by memory, Chen Dong adeptly turned into a narrow alley. At the end of the alley, they emerged into a makeshift market bustling with activity, vendors selling vegetables, eggs, live poultry, and even some illicitly traded industrial goods. This was the town's black market. Chen Dong's arrival quickly attracted attention, primarily due to the eye-catching fish he carried. "Hey, Little brother, how much for those fish? Inquired a man who appeared to be a restaurant buyer. 10 for the grouper and 3 for each yellow croaker, Chen Dong quoted directly. The price was high, yet his fish were fresh and sizable, undeniably worth it. So expensive? The man exclaimed, intrigued. You can see for yourself, this fish was just pulled from the sea, still lively, Chen Dong replied, lifting the string of fish, the tail of the grouper flicking momentarily. Several onlookers quickly gathered. That grouper looks great. I'll take it, declared a middle-aged man in a crisp shirt, resembling a cadre. I'll take those yellow croakers. Another chimed in. Quality goods sell themselves, and soon, Chen Dong's fish were sold out. After counting the money, he found he had earned 10 for the grouper and 9 for the 3 yellow croakers, totaling 19 yuan. Adding the 28 yuan he had left from yesterday and the 10 or so yuan he had earned this morning from fishing, his total assets now exceeded 60 yuan. In 1980, this was undeniably a substantial fortune. Li Shui watched in awe, her eyes wide. She had never seen so much money before. After toiling at sea for a day, she typically earned only 1 or 2 yuan at most. Chen Dong sold nearly 20 yuan worth of fish, leaving her feeling as though she were in a dream. Come, let us go shopping, Chen Dong exclaimed, pulling the dazed Li Shui out of the black market. First, he took Li Shui to the grain store, where, under her pained gaze, he extravagantly purchased 50 pounds of the finest rice and 10 pounds of white flour. Next, they proceeded to the grocery store, where he acquired a large barrel of rapeseed oil, along with salt, soy sauce, vinegar, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and various other condiments. As Li Shui observed Chen Dong making each purchase, her heart ached at the expense. She contemplated offering her counsel, but upon witnessing Chen Dong's resolute demeanor, she swallowed her words. Ultimately, the two of them, burdened with an assortment of packages, arrived at the largest supply and marketing cooperative in the town. Come, let us go inside and buy you some clothes, Chen Dong declared. Chapter 7. Tearing fabric to make new clothes. The supply and marketing cooperative was bustling with people, the counters teeming with eager customers. The air was infused with a melange of fabric, soap, and various sundries, embodying the spirit of the times. Chen Dong protected Li Shui as they navigated through the throng, arriving at the fabric counter. There, bolts of fabric in a spectrum of colors were neatly arranged. There were plain blue and gray fabrics, as well as vibrant cottons and floral prints. Li Shui's gaze was instantly captured by a delicate light blue floral fabric. The base color was a soft blue adorned with white blossoms, exuding a refreshing elegance. She merely glanced at it before hastily averting her eyes, knowing such exquisite fabric would undoubtedly be costly. Comrade, please show us that blue floral fabric, Chen Dong directly addressed the saleswoman, having noticed her gaze. The saleswoman, a woman in her 30s, displayed a somewhat indifferent demeanor, but her attitude softened slightly upon seeing the bags that Chen Dong and Li Shui were carrying. The cotton is 1 yuan and 2 jiao per foot, plus fabric tickets, the saleswoman informed them. 1 yuan and 2 jiao? Li Shui gasped, tugging at Chen Dong's sleeve. It's too expensive, a dong. Let us not buy this. We can get that gray fabric instead. It's more durable. The gray fabric was merely 4 jiao per foot and required no fabric tickets. Yet Chen Dong seemed not to hear her as he told the saleswoman, all right, we'll take this one. Give us 8 feet. To make a complete outfit, approximately 7 feet of fabric was needed, so he ordered an extra foot just in case. 8 feet. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. That will be 9 yuan and 6 jiao, plus 8 feet of fabric tickets. In these times, ordinary families hardly manage to acquire several feet of fabric in a year. It's quite rare for someone like Chen Dong to request 8 feet of cotton outright. I have the money, and I also possess the fabric tickets, Chen Dong replied, pulling out cash from his pocket. Li Shui panicked, pulling at him insistently, a dong, it's really too expensive. I don't want it. Let us go. 9 yuan and 6 jiao could buy nearly 100 jin of rice. She felt reluctant to spend so much for a single outfit. Chen Dong turned to her, seeing her on the verge of tears, and smiled gently, reaching out to pat her head. Li Shui stiffened, frozen in place. This was his first affectionate gesture towards her. His palm was warm, and his touch was tender, devoid of any impropriety. Be good, listen to me. Chen Dong's voice was gentle. When I say I'll buy it, I will. My wife, Li Shui, cannot wear anything inferior to others. His words flowed over her like a warm current, instantly breaking down all of Li Shui's defenses. Tears welled up in her eyes, uncontrollable now. Onlookers began to murmur as they pointed at them. Look at that man. He treats his wife so well. Indeed, purchasing such expensive cotton without a flicker of an eye. His wife is truly fortunate. Li Shui felt her cheeks flush with both embarrassment and warmth as she overheard their comments, yet a newfound sweetness surged within her. She ceased her objections, bowing her head as Chen Dong completed the purchase and took the fabric. The saleswoman wrapped the freshly cut fabric in paper and handed it to Chen Dong with a smile. "Comrade, take care, and come again next time." Chen Dong accepted the fabric and tucked it into Li Shui's arms. "Here, this is for you." Cradling the package that still held the scent of newness, Li Shui felt as though she were embracing a fervent dream. After leaving the cooperative, Chen Dong led her to a butcher shop. "Boss, give me 2 jean of pork belly and a string of pig intestines," Chen Dong instructed the butcher. Right away, after the meat was cut and the intestines weighed, Chen Dong paid and placed their purchases in a large net bag. Li Shui gazed at the marbled pork belly, unable to suppress a gulp. She had lost track of the last time she had eaten meat. With their arms laden with bags, they returned home. Due to the abundance of their purchases, Chen Dong hired an ox cart to take them to the village entrance. Upon their arrival, the entire village was abuzz with excitement. "My goodness, look at Chen Dong's family. They bought so much. That white stuff must be rice. There must be dozens of jean and meat. I can smell it." Villagers gathered at Chen Dong's doorstep, watching as they carried bags into the house, their eyes filled with envy and astonishment. Especially when Li Shui accidentally revealed the blue floral fabric she was clutching, several young wives gasped in awe. "Is that cotton?" "Yes, indeed, it's floral cotton. This fabric is quite expensive, over a yuan per foot." Aunt Wang squeezed her way through the crowd, her expression a mixture of jealousy, suspicion, and resentment as she surveyed the mountain of goods at Chen Dong's door. She could hardly fathom how Chen Dong, who had barely enough to eat just a day prior, could suddenly be so affluent. Did he truly discover a treasure in the sea? Ignoring the clamor outside, Chen Dong organized their things, shutting the door to shut out all the gossip. Inside, Li Shui was still lost in admiration of the beautiful floral fabric. "Do you like it?" Chen Dong asked with a smile. Li Shui nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. "I do." "That's wonderful," Chen Dong replied. "You know how to sew, right? Take some time to make yourself a new outfit." "Yes." Li Shui embraced the fabric tightly, her face breaking into a long-awaited, genuine smile. That smile blossomed like a flower quietly unfurling amidst ruins, illuminating the dilapidated thatched cottage. Seeing her smile, Chen Dong felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Earning money was ultimately to provide a good life for his family, ensuring they could laugh joyfully. "Are you hungry? Let me cook." Chen Dong rolled up his sleeves. "Tonight, we shall indulge in braised pork and stir-fried intestines." Having lived alone in his past life, his culinary skills were quite decent. With so many fine ingredients procured today, he wanted to personally prepare a feast to reward himself and this woman who had endured so much hardship. You can cook?" Li Shui looked at him in surprise. "Just watch," Chen Dong said, secretly retrieving some spices he had stored in the system space, and began bustling about the stove. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted from Chen Dong's home, enticing the village children who could not help but drool. Chapter 8: The flavor of red braised pork. Chen Dong's culinary skills were indeed commendable. He commenced by cutting the pork belly into cubes and stir-frying them until the surface turned a golden brown and slightly charred, allowing some of the fat to render out. Then, he added rock sugar, smuggled in from the system, to caramelize. With a sizzling sound, soy sauce was introduced, releasing an enticing aroma. He subsequently added segments of green onion, slices of ginger, and an array of spices, followed by water, covering the pot and reducing the heat to simmer slowly. Next, he began to prepare the pig intestines. Cleaning the intestines was a tedious task, yet he approached it with patience, scrubbing them repeatedly with salt and white vinegar until all unpleasant odors were eradicated. He then cut them into small pieces and stir-fried them vigorously with chili and garlic. The two dishes, one rich and savory, the other spicy and fragrant, intertwined their flavors, filling the entire room. Li Shui assisted by tending to the fire, watching Chen Dong skillfully toss the ingredients and season them, her eyes brimming with curiosity and surprise. She had never known that a man could venture into the kitchen and create such delectable dishes. Soon, the meal was prepared. A plate of glossy, trembling red braised pork, a dish of aromatic stir-fried intestines, accompanied by a fish soup made from the grouper Chen Dong caught that morning, and a large basin of fluffy white rice. The opulence of this meal was something Li Shui had never dared to imagine since her marriage. "Come, taste my culinary art," Chen Dong said, serving her the largest piece of red braised pork. The meat was tender to the point of falling apart at the touch of chopsticks, the fatty parts translucent and melting in the mouth. While the lean meat absorbed the broth, flavorful and not dry, Li Shui gingerly took a bite, her eyes instantly lighting up. "Delicious," she exclaimed sincerely. "If it's delicious, then eat more," Chen Dong replied with a smile, serving her a portion of the intestines. The intestines were handled flawlessly, devoid of any fishy taste, with a chewy texture that was both fragrant and spicy, particularly appetizing with rice. Li Shui let go of her reservations, devouring the meal heartily alongside the rice. Observing her satisfied demeanor filled Chen Dong with joy. He, too, was famished, lifting his bowl and indulging voraciously. His improved physique allowed for a considerably larger appetite. The two of them ate to their heart's content, clearing the table of all dishes. After their meal, Li Shui eagerly rushed to wash the dishes. Chen Dong did not contest her, instead sitting by the bed, contemplating his future plans. He had acquired some money, but it was still far from sufficient. He needed to renovate the house and provide Li Shui with a better life, all of which required funds. Moreover, his physique had only reached a level of 6, still lacking compared to the norm, let alone addressing the fundamental issues. Thus, his fishing endeavors could not cease. A dong, Li Shui approached after finishing the dishes, holding a cloth bag in her hand. She opened the bag to reveal the leftover money from the day. "This is the remaining money, a total of 42 yuan and 50 cents. She handed the money to Chen Dong. "You keep it." Chen Dong glanced at it, but did not accept. "You should keep this money." Li Shui was taken aback. "So much money, from now on, all the household finances will be under your management," Chen Dong said earnestly. Looking at her, "You are the mistress of this home. I trust you to handle the money." He was indicating his stance, making it clear that her status in this household had fundamentally changed. Li Shui clutched the heavy money pouch, her palms sweating. Managing money? She had never overseen such a sum before. "But, no buts," Chen Dong interrupted. "It's settled. From now on, any money I earn from fishing will be given to you." His intention was twofold: to reassure Li Shui and to simplify matters for himself. A man could not carry cash on him every day. Li Shui observed Chen Dong's resolute demeanor and understood that she could not refuse. She reluctantly tucked the money pouch away, keeping it close to her. Inside, she felt as though something had filled her heart, warming her. In the afternoon, Chen Dong did not go fishing again. Instead, he took a measuring tape and began to measure both indoors and outdoors. "A Dong, what are you doing?" Li Shui inquired curiously. "Just taking measurements. I plan to renovate this house," Chen Dong replied. "The walls are too thin. It will definitely leak in the winter. And the roof will surely leak during heavy rain. Everything needs reinforcement. Renovate the house." Li Shui was taken aback. "How much will that cost?" "You don't need to worry about money. I'll find a way," Chen Dong reassured, brushing off the dust from his hands. "Tomorrow, I'll head to the town to buy some bricks, tiles, and wood." Li Shui watched him busying himself, momentarily lost in thought. In just 2 days, her life had undergone a complete transformation. From struggling to make ends meet and living in fear, to now having plenty of food, meat, and fabric, and even planning to renovate their home. It all felt like a dream. The catalyst for this change was the man before her. He was still himself, but entirely different. That night, as was customary, Chen Dong laid out a bed on the floor. Lying on the cold ground, he felt no chill. Instead, his heart was ablaze. He glanced at the system panel. Host, Chen Dong. Physique, 6. Fish capture value, 8. Fishing gear, ordinary sea rod set, level 1. He needed just 2 more points of fish capture value to enhance his physique once more. He resolved to go fishing again in the morning and elevate his physique to 7. After all, health was the foundation of everything. Just as he was preparing to sleep, he heard a faint voice from the bed. "A Dong, the floor is cold. You should come to bed." The voice was soft, laced with a tremor and shyness. Chen Dong was momentarily stunned. He turned his head to see Li Shui lying on her side in the darkness, her back to him, her body tense. Was she inviting him? His heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 9. A breakthrough in physical fitness. Chen Dong's heart raced fervently. Naturally, he yearned for the comfort of a bed. The cold, hard ground was no match for the cozy warmth of a mattress. More importantly, there was a fragrant wife awaiting him there. Yet, he knew he could not indulge. He was acutely aware of his current physical state. Although his fitness had risen to level 6, the most critical issue remained unresolved. Should he succumb to temptation and find himself unable to perform, it would be a tremendous blow to Li Shui and to himself. The fragile trust and affection they had painstakingly built could shatter in an instant. Thus, he must endure. Once his fitness reached a normal level, he would claim her as a true man, with dignity and honor. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the turmoil within and spoke in as steady a voice as he could muster. "It's all right, I'll sleep on the floor. You rest." Li Shui on the bed seemed to stiffen for a moment. After a while, she responded softly with an affirmative sound, and then fell silent. Chen Dong sensed she might have misunderstood something, but he had no way to clarify. He could only sigh inwardly and close his eyes. That night, Chen Dong's sleep was restless, while Li Shui tossed and turned, unable to find peace. Clutching her blanket, her mind raced with uncertainty. Why would he not join her on the bed? Was he still angry with her, or did he find her unworthy? The next morning, Chen Dong rose before dawn. Noticing the faint dark circles under Li Shui's eyes, he realized she had likely not slept well. A pang of guilt washed over him, but he chose to remain silent. Some matters could only be acted upon, not spoken about. After offering her a few routine reminders, he took his fishing gear and set out. Today's objective was clear: catch 2 fish to accumulate a total value of 10 points and elevate his fitness to level 7. He made his way to the rocky area in the east. With a fitness level of 6, he felt no strain as he walked, swiftly arriving at his fishing spot. Skillfully casting his line and bait, he settled in. Perhaps the early hour played a part, for the fish were not as eager to bite as they had been the previous day. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the tip of his rod finally twitched. Chen Dong's spirits soared as he lifted the rod to hook the fish. A tiger fish, weighing over a pound, was effortlessly reeled in. Ding. Successfully caught a tiger fish, fish value 1. Ding. Triggered fish value cashback, earned 2 yuans. His fish value now stood at 9 points, just a little more to go. Rebaiting his hook, he cast his line once more. This time, the wait stretched even longer. Just as he was about to lose hope after half an hour, the tip of his rod suddenly bent dramatically downward, pulled by an immense force. Here it comes. Chen Dong's heart raced as he gripped the rod tightly. Leaning back as he engaged in a battle of strength with the unseen giant beneath the surface. The force was far greater than when he had caught the 3-pound sea bass. The line screamed as it was pulled, and Chen Dong dared not be careless. He swiftly adjusted the drag, allowing the line to run while maintaining control over the fish. With his fitness level 6, he felt more composed than during his previous encounter. Although his arms bore the weight of pressure, it was manageable. Stabilizing his stance, he used the rocks as leverage to patiently tire out the fish. The creature fought valiantly, darting left and right beneath the water, attempting to escape into the crevices of the rocks. Chen Dong focused intently, drawing upon the wealth of experience from his past life, constantly adjusting his strategy to prevent the fish from escaping. Time ticked away, and beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet the spark in his eyes intensified. The thrill of conquering such a mighty fish ignited a fervor within him. After nearly 20 minutes of stalemate, he sensed the fish's strength waning. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned all his might, muscles straining, and began to reel in the line with force. Below the surface, a massive shadow gradually emerged toward the shore. As the fish broke the surface, Chen Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. It was a colossal grouper, its body adorned with deep brown and dark spots, its mouth gaping ominously. He estimated its weight to be at least 15 pounds. My goodness! Elation surged within Chen Dong. A wild grouper of this size was a true king of fish in this era. With every ounce of remaining strength, he hauled the fish onto the rocks. The giant grouper thrashed wildly, its tail slamming against the ground, creating a thunderous sound. Ding! Successfully caught a giant grouper, fish value 1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold fish value cashback, earned 100 yuans. Ding! As the host has successfully caught a fish exceeding 10 pounds, the special achievement Giant Hunter has been unlocked, rewarding a high-grade bait recipe. A flurry of system notifications erupted in Chen Dong's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. 100-fold cashback? 100 yuans? Instinctively, he reached into his pocket and felt a thick stack of cash. Pulling it out, he found 10 brand new notes, neatly stacked. Chen Dong's breath hitched. 100 yuans. This was the equivalent of 3 to 4 months' salary for an ordinary worker. Gazing at the money in his hand and then at the enormous grouper, he felt as though he were in a dream. But that was not all. A special achievement? A high-grade bait recipe? He hastily checked the system. Within the system space, a scroll radiating a gentle golden glow appeared. High-grade bait recipe. Upon use, it grants knowledge of crafting a special bait, highly effective for rare fish. Chen Dong's heart raced with excitement. This was truly an unexpected delight. With this recipe, he would be able to catch more valuable fish in the future. He forced himself to regain composure. There was an important matter at hand. His fish value had now reached 10 points. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance his physical fitness. Will you consume 10 points of fish catch value to elevate your physique to 7? Yes. A familiar warmth surged through his body once more. This sensation was even more intense than the last. He could distinctly feel his bones hardening, his muscles becoming more taut, and the flow of his blood accelerating. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his being. When the warmth subsided, Chen Dong felt as if he had undergone a complete transformation. He clenched his fist, feeling as though he could strike down a bull with a single blow. More importantly, he sensed that deep within his body, in a long-dormant place, there seemed to be a hint of awakening. A wave of heat rose from his lower abdomen. A look of ecstasy spread across Chen Dong's face. There was sensation, though still faint. It was undeniably there. He knew that as long as he continued to enhance his physique and completely resolve that issue, it was merely a matter of time. How wonderful! He excitedly pumped his fist in the air. Today was truly a day of double happiness. No, it was a day of triple joy. He glanced at the enormous grouper on the ground and already formulated a plan in his mind. This fish was far too large to bring home. It would be simply astonishing. He intended to sell it directly at the black market in town. Such a sizable fish would surely fetch an astronomical price. As for how to explain it to Li Shui, he would simply say that he sold the fish to procure materials for house repairs. Resolute in his decision, he stored the giant grouper in the system space and casually caught 2 small fish as a cover before eagerly heading towards the town. This time, he was determined to make a significant score. Chapter 10. The Tremor in the Black Market. Chen Dong, carrying 2 inconspicuous little fish, made his way to the town with a buoyant step. After his physical attributes had been enhanced to a level of 7, both his speed and endurance were remarkable. What once took over an hour, he completed in less than 40 minutes. Upon arriving in the town, he did not rush to the black market but instead sought out a secluded corner where he extracted a massive 15-pound giant grouper from his system space. The moment the enormous fish appeared before him, he was momentarily awestruck by its size. The fish was longer than an infant and exuded a palpable sense of strength. After some effort, he secured the fish with a sturdy hemp rope and hoisted it onto his shoulder. The weight was substantial, and had it been the previous day, he would have struggled to bear it. Yet now, he felt only a slight strain. Walking through the streets with such a colossal creature drew every gaze. The attention was unequivocal. Every onlooker displayed expressions of astonishment. Good heavens! What kind of fish is that? How can it be so large? Is that a grouper? It must weigh over 10 pounds. This young man is impressive. Where did he acquire it? Chen Dong disregarded the multitude of stares and proceeded directly to the alley where the black market lay. As he emerged into the black market bearing the giant grouper, an eerie silence enveloped the entire market. Vendors and customers alike halted their transactions, their gazes converging on him and the magnificent fish upon his shoulder. In the next instant, the black market erupted into a frenzy. Fish! Big fish! Look! What a massive grouper! The crowd surged forward, encircling Chen Dong tightly. Young man, are you selling that fish? The first to push through was a restaurant buyer, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the grouper. Yes, of course, Chen Dong replied as he lowered the fish onto a vacant patch of ground with a resounding thud. As the fish settled on the ground, gasps of awe rippled through the crowd. This fish must weigh at least 15 pounds, exclaimed an experienced fisherman. Young man, name your price. The restaurant buyer urged eagerly. A wild grouper of this size, if brought back to the restaurant, could become a signature dish and attract a multitude of customers. Chen Dong raised a single finger. $100? The buyer inquired cautiously. The surrounding onlookers gasped in disbelief. $100? That's an exorbitant price. Yet, Chen Dong calmly shook his head. $100, plus 20 industrial coupons, he stated with composure. His words incited an uproar. What? Industrial coupons as well? This young man has lost his mind. What an outrageous demand. In this era, industrial coupons were more valuable than money itself. Large purchases such as bicycles, sewing machines, and watches required these coupons for acquisition. Having money without coupons meant one could not buy anything. The restaurant buyer's expression fell. Young man, your price is too high. $100 is already the limit. Where can I procure so many industrial coupons? Chen Dong merely smiled, remaining silent. He understood that while his asking price was steep, there would undoubtedly be someone willing to pay. The value of this fish was not solely in its weight, but rather in its rarity. A wild grouper of such proportions was a serendipitous find. For certain individuals, it represented status and prestige. Indeed, from the crowd emerged a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, flanked by two imposing figures that appeared to be bodyguards. "I shall take that fish," he declared, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He approached the fish, squatted down to inspect it closely, and nodded in satisfaction. "Quite a fine specimen," he remarked as he rose to his feet and looked at Chen Dong. $100 is acceptable, but I only have 5 industrial coupons. How does that sound, young man? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dong replied, "Deal. Splendid. In the future, should you acquire more such treasures, you must sell them to me first," the middle-aged man stated, approvingly regarding Chen Dong. "My surname is Huang, and I am the proprietor of Fu Man Lu in town." Fu Man Lu. Chen Dong recalled from the original owner's memories. It was the largest and most upscale restaurant in the town, reputedly backed by powerful figures, where ordinary people dared not approach. Very well, Chen Dong readily agreed. Establishing a connection with such an influential individual could only yield benefits for him in the future. "Excellent," Mr. Huang praised, signaling to one of the burly men behind him. The man promptly retrieved $100 and 5 industrial coupons from a briefcase, presenting them to Chen Dong. Chen Dong accepted the payment, meticulously counting it before securing it safely. In no time, Mr. Huang's associates lifted the grouper and departed. Onlookers in the black market gazed at the stack of money and coupons in Chen Dong's possession, their eyes ablaze with envy. $100 and 5 industrial coupons. Disregarding the envious glances, Chen Dong tucked away the money and coupons, turning to leave. He did not head home immediately, but instead made his way to the town's building materials market. He intended to purchase bricks, tiles, and lumber. He was determined to construct a home for Li Shui that would shield her from the wind and rain, providing warmth and comfort. He yearned for the entire village to recognize that he, Chen Dong, was no longer the useless person he once was. Upon hiring 3 carts to haul a full load of bricks, tiles, and sturdy timber back to the village, the entire fishing village erupted in excitement once again. Chapter 11. Preparing to build a new home, 3 carts laden with towering piles of blue bricks, tiles, and timber, resembling 3 majestic dragons, entered the fishing village with great fanfare. The men at the village entrance, who were drying nets, were the first to notice. They halted their tasks, their mouths agape as if a chicken egg could fit within. "Is that Chen Dong? Where did he procure so much money to buy these materials? Has he emptied the town's supply store? He must be out of his mind. This will cost a fortune." The news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the small fishing village. People poured from their homes, trailing behind the carts, forming an impressive throng. The incredulity was palpable on every face. Walking at the forefront was Chen Dong, standing tall and upright. With a physique rating of 7, he exuded vitality and moved with steady strides. He paid no heed to the whispers and pointed fingers behind him. The villagers' astonishment was well within his expectations. He intended to declare his return in the most direct and shocking manner possible. Li Shui walked beside him, thoroughly intimidated by the spectacle. Her head hung low, her small hands anxiously clenching the hem of her clothes, her palms slick with sweat. The intense gazes from those around her made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. In her 18 years, she had never been the center of such attention. "Do not be afraid." Chen Dong sensed her tension and slowed his pace, speaking in a voice only she could hear. "I am here. From now on, our family's life will only get better. You must gradually adjust." His voice, though soft, carried a reassuring strength. Li Shui dared to steal a glance at him, and upon seeing his resolute profile, a sense of calm washed over her. Indeed, with him by her side, what was there to fear? The 3 carts came to a halt in front of Chen Dong's dilapidated thatched cottage. The stark contrast rendered the crowd silent. On one side lay the new, sturdy materials, while on the other stood the crumbling, drafty earthen house. "Unload the materials, masters," Chen Dong instructed the 3 drivers, producing coins from his pocket and handing each of them 50 cents as payment. All right, the 3 drivers, having received their wages, became notably more efficient, swiftly unloading the construction materials. The thuds of the bricks and timber hitting the ground echoed like heavy beats upon the villagers' hearts. Aunt Wang squeezed into the crowd, her face flushed as she gazed at the towering pile of materials. She wanted to voice some scathing remarks, perhaps insinuating the money was ill-gotten, but upon meeting Chen Dong's calm gaze, she swallowed her words. After being publicly reprimanded by him the previous day, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Chen Dong, have you struck it rich? Village head Zhang Dahai stepped forward from the crowd, his expression grave. He was the backbone of the village, and such a significant event could not go unaddressed. Village head, Chen Dong replied politely, nodding, I wouldn't say I've struck it rich. Just fortunate to have found something valuable at sea and sold it for a bit of money. Found something valuable? Zhang Dahai furrowed his brow. What could possibly yield such a sum? Chen Dong understood that he needed to clarify this matter. Otherwise, rumors might spiral out of control. He smiled and explained, Village head, being an old fisherman, you know that sometimes it depends on luck. Just a couple of days ago, in the Eastern Reef area, I stumbled upon a nest of large grouper, the biggest weighing 15 pounds. I took it to the town and sold it to manager Huang at Fu Man Lu. He deliberately mentioned Fu Man Lu and manager Huang by name, knowing that everyone understood the significance of such connections. Fu Man Lu, a 15-pound grouper king? The crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment. A 15-pound grouper was indeed a rare treasure, and fetching a high price for it was entirely plausible. Zhang Dahai's doubts began to dissipate. As an experienced fisherman himself, he recognized that while such occurrences were rare, they were indeed possible. He nodded in understanding, so that's how it is. You've certainly had a stroke of good fortune. Are you planning to use these materials to repair your house? Not to repair, Chen Dong shook his head, making a startling declaration, but to rebuild. Rebuild. The impact of his words was even greater than that of the 3 carts of materials. Repairing a house and rebuilding it were 2 entirely different concepts. Yes, to rebuild. Chen Dong gazed at the dilapidated thatched cottage before him, his tone resolute. This house has stood for many years. It is time for a change. I plan to construct a spacious, 3-room tiled house with blue bricks, so Li Shui can live comfortably. His words were meant for all to hear, but especially for Li Shui beside him. Li Shui's head shot up, disbelief etched across her face. He said, he wants to build a 3-room tiled house? And he wants her to be comfortable? A wave of warmth surged from her heart, instantly reddening her eyes. During the 2 years since her marriage, where had she lived? A place that let in the cold in winter, leaked rain in summer. And at night, the sounds of rats scurrying in the beams kept her awake. She had longed for a shelter that could shield her from the elements. The villagers around her, particularly the young wives, looked at Li Shui with eyes that had transformed from sympathy to unabashed envy. Goodness, a 3-room tiled house. Li Shui is truly fortunate. Indeed, she used to be pitted, but it seems she has finally emerged victorious. Has Chen Dong changed? Why is he suddenly so kind to his wife? As she listened to these discussions, Li Shui's cheeks burned, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. She lowered her head, quietly wiping away her tears. The materials were soon unloaded, leaving a small mountain at the entrance of Chen Dong's home. All right, everyone disperse. Go back to your own tasks. Village head Zhang Dahai waved his hand, helping to disperse the crowd. Although the villagers wished to linger and witness more, they had to comply with the village head's command and departed reluctantly, glancing back. Once the crowd had thinned, Chen Dong took Li Shui, who remained dazed, into the house. What's wrong? Are you in a daze? Chen Dong chuckled at her bewildered expression. Dong, how much will this cost? Li Shui finally regained her voice, her tone laced with a hint of tears. She felt both touched and pained. Do not worry about the finances. Chen Dong gently seated her on the edge of the bed and crouched before her, gazing up with earnestness. From this day forth, you are my wife, Chen Dong. I shall not allow you to endure even the slightest grievance. What other wives possess, you shall have even better. Li Shui looked into his clear eyes, devoid of any impurities, filled solely with sincerity. Unable to contain her tears any longer, they cascaded down her cheeks. At a loss for words, she could only nod vigorously in agreement. Chen Dong raised his hand, using his rough fingertips to tenderly wipe away her tears. This marked the second time he had touched her with such intimacy. Li Shui's body stiffened momentarily, yet she did not retreat. Enough now, don't cry. If you do, you'll look like a little kitten, Chen Dong softly consoled her. Tomorrow, I will find someone to help dismantle the old house and lay the foundation. For the next few days, we may need to stay with the village chief. Once the new house is completed, we will host a feast, inviting the villagers to celebrate and formally announce that we are embarking on a new chapter. He had meticulously planned every detail. As Li Shui listened to his arrangements, the previously unsettled stone in her heart finally found its resting place. Looking at the man before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. This home seemed to truly hold promise for the future. Chapter 12. The commencement of the new house. The entire village comes to help early the next morning. The news of Chen Dong's new house construction had spread to every corner of the fishing village. True to his word, Chen Dong first visited the village head, Zhang Dehai, to explain the situation. Zhang Dehai was a straightforward person. Without hesitation, he agreed and offered Chen Dong and Li Shui a room in his storeroom for temporary accommodation. You've made something of yourself, knowing to care for your wife. That is commendable, Zhang Dehai said, patting Chen Dong's shoulder with a sense of pride. As for the house, I'll rally the villagers to lend a hand. Thank you, village head. Chen Dong expressed his gratitude, but we cannot let everyone work for free. For those who come to help, I will pay 50 cents a day and provide 2 meals, with meat included at lunch. What? You're offering wages? Zhang Dehai's eyes widened in surprise. In our village, we help each other out without expecting payment. Village head, let us be clear about this. Even brothers keep accounts, Chen Dong insisted. Everyone has their own lives to live. The willingness to help is a matter of goodwill, but offering payment is a matter of principle. This way, everyone will work with enthusiasm, and we can complete the house more swiftly. Don't you think? After some contemplation, Zhang Dehai acknowledged the reasonableness of Chen Dong's perspective. This lad has not only changed but also sharpened his wits. As word spread about Chen Dong's offer to pay and provide meat for the workers, the entire fishing village buzzed with excitement. 50 cents a day. That was a considerable sum. The village's laborers typically earned only 70 to 80 cents for a day's grueling work, without meals. Chen Dong's offer was not only easier but also included meat, which seemed like a stroke of fortune. In no time, nearly all the idle laborers from the village gathered at Chen Dong's doorstep. A dong, count me in. I'm strong enough for demolition. Me too. I can lay bricks and am quite skilled. Brother Chen Dong, choose me. I'm quick and steady with the bricks. As Chen Dong looked at the eager, honest faces, warmth filled his heart. He understood that while the monetary aspect was enticing, it was largely about the camaraderie among neighbors. In the end, he selected 10 of the strongest men and enlisted the village's most experienced mason, Master Li, to oversee the project. With the crew assembled, they swiftly got to work. Let us begin. With Chen Dong's command, a dozen men armed with tools rushed to the dilapidated thatched cottage. Demolishing the house was labor-intensive, but with everyone's combined effort, the dwelling that bore all the former owner's painful memories was dismantled in no time. Li Shui stood a short distance away, watching as the small house where she had lived for 2 years, filled with fear and tears, was gradually taken apart. Her heart was a mix of emotions. There was reluctance, but more so, a sense of liberation. She kept busy, borrowing a pot and stove from the village head to prepare lunch. Chen Dong had specifically bought a large piece of pork belly and an abundance of vegetables the day before in town. Li Shui cut the meat into large chunks, stewing a big pot of pork and potatoes, the savory aroma wafting through the air, enticing the hungry workers. At noon, the meal was served on time. A large basin of fragrant pork and potatoes, a big bowl of stir-fried vegetables, and ample white rice awaited them. The laborers gathered around, their eyes glued to the glistening fatty meat in the basin. In these times, who could afford to eat meat except on festive occasions? Don't be shy, eat up. A full stomach will give you energy for the afternoon. Chen Dong encouraged with a smile. A dong, you're too generous. Exactly. Working with you is invigorating. The men wasted no time, devouring the food voraciously, mouths stuffed with rice and dishes, while giving Chen Dong a thumbs up. Li Shui stood by, serving the rice, and as she listened to their praises of Chen Dong, a proud smile spread across her face. Her man had become the envy of the entire village. Even Aunt Wang, drawn by the tantalizing aroma, peeked from her doorway, feeling a mix of regret and envy. Had she known Chen Dong would achieve such success, she wouldn't have treated him so poorly in the past. Now, wanting to lend a hand and earn some money, she felt embarrassed to approach him. After a hearty meal, the workers' spirits were lifted. Once the old house was torn down and the foundation cleared, Master Li took out a chalk line and ruler, beginning to mark the ground. This was the first and most crucial step in constructing the new house, determining its layout and orientation. Chen Dong followed closely beside Master Li, attentively learning. Although he was not an architect, observing and learning could only be beneficial. A dong, your plot of land is excellently positioned, Master Li remarked while marking the lines. Facing south with an open front, once the house is built, it will be warm in winter and cool in summer, very comfortable to live in. Then I'll owe you a great deal. Masterly, Chen Dong replied, handing him a cigarette. Just pay me for my work. And I'll ensure the house is sturdy, Masterly said, happily accepting the cigarette and taking a puff. As the sun began its descent in the west, the first day's labor came to a close. The outline of the foundation was clearly defined. In front of everyone, Chen Dong distributed the wages to each laborer. Here you go, today's payment, 50 cents each. Count it out. The men, receiving their wages, were all smiles. And their respect for Chen Dong grew even more. A Dong is truly a principled man. I'll be back tomorrow. After the workday ended, Chen Dong returned to the storeroom at the village head's house. Though small, it was tidy, thanks to Li Shui's efforts. Dinner was ready on the table, reheated from the leftovers. Tired? Li Shui asked as she served him food. Not at all. Seeing the foundation laid brings me joy, Chen Dong replied. Digging in eagerly, Li Shui sat across from him, observing his sun-kissed, slightly reddened face. A Dong, today did you spend a lot of money? Money spent can be earned again, Chen Dong said nonchalantly. As long as we can build a good home, it's worth every penny. He was calculating in his mind. Although he had a decent amount of money, constructing a house was a bottomless pit, and he needed to find more ways to earn. The fishing venture could not be paused. After dinner, Chen Dong bid Li Shui farewell and stepped out with his tattered cloth bag. It's already dark. Are you heading to the seaside? Li Shui asked, a hint of concern in her voice. It's fine. I'll be back soon, Chen Dong assured her, his figure swiftly disappearing into the night. He was off to fish. The day had been too busy, leaving him only the night to make use of. His current stamina was sufficient for a late night. Most importantly, he felt an increasing urge for the strength that his catch would bring him, growing stronger by the day. Chapter 13. A surge in vitality. Midnight affection. The seaside at night is an entirely different realm from that of day. The sea breeze carries a chill, brushing against the skin with a refreshing coolness. A crescent moon hangs in the sky, its silvery light cascading upon the water's surface, creating a fragmented path of shimmering silver. Apart from the rhythmic sound of crashing waves, the surroundings are enveloped in silence. Chen Dong ventured alone to the eastern rocky area, which appeared even more secluded than during the day. He sought a sheltered spot and skillfully retrieved his divine fishing rod from the system space, assembling it with precision before attaching bait and casting it into the depths. The lead sinker traced a barely perceptible arc through the night air before silently plunging into the ocean. Securing the fishing rod, he leaned against a large rock, gazing at the horizon where the sea kisses the sky. Night fishing demands great patience, yet for Chen Dong, it embodies a rare opportunity for relaxation. His days were consumed with the construction of a new home and navigating the complexities of village life, and it is only in these fleeting moments of solitude that he can truly unwind and contemplate his future. The house is under construction, and his relationship with Li Shui is gradually improving. Everything is progressing in the direction of his aspirations. However, a persistent knot remains in his heart, tied to the fundamental issue of his physique. With a physical constitution of 7, he sensed a faint sign of revival within his body, yet that sensation was elusive and far from sufficient. He yearned for greater strength and a genuinely healthy body, enabling him to stand tall as a man and provide Li Shui with a complete home. System, display the panel, he silently commanded. Host, Chen Dong, physique, 7, catch value, 8. Fishing gear, standard fishing rod set, level 1. Special item, advanced bait recipe, only 2 more points of catch value are needed for another upgrade. As he pondered, the tip of the rod suddenly plunged sharply downward. Here it comes. Chen Dong snapped back to attention, gripping the rod tightly. The force he felt was greater than any fish he had caught during the day. Indeed, the nighttime predators are fiercer. He remained vigilant, adjusting his breath as he began to engage in a test of strength with the underwater titan. Since his physique had risen to 7, both his strength and endurance had dramatically improved. Although the force pulling on the line was immense, he handled it with remarkable ease, maintaining a steady rhythm without haste as he played the fish. After a tense standoff lasting over 10 minutes, he sensed the strength of the fish beginning to wane. Now, he whispered, his core tightening as his arm muscles bulged, and he began to reel in forcefully. A dark silhouette emerged from the water, crashing heavily onto the rocks. Thanks to the moonlight, he could discern the creature's form. It was a sizable sea wolf fish, also known as a pike, resembling a torpedo with its mouth full of glistening teeth reflecting the moonlight. Judging by its size, it weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds. Ding. Successfully caught a sea wolf fish, catch value 1. Ding. Triggered catch rebate. Received 10 yuan Huaxia currency. His catch value reached 9 points. Just one more. Chen Dong felt a surge of excitement. He placed the sea wolf fish into the system space, swiftly rebaited, and cast again. Perhaps the earlier catch had startled the nearby fish, as he waited in vain for a bite this time. Yet, he remained calm, patiently awaiting the next opportunity. Time passed, and just as he began to lose hope for the night, the rod tip signaled again. This time, the movement was subtle, merely tapping lightly. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist and struck. A modest force tugged back, and he effortlessly cranked the reel, bringing up a stone base weighing over a pound. Ding. Successfully caught a stone base, catch value 1. Ding. Triggered catch rebate. Received 2 yuan Huaxia currency. His catch value finally reached 10 points. Chen Dong's heart raced with excitement as he eagerly thought, "System, enhance my physique. Would you like to consume 10 catch value points to elevate your physique to 8? Yes." A familiar warm current surged through his body once more, this time with a potency unmatched by any prior experience. Chen Dong felt a tingling sensation in his bones, as if his muscles were being torn apart and reassembled. Accompanied by waves of soreness and pressure, he gritted his teeth, enduring this transformative experience. He could distinctly sense the remarkable changes occurring within him. Strength, speed, and endurance were skyrocketing at an alarming rate. More importantly, he felt a long-dormant warmth in his lower abdomen erupt like a volcanic explosion, radiating throughout his entire being. An unprecedented sense of masculine power coursed through his limbs. He understood that the issue that had plagued him and the original host for so long was being thoroughly resolved. Although he had not yet fully returned to peak condition, he had taken the most crucial step forward. As the warmth receded, Chen Dong exhaled deeply. He felt an explosive energy surging through him, as though he could punch through the very rocks before him. He opened the system panel. Host, Chen Dong, physique, 8, catch value, 0, fantastic. He excitedly swung his fist, stirring a gust of wind. Glancing at the sky, he noticed it was approaching midnight. He gathered his fishing gear, retrieved the sea wolf fish from the system space, and, buoyed by the moonlight, made his way back to the village with a light step. Upon returning to the village chief's home, he noticed a soft light seeping through the crack of the storeroom door. Pushing it open, he found Li Shui seated by the bedside, mending one of his old garments by the dim glow of a kerosene lamp. Her expression was focused, long lashes casting shadows upon her cheeks. Hearing the door creak open, she looked up, her face lighting up with a reassuring smile upon seeing Chen Dong return. "You're back. Why are you still awake?" Chen Dong set the fish down in a corner and approached her. "I was waiting for you," Li Shui replied, setting aside her needlework. "Are you hungry? I've warmed some porridge for you." Chen Dong gazed at her, warmth flooding his heart. The sensation of being awaited felt incredibly comforting. "I'm not hungry." He shook his head, sitting beside Li Shui. The two were separated by merely a fist's distance. He could detect the faint fragrance of soapberry emanating from her. "Dong, please refrain from going to the seaside at night in the future. It is far too perilous," Li Shui advised softly, gazing at him with concern. "It's all right. I'm aware of what I'm doing," Chen Dong replied, moved by the tenderness in her eyes. Compelled by an unseen force, he reached out and grasped her hand, which rested on her lap. Li Shui's hand felt cool against his warm palm, causing her body to shudder involuntarily, her cheeks flushing instantly. She instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. "Don't move," Chen Dong urged, applying a gentle yet firm grip. Reluctantly, Li Shui seized her movements, allowing him to hold her hand as her heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat. "Shui," Chen Dong called her by a more intimate name, his voice slightly husky. "Once our new house is completed, we will truly begin our life together." Upon hearing this affectionate address, Li Shui's face blushed even more profoundly, nearly as if it might bleed. She dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head and responding with a barely audible Under the dim yellow light, the atmosphere grew subtly charged. Chen Dong observed her bashful demeanor, and a surge of warmth coursed through him uncontrollably. He understood that he was no longer the man he once was. Yet, he stifled the tumult within, knowing it was not yet the right moment. He had to wait for the most opportune occasion, for when they moved into their new home, and for her to genuinely accept him in her heart. He aspired to offer her a flawless beginning. Releasing her hand, he rose to the floor and began to lay out a sleeping mat. "Rest now, we must rise early tomorrow." Li Shui watched his busy figure with a tinge of disappointment, yet more so, an indescribable sense of comfort. She could sense that Chen Dong respected her. That night, lying on the cold mat, Chen Dong felt a burning heat coursing through him. He knew that the day he would become a true man was drawing near. Chapter 14. Raising the roof and celebrating with the whole village in the following days, the construction of the house progressed fervently. With ample funds and manpower, the pace was remarkably swift. The excavation of the foundation and the erection of walls created a bustling scene at the site each day. Chen Dong immersed himself in the labor, learning from Master Li while also lending a hand with various tasks. After enhancing his physique to a remarkable level, he was able to carry 200 pounds of timber with ease, astonishing the men in the village, who remarked that he resembled a bull rather than a mere fisherman. Li Shui shouldered all logistical responsibilities. Rising before dawn, she prepared breakfast for everyone and delivered hot meals to the construction site at noon. Though she spoke little, her efficiency and attention to detail earned her praise from the villagers, who commended Chen Dong for his good fortune in marrying such a diligent wife. Hearing these accolades filled Li Shui's heart with joy and fueled her determination. As she observed the walls of the house rising day by day, her anticipation for the future grew ever stronger. On this particular day, the roof-raising ceremony took place. This event is a pivotal step in the construction process and a moment of great joy. According to village customs, the host must hold a grand feast to thank all the craftsmen and neighbors who helped, hanging red cloth on the beam and setting off firecrackers for good luck. Chen Dong took this ceremony very seriously. The day before, he traveled to the town to procure a substantial amount of pork, chicken, fish, and various vegetables. Manager Huang from Fu Man Lu, aware of the upcoming roof raising, even gifted him 2 bottles of fine wine as a congratulatory gesture. On the day of the ceremony, before dawn, a crowd gathered in front of Chen Dong's new plot of land. When the auspicious hour arrived, amidst the thunderous sound of firecrackers, the stoutest and most upright beam was skillfully placed at the center of the roof by several strong men. At both ends of the beam, the vibrant red cloth that Chen Dong had prepared fluttered in the wind. Raising the beam is auspicious. May generations prosper. Master Li stood atop the beam, calling out auspicious phrases, and then tossed a handful of candies and peanuts down to the crowd below. Come and seize the blessings. Adults and children rushed forward, laughing and jostling as they scrambled for the good fortune raining down from the beam. The atmosphere was festive and lively. Once the ceremony concluded, it was time for the feast. Chen Dong set up 8 large tables in the open space in front of his new house, inviting prominent villagers and all those who had assisted. Several skilled wives from the village voluntarily gathered to help, bustling around the makeshift cooking stations. Soon, an array of sumptuous dishes graced the tables, including braised pork, whole stewed chicken, steamed sea wolf fish, and oil-braised shrimp. Each dish was rich in flavor, leaving everyone dazzled and drooling. My goodness, Chen Dong's generosity knows no bounds. This feast is even better than the New Year's celebration. Villagers exclaimed, their faces beaming with delight as they congratulated Chen Dong. Ah Dong, congratulations. May your new home bring you endless prosperity. Chen Dong, with a radiant smile, navigated through the tables, raising his cup to toast each guest, expressing his gratitude sincerely. He bore no airs. His genuine demeanor put everyone at ease. Li Shui changed into a clean outfit, still old but freshly laundered. Following Chen Dong, she wore a bashful yet blissful smile as she served tea and refilled cups for the elders. Village Chief Zhang Dahai, flushed from drinking, grasped Chen Dong's hand and remarked, Ah Dong, you have truly made something of yourself. Seeing you like this fills my heart with joy. Rest assured, if anyone dares to speak ill of you in the village, I shall be the first to stand against it. Thank you, Chief, Chen Dong replied, touched by his words. As the drinks flowed and dishes were savored, the village accountant, Mr. Zhang, approached with a cup in hand, eager to toast Chen Dong. Ah Dong, it was my wife's loose tongue that caused offense in the past. I hope you can forgive us, he said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Mr. Zhang, no need to dwell on the past, Chen Dong said graciously, clinking his cup with Zhang's and downing the drink. He understood that from this day forth, his standing in the village had irrevocably changed. Once viewed as a pitiful failure, he was now regarded with newfound respect. All of this was earned through his own hard work. The feast continued until the afternoon, with everyone leaving satiated and singing praises of Chen Dong's character. After bidding farewell to the guests, Li Shui surveyed the chaotic aftermath and began to quietly tidy up. Don't worry about it, let it be for now. I'll have a few of the ants come over to help later, Chen Dong said, stopping her. You've worked hard all day. Go rest. I'm not tired. Li Shui shook her head, her face radiant with joy. She felt invigorated by the happiness of the day. Chen Dong watched her, then reached into his pocket and presented her with a gift. It was a brand new fountain pen, glinting in the sunlight. This is for me? Li Shui was taken aback. Yes, Chen Dong nodded. I saw it at the supply store in town and thought of you, knowing you once studied and would appreciate it. From now on, you can keep track of our household accounts. Li Shui accepted the pen, gently caressing its smooth surface, her eyes misting over. She had indeed attended school for a few years and could read, but since her marriage, she had not touched a pen. She never expected Chen Dong to remember this detail. How can this man be so kind and attentive? She looked up at Chen Dong and said earnestly, "Ah Dong, thank you. Fool, why be so polite with me?" Chen Dong chuckled, ruffling her hair. Li Shui did not shy away. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. She felt her heart brimming with gratitude and affection for this man. The framework of their new home was complete, and only the finishing touches remained: roofing, interior walls, and the installation of doors and windows. In no more than half a month, they would be moving into their very own new home. Holding the pen, Li Shui's heart brimmed with unprecedented dreams for their future life together. Chapter 15. Moving to a new home and the mysterious recipe. After the beams were raised, the construction of the house accelerated significantly. Under the guidance of Master Li, the workers toiled diligently, laying bricks, applying plaster, and installing tiles, each procedure executed in an orderly fashion. 2 weeks later, 3 brand new houses made of azure bricks with large tiles were finally completed, drawing the envious gazes of the entire village. The new residence faced south, boasting a square layout. The central area was the main hall, flanked by east and west bedrooms. In front of the house, there was a small courtyard paved with gravel, enclosed by a half-height bamboo fence. Although the house was devoid of furniture, it appeared spacious and bright, a stark contrast to the other lowly earthen dwellings in the village, resembling a mansion. On the day of the move, Chen Dong opted for a low-key approach, merely inviting a few helpful neighbors to assist in transporting their sparse belongings. When Li Shui, clutching her small bundle, stepped into their new home for the first time, tears of joy nearly welled in her eyes. She gently caressed the smooth walls and walked on the even floor, feeling as if she were in a dream. From now on, this would be our home. Chen Dong embraced her from behind, resting his chin atop her head. Li Shui's body tensed momentarily but soon relaxed, allowing him to hold her. This was Chen Dong's first intimate embrace with her. His arms were wide and warm, instilling in her an overwhelming sense of security. She softly replied, her voice tinged with a nasal tone. Though the new home was ready, it lacked furniture. The following day, Chen Dong took Li Shui to the town. He still had ample funds remaining after the construction, with over 200 yuan left. Their first stop was a carpenter's workshop, where they ordered a sturdy wooden bed, a large wardrobe, a set of an 8-immortal table, and several long benches. Next, they visited the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing 2 brand new comforters adorned with vibrant red peony patterns, exuding a festive atmosphere. As Li Shui observed Chen Dong making payments one by one, although she felt a pang of regret, her heart was predominantly filled with sweetness. She embraced the soft new quilt, her face adorned with a smile. On the way back, Chen Dong stopped by the building materials market to purchase some lime and paint. "What do you need this for?" Li Shui inquired curiously. "To paint the walls of our home white, making it bright inside," Chen Dong replied with a smile. "My dear Li Shui, if we are to live, we shall reside in the finest house." Hearing his both domineering and tender words, Li Shui felt sweetness envelop her heart as if she had tasted honey. Upon returning home, Chen Dong took it upon himself to mix the lime and paint all the walls inside. After finishing, the entire room appeared rejuvenated, more spacious and luminous. That evening, they spent their first night in the new house. The large wooden bed was adorned with fresh bedding. Li Shui lay on the bed, inhaling the sun-kissed scent of the quilt, feeling warmth envelop her. Chen Dong did not sleep on the floor. Instead, he lay beside her, though they maintained a distance of a fist's width apart. In the darkness, Li Shui could distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of their hearts, resonating like drums. Her body tensed with nervousness. "Sleep?" Chen Dong's voice broke the silence, tinged with a hint of huskiness. Li Shui softly responded, turning away from him. Observing her tense silhouette, Chen Dong silently chuckled to himself. He too longed to advance closer, for his physique had fully recovered, even stronger than that of an ordinary man. Yet, he refrained. He wished to wait until Li Shui had completely lowered her guard, until a moment of greater significance arrived. Days in their new home gradually became stable and warm. Chen Dong no longer rushed to fish for money but instead devoted time to accompany Li Shui, managing their new abode together. They cultivated a small vegetable patch in the courtyard, planting greens and garlic. Additionally, they planted a few morning glories by the fence. Life was finally taking on the semblance it was meant to have. One day, Chen Dong recalled something he had long forgotten, the advanced fish bait recipe. This was a reward from the system when he caught that giant grouper, stored within the system's space. Now that life had settled down, it was time to delve into this matter. He made an excuse to venture out alone to the seaside, retrieving the softly glowing scroll from the system's space. Would you like to use the advanced fish bait recipe? Yes. The scroll transformed into a golden light, merging into his mind. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into him. It was a method for crafting a type of bait known as long xian xiang, which was incredibly intricate, requiring an array of unusual materials. The primary ingredients included fishbone powder from 3 kinds of deep-sea fish and shrimp paste from a marine shrimp, supplemented by 7 or 8 special herbs that grew on coastal cliffs, and finally, it required dew from the morning, known as rootless water, for mixing. Such complexity, Chen Dong used. However, the more complicated the recipe, the better the results promised to be. The description stated that this long xianxiang bait possessed a lethal allure for all fish species, particularly attracting rare and immensely valuable fish. Chen Dong's mind began to race. Ordinary fishing yielded meager earnings, but if he could catch 1 or 2 truly valuable treasures, it would be an entirely different story. He meticulously examined the materials listed in the recipe. He could procure the fishbone powder and shrimp paste himself. As for the herbs, he recalled that there were some on the cliffs behind the village. And dew? That was even simpler. Without further ado, he set to work. In the following days, Chen Dong began preparing to create the long xianxiang bait. By day, he foraged for herbs on the back mountain, and by night, he ventured out to fish, specifically targeting the deep-sea fish required by the recipe. Li Shui observed him leaving early and returning late each day, tinkering with various jars and collecting a plethora of peculiar herbs. Although she was curious, she refrained from asking too many questions. She trusted her man, knowing that all he did was for their home. A week later, all the materials were finally gathered. Chen Dong locked himself in the house, carefully following the steps in his mind to begin the crafting process. Grinding, mixing, and blending. He executed each step with meticulous diligence. As he added the final drop of dew into the mortar and stirred slowly with a wooden stick, an indescribable and unique fragrance wafted from the mortar. The fragrance, initially reminiscent of a fishy scent, unfolds into a delicate aroma of verdant herbs upon closer inspection, ultimately revealing a faint, elusive essence that seems to emanate from the profound depths of ancient oceans. Chen Dong understood that he had succeeded. He meticulously divided the meticulously crafted bait into small portions, wrapping them in oil paper before storing them within the confines of the system space. As he gazed upon these bait, the fruit of his considerable labor, Chen Dong's heart brimmed with anticipation. He harbored a premonition that these diminutive morsels would bestow upon him an unimaginable fortune. He resolved to await a favorable day, a time of great tides, to venture into the deepest rocky areas and test the formidable power of this dragon's saliva bait. Chapter 16: The emergence of ambergris bait. After waiting for 3 days, Chen Dong finally experienced the weather he had been longing for. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was devoid of clouds. According to the old fisherman in the village, today marked the day of the great tide, during which the fish in the sea would be particularly active. Chen Dong arose early, and Li Shui had already prepared breakfast for him. "Dong, are you going out again today?" Li Shui inquired, observing his spirited demeanor. "Yes, the weather is fine. I plan to try my luck today," Chen Dong replied, sipping his porridge. "I intend to venture to a distant reef area, so I might return a bit later. Don't wait for me to have dinner. Be careful," Li Shui admonished. Having grown accustomed to Chen Dong's early departures and late returns, her concerns had transformed into trust, although a hint of worry still lingered. After finishing breakfast, Chen Dong gathered his fishing gear and headed straight to the reef area at the eastern edge of the village, the most remote section extending into the sea. This region, due to its distance from the shore and perilous rocks, was seldom visited by anyone. Chen Dong, relying on his exceptional physique, dared to venture here. He found a large rock with a broad view and sufficient water depth. Firmly establishing his footing, rather than hastily retrieving his divine fishing rod, He first took out a small packet of ambergris bait wrapped in oil paper from his system space. Upon unwrapping the paper, a peculiar fragrance immediately wafted into the air. Even Chen Dong found himself invigorated by the scent. He carefully selected a piece the size of a soybean and affixed it to the fishhook. Only then did he retrieve his divine fishing rod. Adjusting the reel and taking a deep breath, let us see what happens. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he exerted all his strength to cast the fishhook. The line, carrying the bait filled with hope, traced a perfect parabola through the air, landing in the depths of the azure sea. After completing this, Chen Dong inserted the fishing rod into a crevice in the rocks and sat cross-legged, waiting in silence. He possessed great patience, for he understood that such premium bait would attract far more than ordinary fish. Minutes turned into hours as he waited. Half an hour, an hour. The sea remained tranquil, and the tip of the fishing rod remained motionless. In the past, Chen Dong might have begun to doubt his choices, but today, an unusual calm enveloped him. He had an instinct that a significant catch was being drawn in by the enchanting aroma beneath the surface. Just as he neared the 2-hour mark, the previously still tip of the rod suddenly plunged downward without warning. The motion was swift and decisive, the force so great that it bent the 3-meter-long fishing rod into an exaggerated C-shape. Following this, the reel began to spin wildly, emitting a piercing screech that sent chills down his spine. It's here. Chen Dong's heart raced as he dashed forward, grasping the fishing rod with all his might. An unprecedented, terrifying force surged through the rod. The power was several times greater than the 15-pound grouper he had previously caught. At that moment, his strength of 8 felt somewhat insufficient to contain it, and he was dragged several steps forward, his feet scraping against the rocks with a harsh sound. Incredible! Chen Dong was both thrilled and astonished. He quickly stabilized his stance, grounding his legs as if they were rooted in the rocks. His entire body tensed as he engaged in a primal struggle with the underwater behemoth. The fishing line continued to be pulled out furiously, and Chen Dong knew he could not confront it head-on. He swiftly adjusted the drag mechanism, allowing the fish line to run. The fish's strength and stamina exceeded his expectations, thrashing violently beneath the surface and churning the waters into a frenzy. Several times, Chen Dong felt as though the fishing rod would slip from his grip. Yet, gritting his teeth and drawing upon his accumulated experience from his past life, along with his formidable physique in this life, he maintained control of the situation. This was a contest of will and strength. Sweat poured from Chen Dong's forehead, and his arm muscles ached from prolonged exertion, yet the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. The exhilaration of conquering such a colossal creature was unparalleled. Time drifted in this prolonged stalemate. Half an hour, 40 minutes. Chen Dong sensed that his stamina was nearing its limit. However, he could also feel that the creature's strength beneath the water was finally waning. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Dong let out a roar, his veins bulging as he ceased to let out line and began to reel in forcefully. Each turn of the reel demanded all his strength. Below the surface, a massive shadow was being slowly dragged toward the shore. When that shadow emerged from the water, even Chen Dong could not suppress a gasp. It was a fish unlike any he had ever seen, entirely golden in hue. Its size was immense, measuring over 1.5 meters in length, with scales shimmering like gold under the sun, appearing both magnificent and regal. This is a Dahuangyu? Chen Dong's heart nearly leapt from his chest. No, this was not just a Dahuangyu. He had encountered wild Dahuangyu before, but none had been this large, nor possessed such pure golden color. It resembled the legendary Fish King. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he dragged the golden giant onto the rocks. The fish thrashed weakly on the rocks, emitting a dull thud. Chen Dong, panting heavily, gazed at this golden marvel before him, his mind a blank slate. At that moment, a series of system notifications erupted in his mind. Ding. Successfully caught a rare species, golden Dahuangyu. Ding. Fish catch value, 1. Ding. Triggered 10,000-fold fish catch return, gaining 1,000 Huaxia coins. Ding. Due to the host successfully catching a fish weighing over 50 pounds, the special achievement Deep Sea Overlord is unlocked, rewarding the skill underwater breathing beginner. Ding. Due to the host successfully catching a legendary fish, system experience is full, commencing upgrade. Ding. System upgrade successful. Current level, LV2. Ding. Fishing gear, ordinary sea rod set, level 1. Automatically upgraded to fine sea rod set, level 2. Ding. New fishing gear unlocked. Find fish spear, level 1. A series of prompts struck Chen Dong like thunder, leaving him utterly bewildered. 10,000-fold cashback? 1,000 yuan? Special achievements? Underwater breathing technique? System upgrade? Unlocking new fishing gear? The deluge of information was overwhelming, and he felt as though his mind was on the brink of collapse. He glanced at the money in his hand, and then at the enormous golden fish on the ground, feeling as if he were trapped in a dream, both absurd and strikingly real. He forced himself to regain composure and first examined the rewards. Underwater breathing technique. Beginner allows the host to hold their breath underwater for 30 minutes, breathing freely like a fish. Chen Dong's breath hitched. This was nothing short of miraculous. With this skill, coupled with the newly unlocked harpoon, the vast ocean would transform into an immense treasure trove at his disposal. He suppressed his overwhelming joy and stored the gigantic golden fish in the system space. This fish was simply extraordinary. He dared not sell it, not at this moment. Its value transcended mere currency. He decided to keep it for now, waiting for a more opportune moment. After completing these actions, he noticed that his fish catch value had reverted to 1 point, while his physique remained at 8. A glance at the plus sign behind physique revealed an upgrade prompt had changed. Would you like to consume 20 fish catch points to elevate your physique to 9? The required fish catch points for upgrading physique had doubled. Chen Dong understood. The system had upgraded, and naturally, the requirements had escalated. However, he was unfazed. Today's harvest had far exceeded his expectations. He looked up at the sky. It was nearly noon. He carefully stowed away the upgraded fishing rod, feeling invigorated with boundless energy. This time, he intended to return empty-handed, for his greatest treasure was already concealed within his heart and within his system space. Chapter 17. The coming storm and the breakthrough of physical fitness. When Chen Dong returned to the village, it was already afternoon, his hands empty. Upon seeing him, Li Shui did not feel disappointed. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards him. Hey Dong, you're back. Are you hungry? I saved some food for you. It's all right, I'm not hungry. Chen Dong gazed at her concerned face, feeling warmth in his heart. He grasped her hand and noticed it was cold. What's wrong? Were you worried at home? Yes. Li Shui nodded softly, saying, the weather changed so quickly this afternoon. It looks like it's going to rain heavily. I was afraid you might be in danger outside. Chen Dong looked up at the sky, and indeed, the once clear blue expanse had become shrouded in dark clouds, looming ominously as if ready to collapse. A humid and oppressive atmosphere filled the air, and the sea breeze grew stronger, causing the fence in the yard to creak. This was a precursor to an impending typhoon. It's fine. I'm safely back now. Chen Dong chuckled, pulling her into the house. It seems our new home is about to face its first test. The newly built brick and tile house provided them with an unprecedented sense of security. After shutting the doors and windows, the howling wind outside seemed less terrifying. After dinner, the rain indeed poured down in torrents. Large raindrops pelted the tiles like a rhythmic drumbeat. The fierce wind whipped the rain against the doors and windows. Li Shui felt a bit frightened and instinctively moved closer to Chen Dong. Sensing her tension, he spoke to distract her. Shui, once the weather clears in a few days, I'll take you to the town to pick up some new fabric and buy a sewing machine. A sewing machine? Li Shui exclaimed in surprise. That's so expensive, and it requires industrial coupons. Don't worry about money or tickets, Chen Dong replied. You're so skilled with your hands. With a sewing machine, not only can you make clothes for us, but you can also help the villagers with some sewing work to earn a little pocket money. He was already planning for her future. He didn't want her to be merely a housewife confined to the kitchen. He hoped she could pursue her own endeavors, living with greater confidence and joy. Listening to Chen Dong's plans, Li Shui felt warmth and sweetness in her heart. Leaning against his shoulder, she listened to the raging storm outside. Yet her heart was at peace. As long as this man was by her side, she feared no storm, no matter how fierce. As night deepened, the wind and rain outside showed no signs of abating. Chen Dong lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. His heart was ablaze with excitement from the day's catch of the Golden Sea base, the joy of the system upgrade, and the thrill of mastering underwater breathing techniques. Keeping his spirit in a heightened state of exhilaration, he opened the system panel and looked at the physical fitness section. Physical fitness, 8, can consume 20 points of fish catch value to increase, only 19 points away. He felt an urgent desire to elevate his physical fitness. He had a strong premonition that elevating it to 9, or even 10, would result in a significant transformation of his body. He decided to brave the storm and head to the seaside once more. Shui, you go to sleep first. I'll be out for a bit. Chen Dong quietly got out of bed. You're going out in this heavy rain? Li Shui sat up in alarm. I can't sleep. I'm going to check the beach. Don't worry. I won't go anywhere dangerous, just around the village entrance. Chen Dong found an excuse, thinking that such a storm might wash up something valuable. Although Li Shui remained worried, she understood she couldn't dissuade Chen Dong and could only remind him repeatedly to be careful. Dressed in a raincoat and wearing a conical hat, Chen Dong pushed open the door and plunged into the storm. The fierce wind and torrential rain lashed at him. In the past, he might have struggled to stand, but now, with a physical fitness level of 8, he strode through the storm as if strolling leisurely. He didn't head to the village entrance, but directly to the rocky area to the east. He knew that the more tumultuous the weather, the more frenzied the fish would be. This was a risk, but also an opportunity. Moreover, with his underwater breathing skill, he had nothing to fear. Upon reaching his fishing spot, he found the waves were several times larger than during the day, with massive waves crashing against the rocks, sending plumes of spray soaring several meters high. Chen Dong found a relatively safe elevated spot and took out his upgraded fishing rod. This level 2 fishing rod was entirely black, heavier than before, yet exuding a greater quality. He baited the hook with ordinary bait and cast it forcefully into the tumultuous sea. Almost as soon as the hook hit the water, he felt a distinct bite. Chen Dong's spirits lifted as he raised the rod and reeled it in. A black sea bream weighing over a pound was effortlessly pulled from the waves. Ding! Successfully caught one black sea bream. Fish catch value 1. He stored the fish in his space and cast the rod again. Another fish. Under the cover of the raging wind and rain, the fish in this area were biting like crazy. Chen Dong found himself consistently reeling in catches, and his fish catch value was rising at a rapid pace. An hour later, ding! Successfully caught one sea bass. Fish catch value 1. With this sea bass added to his collection, his fish catch value finally reached 20 points. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to enhance his physical fitness. Would you like to consume 20 points of fish catch value to increase physical fitness to 9? Yes, a warm current, more powerful and overwhelming than any previous experience, erupted within him. Chen Dong felt as though his body had been thrown into a furnace, every bone, muscle, and nerve being tempered and reshaped by the fierce flames. Intense pain accompanied an indescribable sense of refreshment, both surging through his mind. He gritted his teeth as his body trembled slightly from the immense energy. He sensed the shackles on his body being shattered layer by layer, and a surge of latent life potential deep within him was awakened. When the warm current finally subsided, Chen Dong was drenched in sweat, yet he felt unprecedentedly well. His senses seemed to have sharpened significantly. He could distinctly hear the sound of fish swimming beneath the distant waves, catch the varying levels of briny air, and even discern the trajectory of each raindrop within the curtain of rain. He opened the panel. Host, Chen Dong, physique, 9, catch value, 1. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. At that moment, he felt capable of striking down a bull with a single blow. The primal force residing deep within him, a power intrinsic to manhood, had fully awakened, surging like the sea, free from any lingering sluggishness. He understood that once he leveled up again to reach the pinnacle value of 10, characteristic of a normal male, he would undergo a profound transformation. Suppressing his excitement, he surveyed the tumultuous sea and chose not to continue fishing. Instead, he turned and walked resolutely against the wind and rain toward home. This night, he no longer needed the cold sea water to temper the flames within him, for at home, a much warmer haven awaited his return. Upon pushing open the door, he found only a dim kerosene lamp flickering inside. Li Shui had already fallen asleep, curled up in the blankets like a small cat. Chen Dong shed his drenched raincoat and quietly approached the bedside. Gazing at Li Shui's serene sleeping face, his heart softened. He extinguished the kerosene lamp and, enveloped in darkness, gently laid down beside her. This time, he did not consciously maintain a distance. Perhaps sensing the warmth radiating from him, Li Shui instinctively turned in her sleep and nestled into his embrace. Chen Dong's body tensed momentarily, but he soon extended his strong arm to hold her tightly. In his arms, she felt like fragrant jade, her hair wafting a delicate scent to his nose. Chen Dong's heart was enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. Outside, the wind and rain seemed to soften as well. Chapter 18. The first dive. On the following morning, when Chen Dong awoke, the tempest outside had ceased. A golden ray of sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window, casting a mosaic of shadows upon the floor. The air, purified by the night's torrential rain, felt refreshingly invigorating. He looked down to find Li Shui entwined around him like an octopus, her limbs sprawled across him, her head resting upon his arm, lost in a deep slumber. This was their first time embracing so intimately while asleep. Observing her defenseless visage, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. He cautiously withdrew his arm, fearing to disturb her. Just as he moved, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met. Li Shui was momentarily taken aback, then became acutely aware of her position, her face flushing a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple. She gasped, hastily released her hold, and shrank back, pulling the blanket over her head. Chen Dong could not suppress a hearty laugh at her adorable response. Li Shui, hidden beneath the blanket, felt even more embarrassed upon hearing his laughter, wishing she could burrow into the bed. All right, I shall cease my laughter. It's time to rise, Chen Dong chuckled, patting the blanket. The rain had cleared, heralding a splendid day. After a moment, Li Shui peeked out from the blanket, her face still flushed. Unable to meet his gaze, Chen Dong refrained from teasing her further and began to dress. With a physique of level 9, he brimmed with energy, feeling invigorated after a restful night. During breakfast, the atmosphere remained somewhat delicate. Li Shui kept her head lowered, the blush on her face persistent. Chen Dong found her demeanor both amusing and heartwarming. He understood that the barrier between them, though not yet shattered, had become exceedingly thin. After finishing their meal, Chen Dong announced, Shui, I shall head to the seaside. After such a storm, there must be treasures awaiting discovery. Be careful, Li Shui replied softly. At the beach, Chen Dong observed the chaos wrought by the storm. The shore was littered with seaweed, shells, and various debris washed ashore. Many villagers had come with baskets, scouring the sands in hopes of finding stunned fish. Chen Dong chose not to compete with them, but made his way directly to the rocky area. His purpose for venturing out was not merely to scavenge, but to test his newfound skills and tools. He found a secluded cove where the water flowed gently, crystal clear, perfect for a novice's practice. He first experimented with his underwater breathing technique. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the water. The icy sea enveloped him. Yet he felt no hint of suffocation. As he attempted to breathe underwater, he discovered he could indeed do so. It was as if he had developed gills, allowing him to effortlessly extract oxygen from the water. This sensation was both novel and exhilarating. He remained submerged for a full 20 minutes before surfacing. The basic underwater breathing technique allowed for 30 minutes of immersion, an astonishing feat after this successful trial. Chen Dong retrieved his brand new spear gun from the system's space. The spear gun, designed with an air of advanced technology, boasted a streamlined body, a substantial weight, and a triangular head gleaming with a metallic luster. With the spear gun in hand, he descended once more into the depths. The underwater realm was both beautiful and mysterious, adorned with vibrant corals and leisurely swimming fish, creating a vivid tableau. Chen Dong navigated through the water with the grace of a true fish. Soon, he spotted a target, a grouper concealed amidst the coral, weighing approximately 2 or 3 pounds. Holding his breath, he stealthily approached, raising the spear gun when he was about 2 meters away. Aiming carefully, he pulled the trigger. With a swift motion, a dark shadow pierced through the water, striking the grouper squarely on the head. The fish struggled briefly before succumbing to stillness. Success! Chen Dong's heart soared. The power and precision of this spear gun exceeded his expectations. He swam over, retrieving the fish from the spear tip, as the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Successfully hunted 1 grouper, fish value, 1. The realization that using the spear gun to catch fish could also yield fish value filled him with elation. This discovery meant an additional avenue for his advancement. He stored the fish in the system space and resumed his underwater quest for new targets. With his robust physique, remarkable breathing technique, and precise spear gun, Chen Dong was virtually invincible beneath the waves. Lobsters, crabs, abalone, sea cucumbers, these exquisite seafood delicacies, which would command a fortune in the future, now appeared as easily attainable prey in his eyes. Within a mere morning, his system space brimmed with an array of precious marine treasures. His fish value had accumulated to 10 points. He refrained from rushing to level up, intending to gather the requisite 20 points for advancing to level 10 before making a single leap. Emerging from the water, Chen Dong felt invigorated. He carried 2 of the largest fish he had caught that day as he made his way home. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spotted Aunt Wang and several women gossiping by the roadside. Upon seeing Chen Dong return, Aunt Wang's expression shifted slightly, yet she could not resist the urge to taunt him. "Oh, look who's back. How was your luck today? Find anything good?" Chen Dong, uninterested in engaging with her, simply lifted the fish he was holding. One was a hefty lobster weighing over 5 pounds, and the other was a similarly sized green fish. "Wow, a lobster! And this fish is stunning," the women exclaimed in unison. Aunt Wang's eyes widened, her expression contorting as if she had swallowed a fly. She could not fathom how Chen Dong's luck could be so extraordinary. Ignoring their reactions, he continued straight home. "Dong, you're back. My goodness, did you catch these?" Li Shui was astonished upon seeing what he carried. "Yes, fortune smiled upon me today," Chen Dong replied with a smile as he handed her the lobster and fish. "Tonight, we shall feast, and I will treat you well." Chapter 19. The Lobster Feast. Li Shui gazed at the imposing creature before her, momentarily at a loss as to how to approach it. This lobster, resplendent in a deep green hue, was adorned with spiny protrusions, its long antennae thicker than her arms, swaying gently in the air. Its formidable claws were firmly bound with twine, yet one could still sense the latent power within. "Dong, how on earth do we eat this?" she inquired, having never encountered such a colossal lobster in her 18 years of existence. "I'll take care of it," Chen Dong replied with a smile, effortlessly lifting the 5 to 6 pound lobster with one hand. His strength, enhanced by a physique score of 9, made the task seem trivial. He instructed Li Shui to prepare boiling water in the kitchen while he carried the lobster, along with a sizable chingy fish, to the courtyard. He selected a clean stone slab and began his work with deft precision. First, he rinsed the lobster, then inserted chopsticks into its tail to sever its nerves, rendering it motionless. With practiced ease, he separated the lobster's head from its body, carefully extracting the rich roe and placing it into a bowl, a true delicacy teeming with nutrients. The lobster's body was chopped into large, succulent pieces, glistening white and tantalizingly inviting. The chingy fish was similarly prepared, half destined for steaming and the other half for a nourishing soup. In the kitchen, Li Shui tended to the fire, occasionally peeking out to observe Chen Dong's industriousness. Under the sunlight, with his sleeves rolled up, he meticulously handled the ingredients, his muscular arms a testament to his vigor. A sense of reassurance washed over her. This man seemed capable of anything. Soon, dinner was ready. The table was adorned with an array of dazzling dishes. The steamed lobster, its meat expertly shelled by Chen Dong, was piled high on a plate, drizzled with a fragrant sauce made from minced garlic and seafood soy sauce. The lobster head and the fish head and tail simmered together in a large pot of creamy, rich broth, enriched with tofu and greens, a culinary masterpiece. The steamed chingy fish, its pristine flesh topped with ginger slivers and scallions, sizzled as hot oil was poured over it, awakening the fish's exquisite flavors. Li Shui surveyed the banquet before her, feeling as though she were in a dream. This was not merely a meal, it surpassed even the most lavish of feasts. "What are you waiting for? Dig in," Chen Dong urged, serving her a generous bowl of lobster meat and a steaming bowl of fish soup. "You got wet in the rain yesterday. It's time to replenish your energy." Li Shui responded softly, lifting her chopsticks to sample a piece of lobster. The texture was unlike anything she had ever experienced, firm, springy, and imbued with the unique sweetness of the sea, complemented by the aromatic garlic. It was so delectable that she nearly swallowed her tongue in delight. "Is it good?" Chen Dong inquired, pleased to see her satisfaction. "Delicious." Li Shui nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Then eat more. There's plenty left in the pot," he encouraged as he too began to feast. With a physique score of 9, his appetite was remarkable, devouring bowl after bowl, feeling every cell in his body rejoicing. This exquisite seafood was a substantial nourishment for him, replenishing the energy he expended. As the meal progressed, the two of them savored each bite with unrestrained pleasure, completely consuming the 5-pound lobster. After the meal, Li Shui rushed to clear the dishes while Chen Dong sat in the courtyard, basking in the evening breeze, contemplating his plans ahead. The combination of underwater breathing techniques and the fishing spear had proven its efficacy. This signified a stable and efficient method for acquiring fish value. He glanced at the system panel. Host, Chen Dong, Physique, 9, 20 fish value points needed for enhancement. Fish value, 10. With just 10 more fish value points, he could elevate his physique to 10, achieving the pinnacle of normal male strength. The thought ignited a fervor within him. A physique score of 9 had liberated him from his past frailty, awakening the inherent strength of a man deep within. Yet, he sensed that this was not his limit. He had a strong premonition that reaching a physique score of 10 would usher in a true and complete transformation of his body. Only then could he genuinely provide Li Shui with a complete home and a perfect beginning. This thought burned within him like an unquenchable flame, compelling him to act without delay. "Shui, you should rest. I'll take a stroll to digest," Chen Dong said, rising to his feet. "It's already dark. You still intend to go out?" Li Shui emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands, concern etched on her face. "It's nothing. I'm just going nearby for a bit. I ate too much today and won't be able to sleep without moving around." He fabricated an excuse, assuring her that he would return shortly. "Be careful," Li Shui replied, knowing she couldn't dissuade him, her voice a gentle admonition. She watched as Chen Dong stepped out of the courtyard, puzzled by his recent penchant for nighttime excursions. Chen Dong did not wander far. He made his way to the secluded bay where he had tested the fishing spear earlier that day. The seaside at night held an air of mystique, the moonlight casting shimmering reflections upon the water's surface. He shed his outer garments, clad only in shorts, retrieving the finely crafted fishing spear from his system space. Taking a deep breath, he slipped silently into the water. The icy embrace of the sea invigorated him. Activating the underwater breathing technique, he navigated the dark aquatic realm with the grace of a fish. The underwater night was a realm of its own, teeming with life, as many creatures that had hidden away during the day emerged to explore. His luck was fortuitous. Shortly after entering the water, he discovered a large blue crab foraging beneath a cluster of rocks. This crab weighed over 2 pounds, its formidable claws waving about in a display of splendor. Chen Dong approached quietly, raising his fishing spear. With a swift motion, the spear pierced the crab's carapace, and after a brief struggle, the crab succumbed to stillness. Ding! Successfully hunted 1 blue crab, fish value 1. Excellent. Chen Dong rejoiced inwardly, stowing the crab in his system space, and continuing his search for the next target. He was resolute in his mission tonight, to accumulate the remaining 10 fish value points. He aimed to surge forward and reach the pinnacle of his physique. Chapter 20. The frenzied harvest in the underwater realm of night. Tranquility mingles with peril. The vibrant hues of day are supplanted by a profound indigo, with only the moonlight filtering through the water's surface, casting slender beams that illuminate the drifting plankton, resembling scattered stars. Relying on the marvels of underwater breathing techniques, Chen Dong glides like a ghostly leviathan amidst the rocks and coral, moving silently. His robust physique, bolstered by a constitution of 9, endows him with remarkable agility and strength in the water, rendering the resistance of the currents nearly negligible. His senses have sharpened to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to detect the faintest sounds of distant schools of fish and the menacing aura of predators lurking in the shadows, even in this dim environment. Soon, he spots a target, a flounder lying on the sandy bottom, camouflaged by its environment. Had it not been for Chen Dong's keen eyesight, it would have almost escaped his notice. Without a moment's hesitation, he stealthily approached within effective range and squeezed the trigger. The steel tip of the spear emitted a soft whoosh as it pierced the water, accurately striking the flounder's body. A notification chimed. Ding. Successfully hunted 1 flounder, fish value 1. With the fish value now at 12 points, Chen Dong stored the catch in his spatial inventory, feeling a sense of calm. This efficient method of hunting instilled in him a feeling of omnipotence. The ocean, which appeared to others as a realm of uncertainty and danger, transformed into a vast treasure trove at his command. He continued his dive. In a crevice between the rocks, he spotted a flash of vibrant red, a claw of a splendid lobster. This lobster, known in later times as the divine shrimp, is prized for its exquisite taste. Chen Dong's heart quickened, and he cautiously approached. He refrained from firing his spear gun, fearing it would scare the creature back into its deeper lair. Instead, he circled to the other side of the rock and found a gap through which he could reach. Holding his breath, he slowly extended his hand, feeling around until he encountered a smooth, hard shell. With a firm grip, he seized the lobster's body and yanked it forcefully outward. Startled, the lobster thrashed wildly in its hole, its tail creating turbulent currents. Yet, Chen Dong's arm remained as steady as iron, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. With sheer determination, he dragged the colorful creature from its hiding place. Ding! Successfully captured 1 splendid lobster, fish value 1. The fish value rose to 13 points. Chen Dong gazed at the writhing lobster in his grasp, satisfied as he stored it in the system's spatial inventory. It would surely delight Li Shui upon his return. As time passed, his haul grew increasingly plentiful. Grouper, wolf-fish, clownfish nestled among sea anemones, succulent sea urchins. Nearly everything he laid eyes upon became his quarry. His fish value soared, reaching 14, then 15 points. While hunting an octopus hidden beneath the planks of a sunken ship, he encountered a minor challenge. The octopus was sizable, its tentacles extending over a meter. Upon being struck by the spear, it did not immediately succumb. Instead, it ensnared Chen Dong's arm and spear with its suction-cupped limbs. A tremendous force surged through him, and had it been the pre-upgraded Chen Dong, he might have been held fast. However, now, with a constitution of 9, his strength was formidable. He grunted, seizing the octopus's head with his other hand and tearing it apart with a forceful rip. Ding! Successfully hunted 1 octopus. Fish value, 1. The fish value climbed to 16 points. After dispatching the octopus, Chen Dong glanced at the system panel. He was merely 4 points shy of his target of 20. He felt his body adapting to prolonged underwater activity, invigorated rather than fatigued, emboldened by the thrill of the hunt. Determined to press on, he descended further. In the deeper waters, the light dimmed even more, yet the variety and size of the creatures became increasingly impressive. Amidst swaying seagrass on the sandy floor, he noticed a fleeting shadow. Chen Dong immediately pursued it. The shadow darted with remarkable speed, tracing erratic patterns in the water. Chen Dong pushed his speed to its limits, following closely like a fired torpedo. After several dozen meters, he discerned that it was a colossal moray eel. This eel, entirely ebony, was as thick as an adult's thigh and exceeded 2 meters in length. Its mouth gaped open, revealing a set of razor-sharp teeth, exuding an air of fierce menace. Undeterred, Chen Dong felt exhilarated. Conquering such a behemoth presented a true challenge. He gradually slowed, raising his spear gun to anticipate the eel's movements. Sensing danger, the eel accelerated. Holding his breath, at the precise moment the eel turned, he decisively pulled the trigger. The spear shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, striking the eel precisely at its vulnerable spot. The eel emitted a silent roar, its massive body thrashing violently in the water, stirring the surrounding sea into a murky chaos. A surge of power transmitted through the spear's line, causing Chen Dong to stagger momentarily. Such immense strength. He steadied himself, gripping the line tightly as he engaged in a final struggle with the underwater giant. After a tense standoff lasting more than half a minute, the eel's frantic thrashing gradually subsided. Ding! Successfully hunted 1 giant moray eel. Fish value, 1. The fish value increased to 17 points. Chen Dong exhaled deeply, swimming over to secure the enormous creature in his spatial inventory. Only 3 points remained. Victory felt imminent as he continued his search in the dark depths. Fortune favored the diligent. Within the next several minutes, he successfully hunted a stonefish weighing over a pound and a large sea snail. Ding! Successfully hunted 1 stonefish. Fish value, 1. Ding! Successfully captured 1 sea snail. Fish value, 1. The fish value reached 19 points. Just 1 final point remained. Chen Dong's heart began to race as he scanned his surroundings, anxious to locate his final target swiftly. At that moment, he noticed a pair of glowing green orbs beneath a nearby coral reef. They were eyes. Instantly alert, Chen Dong raised his spear gun and cautiously approached. When he was within approximately 5 meters, he finally discerned the full figure of the creature. It was a colossal crab, significantly larger than the blue crab he had previously caught. Its carapace was a deep brown, adorned with numerous bumps, resembling a rock. The most striking feature was its disproportionately large pincers, opening and closing while gleaming with a metallic sheen. An emperor crab? Chen Dong gasped in astonishment. This creature was the king of crabs, exceedingly rare. Without further contemplation, he recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity to secure the last valuable catch. He raised his spear gun, aiming at the emperor crab's carapace. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the emperor crab suddenly leaped from the ground, brandishing its massive pincers and charging toward Chen Dong with astonishing speed. Chapter 21. The Ultimate Transformation. Physical Constitution 10. The movements of the Huangdi Xie were utterly unlike those of an ordinary crab. Its colossal body glided through the water with unparalleled agility, a far cry from clumsiness, as it lunged at Chen Dong with ferocious intent, its massive pincers wide open, exuding an aura of menace. Any ordinary person would scarcely have time to react to such an ambush underwater, likely becoming ensnared by those formidable claws without a chance to evade. However, Chen Dong was no ordinary individual. The moment the Huangdi Xie sprang into action, his physical constitution of 9 manifested through an extraordinary neural response speed. Almost instinctively, he sidestepped, simultaneously redirecting his spear, not to shoot, but to deliver a powerful strike against the side of the Huangdi Xie. A resounding thud echoed through the water as the spear struck the shell of the Huangdi Xie with tremendous force, momentarily halting its charge and sending its massive form tumbling through the water. The recoil propelled Chen Dong back half a meter, his arm tingling from the impact. Such a hard shell, such immense strength. He marveled inwardly, wary of underestimating this beast. After being struck, the Huangdi Xie became even more aggressive. It steadied itself, its 8 legs propelling it forcefully off the ocean floor, transforming once more into a dark shadow as it lunged at Chen Dong. This time, it had learned. It did not charge in a straight line, but instead traced an erratic zigzag through the water, making it difficult to predict its movements. Chen Dong's gaze sharpened. He understood that close combat with this creature was no longer an option. He kicked off with his legs, retreating swiftly while raising his spear. This time, he hesitated not at all. As the Huangdi Xie lunged closer, he aimed for the narrow gap between its eyes, the most vulnerable point of its shell. Pulling the trigger, the black spearhead shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, propelled by all of Chen Dong's strength and keen foresight. A soft thud resonated as the steel tip pierced through the gap between the Huangdi Xie's eyes, penetrating deep. The frenzied Huangdi Xie's body froze abruptly. Its colossal pincers remained poised for attack, yet in that fleeting moment, all its strength was sapped away. Its massive form began to sink slowly in the water, its emerald eyes rapidly losing their luster. A notification sounded in his mind, heralding his long-awaited success. The success message resonated. You have successfully hunted a mutated Huangdi Xie, earning 1 fish value. His fish value now totaled 20 points. Chen Dong exhaled a stream of bubbles, feeling his muscles relax completely. He swam over to secure the astonishing Huangdi Xie into the system space before swiftly ascending to the surface. He found a deserted beach and emerged from the water. The night breeze brushed against him, cool and refreshing, yet his heart burned with fervor. He eagerly repeated in his mind, "System, enhance my physical constitution. Do you wish to consume 20 points of fish value to raise your physical constitution to 10? Yes." At the moment of his affirmation, an overwhelming surge of warmth, more potent than any prior experience, erupted from the depths of his heart like a volcanic explosion. Chen Dong let out a muffled groan, his legs weakening as he knelt on the beach. The intensity was staggering. This energy transcended the gentle transformations of before, resembling a crucible of annihilation and rebirth. He felt as though his body had been cast into an invisible furnace. Every inch of bone, every vein, every muscle, even each cell, was fervently washed, dismantled, and then reassembled by this golden warmth. An indescribable agony swept over all his senses like a tidal wave. He felt his bones shattering and reshaping, becoming denser and more resilient. He sensed his muscle fibers tearing apart only to weave together in a more perfect manner. Yet, alongside the excruciating pain was a profound sense of relief, a euphoric sensation of transcending the limitations of existence and unlocking boundless potential. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling violently as it bore the weight of this colossal energy. Sweat mingled with the dark impurities expelled from his pores, soaking him entirely. He could distinctly feel the last shackle of his body being forcefully shattered by this power. A thunderous roar echoed in his mind. The latent masculine strength within him, having awakened, surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, roaring through every corner of his being. All stagnation, all inadequacy, dissipated under the cleansing force of this power. An unprecedented sense of completeness and strength filled his heart. He realized that from this moment onward, he was a truly whole man, a man who had reached the pinnacle of human physicality. Time became nebulous as that overwhelming warmth gradually subsided, permeating every corner of his body. Chen Dong slowly rose to his feet, feeling unprecedented vitality coursing through him. He glanced down at his body, now covered in a layer of sticky black grime that emitted an unpleasant odor. He waded into the sea to cleanse himself. When he stepped back onto the beach, he noticed an astonishing transformation in his physique. His skin had become more refined yet resilient. While his muscle lines were not as exaggerated as those of a bodybuilder, each muscle brimmed with explosive power, and his stature appeared more upright. He accessed the system panel. Host, Chen Dong. Physical constitution, 10, 20 points of fish value can be consumed to increase. Fish value, 0. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. His senses had undergone a terrifying enhancement. Suppressing his excitement, he gazed at the sky in the distance, which was beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn. It was time to return home. He turned, walking in the direction of his abode. His steps were light, yet imbued with strength. He gazed at the distant green brick house illuminated by the soft glow of an oil lamp, his heart swelling with warmth and fervor. Tonight would be a sleepless night, a night truly belonging to him and Li Xue, their wedding night. Chapter 22. A delayed marriage. Gentle under the moonlight as Chen Dong pushed open the courtyard gate, his steps were light. Yet, as he entered the yard, the door to the main room creaked open. Li Xue, draped in a garment, stood behind the door, the dim glow of the kerosene lamp casting her elongated silhouette. "Dong, you're back," she said, her voice tinged with evident worry and a hint of hoarseness. Clearly a result of a sleepless night. "Yes, I'm back," Chen Dong replied, stepping closer to her. His heart ached as he observed the bloodshot eyes and haggard face before him. "Why haven't you slept yet? I told you to rest early." I was worried about you," Li Xue murmured, lowering her head. She had spent the entire night in a state of unrest, straining her ears to catch any sounds from outside. It was only when she heard the courtyard gate creak that the anxiety weighing on her heart finally lifted. A warmth spread within Chen Dong as he gently embraced her. Li Xue's body tensed momentarily, instinctively attempting to pull away. "Don't move," Chen Dong whispered in her ear, his voice deep and soothing. "Allow me to hold you for a moment." His embrace was broad and warm, infused with a fragrance reminiscent of the sea breeze and sunlight. Li Xue ceased her struggles, leaning against his chest, where she could distinctly hear the steady rhythm of his strong heartbeat, a sound that brought her comfort and reassurance. Gradually, she relaxed and shyly wrapped her arms around his waist. Thus, they stood together in the quiet yard, enveloped in the soft morning light, sharing a serene embrace. After a moment, Chen Dong released her, took her hand, and led her inside. "You must be hungry. I'll prepare breakfast," he said. Li Xue felt her palm grow warm, her cheeks flushing as he held her hand. "No rush," she replied, as Chen Dong guided her to sit at the table in the main room, still holding her hand, enveloping her cold fingers with his warm grasp. "Xue, he said, gazing into her eyes with sincerity. Li Xue dared not meet his gaze, her heart racing. "I'm sorry," he continued softly. "In the past, I was a fool, causing you so much distress." Tears welled up in Li Xue's eyes, and she shook her head. "No, it's all in the past." "It's not in the past," Chen Dong asserted. "When one makes mistakes, one must take responsibility. From this day forth, I will spend my life making it up to you." He paused before continuing. "Once the yard is finished, we shall host a feast, inviting the villagers to celebrate and proudly declare that you are my wife, Chen Dong. Those who once looked down upon us will now envy us." His words lacked ornate embellishments, yet they resonated with sincerity and strength, striking each chord of Li Xue's heart. Unable to hold back, tears streamed down her cheeks. But this time, they were not born of grievance or fear, but rather of deep emotion and happiness. "All right, no more tears," Chen Dong said, raising his other hand to gently wipe away her tears with his rough fingertips. "From now on, there shall be no more crying. Our days together will only improve." He stood, bending to lift Li Xue in his arms. "Ah," she exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "Dong, you," she gasped, feeling a mix of surprise and shyness as her face flushed crimson. Without a word, Chen Dong carried her into the eastern bedroom, their new home, where a freshly crafted wooden bed awaited, adorned with new bedding. He gently placed her on the bed. Li Xue's body tensed with nervousness, clutching the blanket, unsure of what to do. Chen Dong did not rush. He simply sat at the edge of the bed, quietly observing her. In the dim light, her face was enchanting, her doe-like eyes revealing a blend of anxiety, shyness, and a hint of unrecognized anticipation. "Xue, Chen Dong's voice grew slightly hoarse. "We are husband and wife." Li Xue's heart raced even faster. She bit her lip and nodded. "I desire you," he stated plainly, yet with no hint of vulgarity. His gaze was filled with earnestness and reverence. Li Xue's face deepened in color as she buried her head beneath the covers, akin to an ostrich. Chen Dong chuckled softly, recognizing her shyness as consent. He extinguished the kerosene lamp, plunging the room into darkness, save for a soft glow from the dawn outside. Leaning down, he gently kissed her lips. Li Shui trembled slightly, but did not withdraw. This was a long-awaited wedding night, devoid of boisterous guests and deafening firecrackers, accompanied only by the sea breeze outside and the two hearts within the room drawing closer. Chen Dong's touch was tender, filled with patience and cherishment. He understood that the woman beneath him was a treasure deserving of a lifetime of care. As he fully embraced her, he sensed her innocence and trembling. He paused, whispering softly in her ear, "Do not fear. Leave it to me." His gentleness dissolved her defenses entirely. Outside, the sky gradually brightened. The morning sun's rays filtered through the window, casting a soft glow over the bed. As tranquility settled in, Li Shui nestled in Chen Dong's embrace. Resembling a languid kitten, her face still bore the blush of emotion, with tears of happiness glistening in her eyes. She gazed at the chiseled contours of the man before her, her heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and joy. So this is what it feels like to be married. To be cherished by a man feels like such bliss. She extended her arms, holding him tightly. Chen Dong reciprocated, enveloping her in a warm embrace, and pressed a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead. He knew that from this moment onward, their lives would be truly intertwined. He, Chen Dong, in this unfamiliar era, finally possessed a true home. Chapter 23. The olive branch of Manager Huang. The next day, when Chen Dong awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky. As he opened his eyes, he found himself gazing into a pair of sparkling eyes. Li Shui lay beside him, her eyes fixed on him unwaveringly, though it was unclear how long she had been watching. Upon being noticed, her face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly buried her head in his embrace. Too shy to look at him again. Amused by her adorable reaction, Chen Dong couldn't help but chuckle, extending his strong arms to pull her closer. "Are you awake? Are you hungry?" His voice, raspy from sleep, yet imbued with magnetism, resonated in the air. Li Shui responded softly from within his arms, her voice tender and sweet. Following the intimacy of the previous night, their relationship had undergone a profound transformation. The final barrier had been shattered, leaving only the warmth and sweetness shared between spouses. Chen Dong felt an invigorating energy coursing through him. The peak state brought on by his physical prowess of 10 left him not fatigued after a night of passion, but rather more spirited. After lingering in bed for a while, they finally rose. The atmosphere during breakfast was markedly different from the day before. Li Shui no longer kept her head down, shy to meet his gaze. Instead, she stole glances at him from time to time, then bashfully lowered her eyes. As she served him dishes and poured soup, every gesture radiated the charm and attentiveness of a newlywed wife. Chen Dong thoroughly relished the moment, feeling that this was the essence of daily life. After finishing breakfast, Chen Dong intended to head to the seaside to retrieve some of the fish he had hidden in the cove the previous night. However, a knock echoed at the gate. "Who is it?" Chen Dong called out. "Excuse me, is Master Chen Dong at home?" A polite yet unfamiliar voice came from outside. Puzzled, Chen Dong walked over to open the gate. Standing there was a young man dressed in a crisp shirt, appearing to be in his early 20s, holding a net bag containing 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor. "Who are you?" Chen Dong appraised him curiously. "Hello, Master Chen," the young man said, his face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Chen Dong. "I am from Fu Man Lu. Manager Huang sent me." Fu Man Lu, Manager Huang. Chen Dong recalled that it was the middle-aged man who had purchased a 15-pound grouper from him at the black market a few days prior. "Oh, so you are from Manager Huang. Please, come in." Chen Dong invited him inside. Li Shui peeked out from the room and, noticing a stranger, hesitated before retreating nervously. The young man entered the courtyard, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he took in the newly built house. He handed the items to Chen Dong. "Master Chen, this is a small token of appreciation from Manager Huang, merely a gesture of goodwill." "Oh, how could I accept such generosity?" "This is too much," Chen Dong responded politely, yet he accepted the offerings, understanding their intent. "The thing is, Master Chen," the young man explained, "Manager Huang was full of praise for the large grouper you sold last time. He wishes to inquire if you have similar fine catches available, or if you happen to catch any rare items in the future, could you consider selling them to Fu Man Lu first? We assure you, the price will be the best in the market." Chen Dong understood the underlying message. Manager Huang sought to establish a long-term supply relationship with him, which was precisely what Chen Dong desired. After all, he had harvested an abundance of top-tier seafood the previous night and was contemplating how to sell it. While the black market was convenient, it was also crowded and conspicuous. Selling too much at once could attract unwanted attention. Partnering with Fu Manlu would provide a stable sales channel, potentially higher prices, and greater safety. Well, Chen Dong feigned contemplation. You know, such large catches are a matter of luck. One must wait for the right moment. Yes, we understand that. The young man nodded eagerly. Manager Huang's intention is that as long as it's a rare item, regardless of size, we are interested. For instance, large lobsters, crabs, or wild yellow croakers. A smile tugged at Chen Dong's lips. How fortuitous. He had just hunted a heap of those last night. All right, Chen Dong said. Please tell Manager Huang that I have indeed been fortunate these past few days and have accumulated some items. Have him send a vehicle tomorrow to collect them. As for what it is, he will know when he arrives. I guarantee he will be satisfied. He did not divulge too much nor immediately present the items, intentionally keeping them wanting. This way, he could maintain the upper hand in the forthcoming negotiations. Great. I'll relay the message right away. The young man beamed with delight at the prospect of goods. Master Chun, I won't keep you any longer. We'll return tomorrow. After the young man left, the village erupted in excitement. Though their conversation had been quiet, there were always keen ears eager to eavesdrop. The news of Fu Manlu seeking Chen Dong's goods spread like wildfire throughout the village. Did you hear? The biggest restaurant in town, Fu Manlu, sent someone to find Chen Dong. Goodness. Is that true? Fu Manlu. That's where officials dine. Indeed. They arrived in a car, bringing cigarettes and liquor. They want to buy Chen Dong's fish at a high price. What kind of luck has Chen Dong struck? First, he builds a new house, and now he has connected with Fu Manlu. His fortunes are surely on the rise. The villagers chattered excitedly, their gazes toward Chen Dong's home shifting from envy to awe. Aunt Wang, who was gossiping with several women at the village entrance, dropped her seeds upon hearing the news. Her face flushed with a mix of bitterness and jealousy, as if a multitude of emotions had collided within her. She could not fathom how the once meek and subservient individual she had looked down upon could have risen to such prominence. Regret gnawed at her, wishing she had never crossed him. Now he had flourished, and she had lost the face to even extend a word of goodwill. Unperturbed by the village gossip, Chen Dong closed the gate and returned indoors. Li Shui watched him with unease. Dong, what is Fu Manlu? Are they here looking for you for trouble? In her perspective, the individuals from such grand places are far removed from the reach of ordinary folk like themselves. What could possibly transpire? Surely, it must be something favorable. Chen Dong chuckled gently as he tousled her hair, assuring her that they had come bearing gifts of monetary fortune. Henceforth, all the splendid treasures I procure shall be sold to them, ensuring a steady influx of income for us. He stepped out of the room, retrieving a portion of the catch from the previous night from his spatial storage. Before Li Shui lay a magnificent emperor crab, as large as a grinding stone, 2 imposing blue crabs, and a vibrantly colored lobster. When these colossal creatures were presented before her, Li Shui gasped in astonishment and instinctively recoiled. My goodness! Dong, what? What are these? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the formidable beings before her. These are the spoils of last night, Chen Dong remarked nonchalantly, patting his hands together. Tomorrow, I shall have the people from Fu Manlu take these away in exchange for money. At that time, I will escort you to the town to procure all the essentials we are lacking at home. Chapter 24. Strolling through the town, wealth abounds. The following day, the vehicle from Fu Manlu arrived early. It was the same young man from yesterday, but this time he was accompanied by 2 assistants, driving a Liberation brand truck. The truck halted at the village entrance, attracting the attention of the entire community, as Chen Dong and his companions lifted the enormous emperor crab, along with various lobsters and crabs from the house, and loaded them onto the truck. The fishing village fell into a profound silence. The villagers stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the mythical sea creatures they had only heard of in legends being hoisted onto the truck in basket after basket. What kind of crab is that? It's larger than a wash basin. And the lobster? My goodness, its claws are thicker than my arm. Chen Dong. Has he emptied the Dragon King's treasure trove? Aunt Wang squeezed her way through the crowd, her eyes fixated on the mound of exquisite seafood atop the truck, feeling as though the world was spinning beneath her. In that moment, jealousy evaporated, leaving only a profound sense of fear and regret. She realized she had offended someone she could never hope to contend with. Chen Dong did not accompany the truck to the town. He simply entrusted the goods to the young man, instructing him to inform manager Huang to settle the account in the evening and deliver the payment. His nonchalant attitude only deepened the young man's sense of mystery regarding him. After sending off the staff from Fu Manlu, Chen Dong turned to the still-dazed Li Shui and said, "Shui, change your clothes. I'll take you to the town for a stroll." We're going to town? Li Shui was still recovering from the earlier shock. "Yes, today we won TB shopping, just wandering about," Chen Dong replied with a smile, "and I'll treat you to some delicious food." He wished for Li Shui to step out more, to experience the world, and slowly acclimate to their upcoming affluent lifestyle. Unable to resist him, Li Shui returned to her room to change into the blue floral dress made of fine cotton that Chen Dong had bought for her. When she emerged, Chen Dong's eyes sparkled with delight. The saying that one's appearance is enhanced by attire held true. Li Shui, already naturally beautiful with fair skin, looked as though she had stepped out of a painting in that pale blue floral dress, exuding freshness and an uncommon elegance for her time. "Beautiful," Chen Dong sincerely praised. Li Shui felt a touch of bashfulness under his gaze, her cheeks flushing as she softly said, "Shall we go?" This time, Chen Dong did not wait for a ride but instead paid for the village's only hand tractor to take them. The tractor rattled along the country road, with Li Shui sitting beside Chen Dong, watching the fields blur past, her heart swelling with an indescribable sense of novelty and excitement. Upon reaching the town, Chen Dong did not venture to the black market or the supply and marketing cooperative. Instead, he strolled leisurely with Li Shui along the liveliest street. He bought her a string of bright red tongalu, candied hawthorn, which she hesitated to eat at first, but Chen Dong insisted, and the sweet and sour taste brought a smile to her face. He then led her into a state-owned photo studio. "Comrade, please take a photo of us," Chen Dong requested the photographer. "A photo?" Li Shui tugged at his sleeve nervously. "It's too expensive." "Not at all. It's a keepsake," Chen Dong assured her, guiding her to stand in front of the backdrop. This was their first photograph together. In the image, Chen Dong stood upright, wearing a confident smile, while Li Shui stood beside him, slightly shy yet unable to suppress a gentle smile. After exiting the studio, Chen Dong noticed a shop selling shoes. He pulled Li Shui inside, pointing to a pair of white plastic sandals, and said to the clerk, "Comrade, please fetch a pair in her size." "Dong, I don't need them. My shoes are still wearable," Li Shui quickly declined. "The soles of your shoes are nearly worn down," Chen Dong insisted, kneeling to help her try on the shoes. When his warm hand grasped her ankle, Li Shui's face flushed to her ears. In the end, she wore the brand new white sandals. They fit perfectly, accentuating her delicate and fair feet. At noon, Chen Dong took Li Shui directly to Fu Manlu. The staff at Fu Manlu immediately greeted Chen Dong with enthusiasm upon his arrival. "Master Chen, you're here. The manager is waiting for you upstairs." Chen Dong nodded, taking Li Shui's hand as they ascended to the second floor amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. The second floor was a private room, much quieter and more refined than below. Manager Huang was drinking tea in a window side room, and upon seeing Chen Dong, he immediately stood up. "Brother Chen, you finally made it," he exclaimed, warmly approaching them. When he noticed Li Shui beside Chen Dong, a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. "This must be your sister-in-law? She is truly beautiful." "Manager Huang, you flatter me," Chen Dong replied modestly. "Please, have a seat," Huang urged, personally pouring tea for them. "Brother Chen, the batch of goods you sent today truly opened my eyes. That giant emperor crab is simply the king of crabs. I tell you, once the news spreads, several prominent figures in town have already called to reserve." "I'm glad you are satisfied," Chen Dong said, gently sipping his tea. "Absolutely satisfied," Huang beamed, producing a thick envelope from his pocket and sliding it across to Chen Dong. "Brother, here is today's payment. Please count it. A total of 860 yuan. 860 yuan. Li Shui nearly dropped her teacup upon hearing the amount, struggling to steady it. 800 yuan. This could build 3 or 4 large tiled houses in the village. Chen Dong remained calm, not reaching for the envelope. "I trust Manager Huang. No need to count." His nonchalant demeanor earned him even greater respect from Huang. Very straightforward. Huang laughed heartily. "I've already arranged it. We'll eat here at noon. I've instructed the kitchen to prepare some specialty dishes using the ingredients you provided, so your sister-in-law can enjoy some fresh delicacies." Soon, a stream of exquisite dishes began to arrive: steamed emperor crab, cheese-baked lobster, and spicy salt blue crabs. Li Shui gazed at the array of dishes she had only dreamed of, feeling as though she were in a dream. This meal established a solid partnership between Chen Dong and Fu Manlu, and it also made Chen Dong realize that the value this system could create far exceeded his imagination. He recognized the necessity for a more long-term plan. On his way back, a new goal had already taken shape in Chen Dong's mind. He resolved to purchase a sewing machine, aspiring to empower his woman to have her own career, allowing her to live with greater confidence and fulfillment. Chapter 25. The Sewing Machine. Her new world with a newfound purpose. Chen Dong's drive was astonishing. The day after returning from Fu Manlu, he informed Li Shui of his intention to attend to some matters in town, embarking on the journey alone. His objective was crystal clear: the industrial coupon. The sewing machine was one of the 3 essential items of this era, immensely valuable. Merely having the money was insufficient, as one also required industrial coupons. He had inquired with Huang Zhonggui, who revealed that a brand new butterfly sewing machine would cost 130 yuan, in addition to 20 industrial coupons. Money was not a concern for him at present, but the industrial coupons posed a significant challenge. Currently, he possessed only 5, obtained during his last exchange with Huang Zhonggui. These coupons were allocated by the government based on population, and their numbers were limited. Even if a common family had some, they would typically save them for substantial purchases, seldom selling them. The only avenue available was the black market. Chen Dong navigated the black market with ease. He refrained from inquiring immediately, instead wandering through the market to observe. The black market was a mix of characters, and directly asking could easily mark one as an easy target, potentially inviting unnecessary trouble. After a thorough exploration, he finally paused in front of a stall selling old books and newspapers. The stall owner was a thin, bespectacled elderly man, appearing scholarly and unlike the typical traders. Chen Dong crouched down, casually flipping through a few old books, then seemingly nonchalantly asked, "Sir, may I inquire about something? My family wishes to purchase a significant item. We have the funds, but it's the coupons." His sentence trailed off, yet his meaning was unmistakable. The old man lifted his gaze, scrutinizing him for a moment before responding with a question of his own. "What kind of coupon?" "Industrial coupon," Chen Dong replied in a hushed tone. The old man fell silent for a moment before stating, "Difficult to come by. These are currently more precious than money. Even if available, the price is steep." "The price is not an issue," Chen Dong replied decisively. "If you can find a way, I will pay 10 yuan per coupon." An industrial coupon, officially valued at merely a few jiao, had skyrocketed in the black market, with prices soaring. 10 yuan per coupon was already a very generous offer. The old man's eyes glimmered at this proposition. He closed the book in his hands and whispered, 10 yuan each? How many do you need?" 15. The old man gasped, "So many? I don't have that many on hand. However, I can inquire." "Very well," Chen Dong nodded. "If you can help me gather them, I will provide you with an additional 10 yuan as a fee for your efforts." With the promise of a substantial reward, the old man was intrigued. He instructed Chen Dong to wait and ventured into the depths of the alley. Chen Dong waited at the stall for over half an hour, growing increasingly anxious. Acquiring 15 industrial coupons all at once was no small feat in this era. Just as he was about to lose patience, the old man returned, accompanied by a tall, shifty-looking individual. "I have found someone for you," the old man said to Chen Dong. "He has the goods. You two can negotiate." The thin man scrutinized Chen Dong, extending 3 fingers, 13 each. "That's a steep increase." Chen Dong raised an eyebrow, refusing to engage further and turning to leave. "Hey, don't go," the man exclaimed, hastily grabbing his arm. "The price is negotiable. Just name your number." 10, Chen Dong replied firmly. "Not a cent more. If you wish to sell, we can transact now. Otherwise, I will seek someone else." His assertive demeanor and display of financial readiness left the thin man uncertain of his standing. He exchanged a glance with the old man, hesitating briefly before finally gritting his teeth. "Fine. 10 it is. But you must take them all." "Show me," Chen Dong insisted. The thin man retrieved a small package wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket, unveiling a neatly stacked pile of industrial coupons. Chen Dong accepted the bundle, inspecting it meticulously to confirm its authenticity. "Very well," he stated, producing 150 yuan from his pocket and handing it over, along with an additional 10 yuan for the old man. The transaction was complete. Chen Dong carefully tucked away the precious 15 industrial coupons, feeling a significant weight lift from his shoulders. He did not return home immediately. Instead, he headed straight to the general store in town. When he triumphantly pushed a brand new butterfly sewing machine back to the village on a cart, The commotion it caused was even more pronounced than when he had previously returned with building materials. "Oh my, it's a sewing machine. A butterfly brand. How much did that cost?" Villagers exclaimed in awe. Chen Dong's family had truly struck it rich, even acquiring a sewing machine. The villagers followed behind the cart, gazing at the machine glistening in the sunlight, their eyes filled with envy and excitement. In this era, a household possessing a sewing machine was undoubtedly the envy of the region. Li Shui, hearing the commotion outside, rushed out of the house. Upon seeing the gleaming sewing machine, she stood frozen in disbelief, covering her mouth. She struggled to accept what she saw. Dong, this is for you." Chen Dong smiled, carefully lifting the sewing machine from the cart and placing it prominently in the main room. "For me?" Li Shui's voice trembled with astonishment. "Indeed," Chen Dong replied earnestly. "Shui'er, I have told you before, I do not wish for you to merely be a woman who revolves around the kitchen. Your hands are so skillful. With this, you can not only make clothes for ourselves, but also assist others in the village with sewing, earning a little extra money. You possess your own craft, your own pursuits, and wherever you go, you can hold your head high." His words caused Li Shui's tears to flow uncontrollably. She threw herself into Chen Dong's embrace, sobbing openly. Her tears were not shed for the sewing machine's worth, but for the understanding this man had of her. He comprehended her innermost desires. She did not wish to merely depend on him. She yearned to contribute to their home with her own hands, to validate her worth. Chen Dong held her gently, softly patting her back. He knew that from this day forth, his beloved would embark on a brand new journey, one that belonged solely to her. That afternoon, Li Shui dried her tears and sat before the new sewing machine, her expression focused and reverent. She carefully retrieved a cherished piece of blue floral fabric, meticulously preparing to cut. The crisp sound of the sewing machine resonated for the first time in their new abode. This melody seemed to herald the commencement of a beautiful new chapter in their lives. By evening, a brand new men's shirt had been meticulously crafted, its stitches tight and workmanship exquisite. Li Shui, holding the shirt imbued with her warmth and affection, approached Chen Dong, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Dong, why don't you give it a try?" As Chen Dong donned the new shirt, it fit him perfectly, not too tight, nor too loose. "My wife's craftsmanship is truly remarkable," he thought, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, filled with a profound sense of contentment. Li Shui watched him, her face illuminating with an exceptionally radiant smile, a smile that outshone any garment she had ever created. Chapter 26. The housewarming feast and the establishment of prestige. Half a month later, the finishing touches on the new house were complete. The three spacious blue brick houses, facing south, accompanied by a wide courtyard enclosed by a fence, stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated mud brick homes surrounding them. On the day of moving into their new home, Chen Dong, adhering to his previous promise, planned to host a grand housewarming banquet. 2 days in advance, he drove a hand tractor to the town with Li Shui for a substantial shopping spree. Pork, whole chickens, large fish, and various vegetables filled the vehicle to the brim. Upon hearing of this occasion, Manager Huang from Fu Man Lu even sent 2 jars of fine wine and a basket of rare seafood as a congratulatory gift, greatly enhancing Chen Dong's reputation. The banquet was set up in the courtyard in front of the new house, with 10 large tables arranged. The village head, the accountant, and all the respected elders of the village, along with the neighbors who had helped with the construction, were all invited. Several skilled wives from the village voluntarily came to assist, bustling about the temporary kitchen set up in the courtyard. Li Shui, clad in a new dress she had sewn herself, moved gracefully among the crowd, serving tea and offering seats. Her face adorned with a blend of happiness and modesty. As the auspicious hour arrived, firecrackers erupted in celebration. Soon, an array of sumptuous dishes began to flow onto the tables. The braised pork was tender and flavorful, melting in the mouth. The white-cut chicken had a smooth skin and tender meat, perfectly complemented by the dipping sauce. The large grouper sent by Manager Huang was expertly prepared by Chen Dong, steamed to perfection, earning high praise from all who tasted it. There was also a large bowl of oil-braised shrimp and a bowl of spicy stir-fried clams, alongside several vegetable dishes glistening with oil. "My goodness, this feast is even grander than my son's wedding," exclaimed one villager. "Chen Dong has truly flourished. How generous. Eat up, don't be shy. I've never seen such a large grouper in town." The villagers beamed at the lavish spread, their addresses for Chen Dong shifting from Chen Dong's family to the respectful Dong and even brother Chen Dong. Holding a wine glass, Chen Dong, his face flushed with joy, mingled among the guests. He toasted at each table, expressing his gratitude with sincerity, devoid of any arrogance that might come with newfound wealth. To the village head, I raise this glass to you. Without your help, this house wouldn't have been built so smoothly. To Master Li and all the brothers, thank you for your hard work. I owe my ability to reside in this new home to everyone's support. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. His good drinking capacity and generous spirit quickly made him one with the crowd, earning him resounding cheers. The village head, Zhang Dahai, his cheeks flushed from drink, grasped Chen Dong's hand and declared in front of everyone, Dong, you are truly the pride of our village. The past is behind us. From now on, you will be our village's capable person. Anyone who dares to speak ill of you will have to deal with me. Zhang Dahai. At these words, all present echoed their agreement. Uncle Wang's husband, the village accountant, approached with a guilty expression, raising his glass, Dong. It was my wife who was inconsiderate before. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize on her behalf. Accountant Zhang, you're being too harsh. It's all in the past. Chen Dong generously clinked glasses with him and downed the drink. He knew that from this day forward, his status in the village was firmly established, not based on wealth but on the integrity and skills he demonstrated. The banquet continued from noon until sunset, with everyone eating heartily and drinking joyfully. After bidding farewell to the guests, Li Shui surveyed the chaotic scene in the courtyard, preparing to tidy up, but was halted by several kind-hearted aunts. Shui, you should rest. Today you are the hostess, and it's unreasonable for you to lift a finger. Exactly, we're here to help. Li Shui felt somewhat embarrassed, but Chen Dong smiled as he pulled her aside. Listen to the aunts. You've worked hard today, go inside and relax. He led Li Shui into their brand new bedroom, where everything was new, exuding the delightful scent of wood and sunlight. Chen Dong embraced Li Shui from behind, resting his chin on her head. Do you like it? Our new home. Li Shui leaned into his warm embrace, nodding, her eyes misty. Dong, it feels like a dream. This is no dream. Chen Dong turned her to face him. This is just the beginning. Our future will be 100-fold, 1,000-fold better than now. As he gazed at his wife's face illuminated with happiness and satisfaction, he felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. In his past life, though he lacked nothing financially, being alone made every catch of fish devoid of joy to share. Now, he had a home and a woman worth fighting for. This feeling surpassed any thrill from catching the biggest fish. He lowered his head and kissed Li Shui's lips. Outside the window, the laughter and joy of the villagers echoed. Inside, they began their warm and sweet new life together. While the courtyard was alive with merriment, a few uninvited guests appeared at the village entrance. Leading them was a burly man in his 30s, with a scar running from the corner of his eye to his mouth, giving him a fearsome appearance. Dressed in a black tank top that revealed tattooed arms, he was known as Brother Bao, a notorious figure from nearby villages. This is the place, a small, wiry lackey pointed to Chen Dong's brightly lit courtyard, flattering. I heard this kid recently came into some money and built a new house. He is hosting a housewarming feast today. Brother Bao glanced at the impressive blue brick house, then listened to the raucous celebration within, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. He has made some money but hasn't he paid his respects. When did our village produce such an impudent young man? He tossed his cigarette butt to the ground, crushing it underfoot, then waved his hand. Let us go, brothers, let us pay him a visit. With that, he swaggered towards Chen Dong's courtyard, flanked by 5 or 6 unruly companions. Chapter 27. The unwelcome visitor arrives with fury. The group, led by Bao Gu, swaggered into Chen Dong's courtyard with an audacious confidence. Their sudden appearance instantly extinguished the previously lively and festive atmosphere. The villagers, who had been enjoying drinks and games, turned ashen upon seeing the scar-faced man at the forefront, hastily setting down their cups in alarm. It was Bao Zi. Why has he come? Quickly, do not speak. The villagers whispered amongst themselves, their voices laden with trepidation. Bao Gu was notorious in the vicinity as a local thug, commanding a band of ruffians who thrived on extortion and protection money. Anyone who crossed him could face a beating at best, or worse, have their homes disturbed. The village chief, Zhang Dahai, felt a jolt of fear upon seeing Bao Gu. He quickly set down his drink, forcing a smile as he approached. Oh, is that not Bao Gu? What brings you to our humble abode? Bao Gu glanced at him sideways, dismissive, and with a hollow grin replied, I heard that brother Chen Dong is celebrating a housewarming, so I brought my brothers to share in the joy. What? Are we not welcome? Of course, we are most welcoming. Zhang Dehai hastily responded, "Your presence is an honor to our village. Please, do take a seat." As he spoke, he attempted to guide Bao Gu toward an empty chair. However, Bao Gu waved him off, striding directly to the center of the courtyard, scanning the crowd until his gaze landed on Chen Dong, who had just emerged from the house. Who is Chen Dong? Chen Dong had been conversing with Li Shui inside, but upon sensing the commotion outside, he instructed her to stay inside and stepped out himself. He faced the ragtag group in the courtyard, already suspecting their intentions. "I am he," Chen Dong replied calmly as he approached Bao Gu. "You are Chen Dong?" Bao Gu assessed him from head to toe, noting his tall stature and clean attire, which seemed uncharacteristic for one who engages in rough labor. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he remarked, "I heard you've struck it rich lately, building a new house and purchasing a sewing machine. Quite impressive. Just fortunate enough to make ends meet." Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. "Making ends meet?" Bao Gu scoffed, raising his voice. "Let me tell you, in this territory, making a living requires adhering to the rules. You've struck gold, yet you see us, your elder brothers, and you offer not even a token of respect? Is that not quite ungrateful?" His words sent a shiver through the villagers, who understood this was a clear indication that he was there to extort money. Chen Dong was equally aware. Such occurrences were not uncommon, regardless of the era. It was simply a matter of envy over one's newfound wealth and the desire to claim a share. "And what, pray tell, are these rules you speak of?" Chen Dong inquired. "The rules are quite simple." Bao Gu extended a hand, splaying his fingers. "From now on, you will pay this amount in protection fees every month. I will ensure your safety in this area, and no one will dare to trouble you. Today, as a gesture of goodwill for your housewarming, I will not make it difficult for you. Just produce 1,000 yuan for the brothers to enjoy some tea. 50 a month? And you demand 1,000 right off the bat?" The villagers gasped in astonishment at such audacious demands. 1,000 yuan was enough to support an ordinary family for several years. However, Chen Dong merely smiled. "Bao Gu, your appetite seems rather excessive." "Excessive?" Bao Ji's expression darkened, his scar appearing even more menacing. "Let me remind you, I am showing you kindness by considering your celebratory occasion. If you find it excessive, we can discuss this differently." His followers closed in around him, their expressions filled with ill intent. The atmosphere in the courtyard became palpably tense. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, and Li Shui rushed out with a worried expression, standing behind Chen Dong and anxiously gripping his arm. "Dong." Bao Ji's gaze fell upon Li Shui, his eyes widening with lustful intrigue as he beheld her beauty. "Well, Chen Dong, it seems you've done well for yourself. How about this? If you cannot produce the money, let your wife share a few drinks with us, and we can consider this matter settled. What do you say?" His words dripped with humiliation and provocation. The moment he finished speaking, Chen Dong's expression turned icy. To lay a hand upon his woman was a grave mistake. "Repeat that?" Chen Dong's voice was calm, yet beneath that calm lay a tempest of fury. "What? Not pleased?" Bao Gu, oblivious to the danger he was in, pointed at Li Shui while continuing to jest. "Your wife is quite the catch. 1,000 yuan is reasonable." His laughter was abruptly cut short as a hand, like an iron vice, seized his finger. It was Chen Dong, who had moved before anyone could react. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bone echoed through the silent courtyard. "Ah!" Bao Gu let out a cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, as Chen Dong had gruesomely bent his finger at an unnatural angle. Everyone stood frozen in shock. No one expected the seemingly mild-mannered Chen Dong to unleash such brutality. "You dare!" Bao Gu, drenched in sweat from the pain, clenched his other hand into a fist, intending to strike Chen Dong. Without so much as a glance, Chen Dong raised his foot and struck him squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding thud, Bao Ji's hefty frame, weighing around 160 to 170 pounds, flew backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing into a table before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. "Get up! Kill him!" Bao Gu howled, clutching his stomach in agony. His lackeys, finally snapping to attention, shrieked and lunged at Chen Dong. Chen Dong shielded Li Shui behind him, then swiftly advanced to meet them. What unfolded next would be etched in the memories of all the villagers present for a lifetime. This was not a mere brawl, it was a one-sided assault. With a physique honed to perfection, Chen Dong's strength, speed, and reflexes epitomized the pinnacle of human capability. Against these drunken ruffians, it was akin to an adult battling children. He employed no complex techniques, relying solely on the simplest of punches, kicks, elbows, and knees. Yet every strike he delivered was so swift it blurred the eye, so fierce it chilled the heart. One thug swung a fist at him, but Chen Dong sidestepped, delivering a sharp hand chop to the neck. The thug's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. Another tried to grab him from behind, only to be met with a sharp elbow strike to the chest. He crumpled like a shrimp, foaming at the mouth as he hit the ground. In less than half a minute, those 5 or 6 aggressive troublemakers were all sprawled across the yard, limbs broken, moaning in agony. The entire courtyard fell silent, save for the groans of the defeated. All the villagers stood as if frozen, staring blankly at Chen Dong, who stood unharmed in the center of the yard. Was this still the Chen Dong they knew? He seemed more like a god of wrath. Ignoring their stunned gazes, Chen Dong stepped slowly toward Bao Gu, who was still groaning on the ground. He planted a foot firmly on Bao Gu's chest, looking down at him from above. "Now," he said, his voice calm but edged with steel, "whose rules do you think we should follow?" Chapter 28. The aftermath and the rising winds. Bao Gu found himself beneath Chen Dong's foot, as if a colossal stone pressed against his chest, rendering each breath a laborious task. He gazed at the expressionless youth before him, and for the first time, a surge of fear coursed through him. Having navigated the chaos of this life for many years, where brawls were commonplace and formidable individuals were frequent, he had never encountered someone as ruthless as Chen Dong. Swift, accurate, and merciless. His usual cadre of capable brothers faltered miserably, unable to withstand even a single round in Chen Dong's presence. They were simply not on the same level. I was wrong. Big brother, I was wrong. Bao Gu's earlier bravado had dissipated entirely, replaced by a trembling plea for mercy. "I was blind to your greatness. Please show me leniency." "Show you leniency?" Chen Dong pressed down harder. "Did I not just hear you suggest that I should let your wife drink with you? And no, it was my foolish tongue. I deserve to be punished." Bao Gu, in a panic, began to slap his own face, the sound echoing sharply. "My sister-in-law is a celestial being. How could a wretch like me dare to defile her? I shall punish myself." Chen Dong observed his performance with a cold gaze, devoid of any sympathy. Such individuals are the epitome of those who prey on the weak. The more you show weakness, the more they will take advantage. Only by instilling fear and submission can one ensure that such threats are permanently quelled. "Remember what you said today." Chen Dong retracted his foot. "Take your useless companions and leave. Never let me see you in this village again. Otherwise, next time, it won't be merely a finger that suffers." Yes, I shall leave. I will leave at once." Bao Gu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to his feet, neglecting to assist his groaning subordinates, and limping out of the courtyard. The other ruffians struggled to their feet, helping one another in their disheveled state, and soon vanished into the night. What could have been a calamity leading to ruin for an ordinary family was resolved by Chen Dong in the most direct and violent manner. Within the courtyard, silence reigned. The villagers regarded Chen Dong with eyes transformed. If earlier they had felt admiration and respect, now they were imbued with profound fear. They finally comprehended that Chen Dong's transformation was not merely about earning money or cherishing his wife. He possessed a formidable power that instilled terror. "Everyone, please continue eating and drinking," urged the village chief, Zhang Dahai, breaking the suffocating atmosphere with a forced smile. Yet, no one had the heart to indulge. The villagers hastily offered Chen Dong a brief acknowledgement before dispersing. The events of the day had shaken them profoundly. Soon, only Chen Dong, Li Xue, and Zhang Dahai remained in the courtyard. "Ah don't." Zhang Dahai surveyed the chaos with concern. "Was your approach a bit too harsh today? That Bao Gu has connections in town, and I fear." "Rest assured, Chief, I can handle this," Chen Dong replied, offering a cigarette. "One cannot show leniency toward such individuals. If you allow them to succeed today, they will dare to challenge you tomorrow." Zhang Dahai took a drag from the cigarette, exhaling a sigh. "While that may be true, you must still exercise caution in the future." "I understand," Chen Dong nodded. He was aware that this was not the end. Bao Gu would undoubtedly seek retribution. However, he was unafraid. He would confront any challenges that arose. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Chen Dong closed the courtyard gate. Turning around, he found Li Xue standing silently behind him, her beautiful eyes filled with concern and trepidation. "Are you frightened?" Chen Dong approached her, enveloping her in his embrace. Li Xue shook her head, then nodded. She buried her face against his chest, her voice muffled. "Ah Dong, I'm scared. Not of them, but of you getting hurt." Her heart was utterly entwined with this man. Chen Dong felt a surge of tenderness. He held her tightly, softly reassuring her. "Silly girl, what could possibly happen to me? Your man is strong now. From now on, with me here, no one will dare to bully us. That night, neither spoke of the incident again. Yet, Chen Dong understood that a tranquil life required formidable strength to safeguard it. Mere physical prowess was insufficient. Baoga was only the beginning. As his wealth grew, so too would the envy of others. He needed to establish his own influence, crafting a power that would deter even the most unscrupulous from harboring any ill intentions. The following day, Chen Dong ventured into town to seek out Huang Zhonggui. He did not directly address the matter of Baoga, but subtly inquired about the local undercurrents. Huang Zhonggui, a perceptive man, quickly grasped the underlying implication. Chen Laodi, have you encountered some trouble? He set down his teacup and spoke earnestly. If you trust me, feel free to confide in me. In this town, my word still carries some weight. After a moment's consideration, Chen Dong recounted the previous day's events succinctly. Baoga? Just a minor player, Huang Zhonggui scoffed disdainfully. He only dares to act so brazenly because his brother-in-law is the deputy captain of the joint defense team. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter for you. I guarantee he will never dare to set foot in your village again. Then, I thank you, Huang Zhonggui. Chen Dong was taken aback by Huang Zhonggui's willingness to handle the situation so readily. Thank you. You are the fortune of my Fuman Lo, your matters are my own. Huang Zhonggui waved his hand dismissively. However, brother, relying solely on others is not a sustainable solution. You must also establish yourself. These words resonated with Chen Dong. That is precisely my intention, he replied. I plan to purchase a boat. A boat? Huang Zhonggui's eyes brightened. Indeed, Chen Dong affirmed. I intend to acquire a sizable fishing vessel and hire several individuals. Relying solely on myself for fishing will ultimately yield limited returns. I aim to expand the scale of my endeavors. This was a decision he had contemplated thoroughly. With his underwater breathing technique and fishing spear, the ocean was a treasure trove for him. He could dive to catch the most valuable bounty while entrusting the ordinary fish and shrimp to his hired hands. In this manner, not only can the yield be significantly increased, but a solid foundation can also be established within the village. By providing employment opportunities to the villagers, their unwavering support will naturally follow. At that point, he will no longer be a solitary fisherman, but rather a proprietor with both a vessel and a crew. What an admirable ambition, Master Huang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. If you truly wish to pursue this, I shall lend you my support. Should you encounter any financial difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. As for money, I find myself in no short supply at the moment. Chen Dong replied, it's the boat and the manpower. These are not insurmountable issues. Master Huang chuckled, I will keep an eye out for you. Rest assured, I will find you the finest vessel and a few reliable veteran fishermen. Upon exiting Fu Manlu, Chen Dong felt his future path suddenly become clear. He gazed upward at the sky, where the sunlight shone just right. He opened the system panel and glanced at the section regarding his physique. Physique, 10, can consume 20 points of fish catch value for enhancement. The addition symbol remained present. A smile curved at the corners of Chen Dong's mouth. The pinnacle? No, this is merely a new beginning. His journey lies among the stars and the vast seas. Chapter 29. The intervention of Manager Huang and the fate of Brother Bao. Upon returning from Fu Manlu, Chen Dong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Manager Huang, though a merchant, possessed a refreshing candor in his words and actions. With him taking charge of the situation, it was likely that Bao would refrain from causing any further disturbances in the near future. Back in the village, the chaos left behind from last night had been tidied up by Li Shui and a few diligent ants. However, the overturned table and the faint traces of dark blood on the ground silently bore witness to the peril of the previous night. The atmosphere in the village was peculiar. The villagers he encountered on the road no longer greeted him with the warmth they had shown in previous days. Instead, they averted their gazes and hurriedly walked away. Their eyes, once filled with envy, now reflected an inexplicable fear. Chen Dong understood that his ferocity the day before had frightened these honest farmers, and in their eyes, he had likely become synonymous with a fearsome figure. Yet, he remained unperturbed. In this world, it was far better to be respected than to be bullied. To protect his family and his beloved, he needed the strength and reputation that deterred others from provoking him. Upon entering his home, he found Li Shui feeding the chickens in the yard. When she heard the door creak, she looked up and, seeing Chen Dong, quickly set down her ladle and hurried over. Dong, you're back, she said, approaching him and instinctively brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder. With a soft voice, she inquired, did everything go well? Chen Dong grasped her hand, feeling its icy chill. Do not worry, it has all been resolved. He reassured her, guiding her to sit on a bench under the eaves. Bao will not dare to come back. Li Shui gazed at him, her lips parted as if to speak, yet the words remained unuttered. Instead, she leaned her head gently against his shoulder, tightening her grip on his arm. She was still afraid. That deep-seated fear could not be alleviated by mere words of comfort. When Bao's men had stormed in yesterday, she felt as though the sky itself was collapsing. She feared not for her own safety, but for Chen Dong's. If he were to confront those men on her behalf, what would become of her should anything happen to him? Sensing her unease, Chen Dong enveloped her in his embrace, allowing her to hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Shui'er, listen to me, he began, his voice calm yet imbued with a persuasive strength. This home is now under my protection. As long as I am here, no one shall dare to bully you. I assure you, yesterday's incident will be the last of its kind. From now on, those individuals will steer clear of us. Hearing his words, Li Shui felt the weight on her heart gradually lift, and she nodded softly, burying her face deeper into his shoulder. Meanwhile, in the office of the Joint Defense Team in the town, Deputy Chief Qian Jun was being vociferously reprimanded by the chief. Qian Jun, have you lost your senses? Your little brother-in-law has the audacity to demand protection money from others? He even dared to lay hands on someone's wife? Do you know who you are dealing with? The chief's face reddened with fury as he berated Qian Jun relentlessly. Standing before the desk, Qian Jun lowered his head, afraid to make a sound. He was both shocked and furious. Earlier that day, he had received a call from the chief, which had led to this storm of criticism. He was still bewildered. Was it not merely his unambitious brother-in-law attempting to extort some money? Such acts had been committed before. Why had this one escalated to such proportions? Chief, I truly had no idea. That Chen Dong is just a small fisherman. Isn't he? A small fisherman? The chief slammed his palm on the table in exasperation. Do you have the audacity to say that? He is the favored benefactor of Manager Huang from Fu Manlu. Do you understand who stands behind him? This morning, Director Wang from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau personally called me. What did Director Wang say? He emphasized that the economic development of the town relies on capable entrepreneurs. If the law and order environment is poor, it could dishearten these individuals and impact the town's investment and tax revenue. Who will take responsibility for that? Will you? As Qian Jun heard the name Director Wang, his legs trembled. He was a figure of authority in the town, overseeing economic matters. A single word from him could determine whether Qian Jun retained his position as deputy chief. He could hardly fathom that a mere rural fisherman could attract the attention of such a significant figure. You mean that little brother-in-law of yours, Bao, right? Let me tell you, Qian Jun, if you do not handle this matter properly, not only will you lose your position as deputy chief, but you will also face severe consequences. Immediately, go resolve this issue. Make sure Chen Dong is satisfied, ensure that Manager Huang is satisfied, and ensure that Director Wang is satisfied. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. I will go at once. Qian Jun, terrified, nodded repeatedly as he rushed out. He hurried home and kicked open the door, only to see his brother-in-law, Bao, shirtless and having a younger man tend to a severed finger. Brother-in-law, you're back. Bao attempted to muster a smile upon seeing Qian Jun. I returned to your mother. Qian Jun, filled with rage, charged forward and delivered a kick squarely to Bao's chest. With a yelp, Bao fell to the ground. Qian Jun, still unsatisfied, continued to rain blows upon him while shouting, You reckless fool! You will be the death of me! Who gave you the audacity to provoke Chen Dong? Who do you think you are? As Bao writhed on the ground, begging for mercy, he was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why, after being beaten by Chen Dong yesterday, he was now being assaulted by his own brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, please stop. Please stop. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Who on earth is that guy? Who is he? Qian Jun, exhausted from the beating, paused to catch his breath. He is your father. He is your ancestor. He is someone you cannot afford to offend. I tell you, Li Bao, right now, take something and go apologize to him. If you cannot satisfy Chen Dong, do not come back. I will pretend I have no such brother-in-law. Half an hour later, a knock resounded at the gate of Chen Dong's residence. Li Shui was startled, but Chen Dong gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm as he approached the door to open it. Standing at the entrance was the scrawny underling who had trailed behind Bao Ge the previous day. Upon seeing Chen Dong, his legs trembled, and he forced a grimace that was more pitiful than a cry. Chen De Go, he stammered. trembling as he retrieved a cloth bundle from his bosom and presented it with both hands. This is a small token of appreciation from our Bao Gu, meant to pay his respects to you. Yesterday, we were blind to your stature and offended both you and your wife. Please, in your generosity, do not hold it against us. Bao Gu has vowed never to set foot in your village again and shall certainly take a detour should he encounter you. Chen Dong accepted the bundle and, upon opening it, discovered a substantial stack of cash. Upon cursory inspection, at least 200 yuan. He was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly the result of Manager Huang's influence. He refrained from elaborating further, merely stating to the underling, I shall accept this. Return and convey to your Bao Gu to mind his actions. Yes. Thank you, Chen Gu. Thank you. The underling, as if released from a great burden, bowed repeatedly as he retreated. Chen Dong closed the gate and weighed the money in his hand. He understood that this was not merely currency, but a significant signal. From this day forth, he, Chen Dong, would no longer be seen as a soft target to be easily manipulated in this territory. Turning to gaze at the azure sky above the courtyard, he felt a newfound clarity regarding the path ahead. This sum of money would serve as a catalyst, igniting his forthcoming plans. Chapter 30. Acquiring a ship. The news of Bao Gu sending someone to apologize and offering a substantial sum of money spread through the fishing village like a gust of wind that afternoon, igniting a fervor among the villagers. If Chen Dong's ruthless methods had instilled fear in them the previous night, this event left them deeply shocked and perplexed. In their understanding, a person like Biao, akin to a deity, would only escalate matters to reclaim their dignity. How could he possibly bow down, admit fault, and offer compensation? Have you heard? Biao sent someone to deliver money and apologize to Chen Dong. Is that true? I saw it with my own eyes. It was that sharp-featured fellow from yesterday, acting like a grandson at Chen Dong's doorstep, nodding and bowing. My goodness, who exactly is Chen Dong? How could he make Biao yield? Who knows? He seems not only to be formidable in strength, but also has significant connections in town. The villagers gathered beneath the banyan tree at the village entrance, chattering animatedly. This time, their tone was no longer solely one of fear, but infused with a sense of reverence and curiosity. They gazed at Chen Dong's grand blue brick house, which now seemed enveloped in an aura of mystery. Aunt Wang was among the crowd, listening to their discussions. Her complexion alternating from pale to flushed. Regret gnawed at her insides. She felt blind to have crossed paths with such a formidable figure. Now, she hurried past Chen Dong's home, head bowed, fearful of being seen. Chen Dong had anticipated the village's gossip. This was precisely the effect he desired. Establishing authority requires more than mere brute strength. While fear can be instilled through force, respect and submission are cultivated through a blend of kindness and authority. In the evening, Chen Dong sought out the village chief, Zhang Dahai. Chief, I wish to discuss a matter with you, Chen Dong said, offering a cigarette. Zhang Dahai accepted the cigarette, scrutinizing Chen Dong with a complex expression. He was still reeling from the shock of Biao's capitulation, which impacted him more profoundly than the previous night's altercation. Dong, you must be honest with me. Have you become acquainted with some influential figure in town? Zhang Dahai inquired, lowering his voice. Chen Dong smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Chief, let us not dwell on that. I am here to discuss another matter. He produced a bundle of money from Biao's compensation and placed it on the table. This is the money from Biao, totaling 200 yuan. I cannot accept it. I've been thinking about the road leading to the dock on the south side of the village. It becomes riddled with potholes when it rains, making it difficult to traverse. I wish to donate this money to the village, and I will contribute further to ensure we can properly repair that road. What do you think? Zhang Dahai stared at the thick stack of money, his eyes wide with astonishment. 200 yuan was no trivial sum. It could sustain an ordinary family for several years. Chen Dong was willing to donate it to fix the road without batting an eye. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Looking at Chen Dong, he suddenly felt that the young man before him was increasingly inscrutable. He possessed talent, cunning, and now demonstrated such high awareness and magnanimity. Dong, are you serious? Zhang Dahai's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, I am. Chen Dong replied. I am also a part of this village. When the village thrives, so do we all. This money, having dubious origins, can be utilized to contribute to the village. Zhang Dahai slapped his thigh in excitement, standing up. Excellent. Dong. Well said. On behalf of all the villagers, I thank you. Rest assured, I will handle this matter personally and ensure that every cent is spent wisely. That very night, Zhang Dehai used the village loudspeaker to broadcast the news. Chen Dong's intent to donate money for road repair set off another wave of excitement throughout the village. This time, the villagers' reactions were not based on fear or speculation. Instead, they were utterly moved and supportive. Chen Dong is truly admirable. He hasn't forgotten his roots after gaining wealth. Indeed, that road has long needed repairs. The village has always claimed there was no money. Now, this is a blessing. We misjudged him before. He is now a capable individual and a benefactor of our village. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Chen Dong will have me to contend with. In an instant, Chen Dong's reputation soared to unprecedented heights within the village. When the villagers spoke of him, their tone was filled with respect and gratitude. The previous estrangement caused by his ruthless demeanor dissipated in the face of the goodwill generated by the 200 yuan. Seizing the momentum, the next day, Chen Dong approached Zhang Dehai once more to formally announce his next plan. "Chief, as I mentioned yesterday, I have purchased a boat," Chen Dong stated directly. "It is a medium-sized motor fishing vessel, significantly larger than the small boats currently used in the village. I intend to recruit a few trustworthy young men from the village to accompany me at sea. I will provide salaries, food, and lodging, with year-end bonuses." This announcement was akin to another seismic event. In that era, rural youth had few avenues beyond farming. To join Chen Dong at sea, earn a salary, and receive bonuses was an extraordinary opportunity. "Ah Dong, is this true? Are you hiring?" Zhang Dehai's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a golden opportunity to address the village's surplus labor. "Absolutely," Chen Dong affirmed. "However, I have my own criteria for hiring. First, they must be physically fit and able to endure hardship. Second, they must possess good character and clean hands, free from ill intentions. Third, once aboard my vessel, they must follow my commands without question. As for compensation, do not worry, I will not shortchange my own brothers. The probationary salary is 50 yuan a month, and upon permanent employment, it will increase based on performance and catch, never decreasing." 50 yuan a month. Zhang Dehai gasped. This wage was significantly higher than that of regular workers in the town's factories. Once the news spread, the village's youth went into a frenzy. They rushed to the village committee to apply, eager to seize this opportunity. For the first time, a long line formed at the entrance of Chen Dong's courtyard. However, this time, they were not merely spectators. Instead, they brought their own eggs and vegetables to express their gratitude to Chen Dong, while also taking the opportunity to speak well of their sons and nephews. Observing this scene, Chen Dong felt a serene calmness within. He understood that from this day forth, he was no longer a solitary fisherman. He was in the process of establishing his own team, a foundation that would serve as the cornerstone of his future endeavors. While the village buzzed with fervor over the recruitment quotas, Chen Dong received a call from Manager Huang. "Brother Chen, I have found the boat you requested. It is a fine vessel, although the owner's temperament is somewhat peculiar, and the price is quite firm. You will need to come and see for yourself." Manager Huang's voice on the other end of the line carried a hint of excitement. After ending the call, a subtle smile graced Chen Dong's lips. Everything was in readiness. All that was needed was the favorable wind, and now, that wind had finally arrived. Chapter 31. The first encounter with the captain. Early the next morning, Chen Dong bid farewell to Li Shui and took the village's hand tractor to the town once more. He headed directly to Fu Man Lu, where Manager Huang was already waiting for him at the entrance. "Brother Chen, you finally made it." Manager Huang greeted Chen Dong with enthusiasm. "Come, let me take you to the dock to see the boat." Without further pleasantries, the two made their way towards the fishing port on the eastern side of the town. This dock was considerably larger than the small one in Chen Dong's village, housing a variety of fishing vessels. The air was thick with the pungent scent of fish and diesel. As they walked, Manager Huang provided Chen Dong with some background information. The owner of this boat is Jiang Dashan, known as Old Jiang. He is a renowned fisherman around here. This boat is the culmination of his life's work. He takes care of it as if it were his own child. If it weren't for his two sons working in the city and refusing to take over the family business, he would never consider selling it. "What is he like?" Chen Dong inquired. "He's quite eccentric," Manager Huang replied with a wry smile. He made it clear that anyone wishing to buy his boat must be a knowledgeable and passionate mariner. Just a few days ago, an outsider offered him a price higher than what he was asking. Yet he managed to stump the buyer with a few questions and refused to sell. He insists that he won't let his old companion fall into the hands of an incompetent. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong felt a surge of interest. Such a person clearly had genuine affection for his vessel which would undoubtedly reflect the quality of the boat itself. The two arrived at a corner of the dock, where manager Huang pointed to a fishing boat moored in place. That's the one. Chen Dong followed his gaze, and his eyes brightened. It was a wooden motorized fishing boat, approximately 15 to 16 meters long, boasting sleek lines. Though it showed signs of age, its paint was meticulously maintained, and the deck was spotlessly clean. Amidst the surrounding dilapidated small fishing boats, this one stood out remarkably. An elderly man, dressed in blue overalls with graying hair and sun-kissed, weathered skin, was crouched at the bow, carefully sanding a scratch on the hull. His focused expression resembled that of an artist crafting a masterpiece. "That is old Jiang," manager Huang whispered. Chen Dong nodded and approached. "Grandpa Jiang," he called out. Jiang Dashan looked up, his murky yet sharp eyes scrutinizing Chen Dong before glancing at manager Huang. His brow furrowed. "Manager Huang, is this the buyer you mentioned?" "He is so young, barely a whisker on his face. What does he know about boats?" His voice was hoarse, laced with unabashed skepticism and disdain. Manager Huang felt a bit flustered and quickly interjected, "Old Jiang, do not judge a book by its cover. My brother Chen here is a concealed expert." "An expert?" Jiang Dashan scoffed, rising to his feet and brushing off the wood shavings from his hands. He addressed Chen Dong. "Young man, do you wish to buy my boat?" "Yes, Grandpa Jiang. I am quite fond of your vessel," Chen Dong replied calmly. "Fond?" Jiang Dashan circled Chen Dong. "This boat is called Hai Long Hao, powered by a Dongfeng diesel engine, model 6135, 6-cylinder, with 120 horsepower. Tell me, what should the fuel injection pressure of this engine be? What range should the normal water temperature maintain? If the water temperature is too high, aside from the thermostat and water pump, what other potential issues could there be?" He fired off a barrage of highly technical questions, ones that even an average fisherman might struggle to answer. This was clearly a test to intimidate Chen Dong. Manager Huang listened, bewildered, fearing that Chen Dong would be stumped. However, Chen Dong simply smiled. These questions were child's play to him, having dealt with various boats in his previous life. He answered with poise. The standard injection pressure for the 6135 diesel engine is 175 kilograms per square centimeter. The normal operating water temperature should range between 75 and 95 degrees Celsius. If the temperature is too high, aside from the two factors you mentioned, common causes include blockage in the radiator fins, a loose fan belt, insufficient oil leading to poor lubrication and cooling, and prolonged overloading during navigation can also lead to elevated temperatures. Not only did he answer Jiang Dashan's queries, but he also added further insights. After hearing Chen Dong's responses, the look of disdain and doubt vanished from Jiang Dashan's face, replaced by astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly clean-cut young man possessed such extensive knowledge of engines. "You know your stuff?" He re-evaluated Chen Dong. "Just a little," Chen Dong replied, maintaining a humble demeanor. "Grandpa Jiang, may I board the vessel?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Dashan nodded, tossing down a soft ladder. Chen Dong nimbly climbed aboard. Instead of heading to the cockpit or cabin, he went straight to the stern, crouching to examine the rudder and propeller closely. He then moved to the center of the boat, knocking on the junction between the deck and the cabin, listening intently to the sound. Finally, he entered the engine room, which, despite some oil stains, had all the lines neatly arranged, and the engine was polished to a shine. He even checked the oil dipstick for the oil's color and viscosity. His movements were fluid and confident, reflecting the demeanor of an experienced captain. By the time he emerged from the engine room, Jiang Dashan's expression had completely transformed. It was one of mutual respect and admiration. "Grandpa Jiang, this is a fine boat, and it is well maintained," Chen Dong stated. "However, I noticed the idle sound of the engine. It seems that the fuel injectors for cylinders 3 and 4 may have slight atomization issues. It's not a major problem. Replacing the 2 injectors would suffice." Upon hearing this, Jiang Dashan was taken aback. This issue was something he had only just discovered himself. He had yet to address it. He did not expect that this young man could accurately diagnose such a problem merely by listening and observing. This was no ordinary knowledge. This was true expertise. "How did you know?" Jiang Dashan's voice carried a note of disbelief. "From listening," Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. Jiang Dashan gazed at Chen Dong for a long while before exhaling a deep sigh. The stubbornness that had once characterized him utterly dissipated. "All right, young man, I concede," he declared. "This vessel shall be sold to you, and I have complete confidence in your stewardship. The price is 3,000 yuan, not a penny less. However, I have one condition. This price, for a well-maintained ship of such caliber, is indeed quite reasonable. Speak. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. Once you acquire the ship, you must set sail, correct? For your maiden voyage, I shall serve as captain. Zhang Dashan looked at him with a serious expression and stated, I must witness for myself whether you can truly navigate and whether you will cherish her. Should you dare to act recklessly at sea, even if the ship is yours, I will reclaim her. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong did not express any displeasure. Rather, he chuckled heartily. No problem, he replied readily. In fact, I am in need of an experienced old captain to steady the helm. Zhang Yi, as long as you are willing, the wheel of the Hai Long Hao shall always be reserved for you. Meanwhile, Huang Zhanggue stood by, utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that a negotiation he had anticipated to be arduous had concluded in such a dramatic fashion. His opinion of Chen Dong was once again transformed. What other secrets does this young man conceal within? The transaction swiftly reached its conclusion. Chen Dong promptly retrieved 3,000 yuan in cash from his system space and presented it to Zhang Dashan. As he gazed upon the pristine Hai Long Hao, Chen Dong felt an overwhelming sense of ambition. With this vessel, he could finally claim his rightful place upon the vast seas. The next step would be to recruit skilled sailors and establish his own fleet. Chapter 32. Assembling the crew and establishing rules. The news of Chen Dong's acquisition of the Hai Long Hao swiftly reached the fishing village, carried on the rumbling sound of a hand tractor. When the villagers learned that Chen Dong had not only purchased a vessel, but had also acquired the renowned large ship owned by the town's Zhang Laotu, the entire village erupted once more in excitement. Goodness, the Hai Long Hao. I have seen that ship. Compared to the small boats in our village, it is an absolute behemoth. I heard it cost several thousand. Chen Dong is truly wealthy. Wealth aside, you must understand that Zhang Laotu has a notoriously eccentric temper. Many have tried to buy his ship, yet he chose to sell it to Chen Dong. What does this signify? It indicates that Chen Dong possesses genuine capability, enough to earn the respect of Zhang Laotu. Consequently, Chen Dong's stature in the eyes of the villagers elevated even further. If he was previously regarded as a capable benefactor, he had now transformed into a legendary figure. This development made the young people, eager for job opportunities, even more envious. Disregarding the myriad rumors circulating in the village, Chen Dong's first order of business upon returning home was to formally address the recruitment process. He took the list of several dozen young applicants to the village head, Zhang Dahai, and the two of them meticulously examined each name. Village head, you are a respected elder in the community and understand every household situation. When selecting candidates, while ability is important, character must take precedence. I will not employ anyone with unscrupulous behavior, those who are prone to laziness or troublemaking, no matter how skilled they may be. Chen Dong's stance was unequivocal. Zhang Dahai nodded, pencil in hand, as he made notes on the list, analyzing each individual's background for Chen Dong. This Zhang Ergu is strong and robust, but rather lazy. His wife does all the household chores. Such a character is unsuitable. This Li Si is diligent but gossips excessively. He may incite discord on the ship, so we must be cautious. Zhao Taizhu is honest and straightforward, though a bit taciturn. Taizhu will do, Chen Dong remarked. On the ship, I need individuals who are industrious, not mere talkers. Honesty, obedience, and a strong work ethic are what I seek. After a thorough afternoon of deliberation, they preliminarily selected 7 or 8 candidates. The following day, Chen Dong invited these candidates to his home for discussions. Li Shui served each of them a cup of hot tea and quietly observed as Chen Dong conversed with them. The interviews were straightforward. He did not inquire if they could fish or operate a boat, but posed a few essential questions. How many are there in your family? How is your parents' health? Why do you wish to go to sea with me? If you earn money, what is your foremost desire? These seemingly simple inquiries revealed much about an individual's sense of familial responsibility, motivations, and life aspirations. One young man, Chen Jianjun, provided the most satisfying responses. His skin was dark, his hands calloused, and he appeared somewhat dull-witted. He stated, "My father is unwell and requires medication regularly. I wish to go to sea to earn more money for his treatment, so my mother, wife, and sister can have enough to eat and no longer suffer alongside me. If I earn money, I want to renovate our house and save some dowry for my sister." His words were sincere and devoid of embellishment, yet the depth of his familial responsibility deeply impressed Chen Dong. Another candidate, Lu San, was known in the village as a troublemaker. Having been involved in fights in his youth and possessing a tarnished reputation, the village head initially excluded him, but Chen Dong still called him over. They say you were unruly in the past and enjoyed fighting. Why do you still want to join me? Chen Dong asked, looking at him. Lu San's face flushed as he bowed his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Chen Dong, I know I was a scoundrel before, but now I have a son, and I don't want him to grow up being pointed at and told his father is a thug. I want to work hard, earn honest money, and provide my wife and child with a stable life. I heard about your encounter with the leopard yesterday. I respect you. If you grant me the opportunity, I will dedicate my life to you. Anyone who dares to play tricks on your ship, I will be the first to deal with them. His words conveyed a fierce determination, yet also a genuine desire for redemption. Chen Dong observed him in silence for a moment before nodding. Very well, I will grant you this opportunity. But remember, once you are aboard my ship, you must adhere to my rules. Should you cause trouble, regardless of your reasoning, I will be the first to cast you into the sea to feed the fish. Lu San was nearly moved to his knees upon hearing this, vigorously nodding. Rest assured, Chen Dong, I will never let you down. Ultimately, Chen Dong selected 4 individuals: the honest Zhao Taizhu, the responsible Chen Jianjun, the reformed Lu San, and Zhang Hao, the village head's distant nephew, who was quick-witted and had completed 2 years of high school, making him the most educated among the group. With the selections made, Chen Dong gathered the 4 in the yard for their inaugural official meeting. Standing before them with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression was serious. From this day forth, you are the first crew members of my Hai Long Hao. Let me be clear, rules aboard my vessel are paramount. First, absolute obedience. At sea, I am the law. My words are commands that must be followed without question, regardless of right or wrong. Any dissent must be addressed on land. Second, unity. You four will share a cabin and must treat one another as brothers. Should anyone attempt to play underhanded games or form factions, do not blame me for severing ties. Third, cleanliness. Any catch, even the smallest fish, cannot be taken without my permission. Those with unscrupulous behavior will meet the same fate as their last catch. He paused, softening his tone slightly. Of course, with penalties come rewards. I will offer each of you a monthly salary of 50 yuan during the probation period. After 1 month, should all go well, you will be officially hired. Upon confirmation, in addition to your base salary, I will distribute 10% of the profits from the catches sold as bonuses, allocated according to each person as contribution. The more you work, the more you earn. If the harvest is good at year's end, there will also be a year-end bonus. I, Chen Dong, keep my word and will not shortchange those who sincerely work alongside me. The prospect of a 50 yuan salary already thrilled the 4 men, and upon hearing of the additional profit sharing, their breaths became heavy with anticipation. They were aware that following Chen Dong would indeed lead to great wealth. Brother Chen Dong, we will heed your every word. Whatever you say, we shall do. The 4 voiced their agreement in unison, their faces ablaze with excitement. Just then, Li Shui emerged from the house, cradling 4 sets of brand new deep blue work uniforms. I made these for everyone. They will be suitable for our future voyages, durable and convenient, Li Shui said, a hint of shyness in her voice. As the 4 men accepted the uniforms, they observed that each piece was adorned with a vividly embroidered little fish on the chest, crafted with meticulous attention and fine stitching. This small detail stirred a wave of warmth within the hearts of the 4 rugged men. They felt that they were receiving not merely clothing, but a profound sense of respect and belonging. Thank you, sister-in-law, they exclaimed in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. Chen Dong regarded this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He understood that, from that moment onward, his team had truly been established. The following day, with a fresh coat of paint, the bow of the Hai Long Hao was draped in red fabric, and amidst the gaze of the entire village, it slowly departed from the dock. On board, Chen Dong, Old Jiang, and the 4 spirited crew members, facing the rising sun, embarked on their inaugural voyage. Chapter 33. The maiden voyage. The engine of the Hai Long Hao resounded with a majestic and steady roar, as the bow cleaved through the tranquil morning sea, leaving behind a trail of white foam. The fishing village gradually diminished in the background, and on the shore, Li Shui and numerous villagers transformed into mere specks in the distance. The atmosphere aboard the vessel was distinctly unique. The 4 new crew members, Zhao Taizhu, Chen Jianjun, Lu San, and Zhang Hao, donned the new uniforms crafted by Li Shui, standing on the deck with a mix of excitement and trepidation. They frequently touched this and surveyed that, marveling at the fishing boat that was larger than their own homes. Old Jiang stood in the wheelhouse, gripping the helm, his weathered face betraying no visible emotion. Following decades of habit, he steered the boat toward the traditional fishing grounds he knew best. Although he had sold the boat and acknowledged Chen Dong's capabilities, the inherent pride of an old captain remained within him. He intended to demonstrate, through his experience, what true fishing prowess entailed to these young men. Chen Dong refrained from interfering with old Zhang's command. He understood that to gain the old veteran's complete trust, theoretical knowledge alone would not suffice. He needed to deliver tangible results. Leaning against the ship's railing, he appeared to be enjoying the sea breeze, yet his consciousness had already immersed itself in the system, activating the underwater breathing technique and heightening his senses to their utmost potential, akin to an invisible radar scanning the profound depths below. Within his perception, the underwater realm was vividly revealed. The movements of fish schools, the arrangement of reefs, and the strength of currents were all distinctly presented in his mind. This was yet another remarkable application of the skill he had discovered. Approximately an hour later, the boat arrived at the fishing ground designated by old Jiang. "This is it. Drop the net," old Jiang commanded. The 4 crew members promptly sprang into action. Under old Jiang's shouts and guidance, they worked in unison, albeit somewhat clumsily, to successfully cast the enormous trawl net into the sea. The Hai Long Hao began to move forward at a slow pace, dragging the net behind it. The waiting period always felt interminable. The crew sat on the deck, smoking and chatting, their eyes occasionally darting toward the winch at the stern, eagerly anticipating the first catch. Old Jiang, however, wore an air of confidence. Based on his experience, he estimated that this haul would yield at least 300 to 400 jin, enough to open the eyes of these inexperienced lads. Chen Dong remained silent, quietly attuned to the underwater situation. He was aware that this fishing ground had been depleted over the years due to constant harvesting, and the fishery resources on the seabed were, in fact, somewhat exhausted. Large fish were scarce, primarily consisting of low-value small fish. After more than an hour had passed, old Jiang assessed that the time was ripe and waved his hand. "Haul the net." The winch creaked as it slowly began to pull the heavy fishing net from the depths. As the net was gradually drawn onto the deck, excitement illuminated the faces of the crew. The net was teeming with lively fish and shrimp. "Wow, so many fish!" Zhang Hao exclaimed first. The catch was dumped onto the deck, forming a small mountain. The crew immediately began sorting, separating different species of fish and shrimp into the fish hold. Old Jiang gazed at the bounty with a smug expression. He estimated it to be around 500 jin, even more than he had anticipated. He cast a glance at Chen Dong, as if to say, "Well, kid, did you see that? This is the skill of an experienced hand." However, Chen Dong shook his head. He approached and casually picked up a few fish from the pile, saying, "Old Jiang, look here. Most of this haul consists of small yellow croakers and ribbonfish, none of the valuable redfish or grouper. This 500 jin catch, when taken to town, would barely fetch a few dozen yuan. After deducting fuel and labor costs, there would be hardly anything left." The crew's excitement was doused by Chen Dong's cold reality check. Upon closer inspection, they confirmed that, indeed, as Chen Dong had stated, the net was filled with low-value small fish. Old Jiang's countenance darkened slightly, and he scoffed. "For the first haul, this catch is already quite good. You young lad, you speak so lightly. If you have the ability, why not find a place where we can catch larger fish?" He was attempting to provoke Chen Dong with his words. Chen Dong had been waiting for this challenge. "Old Jiang, please don't be upset," he replied with a smile. "A few days ago, while out at sea, I inadvertently discovered a location where the fish are both abundant and sizable. How about we give that place a try?" "Oh, which direction is that?" Old Jiang squinted his eyes. Chen Dong moved to the wheelhouse and pointed to a remote location on the nautical chart, saying, "It's roughly in this direction, about a 2-hour journey from here. It's a deep-sea reef area that very few people visit." Old Jiang scrutinized the spot Chen Dong indicated, his brow furrowing. He was aware that the location was infamous for its dangers. The underwater reefs were dense and the currents complex, posing a significant risk of grounding and capsizing. "Are you certain it's there?" Old Jiang regarded Chen Dong with skepticism. "That area is quite perilous." "I am certain," Chen Dong replied with unwavering conviction. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Just steer the boat there and leave the rest to me." Old Jiang, observing Chen Dong's confidence, hesitated. He could not fathom how Chen Dong knew there would be fish there. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he felt a flicker of anticipation within himself. He gritted his teeth, deciding to take the gamble. "All right, today, I shall accompany you into the fray. However, let it be known that if anything goes awry, I bear no responsibility." If anything happens, I will shoulder it all, Chen Dong assured, patting his chest. The Hai Long Hao turned its bow toward the unknown waters, advancing at full speed. 2 hours later, the vessel gradually slowed its pace. The surrounding water shifted from a nearshore emerald green to a profound navy blue. This is it, Chen Dong declared. Old Jiang observed the surging waves and the faint shadows of colossal reefs beneath the water, feeling a bead of sweat forming in his palm. Drop the net, Chen Dong commanded once more. This time, the crew unmistakably sensed the tension in the air, but out of trust in Chen Dong, they executed the order without hesitation. The trawl net sank once again into the deep sea. The atmosphere during this wait was palpably different. Everyone held their breath, including the old man Jiang, who stared intently at the surface of the sea, his heart racing with anticipation. Half an hour later, Chen Dong glanced beneath the water, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Halt in the net. The winch sprang to life once more. This time, Lu San, who operated the winch, distinctly felt a tremendous force, far greater than before, truly astonishing. Chen, brother Chen, the net, it seems to be stuck. I can't pull it. Lu San shouted with great effort. It's not stuck, Chen Dong replied sternly. There are simply too many fish. Increase the power and pull slowly. As the winch gradually lifted the net from the water, everyone was left dumbfounded by the spectacle before them. The enormous fishing net bulged with its contents, almost on the verge of tearing apart. Through the mesh, massive silvery creatures could be seen within. Once the net was entirely hoisted onto the deck, the contents spilled forth, leaving the 5 men aboard utterly astonished. The deck was heaped with gargantuan grouper, over a meter-long seawolf fish, and red snapper the size of basins, each weighing at least several dozens of pounds. These precious sea fish, typically rare and elusive, now resembled mere cabbages, piled high in a mountain, still wriggling energetically on the deck. My goodness! Chen Jianjun uttered a groan, as if in a dream. Old man Jiang gaped, oblivious to the smoking pipe that had fallen from his hand. Having spent a lifetime fishing and braving storms across the seas, he vowed he had never witnessed such a magnificent and unbelievable sight. This was not merely fishing. It was as if they had plundered the Dragon King's treasure vault. He abruptly turned to Chen Dong, who stood calmly at his side. In that moment, the pride and defiance within him were washed away, leaving only boundless shock and reverence. What kind of extraordinary individual was this young man? Just as everyone was still engulfed in immense joy and astonishment, Chen Dong suddenly furrowed his brow and gestured for silence. Everyone quiet. He approached the edge of the boat, focusing intently on the depths below. With his extraordinary senses, he sensed a powerful life force swiftly approaching beneath the vessel. It was a presence far larger than all the fish combined from the net moments ago. Chapter 34. The Colossal Beasts of the Deep Sea. A surge in vitality. Chen Dong's low exclamation abruptly halted the jubilant atmosphere on the deck. The 4 crew members froze, gazing at him in confusion. Old Jiang also regained his senses, following Chen Dong's gaze towards the sea, but saw nothing but the surging blue waves. What is wrong, Dong? Zhang Hao inquired softly. There is something significant beneath the water, Chen Dong replied without turning his head. His voice grave. Quickly gather the fish on the deck into the live well and stay aboard. No one is to enter the water without my command. With that, he turned and strode towards the cabin. Moments later, he emerged wielding a finely crafted spear gun, clad only in a pair of shorts that accentuated his well-defined muscles. Chen Dong, have you lost your mind? You want to dive? Old Jiang exclaimed, his face pale with alarm. This area is deep with swift currents. No one knows what lurks below. It's far too perilous. Old Jiang, have no worries. I am well aware of what I am doing. Chen Dong reassured him with a calming glance. Keep an eye on the boat. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged silently into the deep indigo sea. Old Jiang stomped his foot in frustration, feeling helpless. He and the 4 equally worried crew members could only lie over the ship's railing, anxiously watching the spot where Chen Dong had vanished. The icy seawater enveloped him completely, invigorating Chen Dong's spirit. Activating his underwater breathing technique, he glided like the most agile of dolphins towards the powerful life force he sensed. With a physique of 10, his agility in the water reached an astonishing level, allowing him to virtually disregard the resistance of the currents. Descending approximately 30 meters, his vision cleared dramatically. Below, a massive school of fish was swimming leisurely. They were a group of yellowfin tuna. Each one possessed a streamlined body nearing 2 meters in length. exhibiting a metallic blue-black hue with vibrant yellow fins and tails. They resembled a fleet of fighter jets in the ocean, perfectly aligned, exuding a sense of power and speed. Chen Dong's heart raced. Yellowfin tuna. This was among the finest delicacies of the ocean. In the future, a bluefin tuna weighing over 100 kilograms could fetch astronomical prices. Although the yellowfin's value was slightly lesser, it remained exceedingly precious. The sight of such a colossal school appearing near the coastal reefs was nothing short of miraculous. He immediately recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity. Each tuna represented a potential bounty. If he could harvest 20, he would elevate his vitality once more. This thought ignited a fervor within him. He did not approach recklessly. Tuna are among the most vigilant and swiftest fish in the ocean. Any slight disturbance could send the entire school fleeing. He stealthily concealed himself behind a massive coral reef, completely shrouding his form, leaving only his hand clutching the spear gun visible. Patiently, he observed the school's movements, waiting for the opportune moment. As time trickled by, his breathing remained steady, and his heartbeat strong, melding him with the surrounding waters. At last, the moment arrived. The school began to shift formation, and one particularly large tuna drifted away from the main group, gliding toward the edge of the school, less than 10 meters from his hidden position. Now was the time. Chen Dong's gaze sharpened, his arm muscles tensed as he swiftly aimed and fired. The steel tip, propelled by his formidable physique, sliced through the water like a black bolt of lightning, striking the lead tuna with precision. The impact sent the tuna into a violent thrash, its massive body convulsing as it unleashed unimaginable ferocity. It writhed and thrashed, its tail slashing, transmitting immense power through the fishing line back to Chen Dong. He felt the weight in his arm as he was pulled from behind the reef by this force. What tremendous strength! Chen Dong was taken aback, anchoring his feet firmly in the seabed and engaging in a primal struggle of strength with the oceanic behemoth. The startled school scattered in an instant, disappearing into the abyss. Only Chen Dong and the wounded tuna remained, locked in a fierce battle. The tuna dragged him through the water with astonishing speed, making him feel as though he were gliding atop the surface, the surroundings blurring into a rapid retreat. Yet he remained calm, exhilarated by the challenge. He aimed to exhaust the tuna's energy in this manner. The duel raged on, an intense tug-of-war in the deep sea. Time slipped away, and soon, Chen Dong felt the force transmitted through the line begin to wane. The tuna's speed diminished, and its struggles grew weaker. Realizing the moment had come, he yanked the line sharply, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, drawing a dagger from his waist, and with the tuna momentarily spent, he plunged it deep into its head. Notification: successfully hunted 1 yellowfin tuna, bounty value 1. Notification: triggered bounty cashback, received 10 huaxia coins. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, the colossal marine predator finally ceased its thrashing. Chen Dong exhaled a stream of bubbles, gazing at the immense fish towering over him, filled with a sense of triumph. He did not pause. This extraordinary encounter had illuminated the quickest path to amass bounty value. He stowed the enormous tuna in his system space and immediately set off in pursuit of the scattered school. The following hour became a personal showcase of Chen Dong's hunting prowess. Like the most efficient of predators, he navigated the depths, repeatedly brandishing his spear gun. Notification: successfully hunted 1 yellowfin tuna, bounty value 1. Notification: successfully hunted 1 yellowfin tuna, bounty value 1. Notification: triggered critical bounty cashback, received 100 huaxia coins. Notification: upon triggering a fish catch cashback critical hit, he obtained 1,000 huaxia coins. As he successfully hunted down 20 fish, Chen Dong ceased his pursuit of the school and instead turned his attention to the system space. What exhilarated Chen Dong was not merely those 20 yellowfin tuna, but the rapidly accumulating pile of big unity, amounting to several thousand pieces. Upon checking the system again, he noted, fish catch value, 20 points. Chen Dong swiftly returned beneath the high-long ship. He surfaced, waved his hand to the anxious crowd aboard, signaling that he was unharmed, before plunging back into the depths, seeking a secluded corner away from the vessel. System: enhance physique. Would you like to consume 20 points of fish catch value to elevate your physique to 11? Yes. A stream of warmth, purer and gentler than before, surged from the depths of his being. This time, there was no agonizing pain, but rather a nourishing sensation akin to spring rain. He sensed his muscles, bones, and meridians becoming more resilient and filled with explosive power, Yet externally, there were no exaggerated changes. His strength became more subdued, and his control more precise. Host, Chen Dong, physique, 11, can consume 20 points of fish catch value to increase. Fish catch value, 0. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, stronger than before, Chen Dong clenched his fist. He realized he had grown stronger yet again. He swam back to the side of the ship and shouted to the others, "Bring the ropes quickly, I have a big catch." Chen Dong retrieved a nearly 100-pound yellowfin tuna from the space. Chen Dong, are you all right? Stammered Zhang Hao. After a good 10 minutes, the crew finally managed to drag the massive fish onto the deck. With a tremendous thud, the enormous tuna crashed onto the deck, causing the entire ship to tremble. Gazing at the gleaming behemoth on the deck, Old Jiang and the 4 crew members fell into a profound silence. If the earlier net of fish had left them in shock, this legendary sea rocket before them utterly shattered their understanding. Old Jiang trembled as he approached, extending his calloused hand to gently stroke the silky body of the tuna, murmuring to himself, "The king of fish, this is the true king of fish." He suddenly looked up, his gaze towards Chen Dong transformed from awe to one akin to reverence for a sea deity. Chapter 35. A triumphant return. Renowned when the silhouette of the Hai Long Hao appeared at the fishing village dock, the entire village was stirred into a frenzy. The sun had not yet set, and for the fishermen, returning early usually signified one of 2 possibilities. Either the vessel had encountered a malfunction, or the catch was dismal. However, as the Hai Long Hao slowly approached the shore, the villagers gasped in astonishment at the sight on the deck. The waterline of the Hai Long Hao was evidently deeper than when it had set sail, clearly laden with heavy cargo. Though covered by tarpaulin, the prominent bulges underneath hinted at the treasures concealed within, including a massive fishtail that peeked through a gap in the canvas, glinting like metal in the setting sun. Li Shui had awaited at the dock, her heart finally at ease upon seeing Chen Dong return safely. Yet, as she beheld the extraordinary scene aboard the vessel, she too covered her mouth in disbelief, mirroring the astonishment of her fellow villagers. "Open the hatches. Unload the cargo," Chen Dong commanded from the bow, exuding confidence with a sweeping gesture. For crew members, brimming with uncontainable excitement and pride, sprang into action. The lid of the live fish compartment was lifted, and baskets of lively fish were hoisted ashore. Grouper, seawolf, red snapper, each one a rare and magnificent catch, eliciting gasps from the villagers on the dock. The fish unloaded from the live compartment formed a small mountain on the quay. But that was not all. Chen Dong strode forward and yanked the tarpaulin off the deck. A tremendous commotion erupted among the crowd. Beneath the canvas lay an immense, silver giant fish, unlike anything they had ever seen, lying there in serene repose. Its sleek lines and powerful physique struck the villagers like a thunderous revelation. What is this fish? How could it be so large? Is it the steed of the Dragon King? Chen Dong has certainly stirred the depths of the sea. Village chief Zhang Dahai squeezed through the throng, his excitement rendering him tremulous as he gazed at the enormous fish, muttering incessantly, "We struck it rich. Our village is destined for greatness." Having received the news, Huang Zhonggui hurriedly drove the largest Liberation brand truck from Fu Manlu, accompanied by several associates. Upon witnessing the mountain of fish at the dock, especially the colossal yellowfin tuna, this seasoned restaurateur found himself momentarily speechless. "Chen, brother Chen." Huang Zhonggui approached Chen Dong, trembling with excitement. "Did you truly bring back the Dragon Palace? Please, inspect the catch," Chen Dong replied with a smile, patting Huang's shoulder. Huang immediately directed his staff to begin weighing and loading the fish. The dock transformed into a bustling marketplace. After over an hour of frenzied activity, all the fish were loaded onto the truck. Huang, with his abacus in hand, deftly calculated the total, finally announcing a figure that left everyone present breathless. "Brother Chen, I'll waive the small change. The assorted fish from the net are on me, for the villagers to enjoy. Just for these large fish. In this, Fish King, the total is 5,300 yuan. 5,300 yuan. This figure struck like a bolt of lightning in the hearts of all present. In an era where 10,000 yuan households were still a myth, 5,300 yuan represented a fortune capable of elevating any ordinary family to new heights. The villagers gazed at Chen Dong, their eyes devoid of jealousy, replaced instead with awe. Yet, Chen Dong remained composed. He accepted the bulging envelope handed to him by Huang without a glance, extracting a wad of cash, around 500 yuan. He turned and approached the 4 crew members, who had stood in stunned silence since the beginning. "This is your share from this voyage," he announced, handing the money to the nearest, Chen Jianjun. "As we agreed, I rounded it up. Each of you receives 130 yuan. Take it, Brother Chen." This is too much," Chen Jianjun stammered, trembling as he held the bundle of cash. They had never seen such a sum in their lives. To earn more in a single day than they had in an entire year was beyond comprehension. "Take it. You have earned it," Chen Dong asserted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "If you follow me diligently, there is even more fortune to come." Suddenly, Lu San, the wayward son, collapsed to his knees before Chen Dong, his forehead bowing to the ground. "Brother Chen, I, Lu San, have never bowed to anyone in my life. Today I submit. From now on, my life belongs to you. If you command me to go east, I shall not venture west." He lifted his head, his eyes brimming with tears and fervor. The other 3 crew members, now awakened to the moment, reddened around the eyes, deeply bowing to Chen Dong. In that instant, their relationship transcended mere employer and employee, evolving into profound loyalty and allegiance. Chen Dong accepted their homage with grace. He understood that the money he had dispersed today had bought him 4 hearts filled with unwavering loyalty. After bidding farewell to Huang Zhonggui and distributing the catch, the crowd at the dock gradually dispersed. Elder Jiang approached Chen Dong, removing his hat. This stubborn old fisherman, who had resisted submission his entire life, bowed his head for the first time before a young man. Chen Dong. "No, boss," he rasped. "I, old Jiang, have opened my eyes today. If you do not mind this old body of mine, I wish to remain on the ship and serve as your first mate. Wherever you point, I shall follow without question." "Grandfather Jiang, you flatter me," Chen Dong replied, quickly supporting him. "You are the seasoned captain, with far more experience than any of us. The helm of the Hai Long House shall remain in your capable hands. You are not my subordinate, but my partner and chief advisor aboard the vessel. I shall pay you the highest salary in the village." Old Jiang, gazing into Chen Dong's sincere face, felt his eyes moisten. He nodded vigorously. On this day, the name Chen Dong, along with his remarkable Hai Long Hao and the legendary Fish King, spread throughout all nearby fishing villages and docks. Some gazed with envy, others with jealousy, and a few began to harbor ill intentions. Days later, as the Hai Long Hao prepared for its second voyage, having been fully stocked, it had scarcely left the harbor when 3 fishing vessels from the neighboring village encircled their path. At the bow of one ship stood a burly man with dark skin, arms crossed, casting a menacing glare at Chen Dong's vessel. Chapter 36. Maritime Confrontation. Uninvited guests. The sea breeze swept across, carrying a hint of salty coolness. The engine of the Hai Long Hao had ceased its roar, quietly drifting upon the surface of the ocean. Surrounding it, 3 fishing boats formed a triangular formation, enclosing it at the center, with numerous men standing upon them, their expressions grim. At the forefront of this assembly stood a burly man, bare-chested and adorned with a menacing tiger tattoo across his chest. Known in the neighboring village as the Sea Overlord, colloquially referred to as Hei Pai. It was Hei Pai and his crew. Upon sighting the opposing vessel, Jiang Laoda's countenance darkened. "Boss, these fellows are notorious for their unreasonable behavior, known for extorting others at sea. They are likely not here with good intentions." The 4 new crew members on board grew increasingly anxious. Although they harbored confidence in Chen Dong, they were outnumbered. The 3 boats boasted over 20 men, while only Chen Dong seemed capable of defending them. Lu San, in a fit of determination, seized a paddle and positioned himself behind Chen Dong, ready to fight to the last breath. Yet Chen Dong remained calm. He gestured for Lu San to lower the paddle, then slowly approached the bow of the boat. "Friends across the way, may I inquire as to the reason for your unprovoked blockade of my vessel?" His voice, though not loud, resonated powerfully across the water, reaching the ears of the opposing crew. Hei Pai let out a derisive chuckle, spitting into the sea, and bellowed, "What do you mean? Kid, you've been making quite a name for yourself lately. I've heard you can haul in thousands of pounds of fish with a single net, and even caught a fish king? My brothers and I have been working these waters for over a decade. Yet we've never encountered such good fortune. Be honest, have you employed any underhanded tactics? Perhaps using explosives to catch fish?" This was a blatant attempt at defamation. The use of explosives for fishing is strictly prohibited by law. If caught, one would face hefty fines and have their vessel confiscated. "I catch fish through skill and luck," Chen Dong replied coolly. "I advise you to clear the way now, so we may part in peace. Otherwise, You shall bear the consequences. Consequences? Hei Pai erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Kid, are you still asleep? Look at how many of us there are compared to your pitiful crew. Do you really dare to speak of consequences? His expression darkened as he continued. Let me make this clear. There are two ways to resolve this. First, you will divulge where you caught that so-called fish king, and we shall share resources amicably. Second, you will hand over half of your catch from this voyage, and we can be friends. Choose wisely. This was no longer extortion, it was outright robbery. Chen Dong's companions, Chen Jianjun and Zhao Taizhu, flushed with anger, their fists clenched tightly. Yet Chen Dong merely smiled. He looked at Hei Pai and shook his head. It appears you are unwilling to reason. Reason? Hei Pai scoffed at sea. The size of one's fists and the number of ships determine reason. Brothers, show them what we can do. Prepare to board their vessel, and should they resist, toss every last one of them into the sea. At Hei Pai's command, the ruffians from the three boats let out wild shouts, brandishing their prepared wooden clubs and machetes, as they advanced menacingly towards the Hai Long Hao. Zhang Laotu and Zhang Hao turned pale at the sight. If they were truly boarded, they would stand no chance against such a multitude. Boss, what should we do? Zhang Laotu implored urgently. Chen Dong remained silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching vessels, his expression unwavering. Just as the bow of the opposing ship was less than 10 meters from colliding with the Hai Long Hao, a sudden, shrill blast of a ship's horn echoed from the distant horizon. Turning towards the sound, the crew beheld a white patrol boat, emblazoned with the words Hai Jian, slicing through the waves at remarkable speed. The red and blue warning lights on the patrol boat blinked incessantly, making it all the more striking. Hei Pai and his men froze in their tracks. Is that a Hai Jian vessel? What are they doing here? Hei Pai's heart sank, realizing his ill fortune, yet emboldened by their numbers. He believed that even with their arrival, they would not dare to take action against him. However, he was mistaken. The Hai Jian patrol boat showed no signs of slowing down, barreling directly into the encirclement, executing a sharp turn to position itself firmly between the Hai Long Hao and Hei Pai's vessels, creating a barrier. Standing at the bow of the patrol boat was an officer clad in a white uniform, adorned with 2 bars and a star on his shoulder. Holding a loudspeaker, he commanded with authority, "Vessels ahead, immediately cease your operations and prepare for inspection." Who are you? Why are you blocking another vessel at sea? Upon recognizing the officer, Hei Pai felt a jolt of panic. He recognized this man as Lu Zhan, the deputy chief of the local Hai Jian station, known for his unwavering integrity. Desperate, he forced a smile, attempting to explain. "Deputy Chief Lu, this is a misunderstanding. We were just having a little fun with this young man." Fun? Deputy Chief Lu scoffed, disregarding him entirely. He turned his attention towards the Hai Long Hao and called out, "May I ask, who is Comrade Chen Dong?" Stepping forward from the bow, Chen Dong replied, "I am Chen Dong." Seeing Chen Dong, Deputy Chief Lu's expression softened considerably. He saluted respectfully and said, "Comrade Chen Dong, greetings. We received directives from our superiors regarding fishermen encountering harassment from unidentified vessels, and we came to investigate. Rest assured, with us here, no one shall lay a finger on you." After delivering his assurance, he turned back to Hei Pai, his demeanor once again stern. "Li Hei Pai, you are suspected of instigating trouble at sea and intimidating others. I hereby command you to return with your vessels and crew to our station for investigation. Any resistance will be met with lethal force." The phrase lethal force was delivered with unwavering conviction, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Hei Pai and his entourage trembled in fear. The clubs and machetes they wielded were rendered insignificant in the face of the patrol boat's machine guns. Hei Pai's complexion turned ashen, realizing he had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. He could not fathom the extraordinary background of this young man named Chen Dong, who had the audacity to summon the deputy director of the maritime surveillance station and even accompanied by armed personnel to provide him escort. He dared not entertain any illusions of luck. Instead, he could only lower his head in despair and command his vessel to obediently follow behind the patrol boat, steering towards the direction of the maritime surveillance station. A tense standoff at sea was thus resolved with a decisive and forceful approach. Aboard the Hai Long Hao, the old man Jiang and the 4 crew members gazed at the receding patrol boat and the 3 dejected vessels of Hei Pai, still enveloped in a state of surreal shock. In unison, they turned their heads to face Chen Dong, who stood at the bow of the ship, exuding an air of calmness. At that moment, the image of Chen Dong in their minds transcended any description. It was no longer a matter of capability or connections. It was as if he had reached the heavens. Chapter 37. A new ally, expanding horizons, crisis averted, and the Hai Long Hao set sail once more. The atmosphere aboard the ship, however, was quieter than it had ever been before. Old Jiang and the 4 crew members exchanged glances at Chen Dong, their eyes filled with a sense of reverence akin to that one might reserve for a deity. Countless questions swirled in their minds, yet not a single soul dared to voice them. Chen Dong was acutely aware of their thoughts, yet he chose not to elaborate. Some matters are best left shrouded in mystery, for the allure of the unknown often yields the most profound effects. He understood clearly that once again, it was Huang Zhonggui exerting influence from the shadows. From the Joint Defense Team to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and now to the Maritime Surveillance Station, the power displayed by Huang Zhonggui had consistently astonished him. This individual was far more than merely a restaurant owner. This realization fortified Chen Dong's conviction. Mere prowess and fishing skills were woefully insufficient. In this world, connections and networks serve as the most formidable talisman of protection. He must hasten to establish a powerful presence of his own, one that could command respect. Boss, are we returning to the original location? After a lengthy silence, old Jiang finally broke the stillness. Yes, why wouldn't we? Chen Dong replied with a smile. The few flies along the way have already been swatted. Our business must continue. His light-hearted tone gradually eased the tension among the crew, allowing them to relax. This voyage proved to be even smoother than the last. Perhaps it was due to the escort provided by the Maritime Surveillance Station. They encountered no unforeseen disturbances along the way. They returned once more, laden with bounty. News of their success spread rapidly. The notorious Hai Pai suffered a significant setback at sea, apprehended by the Maritime Surveillance Station. Not only was he fined heavily, but his vessel was also impounded for half a month. The architect behind this turn of events was none other than the young man named Chen Dong. As a result, the entire ecosystem of the dock underwent a seismic shift. Everyone came to understand a singular truth. Chen Dong was not to be trifled with. He was not only a formidable force himself, but he also commanded powerful allies. From that moment on, the Hai Long Hao ventured forth unchallenged. No vessels dared approach it. Some fishing boats, upon sighting the flag of the Hai Long Hao from afar, instinctively veered away, as if a significant figure were making an appearance. Chen Dong's life entered a phase of steady and rapid development. He led his fleet to sea 2 to 3 times weekly, each time returning with holds brimming with fish. An abundance of premier catches flowed continuously to Fu Man Lu, exchanged for thick stacks of cash. Chen Dong's personal wealth amassed at an alarming rate. His 4 crew members became the envy of the village, earning weekly incomes that exceeded the annual earnings of others in the community. Chen Jianjun swiftly gathered enough funds to secure the best doctor in town for his father's medical needs. Lu Xin underwent a complete transformation, earning a reputation as the quintessential devoted husband, cherishing his wife and children. Zhao Taizhu and Zhang Hao began contemplating the construction of new homes and marriage prospects. Chen Dong's esteem within the village reached its zenith. He became not only a symbol of wealth, but also the backbone and guardian of the entire community. During this time, Li Shui underwent a remarkable transformation as well. The comforts of a prosperous life imbued her with newfound confidence, banishing the timidity that once characterized her. Chen Dong's affection and respect lent her an aura of self-assuredness. With the money Chen Dong provided, she purchased more fabric and an advanced sewing machine, honing her craft with each passing day. Women from the village, and even some from the town, sought her out for clothing, leading her to establish her own thriving business. Each day was filled with purpose and joy. One night, upon returning from town, Chen Dong brought with him intriguing news. Director Lu of the Maritime Surveillance Station had conveyed through an intermediary that Hai Pai had been heavily fined and had since become more compliant. Lu also mentioned that should any issues arise at sea in the future, Chen Dong could contact him directly. As he removed his coat, he spoke to Li Shui, who was diligently working on her sewing under the light. That Huang Zhonggui must have lent his support again, Li Shui remarked, putting down her work to pour him a glass of water. Indeed, Chen Dong nodded. Huang Zhonggui is quite remarkable. My debt of gratitude to him grows ever larger. What? How shall we repay this debt? Li Shui inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. She did not wish for her partner to become overly indebted. A debt of gratitude cannot be settled with money, Chen Dong replied, his gaze deepening. To repay such a debt, the best approach is to ensure he perceives that assisting you will yield greater benefits for him. I intend to pay him another visit tomorrow. Going to see him again? To sell fish? She questioned. No. Chen Dong shook his head with a confident smile. This time, I aim to discuss a more substantial business venture. He gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, his mind already crafting an ambitious blueprint. Fishing was merely the first step. His aspirations extended far beyond that. He sought to construct a commercial empire of his own, a robust bastion that would secure his family's future in this era. The following day, Chen Dong opted not to take the tractor. Instead, he spent money to hire the only jeep in town, arriving at Fu Man Lu. He ascended to the second-floor private room, where Huang Zhonggui awaited him. Chen Laodi, what a rare visit. Huang Zhonggui greeted him with a smile. What brings you here today? Do you have some exceptional goods you wish to share with your old brother? Huang Zhonggui, I did not come today to sell fish, Chen Dong replied directly, his expression serious. I wish to discuss a partnership, one that could lead to substantial profits for both of us. Huang Zhonggui paused, his demeanor shifting as he observed Chen Dong's earnestness. He motioned for him to sit down. In the private room, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Huang Zhonggui personally poured Chen Dong a cup of fine Longjing tea before returning to his seat, gesturing for him to speak. Chen Laodi, what grand plans do you have? I am all ears, he encouraged. Chen Dong did not rush to speak. Instead, he lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves before taking a sip. After savoring the flavor, he slowly began. Huang Zhonggui, may I pose a question to you? What do you believe is the greatest value of the fish I have delivered to you? Huang Zhonggui was taken aback, unprepared for such a query. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, certainly, it lies in their rarity and freshness. The goods you have provided, even in the city or province, would rank among the finest. It is precisely for this reason that one can command a high price and attract the attention of influential figures. Indeed, Chen Dong nodded. Yet have you considered that such rarity and novelty are inherently limited? Their scope is confined to our town, at most extending to the surrounding counties. Beyond that, the fish loses its freshness, and its value diminishes significantly. Huang Zhonggui's eyes sparkled. He was an astute individual who quickly grasped the implications behind Chen Dong's words. Brother Chen, do you mean? What I mean is that we cannot be content merely with selling fresh fish. Chen Dong set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, a powerful aura of confidence emanating from him. We should broaden our horizons. We could establish a company, one dedicated to the processing and sale of high-end seafood. Seafood processing? Huang Zhonggui's breath quickened slightly. Yes. Chen Dong's pace quickened. I can assure you that I will continuously provide you with the finest and most unique marine resources. And you possess the connections, the channels, and the acumen for business. Together, we can transform these premium seafood products through various processing methods, such as freezing, into dried fish, canned fish, or even more sophisticated ready-to-eat items, selling them in provincial capitals, in the capital city, and across the nation. Just imagine, a top-grade wild yellow croaker. When made into dried fish slices, how many times its value would multiply? A superbly exquisite lobster, transformed into ready-to-eat shrimp meat canned goods. What a tremendous selling point that would be. These items are truly rare treasures in those large cities, unattainable even with wealth. As long as we can produce them, there will be no shortage of market demand. Each of Chen Dong's words struck Huang Zhonggui's heart like a hammer. Huang Zhonggui was thoroughly astonished by the commercial blueprint that Chen Dong had outlined. Having been in business for many years, he prided himself on his unique vision. Yet in comparison to the ambition and scope of this young man before him, he realized that his previous ventures were merely trivial pursuits. This was no longer just business. It was the inception of an entirely new industry. He looked at Chen Dong, his gaze filled with fervor and excitement. He understood that this was an exceptional opportunity that could elevate his career to new heights, perhaps even several tiers. Chapter 38. The initial outline of the business landscape. Brother Chen, your idea is simply astonishing, exclaimed Huang Zhonggui, rising excitedly and pacing back and forth in the private room. It is feasible, absolutely feasible. You need not worry about sales. I have connections in both the provincial capital and the capital city. As long as our products are truly exceptional, we will undoubtedly penetrate the market. As for the product itself, you need not fret, Chen Dong confidently asserted. I am the only one in this world who can provide such raw materials. Huang Zhonggui halted in his tracks, regarding Chen Dong with a serious expression. How do you envision our collaboration? Quite simply, Chen Dong replied, extending two fingers. We shall establish a new company. I will contribute my technology and exclusive resources for a 70% stake, while you will invest capital, channels, and management expertise for 30%. You will oversee daily operations, while I will handle production and supply. How does that sound? A 70-30 split, with Chen Dong holding the majority. At first glance, this distribution may seem somewhat domineering. Yet, without hesitation, Huang Zhonggui agreed. Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest. He understood clearly that the crux of this partnership lay in Chen Dong's irreplaceable exclusive resources. Without Chen Dong, all of this would be mere castles in the air. He would gladly accept even a 10% stake, for he envisioned an immeasurable future. Splendid. Chen Dong stood as well, extending his hand to Huang Zhonggui. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration. Huang Zhonggui grasped Chen Dong's hand tightly, feeling as though he was holding the key to a new world. The two wasted no time. That very afternoon, Huang Zhonggui utilized his connections to uncover a piece of news. There was a canned goods factory on the outskirts of the town that had been closed for nearly a year due to poor management. The factory building and equipment remained intact, albeit overgrown and dusty. This is it. Chen Dong and Huang Zhonggui immediately agreed. We shall acquire it as the starting point for our new company. With matters settled, Chen Dong returned home to share the plan with Li Shui. Upon hearing it, her mouth fell agape. Rendered speechless for a moment, she was taken aback by her husband's ambitious aspirations. From a fisherman to a fleet owner, and now to starting a company and running a factory, this whirlwind of change felt surreal to her. Dong, is this venture not too grand? I am somewhat afraid, she murmured, concern etched across her brow. Afraid of what? Chen Dong embraced her, smiling. Your husband is here. In the past, we were poor and bullied. Now we have the opportunity to expand our enterprise, and we must seize it firmly. Only by becoming strong enough can we take fate into our own hands. He gazed earnestly at Li Shui. Moreover, my intention in establishing this factory is for you. For me? Li Shui queried, puzzled. Indeed, Chen Dong replied, stroking her hair. You have a passion for sewing and design, do you not? Once our products are ready, I will entrust you with the design of the packaging and trademarks. How does that sound? Our product packaging will feature your designs, showcasing your craftsmanship to the entire nation. Upon hearing this, Li Shui's eyes sparkled. Her earlier worries were swiftly replaced by a profound sense of joy and involvement. She had not anticipated that amidst Chen Dong's grand plans, there was a space reserved for her. Am I capable of this? She questioned, lacking confidence. Of course you are. Chen Dong kissed her forehead. My wife is the best in the world. Li Shui felt her cheeks flush from his words, her heart filled with sweetness akin to honey. She nodded emphatically, yes. I will design splendidly. The following day, Chen Dong and Huang Zhonggui visited the abandoned canned goods factory for an on-site assessment. The factory was modest yet complete, with all necessary facilities including a workshop, warehouse, and office. However, due to prolonged neglect, the yard was overgrown with weeds, and dust covered the machinery. While they were inspecting the production area, an elderly man with graying hair and the scent of alcohol emerged from a small room in the corner, eyeing them warily. Who are you? What are you doing here? Huang Zhonggui furrowed his brow and informed Chen Dong. This is a former technician of the factory, surnamed Sunday. He has nowhere else to go since the factory's closure and has been living here, scavenging for scraps in exchange for alcohol. He is a pitiful man, yet also quite eccentric. Chen Dong observed Master Sun. Despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes shone brightly, particularly when he gazed at the dusty machines, revealing a complex mix of emotions, nostalgia, resentment, and an undeniable pride. Chen Dong felt a stir within him and approached, offering a cigarette. Master Sun, is it? We wish to acquire this factory and resume operations. We would like to inquire whether these machines are still operational. Master Sun accepted the cigarette, but did not light it, merely holding it between his fingers. He scrutinized Chen Dong with a sidelong glance, snorting derisively. You think you can manage? Do you even know what a canned good is? These machines are my old comrades, and I have no desire for them to fall into the hands of novices who know nothing and would ruin them. His tone was defensive and disdainful, akin to a porcupine with its quills raised. Huang Zhonggui was about to retort when Chen Dong intervened. Rather than reacting with anger, Chen Dong smiled. He gazed at Master Sun and spoke slowly. We may not know, but you do. I have heard that you were the factory's lead technician, and that you personally improved the high-temperature sterilization process, resulting in canned fruit that surpassed even the major factories in the provincial capital in taste and shelf life. It's a pity at Chen Dong's words, Master Sun trembled. He looked up abruptly, incredulous. This sterilization process was the pride of his life, yet also the source of his greatest regret. Due to the chaotic management at the time, his technique had never received the recognition or promotion it deserved. It was the deepest pain in his heart, yet also his most cherished secret. He never expected that after so many years, a stranger would articulate his innermost thoughts so clearly. Chapter 39. Dusty Pride. Technological equity in the eyes of Master Sun, clouded by alcohol, a piercing light erupted, sharp enough to penetrate the depths of one's soul. He fixed his gaze on Chen Dong, as if attempting to decipher the secrets hidden within his expression. This high-temperature sterilization process was the culmination of his life's work. In his youth, he was an ambitious technician who sequestered himself in the laboratory for 3 months, determined to tackle the issue of deteriorating taste in canned fruits over prolonged storage. He scoured every available resource and conducted countless experiments before finally discovering this unique technique. It allowed for more precise control over temperature and time than traditional methods, maximizing the preservation of the fruit's original flavor and crispness while extending its shelf life. He had believed this would be the key to the factory's revival, yet the leadership dismissed it as trivial, regarding him as merely a nuisance. His technical report was relegated to a dusty corner, forgotten. In the end, with the factory's closure, it became a secret and regret buried deep within his heart. He could not fathom how this secret could be unveiled by a mere youth. Who are you? How do you know this? Master Sun's voice was hoarse, tinged with excitement and caution. Manager Huang stood nearby, equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Chen Dong harbored such profound knowledge. He had assumed Chen Dong's mystery lay solely in his sources, unaware of his familiarity with the factory's storied past. This young man was increasingly enigmatic. Rather than directly answering, Chen Dong met his scrutinizing gaze and spoke earnestly. Master Sun, my identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that a great technology should not be shrouded in dust. It is akin to a treasured blade, capable of shining brilliantly only in the hands of one who truly understands it. He gestured towards the rusty sterilization pot beside them. Though I may not grasp the intricacies of its operation, I recognize that the essence of your process lies in the exquisite manipulation of instantaneous temperature differentials. Regrettably, the fruits you once dealt with were merely ordinary yellow peaches and oranges. No matter how skilled a chef may be, without top-quality ingredients, a state banquet cannot be crafted. Your technique deserves to be applied to far superior fruits. Deserves to be applied, Master Sun repeated, his body trembling involuntarily. This phrase struck a chord deep within him. For so many years, he had clung to this dilapidated factory and its remnants, driven by unyielding discontent. He was like a chivalrous warrior possessing an unparalleled martial arts manual, yet never encountering a worthy opponent to wield his skills against. Are you suggesting? Master Sun's tone softened, his guard somewhat lowered. I am suggesting that I wish to invite you back into the fray, Chen Dong declared with gravity. I can provide you with the finest ingredients in the world, such as a wild yellowfin tuna weighing over 100 pounds, a splendid lobster of 7 to 8 pounds, and deep-sea yellow croaker that is virtually unseen in the market. I implore you to use your expertise to transform these exquisite ingredients into the finest canned delicacies in the world, allowing those who once underestimated your skills to witness what they have missed. Chen Dong's words struck Master Sun like a series of powerful blows to the heart. Canned yellowfin tuna? Canned splendid lobster? His breath quickened, and the flame of desire reignited in his clouded eyes. As a technician, the opportunity to work with these legendary ingredients and apply his life's learning to their fullest potential was an irresistible temptation. He looked at Chen Dong, sensing that this young man was not merely boasting. There was a convincing confidence in his gaze. You speak the truth? Absolutely, Chen Dong affirmed with a nod. Once you agree, we will be partners. You will have full authority over the technical aspects of this factory. I pledge to uphold my promise. At that moment, Manager Huang regained his composure and stepped forward, adding, Master Sun, I am Huang Fu, the manager of Fu Man Lu. I have witnessed this young man's capabilities firsthand. The fish he mentioned will exceed your expectations. Should you choose to return, your compensation is entirely negotiable. We will not haggle. Master Sun fell silent, gazing at his rough, dirty hands, worn from years of collecting scrap. It had been long since he last touched those cold machines, so long that he nearly forgot he was once a respected technician. His life had plummeted to the depths of despair, utterly wretched. Now, an opportunity lay before him, a chance to reclaim his dignity and pride. What reason could he have to refuse? After a prolonged moment, he lifted his head and took a deep breath, as if inhaling the dust-laden air filled with resentment and despondency, only to exhale it out. "I do not seek a salary," he began, his voice not loud but filled with unwavering determination. "I desire equity in technology." Manager Huang was taken aback. Yet, Chen Dong smiled knowingly. He had anticipated that a person of such integrity would not settle for being merely an employee. "What percentage do you seek?" Chen Dong inquired. 10%. Master Sun extended a finger. "I want a 10% stake in the new company's technical equity. I will oversee all production technologies, product development, and quality control. Should any technical issues arise with the products, I will take full responsibility. If you cannot meet my product standards or provide subpar raw materials, I reserve the right to withdraw my stake at any time." His demands, though stringent, radiated confidence. He was wagering his reputation for the remainder of his life. "Agreed." Chen Dong replied without hesitation. "On behalf of the new company, I welcome your partnership, Master Sun." He extended his hand towards Master Sunday. Master Sun hesitated momentarily, wiping his hands on his oil-stained trousers before solemnly shaking Chen Dong's hand. The clasp of their hands symbolized the convergence of unparalleled resources and unique core technology. Manager Huang observed with immense excitement, knowing that the foundational pillars of this future commercial empire had solidified today. "Master Sun, what is the status of these old companions? Can they be revitalized once more?" Chen Dong pointed towards the equipment in the workshop and inquired. Upon mentioning his area of expertise, Master Sun's demeanor transformed entirely. He released his grip, approached a filling machine, and gently brushed off the dust that had settled upon it, his gaze filled with affection. "These machines are all domestically produced veterans, remarkably sturdy. Although they have been idle for a year, their foundational integrity remains intact." As he examined them, he remarked that with thorough cleaning, rust removal, replacement of aged rubber components and drive belts, followed by comprehensive maintenance and calibration, restarting operations should pose no significant challenges. However, he gestured towards the largest high-temperature sterilization kettle located in the corner, his brow furrowing in concern. This colossal apparatus is the heart of the factory. In a bid to economize, a second-hand unit was purchased years ago, and a crucial pressure valve has persistently exhibited minor issues, functioning intermittently. To produce high-end products, the temperature and pressure requirements for sterilization are exceedingly stringent. Thus, this valve must be replaced with a new one. Unfortunately, due to its outdated model, it is unlikely to be found in town, and one might have to venture to the provincial capital's large machinery factory in hopes of fortuitous luck. Chapter 40. Acquiring the factory. Shui Air's design. The issue with the pressure valves did not dishearten Chen Dong and Huang Zhonggui. Rather, it reinforced their conviction that inviting Master Sun out of retirement was an exceptionally astute decision. These concealed equipment problems, if not identified by an expert like him, would go unnoticed by outsiders, and any issues arising during production would lead to significant losses. "Master Sun, you need not worry about this matter," Huang Zhonggui assured, thumping his chest. "I am well acquainted with the provincial capital, and I have several friends at the machinery factory. Finding a valve is merely a trifling task. Just provide me with a list of the necessary components, and I will ensure they are procured." "That is reassuring," Master Sun nodded, his expression visibly relaxing. With someone handling logistics, he could devote his entire focus to the technical aspects, which was the collaborative model he most desired. That day, the trio spent the entire afternoon in the dilapidated factory. Master Sun guided them through each machine and process, meticulously explaining every detail. Though his words were few, each one struck the mark, as he elucidated the strengths and weaknesses of the equipment, the critical points in the production process, and the technical challenges of processing various seafood products with remarkable clarity. Chen Dong and Huang Zhonggui listened, increasingly astonished and filled with admiration. This Master Sun was akin to a living textbook on canned food production. With him on board, their new company had secured a solid technical foundation. Once the arrangements were finalized, Huang Zhonggui swiftly leveraged his connections to engage with the remnants of the original canning factory to discuss the acquisition of the facility. As it was a defunct, bankrupt entity, the factory and its equipment were considered distressed assets, thus available at a remarkably low price. Huang Zhonggui encountered little difficulty in acquiring the entire factory, along with the land, for a sum that was almost negligible. That evening, Chen Dong returned home and informed Li Shui of the progress made. Upon hearing that the seemingly disheveled master craftsman was indeed so skilled and would be investing his expertise, Li Shui was taken aback. A dong? Does that mean we have to share equity with him? Wouldn't that reduce your and Huang Zhonggui's profits? She inquired, her concern evident, for in her simplistic view, involving another party in profit sharing would naturally diminish their earnings. Chen Dong chuckled and playfully tapped her nose. Silly girl, that's not how it works. Consider this. When we build a house, why do we hire the most skilled masterly? It's because his craftsmanship ensures that the house is sturdy and safe to inhabit. The same principle applies to running a factory. Master Sun is our masterly. With him, the quality of our products is guaranteed. Superior products fetch higher prices and greater sales. This is how we attract prosperity. With excellent technology, our enterprise can thrive for the long haul. We must think long-term. He embraced Li Shui, resting his chin atop her head, and gently said, Moreover, today, while visiting the factory, I conceived a splendid idea for you. You found me a task? Li Shui looked up with curiosity. Indeed, Chen Dong replied, pulling out a sheet of paper on which he had sketched a rough draft in the afternoon. I have conferred with Huang Zhonggui and Master Sun, and we have decided to name our product line Long Gong brand seafood canned goods. What do you think? Long Gong. Li Shui repeated the name, her eyes sparkling. It sounds wonderful and is clearly related to the sea. I'm glad you like it, Chen Dong continued, pointing to a simple rectangle he had drawn, which represented the label for the cans. See, the name Long Gong is at the top, with the product name below, such as oil-braised prawns. However, I feel that mere text is rather monotonous. Therefore, I would like you to design a pattern for this label, one that embodies our Long Gong brand. All our products will feature your design. Li Shui's heart raced at the thought. She had not anticipated that Chen Dong would entrust her with such a significant responsibility. This was no mere participation. It made her an indispensable part of this grand vision. Can I really do this? What if I fail to create something worthy? She felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. How could it be anything but wonderful? Chen Dong encouraged her. Your clothing is so beautifully crafted, and your embroidery is exquisite. Designing a pattern should be a breeze for you. Do not feel pressured. Simply draw as you envision it. Whether it be a dragon, a prawn, or even the palace of the Dragon King, the choice is yours. Listening to her husband's encouragement and faith, Li Shui's fleeting self-doubt was swiftly replaced by sweetness and a fervent desire to create. She nodded vigorously, her eyes alight with determination. Yes, I will pour my heart into it. In the ensuing days, Chen Dong and Huang Zhonggui busied themselves with the factory transfer procedures, while Master Sun secluded himself in the factory, beginning the disassembly and cleaning of the machinery. Li Shui, too, immersed herself fully in the design of the trademark. She confined herself to her room, spreading out paper and utilizing the pencils and paints Chen Dong had thoughtfully procured from town. Initially, she sketched a majestic Chinese dragon but found it too imposing, lacking the warmth that seafood embodied. Then she attempted to illustrate a large lobster blowing bubbles, but that felt too trivial to represent the grandeur of Long Gong's name. She affixed each draft to the wall, contemplating them during meals and before sleep. Chen Dong did not rush her. Instead, he brought her art magazines from town and gathered beautiful shells and sea conchs from the ocean for her inspiration. One evening, as Li Shui gazed at the radiant moonlight outside her window, a spark of inspiration struck her. She recalled the magnificent whirlpool she had seen the first time Chen Dong took her out to sea. She quickly spread out a fresh sheet of paper and began to sketch fervently. This time, she did not depict a specific dragon or prawn, but rather crafted a design that resembled an ancient palace gate, composed of waves and whirlpools. The waves formed the pillars, while the whirlpools served as the central decoration. The entire design flowed with grace, embodying the grandeur of the sea while exuding an air of mysterious Eastern charm. Above the design, she elegantly inscribed the traditional characters for Long Gong. As she completed the final stroke, Li Shui surveyed her creation and exhaled deeply. She had a premonition that this was it. She approached Chen Dong, who was smoking in the yard, clutching her sketch with a hint of nervousness. Hey Dong, what do you think of this? Chen Dong took the sketch, and after a mere glance, he was momentarily taken aback. Though he was not a professional connoisseur, he could perceive an intrinsic beauty in the design that struck a chord deep within. It was simple yet grand, brimming with imagination. It surpassed many renowned brand logos he had encountered in his past life. Schwer, he lifted his gaze to meet the expectant and anxious expression on his wife's face illuminated by the soft glow of the light, and sincerely exclaimed, "You are a genius." Chapter 41. All is ready. Awaiting the east wind receiving such high praise from her husband, Li Shui felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Any lingering apprehension she had completely dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of accomplishment. "I'm glad you like it," she responded softly. "It's not just that I like it. It is inherently exceptional," Chen Dong remarked, tenderly caressing the design draft in his hands. "This design surpasses my expectations 100-fold," he exclaimed with genuine admiration. It was grand, imbued with charm, instantly recognizable as a high-end product related to the sea. Chen Dong gazed at his wife with eyes full of appreciation and affection. "Shui, you truly are my treasure." His lavish praise made Li Shui feel as if her head were too heavy to lift. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, akin to being caressed by the gentle spring breeze. In the following days, under the adept management of Manager Huang, the transfer procedures for the factory were successfully completed. A brand new sign was prominently displayed, emblazoned with the 4 powerful characters, Longgong Shipbuilding Factory. On the day the sign was hung, Chen Dong specially set off a string of firecrackers, their crackling sounds shattering the silence that had lingered in the courtyard for over a year. This heralded the revival of life in this place. Chen Dong eschewed any elaborate ceremonies. He simply gathered his crew, Zhao Taizhu, Chen Jianjun, Lu San, and Zhang Hao. Elder Jiang also joined, eager to contribute to the new venture despite his advancing years. "Brothers, from this day forth, this shall be our second home," Chen Dong declared, gesturing towards the overgrown yard and the dust-laden factory building with a steady and powerful voice. "Our ship serves as our spear, enabling us to seize wealth from the sea. This factory is our shield, transforming that wealth into an enterprise that cannot be taken away." He surveyed the group. "Currently, our enterprise is merely a barren land, requiring our hands to build it up, distributing brooms, shovels, and sickles among them." He added, "I shan't say much more. Let us clean this place inside and out until it sparkles. Let it embody the essence of a new home." "Right away, boss." Lu San was the first to respond, his voice booming. He had become Chen Dong's most loyal supporter, believing wholeheartedly in every word he spoke. Stripping off his shirt to reveal his muscular physique, he seized a broom and charged into the workshop. Zhao Taizhu and Chen Jianjun followed suit without hesitation, diving into the task at hand. They picked up tools and began clearing away the accumulated debris. Zhang Hao, resourceful as ever, took on the role of coordinator, efficiently delegating tasks such as weed removal and warehouse cleaning. Chen Dong, too, was not idle. Rolling up his sleeves, he joined in, his physical prowess allowing him to accomplish the work of 3 men. He was at the forefront of moving equipment and clearing rubbish, tackling the heaviest and most laborious tasks. The sight of their boss personally laboring inspired the crew even more, fueling their collective spirit. The factory area buzzed with energy. Shovels clashed against stones, producing a rhythmic clinking sound, while brooms swept the ground, raising clouds of dust. The shouts and laughter of the men echoed in the air. When Manager Huang came to observe, he was greeted by this lively scene. Standing at the doorway, he watched the young man, dust-covered yet still brimming with vitality, working alongside the laborers. He felt a surge of emotion. He had witnessed too many individuals who, after a minor financial gain, would elevate themselves to the status of big bosses, adopting an air of superiority. Yet here was Chen Dong, already affluent, yet still mingling with his crew, grounded and diligently engaged in the most fundamental tasks. Such humility was a rarity in his experience. In his heart, Manager Huang silently affirmed, "A person like this is destined for success." He felt his decision was impeccably validated. Through the collective effort of all, within just 2 days, the factory was transformed. The weeds in the yard were cleared away, revealing a smooth concrete surface. The workshop and warehouse were cleaned to sparkling clarity. Sunlight streamed through the windows, no longer obscured by dust, but illuminating the space with warmth and brightness. The air, too, felt fresher, lacking the mustiness that had once permeated. During this time, Master Sun meticulously disassembled, cleaned, and lubricated all the machines, treating each component with the care of an old friend. The once rusted machinery regained its metallic luster, silently celebrating a rebirth. Everything was in readiness. Manager Huang returned from the provincial capital with the crucial pressure valve. "Master Sun, I have brought you the item you requested," he announced, presenting a heavy wooden box as if it were a precious treasure. Upon opening the box, Master Sun beheld the gleaming new valve, a smile finally breaking through his previously taut expression. His fingertips grazed the threaded surface of the valve with affection, murmuring, "What a fine piece of genuine military-grade quality. Now we can proceed with confidence." A note of satisfaction tinged his voice as he gathered a few crew members familiar with machinery to commence the final installation and adjustments. Chen Dong entrusted Li Shui's design draft to manager Huang, who sought the finest artist in town to replicate the design faithfully. He then contacted a printing factory in the city to expedite the production of the first batch of trademark stickers. Every task progressed in an orderly fashion. By evening, all machines were calibrated. Master Sun stood before the main electrical switch in the workshop, his chest rising and falling steadily. He turned to Chen Dong and manager Huang, solemnly declaring, "Boss, we are ready to test the machines." Excellent. Both Chen Dong and manager Huang felt a surge of anticipation. They understood that this moment marked the inception of a new venture. As Master Sun decisively flipped the switch, the workshop, silent for over a year, was suddenly filled with the hum of electric current. One by one, the indicator lights of the machines flickered to life. Master Sun approached the start button at the front of the production line and pressed it. The rumble resonated as the conveyor belt began to turn slowly. The filling machine, sealing machine, and sterilization kettle. One by one, the machines emitted a majestic and steady roar. The entire workshop came alive. The air was infused with the distinctive scent of machinery in operation. It was the fragrance of new beginnings, the essence of hope. Witnessing this powerful scene, all present felt a surge of excitement within their hearts. Huang Zhonggui rubbed his hands together in exhilaration, his face unable to conceal the joy that radiated from him. Master Sun also displayed a long-lost, heartfelt smile, one imbued with satisfaction, pride, and aspirations for the future. Chen Dong felt similarly stirred. He understood that, from this moment onward, his commercial empire had truly taken form. This was not merely the roar of machines. It was the echo of dreams manifesting into reality. Master Sun and Huang Zhonggui were fully prepared. They only awaited the favorable winds. Chen Dong gazed at the operating machines, his tone imbued with confidence. Favorable winds? Huang Zhonggui appeared somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Chen Dong's gaze drifted outside to the vast blue sea. The surface sparkled, seemingly responding to his call. "Our production line is ready. Now, we only need to procure the finest raw materials worthy of it." He turned to the crew behind him. Jiang Dai, Lu San, Tai Zhu, Jian Jun, Zhang Hao. "Tomorrow, prepare your gear. We shall set sail." His voice was filled with vigor and command. "This time, we seek not quantity, but quality. I want you to retrieve the largest and finest goods from this sea." "Yes, boss." The 5 men responded in unison. Chapter 42. Journey to the provincial capital. First encounter with prosperity at the break of dawn the following day. The Hai Long House set sail once more, facing the rising sun. This time, however, Chen Dong's objective was unlike any previous venture. Rather than seeking the commonplace schools of fish, he instructed old Jiang to steer the vessel towards the depths of the ocean. His aim was not the ordinary catch of fish and shrimp, but rather the top-tier specimens that could serve as the flagship offerings of Longgong brand. With the extraordinary perception granted by the system, Chen Dong resembled an underwater radar, continuously scanning the oceanic expanse beneath him. "Boss, at 3 o'clock to the left, 40 meters underwater, there's a big one." Chen Dong stood at the bow, his eyes closed, yet he perceived everything as if he were witnessing it firsthand. Old Jiang had grown accustomed to Chen Dong's seemingly prophetic abilities. He deftly maneuvered the helm, guiding the ship with precision towards the target. "Into the water," Chen Dong commanded, eschewing any unnecessary words. He donned his shorts, grasped his spear gun, and plunged into the azure sea. The crew, filled with anticipation, leaned over the railing, peering into the depths. They understood that each time their boss dove into the water, it heralded extraordinary rewards. Underwater, Chen Dong moved like a dragon, swiftly descending. Soon, he spotted his quarry. Before him lay a vast coral reef, under which lurked several massive grouper, the largest among them of vivid crimson, its scales shimmering with golden hues in the dim light. It measured a remarkable 1.5 meters in length and weighed well over 100 jin. Dong Xingban, still such a grand wild specimen. Chen Dong's heart swelled with joy. This fish was a staple at lavish banquets in later times, fetching astronomical prices. He refrained from acting hastily, instead silently maneuvering to the flank of the fish school, seeking the optimal position to strike. These creatures were astute. Even the slightest misstep could send them fleeing. Time was of the essence. As the largest grouper turned, he seized the moment, his arm muscles tensing as the spear gun became a streak of black lightning, piercing through the water. With a precise thrust, the spear struck the grouper's vulnerable gill area. The colossal fish thrashed violently, a powerful force transmitted through the line. Chen Dong pushed off the reef, stabilizing his stance, his veins bulging as he engaged in a battle of strength with the underwater behemoth. With a physique of 11, his strength had surpassed all previous limits. Within less than a minute, the creature's struggles began to wane. Success. Giant grouper hunted. Fish value. 1. Chen Dong did not pause. He stored the massive fish in the system's space and set his sights on the other groupers. An hour later, he resurfaced. Pull the line. Big catch. The crew scrambled to cast the ropes, quickly hauling one enormous grouper after another onto the deck. When the fiery red giant was hoisted aboard, it landed heavily on the deck, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. My goodness, is this the king of fish? Lucen stammered. We're in luck. Just this one alone is enough to get our factory running. Zhang Hao exclaimed with excitement. However, this was merely the beginning. Over the next half-day, Chen Dong dove multiple times, each ascent bringing back astonishing top-tier catches that left the crew in disbelief. 2 Australian lobsters thicker than water buckets, a vibrantly colored and sizable lobsters, and a dozen plump blue crabs. By the time the Hai Long Hao returned to port, the live well was brimming with these seldom-seen ocean treasures. When these premium ingredients arrived at the factory, even the experienced Master Sun was rendered speechless. Good heavens, what a catch! He circled the enormous grouper several times, muttering, "To use this material for canning is utterly extravagant. Too extravagant." Yet, the light in his eyes shone brighter than ever. As a technician, having the finest materials to push the limits of his craft was the greatest fortune. However, just as everything was poised for the first trial production, a new issue arose. "Boss, this won't do." Master Sun approached Chen Dong, his expression grave. "Our sealing machine lacks the power. The pressure standards for these large tin cans cannot be met, and they won't seal properly. If we proceed forcefully, we will certainly face issues of leakage and spoilage." This revelation doused the crew's fervent enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. "What now? Can we procure a high-power machine in town?" Manager Huang inquired anxiously. Master Sun shook his head. "Such industrial-grade equipment is hard to come by. Not only in town, but even in the city, it's scarce. We must go to the provincial capital's state-run machinery factory, either to custom order or check for available stock." To the provincial capital? In this era, traveling far is no simple feat. Chen Dong decisively declared, "I will go." Manager Huang, you are familiar with the provincial capital. Accompany me on this trip. Master Sun, please jot down the machine's model and specifications. We must act swiftly. Let us set off tomorrow. All right. Manager Huang, recognizing the urgency of time, readily agreed. The following day, Chen Dong and Manager Huang boarded a long-distance bus to the provincial capital. This marked Chen Dong's first departure from the small town since arriving in this world, heading towards a genuine metropolis. The bus rattled along for 7 or 8 hours, and by evening, they finally arrived in the provincial capital. Upon disembarking, a wave of atmosphere distinct from the small town enveloped them. On the wide roads, buses and brand-new Shanghai cars cruised by. Towering buildings and a plethora of shops lined the streets. The pedestrians were dressed in a far more fashionable manner than those in the town. If Li Shui could see all this, she would surely be astonished, Chen Dong mused, silently resolving to take her out to experience the world once conditions improved. Manager Huang, evidently not a newcomer to the city, expertly led Chen Dong to a state-run guest house for accommodation. "Brother Chen, it's getting late. Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the machinery factory," Manager Huang said after settling in. The next day, after breakfast, they headed directly to the provincial machinery factory located on the city's outskirts. It was an expansive facility, with tall smokestacks billowing white smoke, and the air was filled with the sounds of machinery roaring. Manager Huang connected with a friend of his who worked as the deputy section chief in procurement through the entrance security office. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing glasses emerged from the office building. "Ah, Lao Huang, what brings you here?" The man greeted warmly, shaking hands with Huang Zhongguo. "Director Huang, allow me to introduce my younger brother, Chen," Huang Zhongguo said. "We have established a food factory and wish to purchase a high-capacity sealing machine from your esteemed company." Director Huang scrutinized Chen Dong for a moment, but paid little heed, merely smiling at Huang Zhongguo. "It's no big deal. You need not come in person for such a matter. Come, let us go to my office for a cup of tea. I shall have my staff check the warehouse. However, Upon their arrival at the warehouse and upon stating the model and specifications inscribed by Master Sun, the warehouse manager shook his head. Director Wong, unfortunately, this model of sealing machine has long been discontinued. It is an old product of our factory. The last 2 units were taken away by the logistics department of the military district just last week, leaving not a single one behind. This news weighed heavily on the hearts of Huang Zhonggui and Chen Dong. Chapter 43. A turn of events. Unexpected joy, all the machines are gone. Manager Huang's expression darkened. Director Wong, what shall we do? Our factory is relying on those machines to commence operations. Director Wong furrowed his brow and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Old Huang, it's not that I do not wish to assist. The military district's orders are political assignments. Who would dare refuse them? How about this? You place an order with our factory, and we will restart the production line to fabricate one for you. However, the timeline is uncertain. It will take at least 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months? By then, it will be too late. Manager Huang and Chen Dong exchanged worried glances, both sensing the urgency in each other's eyes. Their previous investments had been fully committed, and with workers and raw materials prepared, every day of delay represented a considerable loss. Director Wong, is there truly no alternative? Perhaps another model of machine could serve as a substitute? Chen Dong inquired. The warehouse manager pondered for a moment and replied, there are indeed alternative models available, with greater power and enhanced performance. However, they are our factory's latest development, intended specifically for export tasks. They do not come cheaply, and we would have to queue for the production schedule. At this juncture, they found themselves completely at an impasse. Director Wong felt a twinge of guilt, as this was a request from an old friend. After some contemplation, he suggested, how about this? I will take you to the scrap warehouse. Sometimes, returned items or machines with minor defects are discarded there. You might find usable parts to assemble back at your factory. That was the only option left. The 3 of them made their way to the scrap warehouse located in the far corner of the factory. It was piled high with various obsolete machine parts, resembling small mountains of steel, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of machine oil and rust. Director Wong and Manager Huang, lacking expertise in these matters, could only wait outside. Chen Dong, however, ventured inside alone. He activated the superhuman perception bestowed by the system, akin to a highly sophisticated scanner, meticulously searching through the heaps of scrap metal. His gaze swept over the rusted gears, broken conveyor belts, and discarded engines. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an inconspicuous corner. There, half buried beneath a pile of old parts, lay a dusty machine. From its appearance, it bore a striking resemblance to the sealing machine they required, albeit larger and more complex in structure. The machine's nameplate was obscured, yet Chen Dong sensed that its internal components were remarkably well preserved. Director Wong, may I take a closer look at that machine? Chen Dong pointed towards the corner. Oh, that one. Director Wong glanced over nonchalantly. That was something a master craftsman tinkered with a few years back, intending to create a fully automatic integrated machine. However, he retired midway, and it was left here. It's just a heap of scrap metal, nothing worth seeing. Undeterred, Chen Dong approached, clearing away the debris to inspect it closely. Although he was not a professional mechanical engineer, he had encountered various advanced equipment in his past life. He realized that this so-called scrap metal featured remarkably advanced design concepts. It was not merely a sealing machine, but an integration of filling, vacuuming, and sealing functions. While many aspects remained unfinished, its core transmission and pressure systems were constructed from solid materials and exhibited exceptional craftsmanship, far surpassing the mass-produced models available outside. Most importantly, he discovered that the machine's power source was a small diesel engine. A spark ignited within Chen Dong. He approached the diesel engine, pretended to knock on it, listened to the sound, and examined the fuel lines. Director Wong, Chen Dong stood up and called out, "Is this machine for sale?" "Sale?" Both Director Wong and Manager Huang were taken aback. "Xiao Chun, what do you want with this heap of scrap metal?" "I believe it still holds value," Chen Dong replied. "The core components of this machine are intact, particularly the diesel engine, which is well maintained. If we bring it back, we can have our factory's master technician take a look. Perhaps it can be repaired, or its parts may be repurposed for our own machines." Director Wong found it amusing but, seeing the earnestness in Chen Dong's expression, hesitated to discourage him. "If you truly want it, take it away. Just consider it scrap metal. Pay me a few dozen yuan by weight, and you can arrange for transportation." For him, it was a win-win situation, clearing out a pile of junk while doing a favor for a friend. "Thank you so much, Director Wong." Manager Huang exclaimed, overjoyed as he rushed to express his gratitude. Thus, the situation took an unexpected turn, resolved in an unforeseen manner. Manager Huang immediately arranged for a vehicle, and the workers exerted great effort to extract the heavy machine from the scrap heap and load it onto the truck. On the way back, Manager Huang remained somewhat apprehensive. Chen Laudi, are we truly able to make use of this heap of scrap metal we have exerted so much effort to retrieve? I hope we do not end up spending money without achieving our goal. Rest assured, Manager Huang, Chen Dong smiled confidently. I guarantee that we have struck gold this time. He was acutely aware that the machine's true value lay not in the machine itself, but in the overlooked diesel engine. During his earlier inspection, he had detected a minor issue with one of the engine cylinders, but it was nothing significant. With his experience, it could be easily repaired. The reason Master Sun felt the original sealing machine lacked power was primarily due to the factory's inadequate electrical supply. In this era, rural electrical voltage was generally unstable, incapable of supporting high-powered industrial equipment. However, what if they had this diesel engine as an independent power source? All problems would be effortlessly resolved. This was no longer a simple repair, it was a power modification. Chen Dong could even foresee the excitement of Master Sun, that technical enthusiast, when he conveyed this idea to him. The truck jostled along the road, finally returning to Longgong Food Factory on the morning of the third day. When that colossal, rust-covered piece of scrap metal was unloaded in the center of the factory, everyone gathered around, their faces etched with bewilderment. Master Sun also emerged from the workshop, circling the machine with a furrowed brow, clearly at a loss. Boss, is this truly the new machine you brought back from the provincial capital? Master Sun's tone was laden with skepticism. Chen Dong smiled faintly, offering no explanation, but instead approached the small diesel engine, giving its casing a gentle pat. Master Sun, take a closer look at this. It was then that Master Sun's gaze fell upon the diesel engine. Adjusting his reading glasses, he leaned in for a closer inspection. The more he examined it, the brighter his eyes shone. His initial confusion gradually transformed into shock, ultimately blossoming into an indescribable ecstasy. Diesel power, an independent power source. Master Sun exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. How could I not have realized this? With it, issues of unstable voltage and insufficient power are mere nonsense. Boss, you are simply a genius. Chapter 44. The first can of Longgong is released. Master Sun's excitement was contagious, inspiring every individual present. Although many did not fully grasp the concept of an independent power source, witnessing this usually serious and stoic technician dance with the exuberance of a child signaled that the heap of scrap metal brought back by Chen Dong was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Master Sun, can this machine be repaired? Chen Dong inquired with a smile. Absolutely. Indeed, it can. Master Sun's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. The design of this integrated machine was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Though it was a semi-finished product, its foundation was exceptionally strong. Once we repair this diesel engine and connect its power system to our existing sealing machine, making a few modifications. No, we won't even need to connect. We shall utilize this integrated machine. I will refine it further. In due time, our production efficiency could increase by at least threefold. As Master Sun continued to speak with growing enthusiasm, he seemed to envision the automatic production line being born from his very hands. He immediately called upon several mechanically adept workers, retrieved toolboxes, and commenced the disassembly and repair of the diesel engine on the spot. Chen Dong, not one to remain idle, carefully extracted the finest seafood from the live water tank. The enormous grouper was hoisted into the processing workshop by several strong men. 2 Australian lobsters, brandishing their formidable claws, were placed in a large basin of water. Additionally, a vibrant and colorful lobster alongside a dozen large blue crabs were also given proper accommodations. Manager Huang, are the labels ready? Chen Dong asked. They have been prepared long ago. Manager Huang replied, emerging from his office with a stack of freshly retrieved labels from the city. These labels, based on Li Shui's design, were printed on the finest copperplate paper. The deep blue background, reminiscent of the vast ocean, featured the ornate gate of Longgong composed of waves and whirlpools, exuding an ancient and mysterious beauty. The 2 traditional Chinese characters for Longgong, embossed in gold, radiated nobility and elegance. Beautiful, simply exquisite, Chen Dong exclaimed, holding one in admiration. He could already envision the cans adorned with this label lining the shelves of grand department stores in provincial cities and even in the capital. With everything in place, They awaited the machine's restoration. True to his reputation as a master technician, Master Sun, along with his team, worked tirelessly for 2 full days and nights, successfully reviving the long-dormant diesel engine. The familiar and powerful roar erupted throughout the factory, eliciting cheers from all present. Following this, 3 more days of modifications and adjustments ensued. Master Sun thoroughly repaired the filling and sealing components of the integrated machine and successfully connected it to the high-temperature sterilization kettle. A brand-new, semi-automatic production line powered independently by the diesel engine miraculously came to life. "Boss, it's ready," Master Sun exclaimed, wiping the grease from his face. Despite his exhaustion, his eyes sparkled with a fierce brightness. "Today, we shall conduct our first trial production." "Excellent," Chen Dong commanded. Mobilizing the entire factory, he personally took charge, cutting the 100-plus-pound grouper into evenly sized fillets. The lobsters and crabs were also cleaned and prepared for their initial processing. Workers stood ready at their respective stations. With a command from Master Sun, production officially commenced. The processed seafood ingredients were placed onto the conveyor belt. The first station was seasoning. Master Sun personally mixed the secret sauce, drizzling it evenly over each piece of fish and shellfish. The second station was filling. The modified machine accurately dispensed the ingredients and broth into shining large tin cans. The third and most crucial station was vacuum sealing. Under the robust power supplied by the diesel engine, the sealing machine operated smoothly, and with a crisp snap, the first securely sealed can was successfully produced. Then came the second, third, and so on. The sealed cans were sent into the high-temperature sterilization kettle. Master Sun personally operated the process, meticulously managing the temperature and pressure according to his unique procedural standards. An hour later, when the sterilization kettle's door opened, a rich aroma of seafood mingled with the scent of the sauce instantly filled the workshop. Everyone could not help but take a deep breath, their faces reflecting sheer delight. The first batch of Longgong brand canned goods, totaling 50 cans, was officially completed. The cans, still radiating warmth, were carefully removed by the workers and set aside to cool. At that moment, Li Shui entered with several village women, carrying a tray of freshly made mung bean soup. "You all have worked hard. Please enjoy some mung bean soup to cool off," she shyly offered. When her gaze fell upon the rows of steaming cans, she was momentarily speechless. Chen Dong approached, picked up a can that had cooled sufficiently, peeled off the temporary label, and carefully affixed the elegantly designed Longgong label. The deep blue label on the silver tin exuded a sense of sophistication. "Shui, look," Chen Dong said, presenting the first finished product to Li Shui. "This is our collective achievement." Li Shui received the hefty can, her eyes welling with tears as she gazed at the design she had painstakingly created, now transformed into a tangible product. "Let's open one. We must taste it," Manager Huang exclaimed eagerly. Master Sun deftly took up his tools and expertly pried open a can of braised grouper. The moment the lid was lifted, an even more intense and captivating aroma burst forth. Inside the can, generous chunks of fish meat were submerged in a glossy, rich sauce, the texture of the fish vividly apparent, evoking an irresistible appetite. Master Sun picked up a piece with chopsticks and offered it to Chen Dong. Chen Dong, unhesitant, placed it directly into his mouth. At the moment the fish touched his palate, his eyes lit up. Delicious, truly exquisite. The fish's texture was firm and elastic, devoid of the mushy quality typical of ordinary canned products. Remarkably, the fish retained the grouper's unique sweetness, harmoniously complemented by Master Sun's savory sauce, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. The flavor is no less impressive than that of the steamed grouper crafted by the renowned chef of Fuman Lo. In fact, the accompaniment of the sauce lends it a unique character. "What do you think?" Master Huang inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Why not taste it yourself?" Chen Dong offered him a pair of chopsticks. Master Huang picked up a piece and placed it into his mouth, instantly becoming mesmerized. With his eyes closed, he savored the taste, and his expression shifted from astonishment to awe, ultimately culminating in sheer ecstasy. "Incredible!" he exclaimed, his eyes wide open. "This flavor is simply extraordinary. Master Sun, are you a deity? Is this truly a flavor achievable by canned goods?" A look of satisfaction and pride graced Master Sun's countenance. The debut of the first can of Longgong brand seafood not only affirmed that they had chosen the right path, but also heralded the arrival of a new era in high-end seafood processing, one that promised to captivate all. Chapter 45. Expanding scale, a new look for the fishing village. The triumphant success of the first can of Longgong brand canned goods acted like a potent elixir, invigorating the hearts of all involved. Manager Huang promptly made the decision to package the remaining 49 cans of finished products, dispatching individuals at full speed to deliver them to both the provincial capital and the imperial city. He was determined that his old acquaintances would be among the first to savor this revolutionary delicacy. Meanwhile, Chen Dong faced a new and pivotal dilemma: the sustained supply of raw materials. The trial production utilized the top-tier seafood he had meticulously selected. However, for the factory to achieve mass production, relying solely on such rare treasures was impractical. They required a fish species of equally outstanding quality, yet capable of consistent, large-scale catches. To serve as the foundation of Longgong brand products, Chen Dong once again cast his gaze toward the vast deep sea. The following day, he did not bring the entire crew, but instead took along Elder Jiang and the most astute Zhang Hao, setting sail aboard the Hailong. "Boss, where are we headed today?" asked Elder Jiang. "To a far-off place," Chen Dong replied, pointing to a nearly boundary-crossing point on the nautical chart. "Elder Jiang, steer the ship in this direction, full speed ahead." Elder Jiang glanced at the location and felt a jolt of surprise. That area was well beyond the confines of the nearshore fishing grounds, belonging to the true open ocean where ordinary fishing vessels seldom ventured. Yet, he harbored complete trust in Chen Dong, and without uttering a word, he promptly turned the ship around, pushing the throttle to its limits toward the indicated direction. The Hailong sailed for a full 5 to 6 hours across the sea, with the surrounding scenery becoming increasingly unrecognizable, the water transforming into a bottomless deep blue. "Boss, we're almost at the location," Elder Jiang announced. Chen Dong nodded, closing his eyes to activate the system's perception abilities. His immense mental force acted like an invisible sonar, sweeping across the profound ocean depths. Within his perception, the underwater world was vividly clear. He beheld schools of sardines, a colossal octopus lurking on the seabed, and even a passing whale. Yet, none of these were his target. He instructed Elder Jiang to maneuver the vessel in slow circles in that area. Zhang Hao watched Chen Dong with a mixture of curiosity and reverence, utterly unable to comprehend how his boss could locate fish schools in the vast ocean based solely on intuition. After approximately half an hour, Chen Dong's eyes snapped open. "Found it," he exclaimed. "Where?" Elder Jiang and Zhang Hao rushed over. "Right beneath our ship, at a depth of about 80 meters, Chen Dong replied, his voice tinged with excitement. "A truly, remarkably massive school of fish." He did not instruct the crew to cast nets, but instead donned his shorts once more, took up a spear gun, and personally descended to investigate. Upon reaching the depths of 80 meters, he was astounded by the sight before him. It was an endless silver sea composed entirely of fish. Countless fish, each approximately a foot long and agile in form, converged to create a colossal maelstrom of life. They were mackerel, a species known for its exquisite flavor and rich nutritional value. Most crucially, the sheer number of this school was staggering, conservatively estimated at several 100,000. This was nothing short of a moving oceanic gold mine. In an instant, Chen Dong realized that this was precisely what he sought, the most suitable raw material for the foundation of Longgong brand products. He recorded the coordinates quietly without startling the fish and swiftly returned to the ship. "Elder Jiang, Zhang Hao, take note of this location," Chen Dong stated with unwavering authority. "From this day forth, this shall be our exclusive fishing ground for Longgong Food Factory. No one is to approach without my permission, nor disclose this location to anyone." "Understood, boss," they replied in unison. In the days that followed, Longgong Food Factory entered a phase of rapid operation. Chen Dong personally led the fleet, making weekly round trips between the fishing village and the secret fishing ground. Each voyage returned laden with bountiful catches of high-quality mackerel, which were continuously delivered to the factory. Master Sun developed 2 new flavors based on the unique characteristics of mackerel: 5-spice mackerel and fermented black bean mackerel. The factory's production line operated around the clock, producing beautifully packaged cans of Longgong brand goods, which were then shipped to the provincial capital through Manager Huang's channels. Simultaneously, the first batch of premium seafood cans sent to the provincial and imperial cities received an overwhelming response. Those well-versed in culinary delights were utterly captivated by the exquisite taste and superior ingredients of Longgong brand canned goods. Is this really canned food? It surpasses the signature dishes of state-run restaurants. What exactly is this Longgong Food Factory? Investigate immediately. I want to place an order for 100 cases. Orders poured in like snowflakes from all corners of the nation, and Manager Huang's phone was nearly overwhelmed with calls. Longgong Food Factory skyrocketed to fame. As the factory's business flourished, Chen Dong's personal wealth accumulated at an alarming rate. Nevertheless, he did not forget his commitments. He approached the village chief, Zhang Dahai. Village chief, our factory is currently short-staffed, particularly in packaging and labeling positions. I wish to recruit a group of female workers from the village, Chen Dong stated, setting reasonable expectations. As long as they were nimble and diligent, it would suffice. The salary would be 40 yuan during the probationary month, increasing to 50 upon confirmation, with potential bonuses based on performance. This announcement once again stirred tremendous excitement within the fishing village. Previously, when Chen Dong sought crew members, he had only addressed the young and vigorous labor force. Now, his call for female workers meant a golden opportunity for the village's homemakers to earn a living. A salary of 40 yuan. For them, this was a sum they had scarcely dared to dream of. All the women in the fishing village went wild, rushing to the village committee to sign up. Chen Dong entrusted the tasks of recruitment and management to Li Shui. Shuier, you are meticulous and adept at engaging with the village aunties. From now on, you will be the head of the packaging workshop at Longgong Food Factory. Initially hesitant, Li Shui found courage in Chen Dong's encouragement and accepted the responsibility. She emulated Chen Dong, establishing a rigorous set of rules and regulations to train the newly arrived female workers. Her approach was characterized by fairness and kindness, swiftly earning her respect among the laborers. Each day, she donned a pristine work uniform, traversing the workshop to organize tasks and inspect quality. No longer was she the timid young bride who hid behind men. She had transformed into a competent workshop supervisor. An unprecedented aura of confidence and brilliance radiated from her. The fishing village was quietly undergoing a transformation. The village men either accompanied Chen Dong to sea or worked in the factory, receiving handsome wages each month. Under Li Shui's guidance, women labored in the packaging workshop, also enjoying a stable income. The living conditions of every household visibly improved. More families were building new homes and purchasing bicycles. The previously stagnant atmosphere was replaced by a vibrant and uplifting energy. The architect of this change, Chen Dong, had undeniably become the backbone and guiding light of the entire fishing village, his prestige even surpassing that of the village chief, Zhang Dahai. One day, while Chen Dong was in the office with Huang Zhongwei, they were examining a national map to strategize the next phase of their sales network. A phone call came in from the capital city, from the secretary of a high-ranking official who had received samples through Huang Zhongwei's connections. The message was straightforward. The official praised the Longgong brand canned goods and expressed a desire to invite the factory manager to the capital for discussions on a significant collaboration, one that could propel the Longgong brand to unprecedented heights. Chapter 46. A call from the capital. A greater stage. Upon hanging up the phone, Manager Huang's hands trembled slightly, and his face betrayed an unmistakable excitement. Chen Laudi. He gazed at Chen Dong, his voice somewhat altered. Did you hear that? It's from the capital. That esteemed individual wishes to meet us. Chen Dong's heart was equally tumultuous, yet he maintained a facade of composure. He poured a cup of tea for Manager Huang, signaling him to calm down. Manager Huang, this is a fortuitous development, indicating that our products have garnered the highest level of recognition. Chen Dong spoke slowly. This is an opportunity, a chance for our Longgong brand to ascend from a local workshop to a nationally renowned brand. Indeed. Manager Huang nodded vigorously, taking a sip of tea to steady his nerves. The secretary implied that they have a foreign affairs reception task, requiring a procurement of high-end specialty foods that represent our nation's image. Our canned goods have perfectly caught their attention. If we can secure this deal, Longgong will become the imperial choice. Our brand will be firmly established. The news was nothing short of shocking. It signified that their products could potentially grace the table of state banquets hosting foreign dignitaries. This transcended mere business. It was an honor, a validation. Brother, who do you think would be the most suitable to go? Manager Huang sought Chen Dong's counsel, fully aware that Chen Dong was the true linchpin of the factory. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dong understood the gravity of this journey to the capital. He knew he must personally attend. This was not solely a business negotiation. It was an opportunity to witness the true epicenter of this era, to broaden his horizons and network. I will go myself, Chen Dong declared. Manager Huang, you will need to oversee production and sales at the factory. I must also arrange matters at home. Certainly. You going reassures me greatly. Manager Huang readily agreed. You need not worry about the factory. With me and Master Sun here, everything will be fine. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. Thus, the decision was made. Upon returning home, Chen Dong shared the news of his trip to the capital with Li Shui. Her immediate reaction was not joy, but concern. The capital? So far away. She grasped Chen Dong's arm, her face etched with reluctance and worry. Is the journey safe? Can you manage alone in an unfamiliar place? In her mind, the capital seemed as distant as a realm beyond the horizon. How could she not worry about her man venturing alone to such a far-off land? Silly girl, I'm a grown man. What could possibly happen? Chen Dong embraced her, smiling to reassure her. Traveling by train is quite safe. Besides, I won't be alone. Manager Huang will help me arrange the contacts there. I'm going to negotiate a significant business deal. If successful, our family's life will improve immensely. Noticing the persistent worry in Li Shui's eyes, he suggested, how about you accompany me? Me? Li Shui was taken aback, shaking her head without a second thought. I can't go. What will happen to the packaging workshop? And I wouldn't be able to help you. I would only be a distraction. Though she said this, Chen Dong perceived a glimmer of desire and yearning in her gaze. He understood that she did not wish to burden him and lacked confidence in herself. Who says you wouldn't be of assistance? Chen Dong gently cupped her face. Speaking earnestly, you are the designer of our Longgong brand. You designed our product packaging and logo. When we meet those high-ranking officials in the capital, they will undoubtedly inquire about our brand's design philosophy. As the chief designer, wouldn't it be your duty to explain it to them? He paused, continuing softly. Moreover, I established this factory to provide you with a better life. Now that we have an opportunity to visit the most prosperous place in the nation, how could I leave you behind at home? I want you to witness firsthand how your designs are praised by those influential figures. I wish for you to realize that your talent deserves to be recognized by many. Chen Dong's words enveloped Li Shui's heart like a warm current. All her doubts and insecurities melted away in the face of his affectionate and affirming sentiments. Indeed, she was a designer. This identity was bestowed upon her by Chen Dong and earned through her own efforts. Her eyes gradually brightened, glistening with tears, but more prominently filled with courage. All right, I will go with you. She nodded resolutely. With the decision made to bring Li Shui along, Chen Dong began preparing for their departure. He first visited the ship, providing detailed instructions to Old Jiang and Lu Xin regarding the upcoming fishing tasks. During my absence, all matters aboard will be under Old Jiang's supervision, Chen Dong addressed the crew. The fishing plan remains unchanged, with safety as the top priority. There must be no mistakes. Rest assured, boss. Old Jiang assuredly guarantees that with my old bones aboard, the ship will not capsize. Next, he entrusted the factory's affairs to Manager Huang and Master Sun, clearly delineating responsibilities in production, sales, and finance. Finally, he summoned Li Shui to his office. Shui, you are now the workshop director. You must ensure that your responsibilities are well arranged during your absence, Chen Dong said with a smile. You need to appoint a deputy to manage things in your stead. Li Shui considered and decided on a young woman named Zhang Cuohua, who was quick and dependable, having been trained by Li Shui herself. Chen Dong approved her choice, feeling immense pride and gratification as he watched his wife handle these matters with growing competence and leadership. On the eve of their departure, neither Chen Dong nor Li Shui managed to sleep. Li Shui meticulously packed their belongings under the soft glow of the lamp, ironing their new clothes and neatly folding them into a brand new suitcase that Chen Dong had specially purchased from town. Meanwhile, Chen Dong sat at the table, penning down his vision for the future development of the Longgong brand and key points for the negotiations in the capital. He understood that this was more than a mere business trip. It was a pivotal opportunity for advancement. Outside the window, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. Li Shui meticulously packed her belongings and approached Chen Dong from behind, gently embracing him. Dong, I still feel a bit anxious, she murmured, resting her face against his back. Do not fear, Chen Dong replied, grasping her hand reassuringly. I am here with you. Just think of it as a journey I am taking you on. We shall visit Tiananmen, stroll through Wangfujing, and savor Peking duck. His words significantly eased Li Shui's apprehension. Her impressions of the capital were confined to the pages of books and the narratives of broadcasts. The names Tiananmen and Wangfujing, both familiar yet foreign, filled her with anticipation. A brand new world was gradually unveiling its doors to them. The following day, amidst the envious gazes of the entire village, Chen Dong and Li Shui boarded the jeep arranged by Huang Zhongguo, setting off towards the train station in the provincial capital. Their next destination was the revered city of Jingcheng, a place that captivated the hearts of all during that era. Chapter 47. Arrival in the capital. Assistance from the noble. The train journey from the provincial city to the capital spans 2 days and nights. This marks the first time Li Shui has ever traveled by train, as well as the first time for Chen Dong since arriving in this world. The green train carriage is filled with an array of mixed aromas, crowded and noisy. Yet, Li Shui feels no discomfort. She rests her head on Chen Dong's shoulder. Her curiosity piqued as she gazes out at the rapidly receding scenery. From the fragrant rice paddies of the south to the yellow lush plateaus of the north, the ever-changing landscape captivates her senses. Chen Dong has purchased sleeper tickets, which, although costly, allow Li Shui to rest comfortably. He attends to her every need, fetching water, buying meals, and even shielding her from the draft in the aisle with his own body. The other passengers in the carriage look on enviously at this affectionate young couple. 2 days later, the train finally rolls into the capital's railway station in the early morning. As they step out of the station and behold the grand architecture and the ceaseless throngs of people, even Chen Dong, a man of 2 lifetimes, feels a twinge of awe, let alone Li Shui. She tightly clings to Chen Dong's arm, her small face brimming with wonder and trepidation. Everything here is a stark contrast to the world she knows. Towering skyscrapers, wide roads, and the hurried cadres and workers clad in Zhongshan suits and linen suits. Do not fear, just follow me, Chen Dong whispers reassuringly in her ear, offering her a comforting smile. Following the guidance of Manager Huang, they forego a common guest house and instead hail a taxi to a hotel that exclusively accommodates cadres. Upon presenting the introduction letter that Manager Huang had prepared for him, the demeanor of the hotel staff shifts to one of utmost respect, and they swiftly complete the check-in process. Their room is on the 3rd floor. Though modest in size, it is clean and tidy. Opening the window, they can even catch a distant glimpse of the iconic Tiananmen. Are we staying here? Li Shui gazes at the soft spring mattress and the private bathroom, scarcely able to believe her eyes. Such a place she had only seen in films before. Yes, we will stay here for the next few days, Chen Dong replies as he sets down their luggage. You rest for a moment. I need to make a phone call to contact someone here. The person he aims to reach is a secretary of a high-ranking leader, surnamed Zhao. The call connects swiftly. Secretary Zhao's voice is warm as he informs Chen Dong that the leader has an important meeting today and advises them to settle in, promising that a vehicle will be dispatched to the hotel to pick them up tomorrow morning. With this concrete assurance, Chen Dong feels a sense of calm wash over him. He takes Li Shui to the hotel restaurant, where they enjoy their first authentic meal from the capital, stir-fried liver and doji, which Li Shui finds unpalatable. Yet the fragrant and crispy Jingjiang shredded pork earns her enthusiastic praise. In the afternoon, Chen Dong takes her, like every newcomer to the capital, to Tiananmen Square. Upon seeing the majestic Tiananmen Tower and the towering monument to the people's heroes, Li Shui is rendered speechless with excitement. She pulls Chen Dong to take a precious photograph of her before the tower. Seeing the genuine, radiant smile on his wife's face, Chen Dong feels that bringing her here was indeed the right decision. The next morning, a black Volga sedan arrives punctually at the entrance of the hotel. Secretary Zhao personally steps out of the car. A refined gentleman appearing to be in his 30s, he warmly approaches Chen Dong and Li Shui. You must be Comrade Chen Dong and Comrade Li Shui. Welcome to the capital. Hello, Secretary Zhao. Thank you for making the trip in person. Chen Dong replies politely as they shake hands. It was no trouble, Secretary Zhao responds, his gaze lingering appreciatively on Li Shui. Comrade Li Shui, you appear even younger and more capable than I had imagined. The design of the Longgong trademark is commendable. This simple compliment causes Li Shui's cheeks to flush slightly, yet she feels a surge of pride within. The vehicle glides smoothly along the road, eventually turning into a seemingly ordinary courtyard, albeit with guards stationed at the entrance. Secretary Zhao leads them into an office building and into a spacious office. Behind the desk, an elderly gentleman with slightly graying hair but a vigorous demeanor sits reviewing documents. Upon their entrance, he sets down his pen and rises. Ah, Xiao Zhao, is this the Comrade Chen Dong from Longgong Food Factory you mentioned? His voice is booming and full of vitality. Indeed, Elder Zhou, Secretary Zhao responds with respect. Chen Dong's heart quickens. He knows that the venerable figure before him is the influential personage referred to by Manager Huang, Elder Zhou. Greetings, Elder Zhou, Chen Dong states, extending his hand confidently. I am Chen Dong, and this is my beloved, Li Shui. Excellent. Young and accomplished. Elder Zhou exclaims with a smile as he shakes Chen Dong's hand and nods kindly at Li Shui. Comrade Li Shui, I truly admire the trademark you designed. It embodies the essence of our Chinese culture and is quite grand. The simple opening remarks alleviate the tension that had gripped Chen Dong and Li Shui. The esteemed leader is far more approachable than they had envisioned. They take their seats, and Secretary Zhao pours them tea. Without beating around the bush, Elder Zhou addresses the matter directly. Comrade Xiao Chun, I have sampled your factory's canned goods. To be frank, I was pleasantly surprised. In my lifetime of culinary experiences across the land, I never anticipated that a can could preserve the essence of seafood so impeccably. This is largely attributed to our master craftsmen at the factory, who possess a unique preservation and sterilization technique, Chen Dong humbly replies. While technology is foundational, what is even more remarkable is the quality of your ingredients, Elder Zhou observes, his gaze sharpening. I have heard from Xiao Huang that your raw materials are top-tier wild seafood not found in the market. I would like to know, can you guarantee a long-term, stable supply of such premium ingredients? This is the crux of their meeting today. Chen Dong understands this is a test of his capabilities. He meets Elder Zhou's gaze without flinching, affirmatively responding, yes, we can. Chapter 48, A Grand Gift, specially provided for the National Banquet. Chen Dong's single word resonated powerfully, imbued with unwavering confidence. The atmosphere in the office seemed to momentarily solidify in response to his proclamation. Old Zhou's discerning eyes, having witnessed countless individuals, lingered on Chen Dong's face for several seconds, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. He had encountered too many who had pounded their chests in assurance, only to falter in execution. Yet, the confidence radiating from this young man appeared authentic, stemming from a profound foundation of assurance. Oh, Old Zhou, maintaining his composure, lifted his teacup, gently blowing across its surface. Comrade Xiao Chun, what instills such certainty in you? It is essential to understand that what we require is not merely a few samples or a fleeting commitment. Should collaboration be established, it will entail a long-term, substantial demand. Wild marine products differ greatly from farmed ones. Relying heavily on fortune, how can you guarantee that we will consistently enjoy such fortune? This inquiry was acutely incisive, striking at the heart of the matter. Chen Dong had anticipated this question prior to his arrival. He smiled, retrieving an item from his bag and delicately placing it on the table. It was a meticulously wrapped nautical chart, encased in waterproof oilcloth. Old Zhou, I do not rely on luck, Chen Dong stated as he slowly unfurled the chart, spreading it across the expansive desk. I rely on this. Curiosity piqued. Old Zhou and Secretary Zhao leaned closer. The chart was densely annotated with a myriad of symbols and numbers. In a remote area far from the coastline, Chen Dong had circled a substantial region in red ink. What is this? Old Zhou inquired, somewhat perplexed. This is the secret of our Long Gong, Chen Dong replied, pointing to the red circle. 6 months ago, I stumbled upon this maritime region. The marine environment here is exceptionally unique. The underwater trenches and reefs form a natural barrier, rendering the fishery resources nearly untouched by external fishing efforts. After extensive exploration, I discovered a remarkably large population of high-quality mackerel migrating through this area. Additionally, numerous rare fish species, such as the Dongxing ban and large lobsters, thrive amidst the intricate seabed topography. He paused, his tone growing more resolute. I can confidently assert that this fishing ground is an unexploited blue treasure. As long as the Hai Long Hao is operational and my team is present, I can assure a continuous supply of the finest raw materials from this source. Its reserves are sufficient to sustain our production demands for the next 10, even 20 years. Chen Dong's words rendered Old Zhou and Secretary Zhao speechless, captivated by the vivid imagery he had conjured. If what Chen Dong asserted were true, this transcended mere fishing. It equated to possessing a unique strategic resource. This chart, along with the specific coordinates of this fishing ground, is a gift I am prepared to present to the nation during my visit to the capital, Chen Dong declared, locking eyes with Old Zhou, enunciating each word with conviction. What? For the first time, even the typically composed Old Zhou was unable to maintain his poise. He abruptly rose, staring incredulously at Chen Dong. Secretary Zhao was equally astonished, his mouth agape. They both understood the immense implications of such a rich, exclusive, and unexplored fishing ground for a food factory. This could be likened to a hen that lays golden eggs, the very foundation of their livelihood. Chen Dong, in an extraordinary gesture, intended to bestow this foundation upon the nation? Comrade Xiao Chun, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Old Zhou's voice trembled with disbelief. I do. Chen Dong's expression was one of utmost sincerity. Old Zhou, I am the son of a fisherman and also the son of a veteran. The nation has nurtured me, and now that I possess a modicum of ability, it is my duty to contribute to my country. In my personal hands, this fishing ground would merely serve as a tool for profit. However, if entrusted to the state, I believe it can realize far greater value. His words resonated deeply. He understood that a common man might not be guilty, yet possessing a treasure could invite peril. Such a vast treasure, if monopolized by a single private owner, would inevitably attract countless covetous eyes and complications. Rather than wait for it to be seized, he preferred to willingly offer it now, in exchange for a more formidable ally and a broader platform. This was both his vision and his sagacity. Old Zhou regarded Chen Dong for a long while, remaining silent. For the first time, genuine emotion and admiration flickered in his keen gaze. He resumed his seat and gravely nodded at Chen Dong. Excellent. What a remarkable young man you are, Chen Dong, he exclaimed. Our nation needs individuals like you, who possess awareness and a sense of responsibility. This gift you present is of tremendous weight. The state accepts it. He turned to Secretary Zhao and instructed, Xiao Zhao, immediately contact the Oceanic Bureau and the Navy, organizing an expert team to assess and verify the value of this chart. Additionally, relay the message that Longgong Food Factory will officially be designated as a supplier of special products for our foreign affairs reception units, starting today. All procurement contracts shall adhere to the highest standards. Understood, Old Zhou. Secretary Zhao responded, brimming with excitement. What followed unfolded seamlessly. A long-term, substantial supply contract was promptly finalized, with a price reflecting genuine goodwill. This indicated that the Longgong brand would henceforth bear the prestigious label of state banquet supplier. The value of this golden emblem was beyond monetary measure. Naturally, the state would not take advantage of Chen Dong's generosity. Old Zhou explicitly stated that the development of the fishing ground would be safeguarded by naval vessels, ensuring production safety. Furthermore, the state would extend maximum support for the future development of Longgong Food Factory through favorable policies. What began as a mere commercial negotiation transcended to an unprecedented height due to Chen Dong's grand gesture. As they exited the courtyard and re-entered the Volga sedan, Li Shui felt as though she were still dreaming. She tightly grasped Chen Dong's hand, her palm slick with perspiration. Everything she had seen and heard that day had utterly surpassed her comprehension. All she knew was that her man had accomplished something truly extraordinary. Dong, have we truly relinquished the fishing grounds? She inquired softly. Indeed, Chen Dong replied with a smile, gently squeezing her hand. Are you reluctant? Li Shui shook her head, stating, I support every decision you make. I merely feel that you are remarkably capable. In her heart, her man resembled a mountain, one that she could never fully comprehend, yet would always be able to rely upon. Chen Dong smiled and chose not to elaborate further. He gazed out at the swiftly receding streets of Beijing, his heart filled with clarity. He understood that from this day forward, he and the enterprise he had established had truly begun to find their footing in this era. His journey was only just commencing. Chapter 49, Returning in Glory. The whole village in an uproar after spending 2 additional days in the capital, Chen Dong and Li Shui thoroughly explored the city. They visited the Forbidden City, climbed the Great Wall, and indulged in authentic Peking duck at Quanjuda. Li Shui, like a jubilant little bird, brimmed with curiosity about everything around her. Armed with the seagull camera gifted by Chen Dong, she captured numerous photographs, determined to document every scenic view. Meanwhile, Chen Dong utilized these 2 days to forge connections, thanks to the introduction by Secretary Zhao, meeting various business people and officials in the capital. He did not consciously seek to leverage these relationships, but merely mingled as a supplier, establishing a solid foundation for his future network. 3 days later, the pair boarded a train back to the south. Initially, they had been 2 obscure youths from a small town. Upon their return, however, Chen Dong held a long-term supply contract in his hands, one that could alter the fates of countless individuals. Upon arriving back at the fishing village, news had already spread like wildfire through the words of Manager Huang. Did you hear? Chen Dong went to the capital and sold our factory's canned goods to the National Banquet. My heavens, is that true? The National Banquet? The one that hosts foreign dignitaries? Indeed. Manager Huang said so himself. Our factory is now a designated supplier for the National Banquet. That designation came directly from a high-ranking official in the capital. Good gracious. Is Chen Dong on his way to becoming a big official? The entire fishing village was abuzz with excitement. As Chen Dong and Li Shue's jeep rolled into the village, nearly everyone spontaneously rushed out, lining the road to welcome them. Village Chief Zhang Dahai, accompanied by several committee members, beat drums and set off firecrackers, creating an atmosphere even more boisterous than during the New Year celebrations. Welcome, Boss Chun and Director Li, back in glory, Zhang Dahai shouted. The villagers cheered in unison, their faces glowing with genuine joy and pride. Longgong Food Factory was their factory, and Chen Dong was one of their own. Chen Dong's success brought them collective pride. More importantly, the factory's designation as a supplier for the national banquet meant more stable jobs and greater income security for them. Li Shue, having never encountered such an uproar, timidly hid behind Chen Dong, unsure of how to respond. In contrast, Chen Dong remained composed, stepping out of the car and smiling as he waved to his fellow villagers. Village Chief, dear friends, this is too much. There is no need for such a grand welcome. Absolutely not. We must celebrate, Zhang Dahai said excitedly, gripping Chen Dong's hand. Dong, you are now the pride of our village, a renowned figure in our town. You have brought honor to us, so a welcome ceremony is only fitting. Amidst the throng, Chen Dong and Li Shui returned home. The courtyard was overflowing with relatives and neighbors who had come to congratulate them. Aunt Wang was also among the crowd, holding a basket of eggs with a flattering smile. After much squeezing through the throng, she finally reached Li Shui. Shui, you've returned. Oh my. After your trip to the capital, you look even more refined. She handed the eggs to Li Shui. These are from my own chickens, for you and Dong to nourish yourselves. Li Shui looked at the woman who had previously made things difficult for her, feeling a mix of emotions. Yet, her kind heart prevailed, and she accepted the basket, softly saying, "Thank you, Aunt Wang." Chen Dong observed this exchange with a smile, remaining silent. He understood that this was human nature. When one is weak, one encounters the most adversaries. When one is strong, the world greets one with kindness. That evening, Chen Dong gathered all the management and crew at the factory for a meeting. He elaborated on the outcomes of their trip to the capital. Upon hearing about the long-term, substantial supply contract, everyone's faces flushed with excitement. "Boss, you are incredible," Lucen exclaimed, jumping up. "Are our canned goods really going to the national banquet?" "Absolutely," Chen Dong affirmed. "Thus, starting tomorrow, our factory's production will enter a new phase. All our products must adhere to the highest standards. Master Sun, I entrust you with quality control. You hold veto power. If you deem any link unsatisfactory, even if it's a packaged product, it must be destroyed on the spot. Not a single substandard product is to leave our factory. Rest assured, boss." Master Sun stood up, earnestly bowing. "I guarantee that every can leaving my hands will absolutely meet the national banquet standards." Next, Chen Dong turned to Old Man Jiang. "Old Jiang, the pressure for raw material supply now rests with you. Starting tomorrow, the Hai Long will increase its sailing frequency. Additionally, I plan to purchase 2 more boats to expand our fishing fleet." Purchase more boats. The announcement stunned everyone. Manager Huang, the recruitment process must be prioritized immediately. Chen Dong concluded. "Our current workforce is insufficient for our upcoming production needs. We need to hire at least another 100 workers, prioritizing candidates from our village and neighboring villages, contributing to our community." After the meeting, everyone was invigorated, filled with enthusiasm. A grander commercial vision, under Chen Dong's guidance, was rapidly becoming a reality. As night fell, Chen Dong and Li Shui lay in bed. Li Shui rested her head on Chen Dong's arm and softly remarked, "Dong, seeing the villagers today felt like a dream. Their gazes towards us have transformed. And it will continue to change," Chen Dong replied, stroking her hair. "This is merely the beginning. Our goal is to make the Longgong brand resonate throughout the nation and even reach the world. At that time, you, as the chief designer, will become a celebrated figure." Li Shui felt a bit shy from his words, snuggling closer to him. "By the way," Chen Dong suddenly recalled, "during our trip to the capital, I noticed that women there are fond of perming their hair and dressing fashionably. In a few days, I'll take you to the best salon in town for a perm and buy you some beautiful clothes." "No, that would be too extravagant," Li Shui quickly replied. "How can that be considered wasteful?" Chen Dong assertively declared, "My wife is so beautiful. She deserves to adorn herself splendidly." Thus, the matter was settled, and any objections were futile. Li Shui, unable to resist him, could only blush and acquiesce. As she gazed upon the man's resolute profile, her heart was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of happiness. She understood that with this man by her side, her future life would be a vibrant tapestry of colors, far beyond anything she had ever dared to dream. Chapter 50, Fleet Expansion. A new storm. Chen Dong's efficiency was nothing short of remarkable. The very next day, he and manager Huang returned to the fishing port in town with a clear objective: to purchase boats. Armed with the experience gained from his previous dealings with Jiang Laotu, coupled with Chen Dong's burgeoning reputation in the town, the process unfolded with exceptional ease. They set their sights on two second-hand fishing vessels, comparable in size to the Hailong Hao. Upon learning that it was Boss Chun from Longgong Shipinchang making the purchase, the boat owner did not dare to inflate the price and readily agreed to the transaction. Chen Dong promptly paid the full amount and enlisted the town's finest painter to refurbish the two new vessels, adorning their bows with the commanding names Jiao Long Hao and Tung Long Hao. The sight of three large ships docked side by side at the fishing village's pier left the gathered villagers awestruck. 3 grand vessels. When has our village ever boasted such prestige? From now on, who would dare to bully us when we set sail? With the fleet expansion came the necessity for additional crew members. Chen Dong once again announced job openings in the village, this time seeking 8 formal crew members and several prospective recruits. The news spread swiftly, prompting a throng of young villagers to nearly trample the village committee's threshold. After a rigorous selection process, Chen Dong ultimately chose 8 diligent and earnest young men to join his fleet. Thus, he now commanded a burgeoning fishing crew, comprised of 3 large ships and a dozen crew members. While both the fleet and the factory thrived at an impressive pace, Chen Dong refused to rest on his laurels. He understood that his foundation remained the extraordinary system and his continuously enhancing personal strength. That night, after ensuring Li Shui was comfortably asleep, he ventured alone to the seaside once more. He opened the system panel and took a glance. Host, Chen Dong, Physique, 11, can consume 20 fish capture points to increase. Fish capture points, 15. After this period of accumulation, his fish capture points had reached 15, needing just 5 more for the next upgrade. He felt a powerful premonition that each enhancement of his physique would usher in a qualitative leap. In this era filled with uncertainty and challenges, formidable strength was his greatest assurance for survival. Only 5 points left. Without hesitation, Chen Dong donned his shorts, seized his spear gun, and slipped into the frigid waters. The underwater realm of the night remained his domain. Like a phantom hunter, he traversed through the darkness. Soon, he spotted a target, a colossal ray lying concealed in the sandy bottom, commonly known as a devilfish. Its flat body resembled a gigantic diamond, with a slender tail bearing a lethal stinger. For ordinary fishermen, this creature posed an extreme danger. However, for Chen Dong, it was merely a walking opportunity for fish capture points. He stealthily approached, and before the ray could sense his presence, decisively pulled the trigger. The spear gun pierced its head with precision, and the massive ray struggled only momentarily before falling still. Success. Successfully hunted a giant ray. Fish capture points 1. Fish capture points, 16. Without pausing, Chen Dong continued his search in the depths of the sea. His diligence was rewarded. Within the following hour, he successfully hunted several valuable sea wolf fish and a gigantic sea turtle. Success. Successfully hunted a sea wolf fish. Fish capture points 1. Success. Successfully hunted a large sea turtle. Fish capture points 1. Fish capture points, 20. At last, he had gathered enough. Chen Dong felt a surge of joy and promptly swam to an uninhabited cove, hauling himself ashore. System, enhance my physique. Would you like to consume 20 fish capture points to elevate your physique to 12? Yes. A stream of purer, more potent warmth surged from deep within his body. Drawing from past experience, Chen Dong now faced this transformation with poise. He sat cross-legged, actively guiding this energy as it washed over his limbs and bones. He could distinctly feel his bone density increasing, muscle fibers becoming more resilient, and his senses sharpening. This enhancement felt more like a comprehensive optimization and consolidation. As the warm current subsided, Chen Dong gradually rose, clenched his fist, and reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Host, Chen Dong. Physique, 12, can consume 20 fish capture points to increase. Fish capture points, 0. He understood that as long as he had sufficient fish capture points, there would be no ceiling to his strength. As Chen Dong's prowess reached a new zenith, The business of Long Gong Pinchong flourished, yet a new storm was quietly brewing. Nearby counties and cities, home to competitors in the seafood processing industry, began to feel the immense pressure exerted by Long Gong Pinchong. The company's canned goods, crafted from top-quality ingredients and boasting exquisite taste, quickly captured the high-end market, especially with the prestigious label of being a state banquet supplier. Established brands like Hongxing and Dongtao witnessed a precipitous decline in sales. To sever one's financial lifeline is akin to taking a life. One day, at a luxurious restaurant in the city, a group of portly middle-aged men gathered, their faces darkened as they drank. Leading the pack was Qian Sihai, the head of the largest seafood company in the city, Sihai Group. "Everyone, that Long Gong has become insufferably arrogant lately," declared a square-faced man, slamming his glass down on the table. "Our Hongxing canned mackerel sales last month didn't even reach 30% of last year's figures. If this continues, our workers will be left without food." "Indeed," echoed another tall, lean man. "I've heard that Long Gong was established by some country bumpkin. Who knows what kind of luck he had to get in with connections in the capital. Now he struts around as if he owns the place." Qian Sihai remained silent, leisurely swirling his wine glass, his gaze dark and menacing. His Sihai Group had entrenched itself in the local seafood industry for over a decade, with deep-rooted connections in both legitimate and illicit circles. He would not allow some upstart, who had seemingly emerged from nowhere, to encroach upon his territory. A mere rustic individual, how much power could he possibly wield? Qian Sihai let out a cold laugh and spoke up. "Isn't he formidable with his supply? Then let us sever his source." He gazed at the crowd, a sinister glint in his eyes as he declared, "I have received word that his fleet invariably voyages to a specific distant fishing ground. I do not care what methods you employ. I demand that fishing ground be transformed into a desolate sea. I want his vessels to return without a single fish." Thus, a conspiracy against Chen Dong and Longgong Food Factory began to unfold. Meanwhile, Chen Dong remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. He was currently accompanying Li Shui, who had just styled her hair in trendy curls and donned a beautiful dress. As they selected her very first Shanghai brand watch in the town's department store, little did he know that beneath the serene surface of the sea, a formidable crisis was stealthily approaching him. Chapter 51. New attire, new atmosphere. The department store in the town stands as a symbol of prosperity in this era. The first floor is filled with tobacco, alcohol, sweets, and tea, along with kitchenware. The second floor showcases fabrics and ready-to-wear garments. Fashionably dressed urbanites intertwine with rural folk, who, with baskets in hand and expressions of wonder, navigate through the bustling aisles. While the air is imbued with the distinct scent of snowflake cream mingled with the textile known as Dik Liang, Chen Dong, with a firm grip on Li Shui's hand, ascended to the second floor. Li Shui wore a light blue dress, a gift from Chen Dong, which he had procured from Beijing. Her long, lustrous black hair was styled into fashionable waves, accentuating her already fair complexion and rendering her even more enchanting. As she walked among the crowd, she attracted numerous admiring glances, causing her to shyly lower her head and clutch Chen Dong's arm tighter. "Dong, what are we doing here? We have everything we need at home," Li Shui whispered, still unaccustomed to spending money so freely. Although their family was financially stable now, her innate frugality remained unaltered. "Lack? How could we lack anything?" Chen Dong replied, pulling her towards the watch counter without allowing her to protest. Behind the counter, a saleswoman in a white shirt languidly polished the glass. Upon noticing Chen Dong and Li Shui, especially the latter's stylish attire, her demeanor softened somewhat. "Comrade, what would you like to see?" she inquired. Chen Dong pointed to the most exquisitely crafted women's watch on display and said, "Comrade, please take out that Shanghai brand watch for me to examine." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman paused her actions, glancing in the direction Chen Dong had indicated. That particular watch was the most expensive in the store, priced at 120 yuan and requiring an industrial coupon. It had been on display for nearly half a year. Many had inquired, yet none had committed to a purchase. She scrutinized Chen Dong's ordinary attire with a hint of doubt, but complied, retrieving the watch and placing it on a red velvet tray. The delicate silver watch, with its circular face and finely marked scales, glimmered under the lights, complemented by a slender steel chain. "Shui, come, try it on," Chen Dong urged, taking hold of her wrist. "No, Dong, it's too expensive," Li Shui gasped, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand. 120 yuan could suffice for a family's yearly expenses in the village. It's not too expensive, Chen Dong insisted, firmly securing the watch onto her slender, fair wrist. My wife's wrist deserves the finest watch. Once it's on, it cannot be taken off. The silver chain accentuated Li Shui's porcelain skin beautifully. Gazing at the watch on her wrist, she felt a blend of sweetness and anxiety. Comrade, we'll take this watch, Chen Dong informed the saleswoman, producing a stack of crisp banknotes and several industrial coupons from his pocket, leaving her wide-eyed in astonishment. Realization dawned upon her. This young man was not merely ordinary, but possessed hidden depths. After completing the purchase and receiving the beautifully packaged watch, Li Shui felt lightheaded, as if in a dream. Yet, Chen Dong was not ready to return just yet. He pulled Li Shui towards the clothing section. A watch alone is not sufficient. The attire must match. Come, let us select a few of the most fashionable pieces. A Dong, really, it's unnecessary. I haven't even worn the clothes I bought in Beijing, Li Shui protested, shaking her head repeatedly. That cannot be. A woman's wardrobe is perpetually lacking in at least one piece, Chen Dong chuckled, gently pushing her into the fitting room. Under Chen Dong's insistence, Li Shui tried on several trendy blouses and dresses. Each piece was purchased without hesitation by Chen Dong. As he watched his wife grow increasingly confident and radiant in the mirror, his heart swelled with satisfaction. He aimed to use this opportunity to compensate for all the hardships she had endured in the past. Meanwhile, as Chen Dong and Li Shui reveled in their shared moments in town, the scene at the fishing village's dock was entirely different. Two newly acquired fishing boats, the Jiao Long Hao and the Tung Long Hao, had been freshly painted and were moored alongside the Hai Long Hao, their bows adorned with red cloth. Flapping in the sea breeze, the trio of vessels resembled a formidable pack of beasts poised for action, casting an impressive aura over the entire dock. Old Jiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a general reviewing troops. He was addressing the 8 newly hired crew members. Listen up. Once you board our Longgong fleet, you must adhere to our rules. Going out to sea is no trivial matter. A moment's inattention could cost you your life. Keep your spirits up and move swiftly. Lu Sen had now become the acting captain of the Jiao Long Hao, standing tall with pride. He looked at the fresh-faced recruits and was reminded of his former self, filled with deep gratitude. If it weren't for Chen Dong's opportunity, he might still be languishing in the village without the good fortune he now enjoyed. In the factory, the atmosphere was equally bustling. In the days Li Shui had been absent, her deputy, Zhang Tsuhua, had efficiently managed the packaging workshop. Over 100 newly hired female workers, having undergone training, were now officially on the production line. They sat beside the assembly line, skillfully affixing the Longgong label onto each can. The workshop resonated with the laughter and chatter of women, each face glowing with hope for their new lives. However, hundreds of kilometers away in the city, the ambience was starkly different. In a smoke-filled private room, Qian Sihai, the head of the Sihai group, listened with a grim expression to his subordinate's report. The seafood business owners seated beside him wore equally troubled faces. A man known as Scarface, whom he had brought in at great expense from afar, spoke with a gravelly voice, exposing his yellowed teeth. Boss Qian, everything is arranged. I've recruited a few clever fellows to follow that Chun's fleet in a speedboat for several days. We've mapped out their general routes for each outing. And the goods? Qian Sihai inquired. They are prepared as well. Scarface produced a glass bottle from a black bag at his feet, containing a viscous, dark green liquid. This substance was procured through connections from the southern regions. Colorless and odorless, it disperses upon contact with water. Yet it possesses the ability to deplete the oxygen within aquatic environments, emitting a foul scent detectable only by fish. The larger fish, upon sensing it, have scarcely enough time to evade. Just a mere sprinkle of this substance into their fishing grounds, and within 3 days, it guarantees the transformation of that area into a desolate sea, devoid of even a single shrimp to catch. Qian Sihai gazed at the bottle, and a flicker of satisfaction finally graced his grim countenance. Well done, he remarked, we shall commence tomorrow. Remember to maintain a clean approach, leave no traces behind. Rest assured, Qian Zong, the scar-faced man replied with a confident smile, await my good news. A colossal conspiracy was quietly encroaching. Meanwhile, Chen Dong was holding Li Shui's hand, strolling along the path back to the fishing village. Li Shui glanced down at her brand-new watch adorning her wrist and touched the fabric of her recently purchased dress, her smile outshining even the sun in the sky. Observing her joyous demeanor, Chen Dong felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. He believed that this life was precisely what he desired: beloved wife, a flourishing career, and loyal brothers. Upon returning to the village entrance, the sight of 3 majestic ships and the wisps of smoke rising from the distant factory filled Chen Dong with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Unbeknownst to him, beneath this seemingly tranquil prosperity, a storm capable of overturning everything was already brewing. Chapter 52. 3 dragons set sail, commanding the fishing port the following day. As dawn broke, the bustling dock of the fishing village was already abuzz with activity. This day marked a significant occasion, the first time the expanded Longgong fleet would set sail with 3 ships. The villagers eagerly emerged from their homes, surrounding the small dock, all wishing to witness this grand spectacle firsthand. In the soft morning light, the 3 majestic vessels, Hai Long Hao, Jiao Long Hao, and Tung Long Hao, lay serenely upon the water, resembling small mountains. Their hulls had been freshly painted, gleaming under the morning sun. The crew donned matching blue uniforms, adorned with golden fish designed by Li Shui, each one brimming with energy as they busily made final preparations on the deck before departure. Chen Dong stood at the bow of Hai Long Hao, his clothing billowing in the sea breeze. Behind him stood Li Shui, also clad in new work attire. Today, she no longer concealed herself but stood confidently beside her husband. As the proprietress and the workshop director of the factory, she was there to bid farewell to her own fleet. "Are we all ready?" Chen Dong's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the ears of every crew member aboard the 3 ships. "Ready." A chorus of crew members responded, their voices robust and full of vigor. "Good." Chen Dong waved his hand. "Raise the flag. Set sail." At his command, the masts of the 3 ships simultaneously hoisted the grand flags emblazoned with the Longgong emblem. The design, composed of waves and whirlpools, fluttered in the sea breeze, strikingly vivid. The 3 vessels simultaneously sounded their horns, the powerful sound echoing throughout the fishing port. The engines roared with a steady force as the bows cleaved through the tranquil sea, sending up sprays of white foam. Amidst the envious and awed gazes of the entire village, the Longgong fleet sailed forth like an expeditionary armada, majestically heading towards the boundless ocean. As the fleet departed the harbor, the villagers gradually became mere specks in the distance. The atmosphere aboard shifted from solemnity to excitement, particularly among the new crew members who were experiencing their first voyage on such grand fishing vessels, marveling at everything around them. "Wow, this ship is incredibly stable, far superior to the small boats back in the village," one exclaimed. "Indeed, this is Boss Chen's ship. I heard one costs several thousand yuan." Another chimed in. "Following Boss Chen, we are bound to earn a fortune, build new homes, and marry wives." The young men chattered animatedly, filled with anticipation for the future. Old Jiang, serving as the fleet's commander, was firmly stationed in the cockpit of Hai Long Hao, gripping the helm with a cigarette between his lips. Though his face remained impassive, his heart surged with emotion. Having spent a lifetime fishing, he never dared to dream he would one day command such a fleet. His admiration and gratitude towards Chen Dong ran deep. Lu San and Zhang Hao had been appointed as captains of Jiao Long Hao and Tung Long Hao, respectively. At that moment, they were continuously reporting to Hai Long Hao via the intercom provided by Chen Dong. "Report, boss. All is normal on Jiao Long Hao." Lu San's voice crackled with barely contained excitement over the intercom. "Report, boss. All is normal on Tung Long Hao." Zhang Hao's tone was considerably more composed. Chen Dong, holding the intercom, calmly directed, "Maintain formation, full speed ahead. Target southeast, 6-hour journey." He did not consult a nautical chart. Every route was vividly etched in his mind. Closing his eyes, he activated his systematic perception, akin to an invisible radar, encompassing dozens of kilometers of ocean. This time, his objective remained the same: the secret fishing grounds. With the contract for the state banquet, his demand for raw materials was immense. After sailing for over 6 hours, the fleet finally reached their destination. "This is it." Chen Dong opened his eyes. "Attention all ships, prepare to cast the nets." Old Jiang immediately relayed the command through the intercom. The 3 great ships spread out in a triangular formation, under the guidance of the 3 captains. The crew united their efforts to slowly lower 3 massive trawl nets into the deep blue water. "Begin trawling." The vessels commenced their systematic fishing at a slow and steady pace across the bountiful waters. During the waiting period, Chen Dong's perception remained locked beneath the surface. He could distinctly see the massive school of mackerel swimming ahead of their nets. seemingly unaware of the impending peril. This time, besides the mackerel, Chen Dong also discovered an unexpected treasure among the nearby rocky seabed, a group of migrating wild yellow croaker, each exceeding half a meter in length, their golden bodies shimmering in the water. Chen Dong's heart raced. Wild yellow croaker were even more precious than tuna, a top-grade delicacy. Without hesitation, he relayed new instructions to Zhang Hao aboard Tung Long Hao via the intercom. Tung Long Hao, deviate from the course, proceed 300 meters to your port side. There are submerged reefs. Proceed with caution and drop the second net there. Though puzzled, Zhang Hao executed the command without delay. An hour later, estimating the time was right, Chen Dong issued the order to haul in the nets. The winches aboard all three ships began to creak and groan in unison. As the nets were gradually pulled from the water, everyone was left astonished by the sight before them. The nets of Hai Long Hao and Jiao Long Hao brimmed with lively mackerel, each fish uniform in size and glistening under the sun. The combined weight of these two nets exceeded tens of thousands of pounds. When the net from Tung Long Hao was dragged onto the deck, an uproar of jubilant cheers erupted aboard. To their astonishment, in addition to the mackerel, they had caught over 100 gleaming wild yellow croaker. Wild yellow croaker, old Jiang exclaimed, trembling with excitement. My goodness! So many! Such large wild yellow croaker. I have never seen this many in my entire life at sea. The new crew members were left dumbfounded, finally understanding why the villagers claimed that going out to sea with Boss Chun was akin to picking money from the Dragon King's treasure trove. Just as the fleet was enveloped in jubilation, Chun Jianjun, stationed as lookout, suddenly shouted with binoculars raised, "Boss!" In the southeastern direction, there appeared to be a vessel. Chen Dong raised his binoculars and gazed towards the direction he indicated. Indeed, on the distant horizon, there was a small black dot. It was an unremarkable fishing boat, seemingly just passing by. After a brief moment, it swiftly altered its course and vanished where the sea met the sky. A frown crossed Chen Dong's brow, as a subtle doubt flickered through his mind. Logically, this area of the sea should not witness the presence of other fishing boats. Was it merely a coincidence? He dismissed the thought, for today's catch had been exceedingly bountiful. He immediately commanded the fleet to return to port. When the three fully laden ships reappeared at the fishing village dock, the entire village, and indeed the whole town, trembled with excitement. The combined haul from the three vessels amounted to an astonishing 70 to 80,000 jin. The mackerel alone filled the factory's cold storage to capacity. Meanwhile, the hundreds of top-grade wild yellow croakers were treated like treasures by manager Huang, who quickly dispatched them overnight in a truck packed with ice to the capital. The Longgong food factory, due to this unprecedented windfall, had firmly established its reputation. Everyone knew that following Chen Dong meant feasting on meat. However, none of them were aware that the fleeting glimpse of that boat on the horizon was not a mere coincidence. Chapter 53, Severing the Roots of Conspiracy. The night was as dark as ink, with only scattered fishing lights dotting the surface of the sea. A modified speedboat, shrouded in darkness, glided across the water like a phantom. On board, a scarred face held a rudimentary compass, meticulously comparing it to a hand-drawn map to ascertain the direction. Beside him stood two equally fierce-looking subordinates. "Boss, this should be the area," one of the subordinates remarked. "We've followed them several times, and they always vanish in this direction." Indeed, the scarred face nodded. He picked up a military-grade night vision binocular and scanned the surroundings. This expanse of sea was desolate and silent. Apart from them, no other vessels were in sight. The coordinates provided by Boss Qian should be nearby. He lowered the binoculars and carefully retrieved a glass bottle containing a dark green liquid from a black bag at his feet. "This substance is exceedingly precious," he informed his subordinates. "Just a single drop can contaminate a vast expanse of water. Today, we shall pour the entire bottle into the sea." "Boss, is it really that potent?" Another subordinate inquired with curiosity. "Whether it is or not, we shall find out tomorrow," the scarred face sneered. "This is known as Juahu Shui, a concoction devised by sorcerers from the South Seas. When fish catch a whiff of it, they flee faster than a mouse from a cat. Moreover, it adheres to the seabed's vegetation and rocks, and its scent lingers for at least a year or two. That lad surnamed Chun, no matter how skilled he is, won't be able to catch a single fish from this spot again." He twisted off the bottle cap, and a faint yet peculiar stench wafted from the opening. The odor was not overpowering, but it evoked a sense of nausea and agitation deep within. "Let us commence," the scarred face commanded. "Steer the boat back and forth in this area." Ensure that every drop of this Juhu Shui is evenly scattered throughout the sea. The speedboat's engine roared back to life, its sound deliberately subdued. It resembled a dark plow, tirelessly tilling the once bountiful and tranquil fishing grounds. The dark green liquid was gradually poured into the ocean, silently merging with the water, swiftly diffusing and sinking, forming an invisible, toxic net that enveloped the once vibrant blue treasure. Having completed their deed, the scarred face and his crew did not linger for a moment longer, swiftly vanishing into the night. They remained oblivious to the fact that their actions had irrevocably provoked the ire of someone they could never afford to offend. The following day, the Longgong food factory was bustling and harmonious as usual. In the production workshop, machines roared while workers tirelessly processed the mackerel caught the previous day. Master Sun, with his hands clasped behind his back, patrolled the production line like the strictest overseer, leaving no minor flaw unnoticed. Under his meticulous supervision, every can of Longgong brand canned goods produced was akin to a masterpiece. In the packaging workshop, Li Shui patiently guided the new female workers on how to apply labels. Clad in a pristine blue work uniform, her hair neatly tied back, she wore a gentle yet confident smile. She had fully adapted to her role as workshop supervisor, her every gesture exuding the demeanor of a leader. In the office, Manager Huang was on the phone, beaming with joy. The call was from the capital, where the shipment of wild yellow croakers sent the day before had greatly pleased the esteemed Zhou Lao Long, resulting in an immediate substantial order. He specified that all future high-end banquets must feature Longgong products. Excellent. No problem. Rest assured, we will deliver the finest goods on time. Manager Huang hung up, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He gazed at the nationwide map on the wall, envisioning the Longgong banner flourishing across the country. Everything appeared flawless, flourishing with vitality. Today, Chen Dong did not go to the factory. He indulged in a rare day off, spending time at home with Li Shui. In the morning, he assisted her in tilling the vegetable garden, and in the afternoon, he sat beneath the grape trellis, watching her sketch new design drafts. Li Shui expressed her desire to design different colors and patterns for the packaging of various flavored canned goods, enabling consumers to easily distinguish them. Chen Dong found this idea splendid and offered his advice. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the grape leaves, casting a warm glow upon them. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrance of flowers. Dong, do you think our good days can continue like this? Li Shui gently asked, leaning against Chen Dong's shoulder. Of course, Chen Dong replied, wrapping his arms around her waist with a smile. It will only get better. Once we earn more money, I will buy a plot of land in town and build you the most beautiful little villa, surrounded by all the flowers you love. Hearing her husband's vision, Li Shui beamed with happiness. She felt like the luckiest woman in the world. As evening approached, Chen Dong's fleet prepared for departure once again. Boss, are we heading to the old spot today? Lu Xin inquired at the dock. Yes, Chen Dong nodded. There are plenty of fish there, making it easier to catch. What we need now is yield. We must ensure a steady supply of raw materials for the factory. He remained completely unaware that the location he regarded as his own backyard had transformed into a deadly trap rife with peril. As night fell, the 3 large vessels of the Longgong fleet sounded their horns, confidently sailing toward the unknown, treacherous waters, bracing themselves for the most formidable crisis they had ever faced since their establishment. Chapter 54. The Anomaly of the Fishing Grounds. Returning empty-handed after more than 6 hours of navigation, the Longgong fleet once again arrived at that familiar secret fishing ground. However, as soon as the vessel approached, the most seasoned veteran, Jiang Laotu, sensed something amiss. He stood at the bow, bracing against the sea breeze, taking a deep whiff, his brow furrowing tightly. Today's wind carries an unusual scent, doesn't it? It was a rather indescribable aroma, reminiscent of decaying seaweed, intermingled with a hint of chemical tang. Though faint, it felt particularly jarring to these fishermen, who had spent their lives at sea. Chen Dong felt it too. He approached the ship's railing, gazing at the surface of the water. Today, the sea seemed different from usual. Though the night obscured clarity, he sensed that the color of the water appeared murkier than usual, devoid of its usual profound vitality. Boss, the water color is off, Jiang Laotu said solemnly. I've noticed it too, Chen Dong replied, his expression turning grave. Let us hold off on dropping the nets. Zhang Hao, check the underwater situation with the fish finder. Yes, boss, came Zhang Hao's prompt response from the Tunglong. A moment later, confusion and disbelief resonated through the intercom. Boss, the fish finder, There's nothing. It's completely blank. Nothing at all. This revelation stunned everyone. This fishing ground was their greatest treasure trove. In the past, every visit had seen the fish finder's screen brimming with signals from dense schools of fish. How could it be entirely empty? Impossible. Is the fish finder broken? Lu Xin shouted over the intercom. I've checked. The equipment is functioning well. Zhang Hao's voice echoed, equally baffled. Chen Dong's heart sank gradually. An ominous premonition gnawed at him. He closed his eyes and heightened his system's perception to its utmost. His immense mental energy enveloped the entire sea area like an invisible net. The next moment, his expression soured to the point of despair. In his perception, this once vibrant underwater world, teeming with fish, had now transformed into a desolate wasteland. The massive mackerel schools had vanished. The precious wild yellow croakers were nowhere to be found. Even the usually ubiquitous grouper and snapper eluded his senses. The seabed lay barren and eerily silent. Only some resilient seaweed swayed helplessly in the currents, its leaves coated in a slimy, foul-smelling dark green mucus. Some small fish and shrimp, unable to escape, lay belly up on the seabed, completely lifeless. This fishing ground had truly become a dead sea. What's wrong, boss? Zhang Laotu asked nervously, noticing Chen Dong's pallor. Chen Dong did not respond. He opened his eyes, his voice hoarse with anger. Drop the nets. All 3 boats, drop the nets. Though unsure of what had transpired, the crew complied with the command without hesitation. 3 enormous nets were plunged into the water. 10 minutes later, Chen Dong ordered the nets to be retrieved. When the 3 nets were hoisted onto the deck, everyone stood in shock. The nets were utterly empty. There were no lively mackerels, no glimmering yellow croakers. Only some rotten seaweed exuding a foul stench, and a few worthless dead small fish remained. What is happening? Where are the fish? Where are our fish? How could there be none? The crew was bewildered, unable to believe their eyes. Just yesterday, the scene had been one of abundance. How could it have transformed overnight into this? Zhang Laotu's face drained of color. He had spent his life fishing, traversing from place to place. He had witnessed fish migrations due to weather and the depletion of resources due to overfishing, but he had never seen such a bountiful fishing ground vanish so completely and thoroughly overnight. This is not a natural disaster. Zhang Laotu trembled, picking up some of the slimy seaweed from the net, bringing it to his nose. His expression darkened further. This is man-made. Someone has poisoned the sea. Poisoning. These 2 words struck like thunder, exploding in the minds of every crew member. They suddenly understood, their faces flushed with rage, cursing vehemently. Who would do such a heinous thing? To commit such a vile act? This is jeopardizing our livelihood. Let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I will flay them alive. Lu San, enraged, picked up a metal rod and slammed it against the ship's railing, producing a deafening clang. Chen Dong's face bore no trace of anger, only a cold, icy calm. Yet those familiar with him knew this was the true harbinger of his wrath. Wordlessly, he shed his shirt, clad only in shorts, and retrieved his spear from the cabin. Boss, what are you planning? Zhang Laotu hurriedly tried to stop him. I'm going down to take a look. Chen Dong's voice was as frigid as ice. That's too dangerous. If someone has poisoned the water, who knows what other dangers lurk below? Zhang Laotu urged. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Chen Dong said no more and dove into the sea, which emanated a sense of deathly stillness. The chilling water enveloped him, the peculiar foul odor intensifying. He activated his underwater breathing technique and swiftly descended. The underwater scene was even more shocking than what he had perceived. Once vibrant corals were now shrouded in a layer of ashen hue. The seabed was littered with the corpses of fish and shrimp. That layer of dark green mucus coated everything like a toxic shroud. Chen Dong swam to a massive rock, extending his hand to scrape some of the mucus from its surface. He could feel its corrosive nature. A slight sting prickled at his fingertips. He knew this was no ordinary poison. It was a malicious chemical agent specifically designed to target marine life. Who could it be? The methods were so ruthless. The intent so clear, to undermine and completely destroy the foundation of his long-gone food factory. A furious tide of wrath surged within Chen Dong's chest, igniting with explosive intensity. He surfaced, returning to the vessel. The crew gathered anxiously around him, their eyes fixed upon him with trepidation. Boss, how did it go? Chen Dong remained silent, merely rinsing his hands with seawater before coldly uttering 4 words. Empty-handed return. These words sent a wave of despair crashing over the hearts of everyone aboard. For the first time, the long-gone fleet returned empty-handed. Should this news leak, It would deal a severe blow to their recently established invincible reputation. For Chen Dong, however, this was no longer merely a financial loss. It was a provocation. It was war. Chapter 55. In pursuit. Consumed by fury, the three grand vessels of the Longgong fleet slowly turned their bows against the backdrop of the silent night. There was no joy of a bountiful catch, no clamor of triumphant returns. Only the monotonous roar of the engines and the mournful wails of the sea breeze as it swept across the deck. The atmosphere aboard was stifling, suffocating. The crew remained silent, some crouching, others standing, cigarettes clenched between their fingers, taking deep drags one after another. Each face bore the marks of anger and confusion. Their lifeblood, the treasure trove they relied upon, had been obliterated overnight. For these fishermen, whose livelihoods depended on the sea, it felt as though the sky had collapsed upon them. "Boss, are we really going back like this?" Lucien approached Chen Dong, his voice hoarse. The iron rod in his hand was held tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. "Going back?" Chen Dong stood at the bow, allowing the chilling sea wind to brush against his cheeks. He gazed into the pitch-black expanse of the sea, his voice devoid of emotion. "Who said we are going back?" Lucien looked up in surprise. Chen Dong turned to face his demoralized crew. "Everyone, lift your spirits." His voice, though not loud, struck like a heavy hammer upon each heart. "The fish may be gone, but we can seek them anew. However, we must reclaim our honor. Our fishing grounds are our livelihood. Someone has shattered our means of sustenance. Do you think we can let this slide? Absolutely not." Lucien was the first to shout, his eyes reddening. "It cannot be allowed to stand." The other crew members were ignited by Chen Dong's words, each joining in the fervent roar. "Good." Chen Dong nodded. "Since we cannot let this matter rest, we must unearth the scoundrel who has smashed our livelihood." He strode to the control room and seized the intercom, issuing commands to the other two vessels. "Jiaolong and Tunglong, heed my orders. From this moment onward, we do not return to shore. The three ships will spread out in a fan-shaped formation with a radius of 5 nautical miles. Search this expanse of water meticulously, inch by inch. I want your eyes wide open. Any suspicious object, even a floating plank or a decayed fishing net, must not be overlooked." "Yes, boss," came the resolute replies from Zhang Hao and Lu San over the intercom. An unprecedented maritime hunt began in this sea shrouded in the aura of death. The three great ships distanced themselves, akin to three colossal hunting hounds, prowling the surface of the sea in relentless pursuit. The powerful searchlights aboard illuminated the dark waters as if it were day. The crew sprang into action, wielding binoculars, stationed at every corner of the ship, their eyes fixated on the sea without a blink. Chen Dong, too, was not idle. He closed his eyes once more, honing the perceptive abilities of the system to their utmost. His mental energy extended like countless invisible tendrils, probing the depths of the ocean, leaving no corner unexamined. He understood that since the adversary had come to poison, they would inevitably leave traces behind. Even a casually discarded bottle or refuse not belonging to these waters could be the key to unraveling the mystery. Time passed, second by second. An hour, 2 hours. The surface of the sea remained eerily silent. Aside from discovering some poisoned fish and shrimp, they had nothing to show for their efforts. The crew's emotions gradually shifted from anger to anxiety and disappointment. "Boss, this sea is too vast. Searching like this is akin to finding a needle in a haystack," came Zhang Hao's voice, tinged with discouragement over the intercom. Chen Dong remained silent, his brow furrowed tightly. Could it be that the adversary's methods were so refined that they left no trace? No, it was impossible. As long as it was a human act, there would always be flaws. He forced himself to calm down, rethinking the situation. Since the opponent had come by ship, they could not have taken all their refuse with them. They would have undoubtedly disposed of it nearby. With this thought, Chen Dong's perception began to focus on the areas where floating debris might accumulate, particularly at the confluence of currents. Finally, within his awareness, he detected unusual objects about 3 nautical miles ahead in a zone of turbulent waters. It was a collection of plastic bags floating on the surface, filled with remnants of buns and pickled vegetables. Beneath this refuse, something lay quietly on the sandy seabed. It was a crushed tin oil barrel. "Jiaolong, full speed ahead. Target, straight ahead, 3 nautical miles." Chen Dong immediately grabbed the intercom and issued the command. Minutes later, Jiaolong reached the target area. Under the illumination of the searchlights, the crew spotted the floating refuse. "Boss, look." Chen Jianjun pointed excitedly at the debris. Yet Chen Dong's gaze was fixed underwater. He directed the crew to lower a long pole with a hook, carefully probing into the water. After several attempts, they finally hooked the submerged oil barrel. With a resounding thud, the barrel was tossed onto the deck. It was an ordinary diesel barrel, coated in mud and rust. However, when Chen Dong wiped it clean, he discovered a small mark painted in red on its side. It was an emblem composed of 3 letters, resembling an abbreviation for some company, SHJ. What is this? Lu San leaned over to take a look, his expression one of confusion. Chen Dong could not decipher it either. But that was inconsequential. What mattered was that they had found a lead. This was the only clue inadvertently left behind by the adversary. Chen Dong gazed at the red mark, and a chilling smile finally crept across his face. He carefully stowed away the barrel and then picked up the intercom. All ships, attention. Mission concluded. We are heading home. At dawn, the 3 grand vessels silently navigated back to the fishing village dock. The ships were empty. This news spread like wildfire throughout the factory and village, instilling a sense of unease in everyone. Manager Huang and Master Sun rushed over from the factory at the earliest opportunity. Chen Laudi, what happened? What went wrong? Manager Huang anxiously inquired, eyeing the weary visage of Chen Dong. Chen Dong said little, merely guiding them into his office. He placed the oil barrel, bearing the SHJ mark and retrieved from the depths of the sea, heavily upon the desk. Our fishing grounds have been poisoned. The calmness of Chen Dong's voice was chilling. Upon hearing his account, both Manager Huang and Master Sun turned pale with shock. This is outrageous. Absolutely lawless. Manager Huang trembled with fury, striking the table with a clenched fist. Such vile methods. They intend to drive us to our doom. Master Sun wore a look of indignation. Manager Huang, Chen Dong said, looking directly at him, I do not wish for this matter to become public. Reporting it to the authorities would yield insufficient evidence and merely alert the culprit. He continued, I need you to utilize all your connections to investigate something for me. He gestured towards the mark on the oil barrel. Please find out what this SHJ signifies. Which company in this city, or even in this province, uses barrels marked in such a manner? I must uncover who is behind this treachery. Chapter 56. The emergence of a rival. Storm clouds gather. The influence of Huang Zhonggui surpassed Chen Dong's imagination. Upon seeing the oil drum emblazoned with the SHJ insignia, his countenance darkened considerably. He refrained from responding immediately to Chen Dong. Instead, he picked up the office telephone and dialed a number in the provincial capital. Once connected, he uttered a few hushed words, reporting the 3 letters, and then awaited silently. The atmosphere in the office grew so tense it was nearly suffocating. Master Sun, sitting nearby, puffed on a cigarette, his brow furrowed deeply. Chen Dong sat quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, waiting for a name. Approximately 10 minutes later, the phone rang. Huang Zhonggui answered, and after listening for a brief moment, his expression fell entirely. Hanging up, he turned to Chen Dong, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Brother Chen, we've traced it. It's the Sihai Group. Sihai Group? Chen Dong echoed, the name sounding somewhat familiar. Yes, it's the largest seafood company in the city, Sihai Group, Huang Zhonggui clarified. Their boss is Qian Sihai, a local tycoon with connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles. This SHJ is an internal mark of a transport fleet under his group, an abbreviation of Sihai Jiyun. Furthermore, a friend in the provincial capital informed me that just a week ago, Sihai Group anonymously procured a batch of unidentified chemical agents through an external chemical company. Allegedly, this cargo was transported in the very oil drums marked with SHJ. All the clues began to intertwine. The answer was glaringly obvious. Qian Sihai. Chen Dong murmured the name. His face betrayed little emotion, yet the temperature in the office seemed to drop several degrees. He understood that the rise of Longgong Food Factory, particularly securing the national banquet supply order, had severely threatened the interests of these local seafood oligarchs. They were envious and anxious, resorting to the most despicable and malicious means. That bastard. Huang Zhonggui cursed vehemently. Cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. He's south trying to drive us to our doom. Brother Chen, this matter cannot be left unresolved. We should report it to the police. I refuse to believe that with so much evidence, we cannot bring him to justice. Report it? Chen Dong shook his head. Huang Zhonggui, do you think that with just an oil drum and a batch of unidentified chemicals, we can pin a crime on him? He could easily find a scapegoat, claiming it was an employee acting independently, thus absolving himself of all responsibility. In the end, he would only face a minor fine, which would be inconsequential. Then, What should we do? Are we to simply watch as he escapes unscathed? Huang Zhongwei said, unwilling to accept the situation. Of course not. Chen Dong stood up and walked to the window. Gazing out at the vast azure sea, his voice turned cold and resolute. Since they refuse to play by the rules, we need not adhere to any rules ourselves. On the sea, there exist maritime principles. That evening, Chen Dong convened his core crew, Old Jiang, Lu San, Zhang Hao, Chen Jianjun, and Zhao Taizhu, in the factory's conference room for a clandestine meeting. After outlining the circumstances and revealing their adversary as Qian Sihai of the Sihai Group, the conference room erupted in chaos. It's that scoundrel Qian Sihai, that old bastard. I have long found him insufferable. Lu San was the first to leap up, his temper flaring even more in this moment. Boss, just give the command. How shall we proceed? Lu San. We'll take a few brothers and tonight, we'll sneak to the city's dock and sink all of Qian Sihai's ships. He exclaimed, brimming with fervor. Nonsense. Old Jiang reprimanded. Sinking his ships? That is illegal. We cannot engage in such acts. Illegal? But poisoning our fishing grounds isn't? Lu San retorted defiantly. Enough of the squabbling. Chen Dong raised his hand, silencing their disputes. He looked at Lu San and said, Lu San, I understand your anger. I feel it too. However, we cannot resort to such base tactics for revenge. We are legitimate businessmen, not petty thugs. If we wish to see him fall, we must ensure he collapses with conviction, realizing that provoking us was the gravest mistake of his life. Though still vexed, Lu San calmed down upon hearing Chen Dong's words. Then, boss, what exactly shall we do? A cold, calculating smile crept across Chen Dong's lips. He approached the nautical chart on the wall and picked up a red pen. He thinks he can ruin our fishing ground and leave us starving? How naive of him. What allows Qian Sihai's Sihai Group to dominate the city? It is nothing but the fleet of ships under his command and the traditional fishing grounds he controls. Those areas yield the most common market fish, such as large yellow croaker, ribbonfish, and pomfret. These fish are the backbone of his business. Turning to face his brothers, Chen Dong spoke clearly and deliberately. He has destroyed our granary. Thus, we shall raid his lair. Starting tomorrow, we will cease catching mackerel. Wherever Qian Sihai's ships venture, we shall follow. Whatever fish he aims to catch, we will preemptively harvest them clean from the sea. I want his vessels to return from every outing as empty-handed as we are today. If he intends to leave us hungry, I will ensure he experiences the pangs of starvation first. Chen Dong's plan left everyone in attendance momentarily speechless. This was far more than mere retaliation. It was an endeavor to sever Qian Sihai's lifeblood at its core. Old Jiang, Zhang Hao, and the others gasped in astonishment. They looked at their young boss, feeling a chill creeping deep within. They understood that Qian Sihai had truly provoked the wrong adversary this time. A war without gunfire was about to commence upon the vast ocean. Chapter 57. An eye for an eye in the harbor before dawn. Silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional distant bark of a dog. The three grand vessels of the Longgong fleet did not illuminate their navigation lights, their engines humming at the lowest RPM, resembling three silent behemoths gliding stealthily out of the harbor. The sound of water parting at the bow was the sole echo of the night. This time, the course was not set for the deep sea, but veered towards the coastal traditional fishing grounds, most familiar and relied upon by the local fishermen. Chen Dong stood at the bow of the Hai Long, the sea breeze laden with briny moisture rushing towards him, yet he remained motionless. He had spent the entire night mentally superimposing the vibrant, fluid underwater map with a series of time-worn paper charts, calibrating them meticulously. It was no secret where Qian Sihai's fleet earned its livelihood in the fishing grounds. The secret lay in the knowledge of when schools of fish arrived and departed, where they congregated, and where they rested. These were the fragmented and imprecise experiences earned by seasoned fishermen over the years through empty nets. However, in Chen Dong's mind, every detail was as clear as his own fingerprints. He could visualize beneath the Huangyu Reef. In the shadow of a cluster of rocks, a school of large yellow croakers gently waving their fins against the sandy bottom, their scales glimmering with a muted golden hue in the dim light. He could even estimate the number of fish and predict the direction they would dart towards when startled by the morning light. The target was set, Huangyu Reef. Chen Dong picked up the radio, his voice transmitted to the other two vessels, calm and devoid of any tremor. Bearing, 30 degrees northwest, distance, 20 nautical miles. Huangyu Reef, synonymous with the region's large yellow croakers, served as one of the financial backbones for the Sihai Group. Half of Qian Sihai's fleet relied on this reef for sustenance. The engines of the three grand ships roared to life, accelerating to their maximum speed, carving 3 white wakes across the sea. In less than 2 hours, the iconic black rock formations of Huangyu Reef emerged on the horizon. Drop the nets. Chen Dong's command was succinct and authoritative. 3 large nets quietly descended into the water from 3 directions. There were no superfluous movements. The precision resembled that of a surgeon conducting an operation, executing a flawless encirclement in the last vestiges of darkness before dawn. The slumbering yellow croakers were thus captured in one swift motion. As the nets were drawn, daylight broke. The golden yellow croakers piled onto the deck, forming a small mountain, alive and thrashing, their scales dazzling. The crew, having suppressed their frustrations all day, finally found an outlet for their exuberance. "Boss, my goodness, these are all prime yellow croakers." Lu Sin slapped the ship's railing, the sound echoing with a loud bang, his face flushed with excitement. They had struck gold. The suffocating gloom of returning empty-handed the previous day was entirely washed away by this bounty of golden fish. "Gather the catch, we're moving to the next spot." Chen Dong's voice stood in stark contrast to the surrounding jubilation. He did not even glance at the fish, but turned and walked back to the helm. The fleet did not pause for a moment, immediately redirecting towards the next target. About half an hour after the Longgong fleet's departure, 5 fishing boats from the Sihai group appeared unsteadily near Huangyu Reef. The captain leading the group, Wang Matzi, a trusted confidant of Qian Sihai, was humming a tune as he directed the crew to deploy the nets according to their usual practices. However, when the nets were drawn from the water, everyone was left dumbfounded. They found nothing but a few palm-sized miscellaneous fish and seaweed. "What the hell?" Wang Matzi's face contorted in disbelief. "Change locations. Drop the nets again. Go deeper." They tried 3 different spots in succession, with the same disheartening outcome. The entire Huangyu Reef felt as if it had been sifted through, yielding not a single decent fish. "Damn it, we've been cursed." Wang Matzi spat a mouthful of phlegm into the sea, cursing, yet unable to comprehend the situation. They could only turn the fleet around, preparing to seek fortune in another fishing ground. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Dong was already leading his fleet to Dailu Bay, a mere dozen nautical miles away, employing the same technique, the same encirclement. When another fleet from the Sihai group arrived at this fishing area, they too were met with a sea emptied of life, the cold water devoid of any catch. On the first day, out of the dozens of vessels sent out by the Sihai group, 10 returned empty-handed, and the few remaining catches were insufficient to cover fuel costs. Qian Sihai, upon receiving the report, attributed it to the recent poor weather and the absence of fish, brushing it off without further thought. The second and third days yielded no different results. His fleet seemed to be under some malevolent gaze. No matter which familiar fishing ground they ventured to, they could only haul in a net full of seaweed. Meanwhile, a rumor began circulating in the city's seafood market. The rural Longgong fleet, seemingly blessed with good fortune, was delivering large quantities of exceptionally fresh yellow croakers and ribbonfish to the dock daily. Their fish were sizable, visually appealing, and even priced a tenth lower than those of the Sihai group. In no time, fish vendors of all sizes flocked to the Longgong food factory's dock to snatch up the goods, forming lines that stretched from the dock to the factory entrance. The once bustling stalls of the Sihai group became eerily quiet. Within just 3 days, the market dynamics for fresh fish in the city had entirely shifted. Qian Sihai's cold storage had not received a single new fish in 3 days. The hotels, restaurants, and state-run canteens with long-term supply contracts began calling incessantly, their tones shifting from complaints to inquiries, ultimately leading to the cancellation of orders. The daily losses reflected in the accounts made his eyes twitch with distress. By the 4th morning, Qian Sihai sat in his expansive office chair, finally sensing something amiss. This was not mere bad luck. Someone was scheming against him, employing methods he could not fathom to cut off his resources. "Investigate. Find out about the Longgong fleet." Qian Sihai's roar reverberated through the office. "I want to know where they have been these past few days. How do they always get ahead of us?" The news returned swiftly. "Mr. Qian, we found something." His subordinate stood before the desk, not daring to lift his head, his voice trembling. "The 3 vessels of Longgong. They haven't gone anywhere. They have only fished at the same old fishing grounds we frequent." "What?" Qian Sihai shot up from his chair, the weight of his body causing the chair to groan. "How did they know? Is there a traitor in the company?" "No. It doesn't seem like it." The subordinate trembled as he wiped the sweat from his brow, lamenting the fact that they always arrived at their destination a good half-hour earlier than our vessel. By the time our crew arrived, the sea appeared as if it had been sheared clean by a spectral presence. Chen Sihai's body swayed momentarily before he heavily sank back into his chair. He was no fool. He comprehended everything. This was no mere coincidence, nor was it some nonsensical prophecy. It was retribution, a response from that young man named Chen Dong, a direct and utterly incapacitating form of vengeance. The youth from the countryside had not only uncovered his transgressions, but was now employing a method that Chen could neither fathom nor counter, severing his lifeblood with each precise cut. Chen Dong. Chen Sihai's jaw clenched tightly, a wave of sour numbness radiating through his teeth. For the first time, his face, one that had dominated the city for many years, betrayed a chilling aura. It was the frigid fear of a hunter who, unbeknownst to him, had become the prey of another. Chapter 58. A pursuit at sea, confrontation in a narrow passage. Chen Sihai was not the type to sit idly by. After enduring several days of panic and fury, the fierce determination deep within him was thoroughly ignited. Could he not seize what he desired? I shall see whether he possesses the fortune to do so. Chen Sihai summoned all available personnel under his command. Including the most skilled crew members from his company and a group of enforcers he discreetly employed for unsavory tasks. He gathered all of his fleet of fishing vessels, numbering over a dozen. Though these ships lacked the size of Chen Dong S3, their sheer number was formidable, and among them were several modified speedboats, designed specifically for pursuit and interception. Today, all ships shall set sail with me. Chen Sihai bellowed from his command ship, addressing his subordinates. We shall not head to the fishing grounds. We will wait at sea. I refuse to believe that his 3 vessels can fly over us. Today, we will not catch fish. We will intercept. Whoever first spots the Longgong fleet will be rewarded with 1,000 yuan. Whoever dares to ram their ship will receive 10,000. With such generous rewards, the crew members of the Sihai group became fervent, howling as they piloted their dozen ships like a pack of ravenous wolves, surging into the vast sea. Their objective was clear: to engage Chen Dong's Longgong fleet in a fierce confrontation upon these waters. All of this had long been anticipated by Chen Dong. Boss, we received word from Huang Zhonggui that Chen Sihai has mobilized all his ships today. It appears he is prepared to clash with us. Zhang Hao reported via the intercom aboard the Hailong. Chen Dong displayed no signs of surprise on his face. He could no longer remain idle. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "This is fortuitous. I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to speak with him face to face." Through the intercom, he commanded the other 2 vessels, Jiaolong and Tunglong, "Take heed. Our goal today is not to fish. Rather, it is to walk the dog." "Walk the dog?" came Lu San's bewildered voice over the intercom. "Yes, walk the dog." A playful smirk crossed Chen Dong's lips. "Does Chen Sihai wish to find us? Then we shall let him seek us. Not only will we allow him to pursue, but we will entice him to chase. I intend to show him who truly holds authority over these waters." Deliberately, Chen Dong allowed his fleet to appear conspicuously in a public maritime area not far from the city's dock. Soon, they were spotted by the sentinels of the Sihai group. "There they are. The Longgong fleet is over there. Quick, pursue them. Do not let them escape." At Chen Sihai's command, his fleet of fishing boats and speedboats immediately surged forth like sharks scenting blood, encircling Chen Dong's vessels from all directions. A tense and exhilarating maritime chase commenced. Though Chen Sihai's fleet was numerous and swift, their smaller vessels struggled against the waves. In contrast, Chen Dong's 3 larger ships, though slightly slower, boasted robust hulls and powerful engines, resembling 3 mobile fortresses upon the sea. Position Hailong at the center, with Jiaolong and Tunglong flanking the left and right wings, form a triangular defensive formation. Chen Dong directed calmly. The 3 large ships drew closely together, creating a formidable barrier of immense waves that made it difficult for the smaller boats to approach. "Ram them! Charge!" Chen Sihai shouted frantically through a megaphone from his command ship. One modified speedboat, relying on its velocity, accelerated from the side and hurtled toward the Hailong. The crew on board gasped in alarm. However, Chen Dong merely cast a cold glance. He approached the ship's edge, seizing a bamboo pole the width of a bowl, intended for stabilizing the vessel. As the speedboat was about to collide, Chen Dong sprang into action. His arms bulged with muscle, and the terrifying strength of his physique surged forth in that moment. The bamboo pole, like a battering ram, struck precisely at the bow of the oncoming speedboat. With a thunderous boom, An astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The seemingly unassuming bamboo pole unleashed an unimaginable force upon impact. The speedboat, akin to crashing against a reef, abruptly lifted its bow and was violently propelled backward by a tremendous recoil. The vessel spun uncontrollably on the surface of the sea, its occupants thrown about chaotically, with one crew member even hurled into the water. Meanwhile, Chen Dong calmly retracted the bamboo pole, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. This spectacle was vividly witnessed by Qian Sihai through his binoculars, sending a chilling wave of dread through him. That man, is he even human? To single-handedly halt a speedboat as charged with merely a bamboo pole? Fear gripped Qian Sihai for the first time, a terror that emanated from the depths of his soul. Meanwhile, the crew aboard Chen Dong's ship, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted into thunderous cheers. Boss is magnificent. Boss is incredible. They gazed at Chen Dong's silhouette as if beholding a deity. With such a leader, what was there to fear? At that moment, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the sea. The white mist spread swiftly from the horizon, soon shrouding both fleets. Visibility plummeted to less than 10 meters. Boss, a thick fog has rolled in. Elder Jiang exclaimed urgently. Observing the sudden fog, Chen Dong was not anxious. Rather, he smiled. The heavens are aiding me. He picked up the intercom, his voice laced with playful mockery. Attention all vessels, the plan has changed. The game begins now. We shall enter the fog and engage them in a proper game. He commanded the fleet to disperse, breaking into smaller units, vanishing into the vast white mist. All that remained were Qian Sihai's vessels, floundering like headless flies in the fog, utterly lost without their target. Chapter 59. A battle amidst the fog. Astonishing, all thick fog enveloped the sea, merging sky and ocean into a seamless expanse of white. The dense mist loomed like a substantial wall, obscuring vision and muffling sound. Within this white abyss, the sense of direction and distance became indistinct. Qian Sihai's fleet was utterly disoriented. Several vessels lost contact in the fog, resembling a swarm of headless flies, relying solely on the ship's compass and sporadic radio calls to maintain their formation. Attention all units. Remain calm. Maintain formation. Qian Sihai shouted hoarsely into the megaphone, but his voice barely traveled far in the thick fog, soon fading into a raspy whisper. Anxiety and fear consumed him. He understood that in this dense mist, their numerous small boats had lost their greatest advantage, while Chen Dong's 3 formidable ships had transformed into the deadliest of hunters. As anticipated, the game commenced. At this moment, Chen Dong stood in the cockpit of the Hai Long Hao. With his eyes closed, he vividly perceived everything within several nautical miles. The position, course, and speed of each vessel belonging to Qian Sihai were all within his awareness. In this fog, he was the sole eye. Zhang Hao, there is an enemy ship 800 meters to your left front, making a turn. Pass it on the right side without lights. Let the waves stirred by your hull send a message. Lu San, directly ahead, 2 ships are too close. Navigate between them and sound the horn to intimidate them. Grandpa Jiang, let us pay a visit to Qian Sihai. He is 1,500 meters behind us. Calm and precise commands flowed through the intercom into the ears of each captain in the Long Gong fleet. A game of cat and mouse unfolded amidst the fog. A speedboat from the Sihai group navigated cautiously through the mist, its crew nervously scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a massive shadow surged forth without warning from the thick fog to their right. It was the Tung Long Hao. Without lights or a horn, it sped past their vessel like a silent giant, creating a tremendous wave that crashed violently against the speedboat. The speedboat rocked violently. Its crew caught off guard and thrown about, nearly losing grip of the helm. By the time they regained stability, the enormous Tung Long Hao had vanished into the mist ahead, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, 2 fishing boats, huddled together for courage, encountered their nightmare. A thunderous blast of a horn suddenly erupted between them. The massive body of the Jiao Long Hao, akin to a black sword, squeezed through the narrow gap between the 2 boats. The crew could even discern Lu San's mocking grin on the deck of the Jiao Long Hao. This insidious harassment, devoid of direct assault, yet omnipresent, inflicted immense psychological pressure on the Sihai Group's crew. They felt akin to flies ensnared in a spider's web, with an unseen spider tightening its grip. Fear rapidly spread within the fog. At that moment, the Hai Long Hao, piloted by Chen Dong, stealthily approached Qian Sihai's command vessel. Qian Sihai paced anxiously at the bow, having already heard several distant cries of alarm from his subordinates. He realized that Chen Dong was toying with his fleet. "Chen Dong, you coward. If you have the guts, come out and face me in a real fight," he bellowed into the megaphone, his voice laced with bravado as he roared into the depths of the fog. No sooner had his words faded than a colossal shadow gradually emerged from the mist ahead. It was the Hai Long Hao, silently looming within 20 meters of Qian Sihai's ship, akin to a beast awakening from the abyss, coldly gazing at him. The sudden appearance startled Qian Sihai, making his heart skip a beat. He saw Chen Dong standing at the bow of the Hai Long Hao, hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing him. Before Qian Sihai could process the situation, Chen Dong acted. He retrieved an object from the cabin, not a harpoon or a bamboo pole, but a massive iron anchor, designed for fishing, with barbs attached. A thick cable, as wide as a child's arm, trailed behind the anchor. With a single hand, Chen Dong hefted the anchor, which weighed at least 100 pounds. His arm muscles tensed instantaneously. He hurled the enormous anchor towards Qian Sihai's vessel, as if it were a shot put. The anchor carved a terrifying arc through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, before crashing heavily onto the deck of Qian Sihai's ship. The weighty anchor smashed through the deck, embedding the barbs deep into the ship's keel. Qian Sihai and his henchmen were left dumbfounded. What astounding strength! Before they could recover from their shock, a more horrifying spectacle unfolded. Chen Dong grasped the other end of the cable, anchored his feet firmly on the deck, and assumed a stable stance. "Now," he uttered with a low growl, channeling all his strength into his arms. The thick cable connecting the two vessels tightened inch by inch. With incredulous eyes, onlookers witnessed Chen Dong, using sheer strength, dragging Qian Sihai's command vessel towards his Hai Long Hao. A clear wake formed on the surface of the water as Qian Sihai's ship succumbed to Chen Dong's superhuman might, offering no resistance. The distance between the two vessels diminished, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. When the hulls of the two ships were nearly touching, Chen Dong finally halted. He stood at the bow of the ship, looking down from his elevated position at Qian Sihai, whose face had turned ashen and whose body trembled with fear upon the deck. He neither yelled nor roared. Instead, he spoke in a tone so calm it was almost chilling. "Qian Sihai, you have destroyed my fishing grounds and severed my source of income. Now, I have arrived. How would you like to play this game? I am prepared to accompany you until you have lost everything." With that, he released the rope in his hand. Then, under the gaze of Qian Sihai, filled with terror and despair, the Hai Long Hao slowly retreated, disappearing once more into the unfathomable depths of the dense fog. Only Qian Sihai remained, collapsing onto the deck, gasping for breath as if he had just emerged from the very gates of hell. He understood that he had lost utterly and completely. What he had provoked was not merely a man, but a monster, a creature from the depths of the sea. Chapter 60. Apology and Resolution. As the thick fog began to dissipate, the afternoon sun shone down upon the harbor. The fleet of Qian Sihai returned to the city's dock, resembling a group of defeated roosters, their spirits utterly deflated. News of how Chen Dong had toyed with them in the fog, and how their command vessel had been captured and released in a manner almost inhuman spread like wildfire throughout the dock. Upon disembarking, Qian Sihai was met with a myriad of complex gazes, some filled with sympathy, others relishing in his misfortune, but most were steeped in fear. Not fear of Qian Sihai himself, but of the elusive Chen Dong, the proprietor of Longgong Ship Food Factory, whose name alone instilled dread. Everyone understood that from this day forward, the skies above the sea would change dramatically. Returning to his desolate office, Qian Sihai collapsed into his executive chair, feeling as though his very bones had been extracted. The haunting image of that terrifying moment in the fog replayed incessantly in his mind. Chen Dong's calm gaze, his superhuman strength, and that declaration of relentless pursuit, all seared into his heart like a branding iron. He realized he was utterly defeated. Had Chen Dong merely possessed connections and influence, perhaps he would have dared to fight back. Yet now, it dawned on him that Chen Dong himself was an unconquerable force. In the face of such absolute power, all of Qian Sihai's cunning schemes appeared laughably futile. He contemplated calling the authorities, but soon dismissed the idea with a bitter chuckle. What could he possibly accuse Chen Dong of? Of being too strong? Of frightening people while navigating through the fog? Who would believe such claims? They would merely serve as fodder for ridicule. Just as despair enveloped him, a knock echoed on his office door. It was Manager Huang, arriving alone, his face adorned with a courteous smile and a box of fine tea in hand, as if visiting an old friend. "Boss Chen, you seem well," Manager Huang said, comfortably taking a seat on the sofa and pouring himself a cup of water. "What brings you here, Huang Fu?" "Come to witness my downfall," Qian Sihai replied, his voice lacking vigor. He was acutely aware that Manager Huang was in cahoots with Chen Dong. "Downfall? No, no, no," Huang waved dismissively. "I am here to mediate, to present you with a path to survival." "A path to survival?" Qian Sihai scoffed bitterly. "Do I still have any hope left?" "Indeed." Huang set down his cup, his demeanor growing serious. "Our boss Chen is a man of reason. He stated that grievances have origins and debts have owners. While you initiated this conflict, we do not wish to drive things to a fatal conclusion. After all, harmony fosters prosperity. Boss Chen intends to offer you an opportunity, an apology to resolve the animosity." Upon hearing the term opportunity, a glimmer of light flickered in Qian Sihai's otherwise lifeless eyes. He straightened himself with effort, his anxiety palpable as he questioned Huang. "What does he want?" Huang extended 3 fingers. "Boss Chen has 3 conditions. First, your Sihai group must publicly apologize for the actions of poisoning and sabotaging our fishing grounds and compensate us for all economic losses incurred, amounting to 500,000. 500,000, Qian Sihai exclaimed, springing to his feet. "Why don't you just rob us?" "Rob?" Huang scoffed coldly. "Boss Qian, what you have destroyed is our state banquet's exclusive fishing grounds. The production delays over the past few days and the breach of our contract risk. 500,000 is but a pittance. Not a penny less." Qian Sihai's face turned a ghastly shade as he recognized the truth in Huang's words, yet he felt a pang of anguish in his heart. "Second," Huang continued, ignoring Qian's reaction, "from this day forth, all fishing vessels under your Sihai group must be sold to Longgong Ship Food Factory at 30% of the market price. Your crew may stay if they wish, but we will not force them." This condition was even more ruthless, effectively stripping Qian Sihai of all his maritime power. Third, Huang's gaze bore into Qian Sihai as he uttered the final and most lethal condition. "Your Sihai group shall no longer engage in aquatic harvesting and processing. Boss Chen can offer you a chance to transition into being the exclusive distributor of Longgong products in the city. In simpler terms, you, Qian Sihai, will be working for Boss Chen." You Qian Sihai stammered, trembling with rage, unable to articulate his thoughts. The 3 conditions, one more oppressive than the last, were not mere reparations. They were an attempt to uproot and wholly absorb his existence and that of the Sihai group. "Boss Qian, I advise you to think carefully." Huang stood, looking down at him with an air of superiority. "This is the only opportunity Boss Chen will grant you. If you accept, you can preserve your company, safeguard your assets, and continue to live as a wealthy man. Should you refuse," Huang left the sentence hanging, allowing the implied threat to chill Qian Sihai to the bone. He recalled Chen Dong's inhuman strength and the 3 colossal vessels that loomed like fortresses upon the sea. He understood that should he reject this offer, he would be met with relentless oppression and nightmares. At that point, he might truly lose everything. Time stretched on, and Qian Sihai appeared to age a decade in an instant. He slumped in his chair, closed his eyes, and in a barely audible voice, uttered, I agree." 3 days later, an inconspicuous apology statement was published in the city's newspapers. Qian Sihai, the president of Sihai Group, acknowledged that in the heat of commercial competition, he had acted rashly and caused adverse effects for Longgong Ship Food Factory, for which he expressed his profound apologies. Simultaneously, several fishing vessels under Sihai Group quietly changed ownership, their bows adorned with the Longgong flag. Thus, a storm capable of shaking the city's aquatic industry concluded in what seemed a tranquil manner. Everyone knew that the once humble Longgong Ship Food Factory had, with an unstoppable momentum, unified the waters of this region. After resolving all matters, Chen Dong chose not to linger in the city. He graciously declined Manager Huang's invitation to celebrate and returned alone to the fishing village that brought him solace. Upon entering his home, he found Li Shui seated in the courtyard, mending a piece of clothing under the soft glow of a lamp. Clad in a simple cotton shirt with her hair tied back, she embodied tranquility and grace. Seeing Chen Dong return, she immediately set aside her needlework and came to greet him. Chapter 61. Tenderness after the turmoil. Have you eaten? The food is still warm in the pot. She did not inquire about the town's gossip or the fate of the man named Qian Sihai, nor did she ask about the ups and downs of business. Instead, She simply gazed at her man, concerned about his hunger and fatigue. Chen Dong looked at her. The pent-up resentment and weariness accumulated from days of navigating the treacherous waters of human interaction dissipated silently with her simple inquiry. He stepped forward, saying nothing, but extending his arms to envelop her tightly in an embrace. Li Shui's body felt soft, exuding a faint fragrance of soapberry, a scent both familiar and reassuring to him. "Ah, you're back." Chen Dong buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply, a contented sigh escaping his lips. Li Shui was almost breathless from his embrace, yet she did not struggle, instead gently patting his back as if soothing a child returning home late. "It's good that you're back, it's good," she murmured softly. The two held each other in silence. The only sound in the courtyard was the rustling of leaves as the night breeze swept through the grapevines. After a long while, Chen Dong released her, taking her hand as they entered the house. On the table, the dishes were covered with a large cotton cloth, and when lifted, they released a plume of steam. A plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers, a bowl of tomato and egg soup, and a dish of her homemade pickled vegetables awaited them. Though these were the most ordinary of home-cooked meals, Chen Dong found them more fragrant than any delicacy. Without hesitation, he sat down and devoured the food with gusto. Though he had eaten out every meal these past few days, he always felt a sense of unease. Nothing nourished the body and soul quite like a home-cooked meal. Li Shui sat across from him, chin resting on her hand, a smile lighting up her face as she watched him eat, occasionally offering him a pair of chopsticks filled with food. "Slow down, don't choke. No one is competing with you," she advised. "Delicious, your cooking is the best," Chen Dong mumbled with his mouth full. After the meal, Li Shui tidied up the dishes while Chen Dong prepared a large pot of hot water. When Li Shui emerged from the kitchen, he had already moved a large wooden basin into the room, filled with water. "Shui, you've worked hard all day. Come soak your feet and relax." Li Shui's cheeks flushed, a sweet warmth blossoming in her heart. She approached the basin, removed her shoes and socks, and dipped her delicate feet into the warm water. "Ah," she sighed with pleasure. The fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate with the warmth spreading from her soles. Chen Dong fetched a small stool and sat before her, naturally reaching out to take one of her feet, placing it on his leg as he began to massage it gently. Don't. Li Shui's face turned even redder, wanting to withdraw her foot. In this era, the idea of a man washing and massaging her feet was something she could scarcely imagine. "Stay still," Chen Dong insisted, applying a bit more pressure. "You are now the workshop director at our factory. Walking around all day makes these feet the most weary. Let me massage them to improve your circulation, and you'll sleep soundly tonight." His fingers, long and strong, kneaded her soles and toes with just the right amount of pressure. A wave of comfortable tingling surged from her feet to her heart. Li Shui, unable to resist, allowed him to continue, her face still flushed. She lowered her gaze, observing the focused profile of the man she loved. The light cast long shadows from his lashes across his face. At that moment, she felt that no matter how vast and splendid the outside world might be, it could not compare to the tranquility and security of this moment. This man, a powerful figure in the outside world, was willing to bend down and wash her feet at home. To marry him was the greatest fortune of her life. As the water gradually cooled, Chen Dong fetched a clean cloth, delicately drying her feet before lifting her effortlessly into his arms. "Ah," Li Shui exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Chen Dong carried her with long strides into the bedroom, gently laying her upon the bed, which was newly made with soft bedding that exuded the scent of sunshine. He extinguished the oil lamp, removed his clothes, and climbed into bed, pulling her into his embrace from behind. In the darkness, their breaths quickened. These past few days, although they had shared the same bed, their minds were preoccupied with external matters, and they had not been this close in a long time. Now that the storm had calmed and everything was stable, the pent-up desires that had lingered for so long began to surge forth like spring shoots after the rain. Chen Dong's hands began to wander. Although he possessed the soul of a modern man, his body was that of a vigorous young man, especially with his lovely wife in his arms. Li Shui's body stiffened slightly, but she did not push him away. She could feel the heat radiating from him and the increasingly heavy breaths. Her heart raced in response. Chen Dong's lips brushed against her earlobe, then traveled down her neck and collarbone. His movements were gentle, infused with a sense of exploration and adoration. Li Shui gradually relaxed, her body becoming pliable. She turned to face him, responding to him with a certain shyness. This night was destined to be enchanting and lengthy. Chen Dong employed all the knowledge from his past life, guiding Li Shui through experiences she had never encountered, exploring the breathtaking vistas above the clouds. After a long while, the storm ceased and the rain stopped. Li Shui, like a languid little cat, curled up in Chen Dong's embrace, too exhausted to move even a finger. A satisfied flush adorned her cheeks, and a sweet smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Chen Dong held her close, his heart brimming with peace and contentment. He understood that no matter how great his achievements or how much wealth he amassed outside, nothing compared to this moment of tenderness. Home and the woman in his arms were the true essence of his struggles. He recalled the polluted fishery, his heart growing heavy. Although Qian Sihai had been dealt with, that fishery was essential for state banquets and could not simply be abandoned. Reporting it to the authorities would be futile. Such chemical pollution could not be treated with the technology of this era. Perhaps the system might have a solution? A spark of hope ignited within him as he delved into the depths of his consciousness. Host, Chen Dong, physique, 12, can consume 20 points of fish catch value for an increase. Fish catch value, 85, system space, infinite, system tools, advanced fishing rod set, enhanced fishing gun, acquired skills, underwater breathing technique, advanced driving skills. In recent days, in order to confront Qian Sihai, Chen Dong, accompanied by his fleet, has successfully captured a considerable number of fish, accumulating a fish catch value of 85 points. Yet he has not found the time to allocate points. He meticulously searched the system panel, hoping to discover features related to purification and repair. Suddenly, he noticed, at the very bottom of the system panel, an icon adorned with a chain motif, previously unseen, subtly shimmering with golden light. Beneath the icon, a line of small text read, "Detected that the host has successfully resolved regional commercial disputes, safeguarding core industries. System Mall module unlocked in advance." A system mall? Chen Dong's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 62. A new discovery in the system mall. The mere mention of the system mall invigorated Chen Dong's spirit. He promptly directed his consciousness towards the shimmering golden icon. With a faint click, reminiscent of chains being unlocked, the chain emblem on the icon vanished, replaced by a symbol radiating a soft glow, akin to a shopping cart. Chen Dong eagerly delved into this new realm of consciousness. A fresh interface unfolded within his mind. Unlike the previous simplistic attribute panel, the system mall resembled a dazzling display of merchandise, showcasing an array of items, each flickering with its own unique luminescence. Chen Dong's gaze flitted across the intriguing offerings. Beginner Stamina Potion instantly restores 50 stamina. Price, 10 fish harvest value. Underwater Propeller, trial version provides powerful propulsion underwater for 10 minutes. Price, 20 fish harvest value. High-strength fishing line, 100 meters can withstand a pulling force of 500 kilograms and is impervious to wear. Price, 30 fish harvest value. Chen Dong was awestruck, his heart racing with excitement. Each of these items could incite a considerable stir in this era. Particularly, the stamina potion seemed tailor-made for someone like him, who frequently ventured into the sea and expended considerable energy. He suppressed his exhilaration and continued to explore. The items in the mall were categorized into several groups: consumables, tools, skill books, special items. Chen Dong bypassed the first few categories, directing his focus towards the most enigmatic section, special items. On the shelf of special items, there were only 3 solitary objects. Yet, upon reading the introduction of the first item, his breath caught in his throat. Ocean Spring, beginner, a drop of life essence from the heart of the ocean, imbued with pure life energy. Can purify a body of water, remove toxins, restore ecology, and slightly enhance the productivity of that water area. Purification radius, 5 nautical miles. Price, 1,000 fish harvest value. Ocean Spring, purifying water, removing toxins, restoring ecology. Was this not precisely what he needed most at present? Chen Dong's heart pounded with fervor. He could hardly believe his eyes. Initially, he approached this with a mindset of mere curiosity. Yet the system had indeed presented him with a flawless solution. Furthermore, this item not only purifies but also enhances productivity. This meant that the devastated fishing ground could not only be reclaimed but possibly improved beyond its former glory. This was nothing short of monumental news. After the surge of joy, Chen Dong's attention fell upon the rather disconcerting price tag, 1,000 points of fish harvest value. Glancing at his meager 85 points, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The disparity was significant. Clearly, If he wished to restore the fishing ground, he would need to exert himself to the utmost in fishing to accumulate the necessary value. His gaze shifted to the second item in the special category. Heart of the fishing ground. Beginner allows the designation of an unclaimed water area, transforming it into the host's exclusive fishing ground. Within this fishing ground, the breeding and growth rates of fish are increased by 20, and it will automatically attract rare fish from surrounding waters. Transformation range, 1 nautical mile. Price, 500 fish harvest value. This item equally stirred Chen Dong's enthusiasm. If the ocean spring was a timely boon, then the heart of the fishing ground was a splendid enhancement. With it, he would possess an inexhaustible source of premium catches, alleviating any future concerns regarding raw materials. However, the price of 500 points was still considerable. Chen Dong's gaze shifted to the last item. Physique Enhancement Liquid. Beginner a powerful genetic optimization solution that surpasses mere enhancement of physique attributes, capable of comprehensively improving the host's physical condition, with a slight chance of awakening special talents. Usage requirement. Physique must reach 15 points. Price, 2,000 fish harvest value. This item caused Chen Dong to draw a sharp breath. A prerequisite of 15 physique points for use. The staggering price of 2,000 points. This was undoubtedly the most coveted treasure within the mall at present. Awakening special talents. What could that entail? While curiosity gnawed at him, he understood that this item was still beyond his reach. His immediate priority was to gather 1,000 fish harvest value points to purchase the ocean spring. Closing the system mall, Chen Dong's mind crystallized into a clear plan. He needed to fish abundantly. Previously, his fishing was motivated by the desire for income, to improve his living conditions, which rendered it somewhat casual. Now, however, he had a definitive goal, a mission that must be accomplished. He glanced at the sleeping Li Shui in his arms and gently kissed her smooth forehead. For the sake of his family, for the person nestled against him, he had to expedite the return of the factory to its rightful course. As the dawn's light filtered through the paper window, casting a hazy glow, Chen Dong awoke. Li Shui, fragrant and soft, remained in slumber. She curled up like a gentle cat, her long eyelashes casting a serene shadow against her eyelids, her breathing steady and prolonged. The indulgences of the previous night had exhausted her. As Chen Dong gazed at her tranquil visage, a smile crept onto his lips. He refrained from rising immediately, choosing instead to quietly hold her, relishing this rare tranquility following the storm. His fingers delicately glided over her smooth back, the exquisite sensation stirring something within him, the youthful fire beginning to stir once more. Leaning closer, he gently pecked her earlobe. Li Shui's eyelashes fluttered, letting out a soft murmur as she slowly opened her bleary eyes. Upon seeing Chen Dong gazing at her with a smile, her cheeks flushed, recalling the previous night's embarrassing moments. And she quickly buried her face into the quilt. Awake? Chen Dong's voice was husky from sleep, yet filled with charm. Li Shui's voice emerged muffled from the quilt, laced with a hint of playful annoyance. Now that you're awake, it's time for our morning exercise, Chen Dong said with a mischievous grin, his hand playfully slipping beneath the covers. Ah, please, do not jest, Li Shui exclaimed, her body stiffening with a blend of embarrassment and urgency, softly protesting. Yet, her feeble resistance was akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot before Chen Dong. Soon, the room was once again filled with a series of suppressed, blush-inducing sounds. Unlike the tempestuous storm of the previous night, this morning's exercise resembled a gentle breeze and soft rain, imbued with tender affection. Chapter 63 Expedition. More than an hour later, the two finally rose, invigorated. Li Shui's face was flushed, resembling a ripe apple, and her gait appeared somewhat unsteady. As she busied herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast, she shot several displeased glances at Chen Dong. In contrast, Chen Dong wore a grin reminiscent of a child who had indulged in sweets, assisting her with fire and passing bowls. During breakfast, he revealed his plans to Li Shui. What? You intend to set sail with over 10 ships? Li Shui paused, her chopsticks frozen in midair, her small face etched with concern. Isn't that quite dangerous? To venture so far? In her heart, Chen Dong was her universe, the pillar of their home. She feared not the hardship of life, but the thought of anything happening to him. Fear not, silly girl, Chen Dong reassured her, holding her hand. I have a plan. Our family is thriving. With so many people to support, the factory cannot afford to halt operations. We must ensure that the orders from the state banquet proceed without a hitch. Thus, I must find new fishing grounds swiftly to replenish our supplies. Observing Li Shui's continued worry, he softly added, I will take our 3 best and largest ships, crewed by the most experienced sailors. Everything will be fine. Manage the factory well while I am away. Await my return. Li Shui understood that once Chen Dong made a decision, it would not be easily altered. She recognized the immense burden he bore. All she could do was support him, allowing him to focus without concern. Just be sure to prioritize your safety, she insisted, nodding. The seas can be treacherous. Dress warmly and eat on time. And don't be reckless. Should danger arise, return immediately. I will, my diligent manager, Chen Dong chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. After finishing breakfast, Li Shui busied herself packing items for Chen Dong's voyage. She neatly folded his change of clothes and packed a large bag filled with his favorite pickles and jerky. She even took out his sturdy leather boots, meticulously polishing them with lard until they gleamed. Watching her industrious form brought warmth to Chen Dong's heart. He knew that it was this simple yet profound affection that propelled him forward. Returning to his room, he immersed his consciousness once more into his mind, activating the system panel. Host, Chen Dong, physique, 12, can consume 20 points of fish catch value for enhancement. Fish catch value, 85. System store, unlocked. His gaze fell once more upon the ocean spirit spring, priced at an astounding 1,000 fish catch value. This was it. For the sake of this, and for their family, this expedition must succeed. He glanced at his meager 85 fish catch value and decisively allocated 80 points to enhance his physique. Would you like to consume 80 points of fish catch value to elevate your physique to 16? Yes. A surge of heat, more powerful and pure than ever before, erupted within him. Chen Dong let out a muffled groan, feeling his bones groan under the immense strain, while muscle fibers felt as if they were being torn apart, only to be reassembled in a more formidable manner. The pain surpassed any he had previously endured, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. As the torrent of heat finally subsided, he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of stale air. He could feel that his body had undergone a transformative change. Strength, speed, and endurance had all ascended to an entirely new level. His senses sharpened, allowing him to distinctly hear the sound of an ant traversing the ground in the courtyard. Host, Chen Dong, physique, 16, can consume 20 points of fish catch value for enhancement. Fish catch value, 5. His physique had finally surpassed 15 points. He immediately opened the system store, eyeing the physique enhancement liquid, priced at 2,000 fish catch value. As expected, the usage requirements had shifted from gray to a usable bright hue. While he could not purchase it just yet, it undoubtedly fueled his motivation. Regaining his composure, Chen Dong left home and headed directly to the dock. At the dock, the newly received fleet of over 10 ships had been completely refurbished, adorned with the emblem of Longgong, neatly lined up in the harbor, an impressive sight. Elder Jiang, Lu San, Zhang Hao, and others were already aboard their respective vessels, finalizing preparations. Chen Dong gathered the 3 captains, meticulously outlining his plans. Elder Jiang, I entrust you with the coastal area. Your task is paramount. Ensure the factory's 2 production lines receive their materials while stabilizing the city's fresh fish market. Rest assured, boss. With this old bone of mine on duty, there will be no mishaps, Elder Jiang pledged, thumping his chest. Zhang Hao, the eastern deep-sea region remains uncertain and may pose risks. Your mission is reconnaissance. Prioritize safety and avoid unnecessary confrontations. Report any findings immediately. Understood, boss, Zhang Hao replied, nodding with composure. Finally, Chen Dong turned to Lu San. Lu San, you and Zhao Taizhu will each oversee the Jiaolong and Tunglong, accompanying me into the deep sea. The situation there is more complex than anywhere else. We may encounter storms and phenomena hitherto unseen. Your duty is to unconditionally follow my commands. Can you do that? Absolutely. Lu San and Zhao Taizhu responded in unison, their voices brimming with excitement and anticipation. With everything arranged, Chen Dong stood at the bow of the Hailong, gazing at the sea ahead, bathed in the golden hues of dawn, his heart swelling with ambition. For the sake of that 1,000 fish catch value, and for the drop that could rejuvenate the fishing grounds, this unprecedented expedition was about to set sail. Chapter 64. The fleet sets sail, destination Deep Blue at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, with a commanding call from Chen Dong. Nearly 20 fishing vessels of the Longgong fleet simultaneously sounded their horns. The resonant and powerful blasts echoed throughout the fishing village, reaching even the ears of those in the distant town. The dock was teeming with villagers and factory workers come to bid farewell. They gazed at the formidable fleet, reminiscent of a naval armada. As it gradually departed the harbor, each face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and pride. Goodness, when has our village ever been so majestic? There must be 20 boats, all owned by Boss Chen. Indeed, I heard he bought all the boats from that Chen Sea high in the city. Boss Chen is truly becoming the Dragon King of our waters. Conversations of amazement and admiration rose and fell among the crowd. The village head, Zhang Dehai, blushing with excitement, raised his voice to lead the cheers, wishing Boss Chen a smooth journey. May he return laden with bounty. Smooth sailing. Return laden with bounty. Everyone joined in the chant, their voices rising in a crescendo. Li Shui stood among the crowd, not shouting, but on tiptoe, vigorously waving toward the Hai Long Hao. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with both concern for her husband and pride in his accomplishments. She understood that her man was embarking on a remarkable endeavor. As the fleet sailed away amidst the cheers of the crowd, it gradually faded into the vast blue expanse. Once they had traversed the nearshore zone, the Grand Armada, according to their predetermined plan, began to divide. Old Jiang, take care. Chen Dong bid farewell over the walkie-talkie. Boss, you all stay safe. I await your good news. Old Jiang's voice crackled through the device, tinged with reluctance. A dozen or so vessels designated for nearshore fishing under Old Jiang's guidance turned their bows towards the traditional fishing grounds. Shortly thereafter, another exploratory team led by Zhang Hao, consisting of 5 boats, also detached from the main fleet. Boss, we are setting off. Exercise caution and maintain communication at all times, Chen Dong advised. Soon, the vast sea was left with only the expedition fleet personally commanded by Chen Dong, comprising the Hai Long Hao, Jiao Long Hao, and Tung Long Hao, the 3 most formidable vessels in the Longgong fleet. These ships were the largest, most robust, and had the greatest endurance. They would serve as the spearhead, piercing into the depths of the ocean, fraught with unknowns and dangers. Full speed ahead. Our target lies to the east. Chen Dong issued the command. The engines of the 3 ships roared with a steady might, reaching their utmost velocity, carving 3 long white wakes upon the water, advancing relentlessly toward the rising sun. The maritime voyage was an arduous and protracted endeavor. On the first day, the seas were tranquil. The crew reveled in the thrill of their inaugural voyage. They stood on the deck, gazing at the boundless ocean, embraced by the sea breeze, exchanging tales, and nurturing dreams of the future. By the second day, however, the surroundings had morphed into something exceedingly alien. The color of the water shifted from azure to profound navy blue, unfathomable and awe-inspiring. No other vessels could be seen on the surface, nor a single seabird in sight. It felt as though only their 3 solitary ships remained amidst the vastness of heaven and earth. Some younger crew members began to sense unease and restlessness. Boss, how much longer must we sail? This place feels eerie, inquired a young crew member named Wang Xiaowu. Leaning closer to Chen Dong. Chen Dong patted his shoulder with a smile. What, are you afraid? No, not at all, Wang Xiaowu replied, though his eyes betrayed his apprehension. Fear is natural, Chen Dong remarked. Long-distance navigation tests not only skill, but also courage and patience. This sea is unfamiliar to us, but for the fish, it is home. The more desolate the place, the greater the likelihood of harboring the elusive giants we seek. His words offered a modicum of reassurance to the crew. Chen Dong himself was continuously employing his enhanced perceptual abilities to scan the surrounding waters. With his physique elevated to 16 points, his perception range had significantly expanded, covering nearly 100 kilometers of ocean. Yet, for 2 consecutive days, his senses revealed nothing but emptiness. Apart from the occasional passing shoals of small fish, no valuable targets were detected. He understood that they had yet to truly enter the oceanic ecosystem. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that circumstances finally shifted. Chen Dong, with eyes closed, was dozing in the cockpit when suddenly, his senses sharpened, detecting something unusual. It was not a school of fish, but rather a massive, slowly moving current. This current, originating from the far northern deep sea, brought with it a wealth of plankton and nutrients. On the periphery of the current, Chen Dong beheld the most magnificent sight he had encountered since setting sail. Thousands of dolphins congregating in a grand formation, joyfully leaping and frolicking in pursuit of the current. Dolphins. A pod of dolphins. Chun Jianjun, on lookout duty, also spotted the spectacle in the distance and exclaimed in excitement. The crew rushed to the deck, marveling at the dynamic sea filled with dolphins, erupting in jubilant cheers. The presence of dolphins signified that they had entered a genuine sanctuary of life, for such an immense gathering could only occur in waters abundant with food. Chen Dong's face lit up with a smile. He knew they had found the right location. He refrained from ordering a catch, as dolphins are protected animals and friends to fishermen. Instead, he instructed the fleet to follow the current from a distance. He believed that within this current of life lay the true objective of their expedition. Chapter 65. An initial exploration of the open seas and an encounter with a monstrous being following the immense ocean current. The Longgong fleet sailed for approximately half a day before entering an entirely new maritime realm. Here, the sea exhibited a peculiar hue reminiscent of sapphire. The air was thick with a rich, slightly briny mist. In Chen Dong's perception, the underwater world became vibrantly animated. He observed schools of tuna, gliding through the water like silvery arrows at remarkable speeds. He spotted colossal swordfish, their elongated bills trailing as they pursued prey. He also beheld a kaleidoscope of tropical fish, frolicking among the coral reefs like a flowing rainbow. This was a true Eden of marine life, untouched by human hands. The crew was equally astonished by the spectacle before them. They leaned over the ship's railing, gazing at the diverse array of fish they had only seen in magazines. Each of them excitedly exclaiming, "Boss, we struck gold. This time, we really struck it rich." Lu Sen exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Just those tunas alone could sustain us for several years. However, Chen Dong remained level-headed amidst the breathtaking sights. Although tuna were valuable, their swiftness and ferocity made them difficult to catch with conventional nets. His primary objective was to locate abundant fish schools, akin to mackerel, which were suitable for canning, enabling him to quickly amass fish value. He instructed the fleet to reduce speed, while he heightened his perception to its utmost, functioning like a finely tuned radar, meticulously scanning this bountiful ocean expanse. As time passed, Chen Dong abruptly felt a jolt within his body. His perception detected an extraordinarily potent life signal while scanning a trench that plunged hundreds of meters deep. This was not a school of fish, but rather an independent, immense, and terrifying entity lurking in the depths of the abyss. Its size surpassed any marine creature Chen Dong had ever encountered. The primal and ancient aura it exuded instilled within him a subtle sense of mental oppression. What could that be? An intense curiosity compelled Chen Dong to seek the truth. Lu San, Zhang Hao, remain here with the ship, fish freely, but prioritize safety, Chen Dong instructed through the intercom. I intend to investigate. Boss, are you going down there alone again? Lu San exclaimed anxiously. This place is unfamiliar, and we don't know what lurks beneath the surface. It's too dangerous. Indeed, boss. Perhaps it would be wiser to have the brothers accompany you for safety, Zhao Taizhu added. Unnecessary, Chen Dong replied firmly. That thing down there would spell doom for you. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing. Without waiting for further persuasion, he strode directly back to the cabin. Rather than plunging into the water immediately, he first accessed the system shop. With only 5 points of fish value, he could not even afford the cheapest stamina potion. However, he understood that this descent could lead to unprecedented danger, necessitating thorough preparation. He retrieved a previously caught ordinary mackerel from the ship's cold storage, and then armed himself with his enhanced spear gun. Under the puzzled gaze of the crew, he aimed the spear gun at the dead fish and fired. The spear gun accurately pierced through the fish's head. Ding! Successfully hunted 1 mackerel. Fish value 1. Fish value rebate of 1 yuan has been deposited into system space. Success! Chen Dong rejoiced inwardly. He had previously speculated that the system's criteria for hunting might hinge solely on whether the final blow was delivered by a system tool, rather than the prey being alive or dead. It appeared his hypothesis was indeed correct. This discovery opened a new door for him. It meant that he could have the crew catch ordinary fish, and then he could deliver the final blow with a system tool, thus rapidly accumulating fish value. Although it bore a hint of opportunism, he was willing to overlook that in pursuit of gathering 1,000 points to acquire the Ocean Spirit Spring. He instructed the crew to retrieve another dozen fish from the cold storage. Bang, bang, bang. Like a factory worker on an assembly line, he methodically dispatched each dead fish with a single shot. Fish value 1. Fish value 1. Before long, his fish value soared back to 20 points. System, purchased 2 basic stamina potions. Ding. Successfully purchased 2 basic stamina potions. Consumed 20 points of fish value. 2 small potions, radiating a bluish glow. materialized in his system space. With these two life-saving potions that could instantly restore 50 of his stamina, Chen Dong felt a sense of reassurance. He discarded his shirt, donned only a pair of shorts, and secured the enhanced spear gun firmly to his arm. "I'm going down," he informed the crew, before plunging headfirst into the unfathomably deep indigo waters. The frigid seawater enveloped him instantly, activating his underwater breathing technique. He adjusted his body and swiftly descended towards the trench, which emanated a terrifying aura. As he descended deeper, the depths increased. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The surrounding light dimmed to an extreme degree. The water pressure escalated to a staggering level. Had it not been for his physique being enhanced to 16 points, an ordinary person would have been crushed into a pulp by the terrifying pressure. At that moment, his perception detected movement from the gigantic figure. It seemed to have sensed Chen Dong's uninvited presence, gradually awakening from its slumber. Chen Dong halted, suspending himself in the dark waters, holding his breath. He beheld two massive lantern-like eyes, glowing with a ghostly green light, slowly illuminating in the depths of the inky trench. Those were its eyes. Chapter 66, Struggle in the Deep Sea. Unexpected gain. Those two eerie green lanterns locked onto Chen Dong, the insignificant intruder, amid the darkness of the ocean. A chilling and brutal will flowed through the currents, sending shivers down Chen Dong's spine. Moments later, the colossal creature emerged slowly from the shadows of the trench, revealing its true form. The instant Chen Dong laid eyes upon it, even his extensive knowledge from 2 lifetimes led him to gasp in astonishment. It was a fish of such extraordinary size that it defied reason. Its length exceeded 10 meters, resembling a small submarine. Its entire body was covered in rough, thick, dark brown scales, akin to rock, with various unknown marine organisms clinging to it. The creature's head was immense and fearsome, with a gaping maw large enough to easily swallow a full-grown bull, lined with 2 rows of dagger-like, interlocking fangs. Most striking was the antenna atop its head, resembling a fishing rod, which emitted a faint glow. Could it be an Nkong fish? A name sprang to Chen Dong's mind. Yet he knew this was no ordinary Nkong fish. It was a deep-sea monster that had survived since ancient times, evolved into something extraordinary. Roar. The gigantic Nkong fish seemed provoked by the audacity of Chen Dong's tiny form, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated through the water like a clap of thunder. The sound waves rippled through the sea, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. In the next moment, it lunged forward. Despite its enormous size, it moved with astonishing speed in the water. With a mere flick of its massive tail fin, its colossal body transformed into a streak of black lightning, hurtling toward Chen Dong with ferocity. Its gaping maw resembled a vortex leading to hell, intent on devouring Chen Dong whole. So fast. At that moment, Chen Dong's senses heightened to their utmost limit. He chose not to retreat, for he understood that in the water, he could not outpace this sovereign of the deep. Just as the giant Nkong fish was about to engulf him, Chen Dong's body plunged downwards, and he decisively pulled the trigger of his spear gun. Whoosh! The specially reinforced harpoon, imbued with a spiraling force, accurately struck the relatively softer underjaw of the beast. Thud! The harpoon successfully pierced its flesh. However, Chen Dong's heart sank as he realized the harpoon had only penetrated less than half a foot, ensnared by its resilient muscles. This minor wound was no more than a mosquito bite to its vast frame. Roar! The agonizing pain enraged the deep-sea sovereign. It violently shook its head, transmitting an irresistible force through the steel cable connected to the harpoon. Chen Dong felt a jolt in his arm, and he was flung away like a severed kite. Bang! His back crashed heavily against a massive underwater rock, a metallic taste filling his throat as blood nearly erupted from his mouth. Such formidable strength. Chen Dong was astounded. His physical prowess of 16 seemed utterly insignificant before this creature. The beast, undeterred by its initial failure, redirected its course and charged at him once more. This time, the glowing antenna atop its head struck out like a swift serpent, aiming for Chen Dong with lightning speed. Chen Dong dared not confront it head-on, instead executing a desperate roll to evade the strike. Boom! The antenna struck the rock behind him with tremendous force, creating a deep fissure in the solid stone. Chen Dong's eyelids twitched at the sight. If that had struck a human, it would surely have resulted in broken bones. He recognized that he could no longer afford to confront this monster directly. He needed to find its weakness. Under the pressure of life and death, Chen Dong's mind raced. The eyes. All creatures possess the eyes as their most vulnerable spot. He glanced at the enormous eyes resembling searchlights, and a plan formed in his mind. He no longer retreated but charged toward the beast. The monster, surprised by the audacity of this tiny human, opened its gaping maw once more. Now was the moment. Chen Dong seized the opportunity to quickly gulp down a bottle of basic stamina potion from his system space. A warm current surged through him, instantly restoring half of his internal injuries and expended energy. Simultaneously, he channeled all his strength into his legs. In the split second before being devoured, his body traced an uncanny arc through the water, narrowly avoiding those razor-sharp fangs. Then, like a cannonball, he slammed into the side of the beast's face. His spear gun was reloaded and ready. This time, his target was its enormous, unguarded right eye. The distance was too close. The beast had not anticipated that this tiny insect would possess such audacity. By the time it reacted, it was too late. Break! Chen Dong roared, unleashing the spear gun at point-blank range. Thud! This time, the sound of a blade piercing soft flesh rang out. The specially crafted harpoon, fueled by all of Chen Dong's strength and fury, penetrated deeply into the beast's right eye. A heart-wrenching, ear-splitting scream erupted from the creature's mouth. The entire trench trembled in response to its roar. It thrashed wildly in the water, its massive body shattering the surrounding rocks. Chen Dong dared not linger. Having struck a successful blow, he swiftly retreated to safety. He watched as torrents of dark green blood gushed from the creature's eye socket, staining the surrounding waters murky. Having lost one eye, the deep-sea sovereign descended into utter madness. Yet Chen Dong knew he had triumphed. He remained quietly suspended in the distance, waiting. Indeed, after a frenzied rampage lasting several minutes, the movements of the colossal beast gradually slowed. The immense loss of blood and excruciating pain caused its vitality to swiftly diminish. Ultimately, its massive form swayed feebly before slowly sinking into the abyss of the dark ocean trench. The chilling notification of the system echoed in his mind, announcing the successful hunt of the mutated deep-sea Anku Fish King, awarding him a meager value of 1, and triggering a rare critical hit that returned 10,000 yuan, now stored in the system space. However, within Chen Dong's heart, there was no sense of elation. As he gazed at the immense carcass sinking beneath the waves, he felt only a profound relief at having survived. He realized he had been overly complacent this time. Had it not been for the stamina potion and a stroke of luck, he might have truly met his end today. He paid no heed to the enormous body. Such a creature could not be taken with him. Instead, he swiftly swam back to the surface. When he emerged, bloodied, onto the deck, Lu San and the others, who had been anxiously waiting, were horrified. "Boss, you're injured." "I'm fine," Chen Dong replied, waving his hand and gasping for breath. "It's the creature's blood. The thing below has been dealt with." Upon hearing this, the crew regarded Chen Dong with awe, as if he were a deity. After all, it was a monster lurking in the depths of several hundred meters. The boss had ventured alone and truly managed to vanquish it? This surpassed their comprehension. Chen Dong offered no further explanation. He simply downed the last bottle of stamina potion and wearily collapsed onto the deck. This adventure, though perilous, had imparted a crucial lesson. The vast ocean was far more treacherous than he had ever imagined, and he must become stronger. Chapter 67. The Sardine Storm. The harrowing encounter with the anglerfish king in the depths of the ocean served as a wake-up call for Chen Dong. He realized that despite possessing extraordinary strength, there still lurked entities within the vast ocean that could threaten his life. To ensure his survival and safeguard his family, he must continually strive for greater strength. The foundation of this enhancement lies in the value of his catches. After resting on the ship for half a day to recuperate some strength, Chen Dong immediately immersed himself in the primary objective of his journey, seeking an ideal location for maximizing his catch value. He activated the system's perception ability once more, this time shifting his focus from the massive, dangerous creatures to the abundant, smaller, and gentler schools of fish. Fortune favored the diligent. After commanding the fleet to sail eastward for over 100 nautical miles, his perception finally unveiled a breathtaking sight that stirred his heart. It was an endless expanse of ocean, adorned with countless silver dots, densely congregating to form a colossal vortex, slowly swirling in the water. Sardines. A school of sardines. Moreover, it was an extraordinarily vast school that Chen Dong had never encountered in either of his lives. The sheer number likely reached into the hundreds of millions. This was not merely a school of fish. It was evidently a mobile gold mine composed entirely of catch value. Eureka! Chen Dong's eyes flew open, his face alight with uncontrollable joy. Boss, what did you find? Lu Sin inquired eagerly from the side. I've discovered a spot that will fill our ship to the brim and overflow our storage. Chen Dong's voice resonated with unyielding confidence. Relay my command. All 3 ships, full speed ahead. Target, 50 nautical miles straight ahead. 2 hours later, the Longgong fleet arrived in that region of the sea. When the crew beheld the scene before them, they were rendered speechless in astonishment. The entire surface of the water appeared to boil due to the immense school of fish beneath. Countless sardines leaped from the water, only to plunge back down, creating waves of silver foam. Above, an innumerable flock of seabirds circled, excitedly chirping as they dove down repeatedly, each time snatching up a plump sardine. In the distance, massive whales could be seen, their cavernous mouths wide open, voraciously devouring this bountiful buffet. It was a feast of the ocean, a carnival of life. Oh my! The crew stood in awe. How many fish must there be? In all my years at sea, I have never witnessed such a spectacle. Elder Zhang murmured to himself, his face a mask of shock. What are you all still doing? Chen Dong's voice snapped everyone back to reality. Deploy the nets. Lower all our nets. We shall remain here until the ship is full. Only then will we return. Understood, boss. The crew sprang into action, their excitement palpable as they enthusiastically mobilized. Massive drag nets were cast into the roiling ocean. However, Chen Dong did not partake in this extensive catch. He understood that the fish captured by the crew's nets would not contribute to his catch value. His aim was to maximize his score. He retreated to the cabin and retrieved a long and used, advanced fishing rod set from the system's space. The rod was crafted from an unknown black material, both lightweight and resilient. The fishing line was of high strength, produced by the system. Most importantly, the seemingly unremarkable hook was capable of transformation. Upon closely examining it, Chen Dong discovered that the advanced fishing rod's hook could indeed change. Focusing his mind on the hook, a small selection interface appeared in his mind. Select hook mode, single hook mode, multi-hook mode, up to 10 hooks. 10 hooks. Chen Dong's heart soared with delight. The system was truly considerate. Without hesitation, he selected 10 hook mode. The small hook trembled in his hand, instantly transforming into a string of 10 glimmering hooks. This was a perfect tool tailored for catching sardines. He was so eager that he didn't even bother to attach bait. He strode to the stern of the ship and cast the rod with force. The string of shiny hooks arced gracefully through the air, landing deep within the dense school of fish. Almost the moment the hooks touched the water, Chen Dong felt the tip of the rod plunge sharply. He had a catch, and not just one. With a vigorous flick of his wrist, he raised the rod sharply. With a splash, a string of 10 shimmering sardines was hoisted from the depths. Each one was firmly hooked on the gleaming artificial bait. Ding! Successfully captured 10 sardines, catch value 10. Cash reward of 10 yuan has been deposited into the system space. Success! A wave of ecstasy washed over Chen Dong. He tossed the 10 fish into the live well on the deck, then, without a glance, cast the rod once more. The hook hit the water. The tip sank again. Lift the rod, reel in the catch. Another 10. Ding! Successfully captured 10 sardines, catch value 10. Cash reward of 10 yuan has been deposited into the system space. Thereafter, Chen Dong entered a frenzied, yet immensely gratifying, mode of maximizing his score. Cast the rod, hook a fish, reel it in. This simple action was repeated tirelessly, leaving him utterly invigorated. The live well beside him quickly filled with silver sardines, nearly overflowing. The system's notification sound echoed in his mind, resonating like a chorus of triumph. Catch value 10. Catch value 10. Catch value 10. The catch value on his system panel surged at an unprecedented, terrifying speed. At 5 o'clock, at 5:50, at 155, at 355. The other crew members aboard the vessel initially reveled in the jubilation of their catch, which weighed in the tens of thousands of pounds. However, their attention was soon drawn to their boss, who was exhibiting peculiar behavior at the stern of the ship. They observed him wielding what appeared to be a rather ordinary fishing rod, standing poised at the rear of the boat. With each cast and each retrieve, he effortlessly summoned a flurry of lively sardines. His movements flowed seamlessly, a harmonious display of skill. The speed at which he caught fish surpassed even their lengthy nets that spanned dozens of meters. Everyone was left in astonishment. Was this truly fishing? It seemed more akin to collecting fish from the sea. Lu San, mouth agape, murmured I always thought the boss was merely strong. I never anticipated his fishing prowess could be so remarkable. In contrast, the old man Zhang's eyes sparkled with reverence and admiration. Gazing at Chen Dong's silhouette, he was consumed by a singular thought. This man was born for the sea. He was the sovereign of these waters. Chapter 68. The Frenzy of the Catch. Ascension of Vitality. Chen Dong was utterly immersed in the exhilarating thrill of scoring. In his world, only two simple actions remained: casting and reeling in. He didn't even need to rely on his sight. Guided solely by instinct and muscle memory, he could accurately cast his hook time and again into the densest schools of fish. It felt less like fishing and more akin to an exhilarating tug-of-war with the ocean. Each time he lifted his rod, the simultaneous struggle of 10 sardines from beneath the waves filled him with an unparalleled sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. The ever-increasing catch value flashing in his mind was more addictive than any stimulant. 400. 500. 600. The numbers soared rapidly, like a wild stallion breaking free, racing towards the goal of 1,000 points. Time slipped away unnoticed. The sun rose above the horizon, then slowly descended. The crew had completed the first round of fishing, and the cold storage of the 3 large vessels was nearly bursting at the seams. They processed the catch and gazed at the mountain of sardines on the deck, each one too exhausted to stand upright. Yet when they glanced towards the stern, they found their boss still standing there like an indomitable statue, repeating what they considered a near-miraculous action. "Doesn't he need to rest?" A young crew member, wiping sweat from his brow, whispered to Lu San. Lu San shook his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Don't disturb the boss. Our boss is not an ordinary person." Indeed, this thought had deeply imprinted itself in the hearts of every crew member of the Long Gong fleet. They had seen individuals of great strength, but none who could single-handedly throw an anchor and drag a large ship. They had witnessed skilled fishermen, but none who could catch fish faster than a trawler with just a fishing rod. In their eyes, their boss had become a godlike figure, capable of anything. This reverence fostered greater unity and loyalty among them. As night fell once more, a radiant full moon rose over the sea. Chen Dong finally ceased his actions, not out of fatigue, but because his catch value had reached an astonishing figure. Catch value, 985, just 15 points short. He glanced at the system panel and without hesitation, invested all 960 points of catch value into enhancing his vitality. He aspired to reach a higher echelon. Do you wish to expend 960 points of catch value to elevate vitality to 20? The system's prompt seemed to resonate with a mechanical tremor due to this immense expenditure. Yes. Chen Dong took a deep breath, sitting cross-legged, bracing himself for the onslaught of energy. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated excruciating pain did not arrive. Instead, a gentle yet vast warmth surged from deep within his limbs and cells. This warmth was not as domineering as before. It resembled a skilled artisan delicately refining and optimizing his body with the utmost gentleness. He could feel his bones radiating a lustrous, jade-like sheen. He sensed his blood coursing through his veins like roaring rivers. His organs felt as though they had been revitalized by this energy, brimming with vitality. Even more wondrously, his spirit and perception underwent a tremendous leap under this energy's nurturing. If his previous perception resembled a radar, now it transformed into a high-definition, 3D, real-time satellite map. With closed eyes, he could distinctly see a seabird gliding over the surface 100 miles away. He could hear a crab scuttling across the sandy ocean floor 1,000 meters deep. The entire world became unprecedentedly clear and three-dimensional in his perception. This sensation was that of ultimate control. As the warm current finally coalesced into his dantian, fully merging with his being, Chen Dong slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, illuminated by the moonlight, sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, as if stars were swirling within. Host, Chen Dong. Vitality, 20, can expend 40 points of catch value to increase. Catch value, 25. Vitality had successfully surpassed the threshold of 20 points. The catch value required for the next upgrade had also doubled, now standing at 40 points. Chen Dong rose, gently clenching his fist. No sound escaped, yet he could feel the terrifying strength within, capable of penetrating steel. He understood that he had transcended the realm of humanity. He was boldly stepping into a completely new and unknown level of existence. Once more, Chen Dong's gaze fell upon the roiling sea. He picked up his fishing rod and cast forth the miraculous series of 10 hooks. This time, He required only 2 casts. Ding. Successfully caught 10 sardines, catch value 10. Ding. Successfully caught 10 sardines, catch value 10. Catch value 45. This time, he aimed to accumulate catch value to purchase Ocean Spirit Spring, beginner. Just over 900 points remained. With his current speed of scoring, he estimated a maximum of 1 more day and night. Filled with renewed vigor at this thought, he grasped his fishing rod, ready to continue his grand undertaking. However, at that moment, his perception suddenly detected an uninvited guest. A massive whaling ship, adorned with a foreign flag, was charging towards their waters from the distant horizon with formidable intent. Chapter 69. Oceanic Conflict. Uninvited guest. Before them loomed a whaling vessel, twice the size of the Hai Long, a specialized deep-sea whaling ship. Its hull, a cold steel gray, was marred by mottled rust and alarming scars, resembling a battle-hardened sea beast. At the bow, a menacing harpoon launcher stood poised, while at the stern, a massive, blood-stained platform was clearly designated for processing whale carcasses. Flapping from the mast was a flag that Chen Dong recognized all too well, adorned with red and white stripes and a sun emblem. It was a whaling ship from the island nation. Chen Dong's brow furrowed instantly. He was acutely aware that, in this era, while there were growing international calls for whale protection, certain nations like the island country continued to cloak their brutal commercial whaling in the guise of scientific research. The very waters they occupied were a veritable paradise for whales during their migratory feasts, and this whaling ship had clearly been lured by the ocean's bounty. "Boss, a ship is approaching." The lookout aboard their vessel shouted a warning as he spotted the unexpected guest. The crew halted their activities, rushing onto the deck, eyes fixed anxiously on the looming steel giant. "It's a foreign ship. Look at that flag. It's from the island nation. What do they want? We discovered this fishing ground first." Lucen clenched his fists, a look of indignation etched on his face. In the maritime realm, although no explicit laws governed fishermen, an unwritten code prevailed. First come, first served. The first to discover a fishing ground held the right to harvest it. The brazen manner in which the island ship approached made it clear they held little regard for their presence. Chen Dong's expression darkened. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. Given his current strength and the scale of the Long Gong fleet, he was unafraid of a direct clash. However, his primary objective for this voyage was to accumulate points and restore the fishing grounds, not to provoke unnecessary conflict. "Do not initiate any provocation. We shall continue our fishing," Chen Dong commanded through the intercom to the other 2 vessels. "If they dare to cause trouble, we will address it then." Yet, the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. Upon closer proximity, the island whaling ship did not pursue the distant whales as Chen Dong had anticipated. Instead, its target was them, the massive school of sardines they were currently harvesting. The whaling ship rudely inserted itself between the Long Gong fleet and the fish, its immense hull churning the sea into tumultuous waves that violently rocked both the Jiao Long and Tung Long vessels. Almost immediately, they deployed industrial-sized nets, far larger than those of the Long Gong fleet, and began a ruthless sweep of the sardine school, their actions akin to blatant theft. "Damn it, those despicable islanders." Lu San's eyes blazed with fury as he grasped a harpoon, ready to charge forward. "Stay calm." Chen Dong restrained him. At that moment, a stout island man clad in a white captain's uniform, sporting a goatee, emerged on the deck of the whaling ship. Brandishing a loudspeaker, he shouted in a clumsy, heavily accented Mandarin towards Chen Dong's fleet, "Attention, Chinese fishing vessels. This area is now designated for scientific research by our great island empire. You are to leave immediately or bear the consequences." His words dripped with blatant provocation and contempt. The term Chinese fishing vessel struck like a searing iron, igniting a visceral reaction among every crew member of the Long Gong fleet. "To hell with you." Lu Sin could no longer contain his anger, breaking free from Chen Dong's grip, pointing furiously at the island captain while unleashing a torrent of vile curses. The other crew members echoed his sentiments, hurling the most venomous insults they could muster at their adversaries. The island captain seemed to revel in their ire, a twisted smile spreading across his face as he raised the loudspeaker once more, his tone increasingly arrogant. "A bunch of foolish Chinese pigs. All bark and no bite. If you do not leave, I will make you feel the might of our great island empire's harpoon." With that, he ordered the harpoon launcher at the bow to slowly pivot towards Chen Dong's Hai Long, a blatant display of military threat. Though the crew was seething with anger, the ominous, gaping maw of the weapon instilled a flicker of fear within them. That device was no trifling matter. A single shot could obliterate their wooden fishing vessel. The atmosphere on board thickened with tension. However, Chen Dong maintained a calm demeanor, observing the arrogant island captain as one might a mere jester. Gradually, he set down his fishing rod and turned to Lu San and the other crew members, uttering words that ignited their fervor. "Brothers, can we allow these little devils to bully us in our own waters? Today, I shall teach them a lesson in what it means to abide by the rules." With that declaration, he strode to the edge of the ship, his gaze locking onto the enormous net of the island whaling vessel, already half filled with sardines. A cold, sinister smile curved his lips, reminiscent of the grim Reaper himself. Chapter 70. Those who dare offend us, though distant, shall be punished. Boss, what are you planning to do? Lu San watched Chen Dong's actions, somewhat puzzled. Chen Dong did not answer. He simply instructed Lu San, "Go, bring me the thickest rope on the ship. Also, carry over that largest iron anchor." Although Lu San did not understand Chen Dong's intention, he immediately complied. Soon, a rope as thick as an arm and that massive iron anchor, which had once sent Qian Sihai into a state of terror in the fog, were brought before Chen Dong. At that moment, the island nation's whaling ship continued its arrogant fishing operations. Their enormous seine net had already been drawn in halfway, filled with tens of thousands of pounds of lively, jumping sardines. On the deck, the short, stout captain of the island nation ship looked smugly at the several Chinese fishing boats across the way, too intimidated to move, a contemptuous smile plastered across his face. In his view, these cowardly Chinese were utterly powerless against the formidable might of their great island empire. However, in the very next second, the smile on his face froze completely. He witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. On the Chinese fishing boat opposite, that young Chinese man who had remained calm all along actually lifted the massive iron anchor, weighing at least 100 pounds, with a single hand. What was he trying to do? This thought had just flashed through the island nation captain's mind when Chen Dong answered him with action. Whoosh! The muscles in Chen Dong's arms bulged, veins protruding violently. The terrifying strength of a physique level 20 erupted completely and unreservedly at that moment. He swung the iron anchor in his hand like a hammer throw, spinning it rapidly above his head several times. Each rotation tore through the air with a howling, fierce wind. When the speed reached its peak, he suddenly released his grip. The massive iron anchor, like a cannonball fired from its barrel, trailed a long rope as it traced a breathtaking parabolic arc through the air. With an aura of apocalyptic destruction, it hurtled fiercely toward the direction of the island nation's whaling ship. Its target was not the ship's hull, but that enormous seine net, filled with the catch. Boom! A deafening roar. The heavy iron anchor, with an unstoppable force, struck precisely at the center of the seine net. The tremendous impact directly tore a massive hole in the net, made of high-strength nylon. Before the island nation crew could react, Chen Dong grabbed the other end of the rope, planting his feet firmly on the deck as if they had taken root. "Open for me." He let out a thunderous roar, channeling all the strength in his body through his arms into the taut rope. Ryup! A piercing sound, like cloth being torn apart, echoed across the sea. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, that industrial-grade seine net, hailed as an unstoppable force on the sea, was torn apart by Chen Dong's brute strength. Ripped open from the middle into a massive gash over 10 meters long. Splash! Tens of thousands of pounds of sardines, like a bursting flood, poured out from the enormous tear, returning to the embrace of the sea. In an instant, the island nation's hard-earned catch of half a day vanished into nothingness. The entire world seemed to stand still at that moment. On the island nation's whaling ship, all the crew members stood as if petrified, staring blankly at the tattered fishing net and the Chinese man standing on the opposite bow, who resembled a demonic deity. Their minds went completely blank. The short, stout captain stood with his mouth agape, the loudspeaker in his hand clattering onto the deck. Was he even human? Was this a strength a human could possess? This completely defied his understanding, overturning his worldview. Bakairu. Fire. Fire the cannon. Kill him. Kill that monster. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the island nation captain finally snapped back to reality. Like a madman, he pointed at Chen Dong, screaming hysterically. At the bow, the island nation gunner responsible for operating the harpoon cannon also snapped out of his shock. With trembling hands, he reached to press the launch button. However, would Chen Dong give him that chance? The moment the captain gave the order, Chen Dong was already in motion. He retrieved the rope and once again lifted the massive iron anchor in his hand. This time, his target was that menacing harpoon cannon, already aimed directly at him. Want to play with cannons? A cold, sinister smile appeared on Chen Dong's face. Then I'll disable your cannon first. He swung the iron anchor rapidly once more. This time, the force he channeled was even more terrifying than before. Whoosh! The iron anchor flew from his hand like a black meteor, carrying a howl of death as it hurtled with pinpoint accuracy toward the harpoon cannon, crashing into it with ferocious force. Boom! An earth-shattering roar. The harpoon cannon, forged from hardened steel and incredibly sturdy, bent and twisted like a fragile toy the moment it made contact with the iron anchor. The barrel warped into a bizarre angle. The high-pressure mechanisms and delicate components inside were smashed to pieces. Sparks and black smoke billowed from the cannon mount. This maritime weapon of terror, which had struck fear into countless whales, was utterly and completely destroyed by Chen Dong in the most primitive, most violent manner possible. After accomplishing this, Chen Dong calmly retrieved his iron anchor. He looked at the island nation crew on the opposite ship, now utterly terrified and pale as ghosts, and slowly raised his middle finger. Then he turned to his own crew behind him, who were also staring in stunned awe, their blood boiling with excitement, and waved his hand. Brothers, let's get to work. Cast all our fishing nets. Today, every fish in this sea belongs to us. Yes, the crew of the Long Gong fleet erupted into an unprecedented, thunderous cheer. Gazing at their boss's towering, indomitable figure, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. They no longer spared a glance at the island nation's ship, which had now become a retreating turtle, and turned away one after another, diving into the intense fishing work. Meanwhile, the island nation's whaling vessel remained quietly anchored in place. On board, a deathly silence prevailed. The short, stout captain felt his legs give way, collapsing onto the deck with a thud, as a foul, damp warmth spread through his trousers. He stared at the Chinese fishing vessel that was now harvesting the sea with fervor, and at the Chinese man who seemed like a deity descended from the heavens. In his heart, there was nothing left but boundless fear and regret. He knew he had provoked an existence that should never, ever have been challenged. Chapter 71. Elevating Our National Prestige. Bountiful Harvest, the once mighty whaling vessel from a distant island, now diminished by overwhelming fear and humiliation, departed the waters with its shattered harpoons and tattered nets, retreating in disgrace. They were too intimidated to utter a single harsh word. Chen Dong's two remarkable strikes had obliterated their pride and courage entirely, as they witnessed the panicked flight of the Iron Giant. The crew of the Long Gong fleet erupted into an enduring chorus of exuberant cheers and shouts. Our captain is formidable. Our captain is magnificent. By heavens, what a relief. Let us see if those little devils dare to be arrogant again. Lu San, brimming with excitement, leapt onto the ship's railing, shedding his shirt and vigorously waving toward the retreating vessel, howling like a wolf in triumph. This maritime confrontation concluded with a resounding victory for the Long Gong fleet. Not only did Chen Dong defend the dignity of his fleet in the most direct and impactful manner, but he also elevated the national prestige of China, instilling pride among Chinese fishermen. Should this news reach the homeland, it would surely invigorate countless compatriots. Chen Dong felt an unprecedented exhilaration welling within him, embodying the indomitable spirit of a soldier. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. But should they dare to offend me, I shall pursue them relentlessly. With the unwelcome guests dispatched, Chen Dong devoted all his energy to the pursuit of his scoring ambitions. Free from distractions, he could now unabashedly harvest from the bountiful sardine shoals. Each cast and retrieval of his 10 hooks represented an entry of 10 points into his catch value. The figures on his system panel began to soar once more. 45 points. 145 points. 345 points. He functioned like an inexhaustible scoring machine, methodically and efficiently reaping the ocean's offerings. Under Chen Dong's guidance, the other crew members of the Long Gong fleet engaged in large-scale fishing operations. The three great vessels deployed their nets in succession, and every haul yielded tens of thousands of pounds of fish. The deck was piled high with sardines, shimmering like silver, dazzling to the eyes. Though the crew ached from exhaustion, each face radiated the joy of a bountiful harvest. They understood that the fish they brought back would likely double their bonuses for the month. Time flew swiftly in this fervent and fulfilling atmosphere. 1 day, 2 days, Chen Dong and his fleet remained in these waters for 3 days and nights. By the evening of the third day, The cold storage of the 3 large vessels was completely filled, and even the deck was heaped with fish covered by waterproof tarps, resembling small mountains. If they did not return soon, there would be no more room for fish. At last, through his tireless efforts, Chen Dong achieved the ultimate goal of his voyage. As he lifted the last string of 10 hooks laden with sardines from the water, the long-awaited celestial sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Successfully caught 10 sardines, earning 10 points. Host, Chen Dong. Physique, 20. Can consume 40 points to increase. Catch value, 1,000 points. Finally amassed. Chen Dong exhaled deeply, feeling a profound weariness permeating every bone in his body. Yet his spirit soared with unprecedented excitement. He suppressed the impulse to immediately purchase the Ocean Spirit Spring and issued the command to return home over the intercom. Brothers, well done. Our ship is fully loaded. Now we head home. Homeward bound. Upon hearing the words home, the crew erupted in excited cheers. Though this voyage had yielded tremendous rewards, several days at sea had fostered a deep longing for land and family. The 3 fully laden vessels turned their bows, sounding the victorious horn as they majestically sailed toward home. On the return journey, Chen Dong received good news from the other 2 fleets. Led by Old Man Jiang, the coastal fishing team, leveraging their substantial fleet advantage and gleaning insights from Chen Dong about fish movement, had also enjoyed a bountiful haul over the past few days. They not only met the factory's production needs, but also monopolized the local fresh fish market, leaving those small-time fish vendors who previously followed Qian Sihai No Avenue for business. Meanwhile, the ocean exploration team led by Zhang Hao, although not encountering a sardine storm like the one Chen Dong faced, discovered a new fishing ground abundant with grouper and various prized snapper in a coral reef area to the east. Everything was progressing in the most favorable direction. The commercial landscape of Longgong Food Factory was expanding with unstoppable momentum. After 2 days and nights of sailing, the Longgong Fleet's expeditionary force finally appeared on the horizon of the fishing village dock on the morning of the 5th day. As the villagers beheld the 3 ships, their waterlines heavily submerged and decks brimming with fish, the entire village erupted in jubilation. They've returned. Boss Chun and his crew are back. Good heavens. Look at that ship. It's almost sinking. How much fish could they possibly have caught? We're going to strike it rich. This time, our village is genuinely going to prosper. Manager Huang and Master Sun had been eagerly waiting at the dock. They watched the moving silver mountains with trembling lips. Brother Chun, did you bring back the Dragon King's treasure? Manager Huang stammered in astonishment. Chen Dong smiled, leaping from the ship and clapping him on the shoulder. Manager Huang, organize the crew to unload the cargo immediately. Let the factory's production line run 24 hours nonstop. The fish we've brought back will suffice for several months of production. Additionally, inform Master Sun to prepare. Our devastated fishing ground is about to be reborn. With that, he did not linger at the dock, but headed straight toward home. He had not seen his wife for several days, and he missed her dearly. Chapter 72. The celestial spring descends. The fishing grounds revive as I pushed open the familiar courtyard gate. A savory aroma wafted towards me. Li Shui was busily tying her apron in the kitchen. Upon hearing the door creak, she peeked out, and, upon seeing Chen Dong, her face radiated an uncontainable joy. Ah Dong, you've returned. Without even wiping her hands, she dashed out and leapt into Chen Dong's embrace. Yes, I'm back. Chen Dong held her tightly, inhaling the familiar scent of her, intertwined with the essence of cooking oil and soap. A heart that had drifted at sea for many days finally found its haven. You've lost weight and gotten tanned. Li Shui cradled his face, gently caressing his skin, which had become somewhat roughened by the sea breeze. It's fine. A man should be healthy with a bit of color, Chen Dong chuckled. How have you been at home? Is everything all right at the factory? Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Li Shui tugged him inside, serving him rice while chattering about the current busyness at the factory. The fish you brought back has filled the cold storage to the brim. I've been working overtime with the girls, labeling so much that my hands nearly cramp. But everyone is quite motivated because Manager Huang said we will receive double bonuses this month. She spoke of the mundane details of life, her face glowing with satisfaction and happiness. Chen Dong gazed at her, realizing this was the life he had always yearned for. After dinner, Chen Dong did not linger for long. He understood the urgency of restoring the fishing grounds. He informed Li Shui that he needed to head to the city to handle some business matters, and he might return late. Although reluctant, Li Shui understood the importance of his career and merely reminded him to drive safely. Driving the factory's jeep, Chen Dong departed the fishing village. However, instead of heading to the city, he turned the vehicle around at an isolated intersection, steering towards the harbor. His first task was to acquire the ocean spring. He parked in a discreet corner, then immersed his consciousness into the system marketplace. Fish value, 1,005, gazing at this number. Chen Dong felt a swell of accomplishment. System, purchase, ocean spring beginner. Do you wish to consume 1,000 fish value points to purchase ocean spring, beginner? Yes. Ding. Purchase successful. Ocean spring has been stored in the system space. With the system's notification, Chen Dong sensed the presence of an additional item in his system space. As he probed deeper, he beheld a droplet resembling a blue crystal, gleaming and exuding a gentle halo. Quietly suspended at the center of the space, he could distinctly feel the immense and pure life energy contained within that tiny droplet. Just gazing at it brought a refreshing sensation to his heart. Having obtained the crucial item, Chen Dong wasted no time and immediately activated the Sea Dragon, docked at the harbor. He took no crew, navigating the great vessel alone, setting sail once more towards the secret fishing grounds, once shrouded in death. After several hours of sailing, he returned to this familiar yet strange expanse of sea. The air still carried the faint yet pungent odor of chemical substances. The surface of the water was littered with decaying seaweed, engulfed in silence. Chen Dong's heart brimmed with fury. Qian Sihai's actions were not merely a business rivalry. They constituted an unforgivable crime against this ocean. He halted the ship and retrieved the droplet of ocean spring from the system space. The moment the blue crystal appeared in his hand, the surrounding air seemed to grow a touch fresher. Ocean spring, beginner directly input into the target water body to take effect. The system's instructions were straightforward. Chen Dong approached the ship's railing, gazing down at the murky, lifeless waters below. Taking a deep breath, he released the droplet. The blue essence fell silently into the water, not creating a single ripple. However, the next moment, a miracle occurred. Upon contact with the seawater, the droplet erupted in a dazzling yet gentle blue light. The radiance spread swiftly, akin to a stone cast into a lake, forming ripples of blue that expanded outward. Where the ripples traveled, miracles unfolded. The formerly murky, foul-smelling seawater transformed, visibly clearing and becoming transparent. The dark green slime that clung to the rocks and seaweed, resembling toxic membranes, melted away like snow under sunlight at the sweep of the blue light. The lifeless seaweed, once decayed, regained its vibrant green hue, unfurling and swaying in the water. What astonished Chen Dong even further was the palpable, pure, and immense life energy that filled every corner of this water body. This energy acted as an invisible signal, radiating in all directions. Soon, he observed scattered schools of fish in the distance, seemingly beckoned by an unseen call, altering their course towards this newly rejuvenated expanse. The first to arrive were resilient little fish and shrimp, tentatively swimming into the waters bathed in blue light. Upon contact with the life-infused seawater, they appeared exuberant and lively. Following closely, more and more schools of fish surged from all directions: bream, grouper, ribbonfish. Even Chen Dong sensed that, from farther away, the once mighty mackerel school that belonged here was responding to this call, hastening back towards their home. This fishing ground, which had languished in silence for days, under the supreme might of the ocean spring, not only regained its vitality, but became even more bountiful and vibrant than before. Chen Dong, witnessing this scene reminiscent of a myth, felt a profound shock and exhilaration within. He understood that from this day forth, Longgong Food Factory would possess a truly inexhaustible, exclusive blue treasure. His gaze shifted once more to the system marketplace. The heart of the fishing grounds, priced at 500 fish value points, appeared intensely alluring to him. He recognized that this would be his next objective. He aspired to transform this place into a truly unique, one-of-a-kind oceanic paradise that belonged solely to him. Chapter 73. A New Journey. The heart of the fishing grounds. The vibrant scene of the rejuvenated fishing grounds left Chen Dong's heart in a state of lingering tranquility. He navigated the Hai Long Hao, slowly circling through these revitalized waters. His senses, akin to the most sophisticated detectors, attuned to every subtle change in this aquatic realm. He could distinctly observe an increasing number of fish drawn to the rich vitality of this environment. They frolicked joyfully in the crystalline waters, chasing and foraging. This sea had come alive, thriving more splendidly than ever before. Chen Dong even noticed that some fish nourished by the Lingquan were slightly larger than their counterparts, their colors more vibrant and imbued with life. He understood that the phrase Haiyang Lingquan, signifying a modest enhancement of the region's bounty, was far from mere rhetoric. From this day forth, the catch here would surpass that of any other location in terms of quality. The prestigious label of State Banquet Special Supply was now firmly established. After lingering at sea for half a day and confirming that the fishing ground had fully recovered with a more robust ecosystem, Chen Dong contentedly steered the Hai Long Hao back home. Upon returning to the fishing village, it was already deep into the night. He made no effort to disturb anyone. Quietly slipping back to his abode, Li Shui was already asleep, yet beside her pillow remained a flickering kerosene lamp left on for him. As Chen Dong gazed at his wife's serene sleeping face, his heart swelled with affection. He gently climbed into bed, pulling her into his embrace. In her slumber, Li Shui seemed to sense his familiar presence, instinctively nuzzling closer to him, seeking a more comfortable position and drifting back into a deep sleep. Chen Dong held her close, sharing a night of unspoken warmth and sweet dreams. The following day, Chen Dong rose early. He decided to set aside thoughts of the fishing grounds and devote the day to his beloved wife. He took Li Shui, still slightly drowsy, to the newly opened state-run photography studio in town, where they captured a set of wedding photos that, at the time, seemed exceedingly fashionable. Although lacking a pristine white wedding dress, Li Shui donned the most beautiful dress Chen Dong had purchased for her, her face adorned with a light touch of makeup, her smile sweeter than blossoms. Chen Dong, clad in a crisp Zhongshan suit, stood beside her, exuding an air of gallantry. Together, they formed a striking couple, eliciting compliments from the photographer, who declared them the most perfectly matched pair he had ever encountered. After the photo session, Chen Dong led Li Shui to the department store, where, without hesitation, he purchased for her the latest model of a lady's bicycle from the Yongzhou brand. As she beheld the brand-new bicycle glistening in the sunlight, Li Shui felt a mix of surprise and delight, though she playfully chided him. "Dong, you're spending money recklessly. We already have one at home. Why buy another? This one is yours, and the other is mine," Chen Dong asserted. "From now on, you shall ride your own bike to work at the factory. My wife is now the workshop director, overseeing over 100 people. She needs to make an impression." His words filled Li Shui's heart with joy, as sweet as honey. In the afternoon, Chen Dong rode his sturdy bicycle alongside Li Shui as she practiced riding on the road outside the town. Initially, she felt apprehensive, struggling to maintain balance as the front wheel wobbled. Chen Dong patiently supported her from behind, encouraging her step by step. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Look ahead boldly and pedal with determination." His voice infused her with boundless courage. After a few tumbles, Li Shui finally grasped the technique, managing to ride a short distance with a delightful wobble. Her laughter, akin to the sound of silver bells, echoed in the air, brimming with childlike excitement. As the sun began to set, their silhouettes elongated against the horizon, one riding clumsily ahead, the other joyfully chasing behind. This scene, warm and beautiful, crystallized into a poignant memory of the era. Life resumed its gentle, warm rhythm following the tumult. The Longgong Food Factory's production had also returned to proper order. With the reborn, bountiful secret fishing ground as its backbone, the factory faced no further issues with raw material supply. Under the guidance of Master Sun and his technical team, bolstered by ample resources, several new flavors of canned products were developed. Braised hairtail, tomato mackerel, crab roe sauce. Each new offering met with enthusiastic acclaim upon its release. Manager Huang's sales channels expanded ever wider. Longgong's canned goods not only secured a foothold in the provincial and capital cities, but also began to radiate across the nation. Meanwhile, Qian Sihai honored his commitment, completely abandoning the seafood harvesting and processing business to become the exclusive distributor of Longgong products in the city. With the advantageous pricing Chen Dong provided him and his extensive network built over years, his business thrived, seemingly shedding the bitterness of his past. Everything flourished harmoniously. Chen Dong embraced his role as a hands-off manager, delegating the daily operations of the factory and fleet to manager Huang and old Jiang. He devoted most of his time to his family and continued pursuing his goal of earning points. His current aspirations centered on acquiring the second special item in the system's marketplace, Heart of the Fishing Grounds. Heart of the Fishing Grounds. Beginner designate a vacant water area and transform it into the host's exclusive fishing ground. Within this ground, The reproduction and growth rates of fish increase by 20, and it will automatically attract rare fish from surrounding waters. Transformation radius, 1 nautical mile. Price, 500 fish value. Although he already possessed a secret fishing ground, that particular space was dedicated to the nation. While he held priority for development, it ultimately did not belong solely to him. In contrast, the heart of the fishing grounds promised to create a truly personal, unique maritime treasure trove. With it, he could finally rest easy, in pursuit of that 500 points of fish value. Chen Dong resumed his almost frenzied fishing endeavors. He was no longer content to merely accumulate points among the sardine shoals. Instead, he set his sights on broader and more challenging waters. Commanding the Hai Long Hao, he ventured into the open sea time and again. He had hunted the lightning-fast sailfish, battled the ferocious bull shark, and even discovered the legendary coelacanth near the depths of volcanic craters. Each outing was a heart-pounding adventure, and every return was accompanied by substantial catches and the considerable rewards from the system. Throughout this journey, he gradually elevated his fish catch value to an impressive 22 points. His strength, perception, and speed had reached an astonishing, almost superhuman level. Finally, after yet another voyage, his fish catch value successfully surpassed the monumental threshold of 500 points. Fish catch value, 512. Gazing at this figure, Chen Dong's heart swelled with excitement. He understood that his next journey was about to commence. Chapter 74. Constructing the Dragon Palace. The maritime estate having amassed 500 points of fish catch value, Chen Dong, without the slightest hesitation, secluded himself in his office that very evening and promptly entered the system marketplace. System, purchase, Heart of the Fishery, beginner. Do you wish to consume 500 points of fish catch value to purchase the Heart of the Fishery, beginner? Affirmative. Ding. Purchase successful. The Heart of the Fishery has been stored in the system space. As Chen Dong extended his consciousness into the system space, he beheld a blue crystal, approximately the size of a fist, pulsating gently like a heart, suspended next to a droplet of ocean spirit spring. He sensed that within this Heart of the Fishery lay an energy distinctly different from the spirit spring, one brimming with creativity and the rhythm of life. Heart of the Fishery, beginner. Please select an unclaimed water area to bind and transform with the Heart of the Fishery. He envisioned a vast maritime map in his mind and began to meticulously select a suitable location for his dragon palace. The secret fishery, purified by the spirit spring, was the first to be dismissed. Although it was exemplary, it had already been reported to the state and could not be considered unclaimed water. Furthermore, its distance from the fishing village was considerable, requiring several days for round trips, which would hinder his daily management and development. His gaze traversed the maritime map until it settled on a region about 50 nautical miles southeast of the fishing village. This area, marked as a blank space on the map, did not belong to any traditional fishing zones, nor were there notable islands or reefs nearby. The underwater topography consisted of a vast, flat sandy expanse, devoid of the reefs and seaweed essential for fish survival, rendering the fishery resources exceedingly barren. To other fishermen, it was a wasteland, but for Chen Dong, who possessed the Heart of the Fishery, it was a pristine canvas, ready for his creative touch. Resolute in his decision, the following day, Chen Dong set sail alone aboard the Hai Long Hao, citing the exploration of new shipping routes as his purpose. After more than 3 hours of navigation, he arrived at the chosen maritime area. The sea surface was calm, bathed in bright sunlight. However, with a sweep of his perception, he discerned that beneath the waves lay a desolate expanse, precisely as he had anticipated, with nothing but sand and scattered small shells, no decent fish in sight. This was the place. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction. He retrieved the pulsating Heart of the Fishery from the system space, cradling the blue crystal in his hands before gently casting it into the ocean. With a soft splash, the Heart of the Fishery descended into the water, not radiating the dazzling light of the spirit spring, but slowly sinking towards the flat seabed. Upon contact with the sandy bottom, a transformation occurred. The blue heart leaped vigorously, unleashing an invisible wave of life-infused energy that radiated outward in all directions. Within a radius of 1 nautical mile, the seabed began to undergo dramatic yet orderly changes. The flat sandy terrain heaved upwards, forming a series of uneven rock formations resembling mountain ranges. Vibrant corals sprang forth on the bare rocks, accompanied by swaying emerald seaweed. Deep trenches and hidden caverns materialized, providing ideal habitats and sanctuaries for various marine creatures. In a mere span of minutes, this previously barren and silent seabed evolved into a complex terrain, a miniature underwater world rich in biodiversity. This was akin to the divine ability to move mountains and fill seas, creating from nothingness. Chen Dong stood in awe, rendered speechless by this miraculous display. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After reshaping the terrain, the heart of the fishery transformed into a gentle blue light, merging with the center of this newly birthed underwater realm. In the next moment, a powerful, alluring pheromone began to disseminate from this fishery, reaching out to the more expansive seas. The second effect of the heart of the fishery automatically activated, drawing rare fish from the surrounding waters to inhabit this newly created sanctuary. In his perception, Chen Dong witnessed various precious and rare fish, previously roaming dozens, if not hundreds, of nautical miles away, irresistibly summoned, altering their courses towards his burgeoning dragon palace. A school of vividly colored East Star grouper abandoned their territories, migrating with their kin to establish residence amidst the newly constructed coral reefs. Several massive Australian lobsters emerged from the depths, assertively claiming the largest underwater caves. He even sensed a colossal, exceedingly rare bluefin tuna drawn to the area, surveying its new domain like a sovereign. This was indeed a true treasure trove. Chen Dong's heart brimmed with unprecedented excitement and ambition. He realized that from this day forward, he would possess a maritime estate entirely his own, continually providing him with top-tier catches and abundant fish catch value. He named this fishery Dragon Palace, the authentic Sea Dragon Palace. He refrained from immediately commencing fishing, understanding the need to allow these newcomers time to acclimatize and reproduce. The first effect of the heart of the fishery, which accelerated the breeding and growth rates of fish by 20, would maximize its impact during this period. He leisurely navigated his boat across his sovereign waters, akin to a king surveying his realm. He even took out a fishing rod, casually catching a few ordinary grouper for lunch. As Chen Dong savored the fruits of his first catch from his own estate, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment enveloped him. He understood that his endeavors and his future would embark on a wholly new and more resplendent chapter from this moment onward. Furthermore, his next aspiration had crystallized with remarkable clarity. It was to diligently accumulate the value of his catches and procure additional Yuchong Gxe, thereby perpetually expanding his dragon palace. He envisioned the establishment of a colossal maritime empire upon these vast seas, one that had never been witnessed before and would never be replicated again. Chapter 75. Reunion with Old Friends. New business opportunities. 1 week after the completion of the Long Gong at the seaside estate, Chen Dong's days were leisurely yet fulfilling. Each day, he would sail the Hai Long Hao to his exclusive fishing grounds, surveying his domain like a lord overseeing his estate. He watched as rare fish, drawn to their new habitat, settled in and thrived in the heart of the fishing grounds, growing robustly and reproducing, filling his heart with a profound sense of satisfaction. He did not engage in large-scale fishing. Instead, he occasionally cast a line to catch a few of the finest specimens. Some were sent to the capital, maintaining the quality for state banquets, while others were brought home to enhance the meals for his wife and family. The factory's daily operations were completely reliant on Old Jiang and Zhang Hao, who procured ordinary catches from the other 2 fishing grounds to maintain functionality. Everything appeared to be in perfect order. On this day, Chen Dong was in his office, listening to Manager Huang report on the recent sales situation. "Brother Chen, our canned goods have truly taken off." Manager Huang's face glowed with excitement as he spoke with vigor, not only in the provincial capital and the capital city, but also from distant markets such as Hu City and Yang City. Merchants were calling specifically for our products. "Our current production is beginning to fall short of demand." "That's excellent news," Chen Dong replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. "The production issue can be resolved gradually. We are not lacking in ships or manpower. As long as the raw materials keep up, we can expand production at any time. However, we must ensure that the quality of our products is never compromised. You must keep this in mind at all times." "Of course," Manager Huang assured, thumping his chest confidently. With Master Sun, that old stubborn man, around, who would dare to compromise on quality? He could devour anyone who tried. As they were conversing, the office phone suddenly rang. Manager Huang answered, and, after a single greeting, his expression turned peculiar. He covered the mouthpiece and whispered to Chen Dong, "Brother Chen, it's Director Wang from the Provincial Machinery Factory." "Director Wang?" Chen Dong pondered for a moment. recalling that he was the director who had purchased the scrap metal integrated machine from them. Their factory's success today was indeed partly thanks to him. Without his assistance, they would not have acquired that treasure. He is looking for me? Chen Dong asked, intrigued. Manager Huang nodded, his expression even more unusual. He wants to order a batch of our seafood cans. He mentioned that their factory has recently undertaken a significant task to provide high-end gifts for a group of foreign experts. Having tasted our samples, he found them exceptional and thought of us. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong exchanged glances with Manager Huang, both detecting a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. This truly is a case of 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Not long ago, they had pleaded with Director Wang to purchase machinery, and now, he was coming to them seeking canned goods. Please hand me the phone, Chen Dong chuckled. He took the call and spoke politely into the receiver. Hello, is this Director Wang? This is Chen Dong from Longgong Food Factory. Oh, it's Boss Chen, came the overly enthusiastic voice from the other end. Boss Chen, you truly are remarkable. I heard from old Huang that your factory is now a star enterprise in our province, with even the capital taking notice. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. You flatter me, Director Wang. We're just trying to make a living, Chen Dong modestly replied. I understand you wish to order a batch of canned goods from us. Yes, Director Wang quickly affirmed. To be candid, our factory has recently taken on a political assignment with tight deadlines and high standards. After much thought, I realized that only your Longgong cans would be worthy of this caliber. Could you possibly assist me by providing a batch? His tone carried a note of entreaty. Chen Dong pondered for a moment, sensing a new business opportunity embedded within Wang's words. Foreign experts, high-end gifts. This signified an entirely new procurement channel that was official and even had an international aspect to it. If they could establish a connection through this, the Longgong brand could transcend being merely a supplier for state banquets and potentially reach international markets. With this in mind, Chen Dong formulated a plan. Director Wang, I am certainly willing to help you with this, he said with a smile. However, our factory's current orders are indeed quite full, especially for those top-tier cans made with large lobsters and Dongxing grouper. The raw materials are scarce, and they are quickly snatched up by the capital. Upon hearing this, Director Wang grew anxious. Boss Chen, what shall we do? Our need is quite urgent. Do not worry, Chen Dong replied, a smirk playing on his lips. We can certainly provide you with ordinary cans. As for those top-tier ones, it's not entirely impossible. I've heard that your machinery factory has recently developed a new batch of high-performance, fully automatic production line equipment specifically for export tasks. Director Wang was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected mention. Yes, there is such a thing, he responded, somewhat puzzled. Then it becomes simpler. Chen Dong's voice dripped with temptation. Director Wang, how about this? We, at Longgong Food Factory, will exchange our finest, non-retail special seafood cans for your latest, most prized export-grade production line. A barter arrangement. What do you think of this deal? Chen Dong's proposal detonated in Director Wang's mind like a thunderous explosion. To trade cans for their factory's newest, most coveted production line, which even money could not buy. How did this country bumpkin come up with such an idea? His ambitions were indeed grand. Chapter 76, a lucrative deal, a win-win situation. On the other end of the phone, a prolonged silence ensued. Director Wang was evidently taken aback by Chen Dong's proposal, unable to articulate a response for quite some time. He required a moment to digest the substantial implications of the proposition. Chen Dong remained unhurried, fully aware that the bait he had cast would undoubtedly pique the other party's interest. For Director Wang, he was now confronted with a perplexing dilemma. On one hand, the humanitarian aid task assigned to foreign experts was a political obligation that must be fulfilled with finesse. The premium canned goods from Longgong, without a doubt, represented the finest choice to enhance his reputation. On the other hand, the fully automated production line was the culmination of their factory's efforts, intended to establish a name in the international market. It was exceedingly valuable and, according to regulations, could not be sold domestically. Now, Chen Dong's barter proposal offered him a flawless opportunity to circumvent regulations and address the issue. By exchanging a production line that could not be directly monetized for top-tier canned goods, which would assist him in fulfilling his political duties, the arithmetic of this transaction was undeniably favorable. Indeed, after a silence that stretched over a minute, a somewhat hoarse voice emerged from the other end of the line. Mr. Chen, your proposal is not a jest, is it? Do I appear to be jesting? Chen Dong retorted calmly and confidently. Director Wang, let us speak candidly. Your factory requires our canned goods to complete a task and gain face. Conversely, we need your production line to expand capacity and enhance efficiency. Our premium canned goods are not available for external sale, and yours, the export-grade production line, is similarly not accessible for internal use. This is a mutual benefit, a strong alliance. Consider this. With our canned goods, your task will be completed flawlessly, and should the leadership be pleased, might you not have the opportunity to ascend further in your career? Meanwhile, with your production line, we can produce more and better canned goods. In turn, your machinery factory will also bask in glory as our equipment supplier. This is what we call a win-win situation. Chen Dong articulated his points with clarity and precision, each word resonating profoundly with Director Wang. Particularly, the phrase about advancing in his career quickened Wang's breath. He recognized the truth in Chen Dong's assertion. This humanitarian mission indeed represented an opportunity for him. If executed well, he could very well transition from a deputy director to a full director, or even higher. Chen Dong had effectively placed a golden key in his hands, opening the door to promotion. However, that production line is of considerable value, costing over 100,000. Can your canned goods truly be worth such an amount? Director Wang remained hesitant, engaging in a negotiation. Value? Chen Dong chuckled. Director Wang, what we are discussing is not value, but scarcity. Allow me to calculate for you. I propose 200 boxes, our factory's finest, specially canned goods made with wild lobsters and bluefin tuna, in exchange for your production line. What do you think? 200 boxes. Director Wang gasped. He had savored the taste of those special canned goods, which were nothing short of sublime. A single can had reached astronomical prices on the black market, often exceeding $100, and yet they were scarce. 200 boxes would amount to an impressive quantity. The value might indeed rival that of the production line. More critically, this was precisely what he needed. Mr. Chen, are you serious? Director Wang's voice trembled with anticipation. A gentleman's word is his bond, Chen Dong affirmed. Once you give your nod, I will immediately arrange for our factory to establish a dedicated production line to craft those 200 boxes of special canned goods with the finest materials. I assure you, you will gain ample face in front of your superiors. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Director Wang could no longer contain his excitement, repeating the word thrice. Mr. Chen, I am making the decision. It's settled. I will promptly report to the factory director. Rest assured, I will ensure that the production line is delivered intact to your factory. Then let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. A fruitful collaboration. After hanging up the phone, a victorious smile illuminated Chen Dong's face. Beside him, Manager Huang was left utterly astounded, regarding Chen Dong as if he were an extraordinary being. Trading 200 boxes of canned goods for a fully automated production line valued at over 100,000, which was otherwise unattainable. This business could be conducted in such a manner? This was no mere transaction. It was the pinnacle of audacious enterprise. Xichen, my brother. Manager Huang stammered. How on earth did you conceive this idea? Chen Dong chuckled softly. Manager Huang, once business reaches a certain echelon, it is no longer about who possesses greater capital, but rather who holds the rarer cards. We have a unique and unparalleled supply, which is our greatest asset. Utilizing this asset to exchange for what we need most is quite advantageous, is it not? Manager Huang, though somewhat bewildered, gazed at Chen Dong's youthful and confident visage, his mind fixated on a singular thought. Aligning with him was undoubtedly the right choice. Thus, the matter was settled in a dramatically fortuitous manner. Director Wang's efficiency was remarkably high, perhaps fueled by the prospect of promotion. Within just 2 days, he convinced the factory leadership and completed all necessary procedures. By the 3rd day, a convoy of several large trucks triumphantly delivered the pristine, oil-scented fully automated production line to Longgong Food Factory. When the stainless steel production line, radiating modern industrial aesthetics, was installed in the newly constructed workshop, Master Sun and the technicians were left in awe. They surrounded the machinery as if it were a rare treasure, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Fully automated filling, fully automated vacuum sealing, fully automated sealing and sterilization. Master Sun caressed the cold exterior of the machine, trembling with excitement. Good heavens, this is the future of industry. Boss, with this equipment, our factory's production efficiency will at least quintuple. Moreover, the standardization and quality of the products can be assured to the greatest extent. Chen Dong has fulfilled his promise. He personally visited his Longgong Yuchang to catch the finest bluefin tuna and Australian lobsters, allowing Master Sun to establish a dedicated production line to meticulously craft 200 boxes of exclusive canned goods. When those 200 beautifully packaged and substantial boxes of canned food were delivered into Section Chief Wang's hands, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly knelt before Chen Dong. He realized that his future was secured. What appeared to be an improbable transaction ultimately culminated in a mutually satisfying outcome, achieving a win-win situation for both parties. The Longgong Food Factory is poised to experience an unprecedented surge in production capacity, thanks to the introduction of this entirely new production line, which represents the pinnacle of contemporary standards. Chapter 77. A leap in production capacity and renowned reputation. The newly established, fully automated production line was regarded as a treasure by Master Sun and his technical team. They devoted an entire week, tirelessly installing and fine-tuning the production line. As all the circuits were connected and the power was turned on, the workshop illuminated in a brilliant glow. Accompanied by a gentle and steady hum of electricity, the sleek silver dragon of steel seemed to come alive, gradually commencing its operations. The conveyor belt automatically transported empty cans into the cleaning and sterilization area. The robotic arm deftly placed seasoned fish fillets into the cans. The filling machine automatically injected a precise amount of broth. Vacuum sealing, capping, and coating were executed in seamless succession. The entire process flowed with the grace of water, embodying the unique, cold efficiency of the industrial age. Barely any human intervention was required. Workers were only responsible for feeding materials into the line and the final boxing tasks at either end. We have succeeded. Master Sun, gazing at the first flawless can produced by the fully automated line, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Having dedicated his life to mechanical engineering, he had never envisioned operating such advanced equipment before his retirement. The efficiency of this production line was astonishing. Previously, with a semi-automated machine and manual labor, the factory could produce a maximum of 3,000 cans in a day and night. Now, this fully automated line could yield 1,000 cans in just 1 hour. Operating around the clock for 24 hours, that amounted to an astounding 24,000 cans. The production capacity had surged eightfold. With such formidable production capacity as its backbone, Longgong Food Factory could finally embark on a grand endeavor. The numerous orders that had previously accumulated due to insufficient capacity began to be swiftly fulfilled. Truck after truck of Longgong brand canned goods departed from this small fishing village, reaching cities across the nation, provincial capitals, the capital city, Hu City, Yang City. Longgong canned goods began to appear on the shelves of state-run stores and supply cooperatives in an increasing number of major cities. With a taste that far surpassed similar products and exquisite packaging, the Longgong brand quickly gained recognition nationwide. Have you heard? There's a new canned food called Longgong that is simply exquisite. I've heard about it. I managed to get 2 cans through my relatives in the capital. The flavor is even better than dishes from state-run restaurants. It's just so hard to buy. They sell out in an instant. In no time, Longgong canned goods became a symbol of status and taste in this relatively material-scarce era. Anyone who could display a few cans of Longgong at home would undoubtedly garner respect. In certain places, on the black market, an ordinary can of Longgong 5-spice mackerel could fetch exorbitant prices. The exclusive, non-retail premium cans had become the stuff of dreams for countless individuals. The factory's business was growing exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. Large sums of money flowed into the factory's accounts daily. Manager Huang was beaming with joy, his posture notably straighter than before. Wherever he went, people respectfully addressed him as Boss Huang. The factory workers also enjoyed the dividends of this growth. Chen Dong fulfilled his promise and granted a salary increase to all factory workers. The average female assembly line worker now earned 70 to 80 yuan per month, including bonuses. Meanwhile, skilled workers like Lu San, Zhang Hao, and Master Sun earned as much as 200 to 300 yuan monthly. This income was astronomical in an era when the average wage was only 30 to 40 yuan. The fishing village underwent a tremendous transformation due to the rise of Longgong Food Factory. Almost every household had someone employed at the factory. People had money in their hands, allowing an increasing number to build new homes, buy televisions, and purchase bicycles. The previous image of poverty and backwardness was entirely replaced by an atmosphere of prosperity and harmony. The architect of this transformation, Chen Dong, became a revered figure in the village and even the entire town. His prestige exceeded that of the official leaders. The villagers placed their trust solely in Boss Chen, knowing that as long as they followed him, they would enjoy better days ahead. On this particular day, Chen Dong was driving his jeep. Returning from the town with Li Shui, the vehicle filled with new clothes and various snacks she adored. Since life had become more comfortable, Chen Dong's greatest joy was finding ways to pamper his wife. He wanted to compensate her doubly for all the hardships she had endured in the past. As they approached the village entrance, Chen Dong noticed the village chief, Zhang Dehai, anxiously pacing beneath the large banyan tree. Upon seeing Chen Dong's vehicle, Zhang Dehai rushed over as if he had spotted a savior. "Boss Chen, you have returned. What is the matter, village chief? Why the urgency?" Chen Dong asked as he halted the vehicle. It's someone from the town," Zhang Dehai said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and lowering his voice. "Deputy Mayor Li has personally led a team here. He said he has important matters to discuss with you. They've been waiting at the village committee for nearly an hour." "Deputy Mayor Li?" Chen Dong pondered, recalling a serious-looking middle-aged official. What could he want with me? Although a tinge of confusion lingered in his mind, Chen Dong nodded and said, "All right, I understand. I will drop Shui off at home and head over immediately." He vaguely sensed that his leisurely days might soon come to an end. A new storm, or perhaps an opportunity, was quietly approaching him from a higher realm. Chapter 78: The Mayor's Presence. A new dilemma. Chen Dong escorted Li Shui and the items they had purchased back home. After ensuring their comfort, he proceeded directly to the village committee office. Within the modest confines of the office sat several individuals. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a square face and a serious demeanor, the mayor, Li Jianguo. Beside him were several officials clad in formal attire. The village head, Zhang Dehai, sat nervously to one side, resembling a timid schoolboy, holding a teacup and scarcely daring to breathe. The atmosphere in the office felt rather somber and oppressive. As soon as Chen Dong entered, all eyes turned toward him. Mayor Li's gaze bore a mixture of scrutiny and curiosity. He had heard much about this young man who had made quite a name for himself in the fishing village. Today marked their first encounter, and Chen Dong appeared even younger and more composed than he had envisioned. "Greetings, Mayor Li. I am Chen Dong. I apologize for making you wait," Chen Dong said, extending his hand with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. "Ah, Comrade Chen Dong, it is a pleasure to meet you," Mayor Li responded, rising to shake Chen Dong's hand, a faint, formal smile gracing his face. "I have long wished to visit your Longgong food factory, but have been unable to find the time. You are currently the most prominent figure in our town, our largest taxpayer." "You flatter me, Mayor Li. I am but an ordinary fisherman who has stumbled upon some modest business success," Chen Dong replied graciously. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone resumed their seats. Mayor Li wasted no time in getting to the point. He sipped his tea, cleared his throat, and said directly, "Comrade Chen Dong, I have come today to discuss an important matter with you, and I would like to solicit your assistance." "Assistance?" Chen Dong felt a stir of anticipation within, aware that the main topic was about to unfold. Indeed, Mayor Li's expression grew solemn. "As you know, our town, along with several neighboring regions, has traditionally been agricultural. However, our land suffers from severe salinization, and grain yields have consistently remained low. Farmers toil year-round, barely managing to meet their basic needs. Recently, directives from both the city and province have mandated that we, as impoverished towns, liberate our thoughts, become self-reliant, and vigorously develop township enterprises to address the surplus labor in rural areas and lead the community out of poverty." Mayor Li sighed, continuing, "However, developing township enterprises is no simple task. We lack technology, funding, and market access. Previous attempts to establish brick and lime factories failed due to pollution and mismanagement, until your Longgong food factory emerged." The mayor's gaze once again locked on Chen Dong, this time filled with fervor. "The success of your Longgong food factory has set a benchmark for our entire town. It has illuminated a new path. We can leverage our natural resources. Though our land is poor, we have the sea. Our extensive coastline and rich marine resources are our greatest assets. Thus, the leadership of the town has decided to consolidate our efforts, learning from your Longgong food factory's model to vigorously develop our town's fisheries and aquaculture. We plan to establish a Hongqi aquaculture cooperative, spearheaded by the town government, to organize all local fishermen and fishing vessels under unified management, standardized fishing practices, and collective sales." As Mayor Li spoke with growing excitement, it was as if he envisioned a grand commercial blueprint. However, Chen Dong's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. He understood what the mayor was about to propose. As anticipated, Mayor Li shifted his tone, looking at Chen Dong with a tone of negotiation that bore a hint of pleading. Comrade Chen Dong, you are the leading figure in our town's aquaculture sector, an expert in this field. Therefore, we hope you can step forward and shoulder this responsibility. We wish to appoint you as the chief consultant for the Hongqi Aquaculture Cooperative, or even as the general manager. We hope you can share your expertise, experience, and sales channels to guide our fishermen toward prosperity. Of course, the town will not ask for your contributions without compensation. We can offer you significant benefits in company shares, and you will enjoy the highest level of political privileges in the town. Mayor Li's words were sincere and enticing. To be appointed as the general manager of a government-led cooperative? To enjoy the highest political status? For any entrepreneur, such an opportunity would be difficult to decline. Yet, as Chen Dong absorbed the proposal, he fell into silence. He recognized that this was an enormous opportunity, but also a precarious burden. He had painstakingly built Longgong Food Factory with the aid of the system. Now, they were asking him to relinquish his core technologies and sales channels to assist a so-called cooperative? It felt akin to slaughtering a prized pig. Furthermore, a government-led enterprise often suffers from numerous drawbacks: inefficiency, chaotic management, and outsiders dictating to experts. Should he become ensnared in this, he could risk dragging down the very brand he had worked tirelessly to establish. But could he refuse? The mayor represented the government. His words had effectively placed the monumental responsibility of leading the entire town toward prosperity squarely on Chen Dong's shoulders. To decline would paint him as lacking in ideological awareness, selfish, and indifferent to the larger picture. The repercussions could lead to unwarranted obstacles for his Longgong Food Factory. This was a dilemma, a perilous situation indeed. The atmosphere in the office grew quiet once more as all eyes focused intently on Chen Dong, awaiting his response. Chapter 79. Finding a new path to resolve the crisis. Chen Dong's mind raced with thoughts. He understood that every response he provided today was of paramount importance. To accept outright would be foolish, akin to relinquishing his hard work without a fight. Conversely, a direct refusal would label him as a reckless youth, openly challenging the government. He needed to discover a third avenue, one that would safeguard his interests while also granting the other party their due respect, ultimately defusing the crisis at hand. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dong slowly raised his gaze to Mayor Li, his face displaying a hint of difficulty, yet exuding sincerity. Mayor Li, you hold me in far too high regard. To be honest, hearing your plan has left me both exhilarated and deeply moved. I sincerely admire the resolve you and the town's leadership have shown in seeking welfare for all the townsfolk. With this statement, he first affirmed his counterpart, bestowing them with respect. As anticipated, Mayor Li's expression softened somewhat. Chen Dong shifted the conversation, continuing, however, as for me taking on the role of general manager, I fear I may truly be inadequate for such a task. Oh, and why is that? Mayor Li inquired. Mayor Li, to be candid, I am but a simple man, utterly unversed in the complexities of management. The success of Longgong Food Factory stemmed not from exceptional managerial experience, but rather from sheer luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat by discovering several good fishing grounds and enlisting skilled craftsmen. Chen Dong began to humble himself, even disparaging his own abilities. You want me to oversee such a vast joint company, managing hundreds or even thousands of individuals while navigating complex interpersonal relations and liaising with government departments. I truly lack the requisite expertise. Rather than leading everyone to prosperity, my ineptitude might jeopardize a commendable endeavor. Wouldn't I then become the town's pariah? His reasoning was sound, leaving no grounds for criticism. Upon hearing this, Mayor Li nodded in agreement. He had previously researched Chen Dong's background, acknowledging that he was indeed an ordinary fisherman by origin. Tasking him with managing a substantial, government-affiliated enterprise was undeniably a tall order. Yet, Mayor Li remained somewhat reluctant. However, without your involvement, this joint company will lack a steadfast leader. Mayor Li, while governance is not my forte, I do possess a few rudimentary business insights. Chen Dong seized the moment, finally presenting his proposal. You mentioned that the town's joint company lacks 3 essential elements: technology, capital, and market access. Perhaps I can assist in addressing these concerns. Oh, pray, elaborate. Mayor Li's interest was piqued. In terms of technology, Chen Dong continued, our Longgong Food Factory could establish a technical support relationship with your Hongqi Aquaculture Company. We could send our finest technicians, such as Master Sun, to provide your workers with complementary training. From fish preservation to canning processes, we would unreservedly share our expertise with you. Regarding capital, Chen Dong added, starting a company necessitates initial funding. If the town's finances are strained, Longgong Food Factory could extend an interest-free loan to you. Not a large sum. Just 500,000. Will that suffice? 500,000. An interest-free loan. Chen Dong's words left everyone present gasping in astonishment. Mayor Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was acutely aware of the town's dire financial straits, and the prospect of securing 500,000 was akin to a lifeline in a snowstorm. As for the crucial matter of market access, a confident smile graced Chen Dong's face. This is even simpler. Your Hongqi Aquaculture Company should focus exclusively on fishing. Organize all the fishermen and vessels in the town to capture every catch. Longgong Food Factory will purchase all of your yield. We will sign a long-term, guaranteed procurement contract. Regardless of market fluctuations, we will buy all of your catch at a price 10% higher than the market rate. We will take as much as you can provide. With this arrangement, you need not worry about selling your products. You can concentrate wholeheartedly on excelling at fishing, expanding your operations, and strengthening your capabilities. Meanwhile, with a steady supply of raw materials from your support, Longgong Food Factory can confidently venture into broader domestic and even international markets. As you can see, Longgong Food Factory specializes in processing and sales, which is our forte, while your Hongqi Aquaculture Company consolidates the town's resources for fishing, which is your advantage. By collaborating, we can complement each other's strengths, effectively resolving your issues with technology, capital, and market access, while sparing me from misguiding the endeavor as an outsider. We all stand to profit, and the fishermen of the entire town can enjoy improved livelihoods. Mayor Li, what do you think of my proposal? Upon concluding, the office fell silent. Everyone was taken aback by the grandeur and ingenuity of his plan. Mayor Li stared at Chen Dong, his mind rapidly digesting the proposal. This plan was nothing short of perfect. It adeptly addressed all of the town's current challenges. It allowed the town government to set up a significant operation without bearing any market risks. It ensured that all fishermen in the town would have a stable and high-income guarantee. It also resolved Longgong Food Factory's future raw material supply issues, enabling it to develop without concerns. Most importantly, this proposal transformed Chen Dong from a passive entity, potentially at risk of being exploited, into the true mastermind behind the entire plan. While it appeared he was offering technology, capital, and market access, in reality, he had exchanged these for something far more valuable: absolute pricing power and control over the town's aquaculture industry. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Mayor Li gazed at this exceptionally young man before him, feeling a genuine sense of respect, even tinged with awe, for the first time. He realized that he, along with the entire leadership of the town, had underestimated this young man. He was no mere lucky simpleton. He is undeniably a commercial genius, possessing profound insights and strategic acumen. After a considerable pause, Mayor Li abruptly slapped his thigh, rose to his feet, and grasped Chen Dong's hand tightly, exclaiming with fervor, "Comrade Chen Dong, you are not only a commercial prodigy, but also a great benefactor to all the people of our town. Your proposal is simply outstanding. On behalf of the town government and the citizens, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you." A crisis was thus elegantly resolved by Chen Dong with a deft maneuver, and moreover, he seized this opportunity to significantly expand his business empire once again. Chapter 80. The Dragon Palace Model. A transformative change in the fishing village. Li Zhenjiang is a decisive and resolute individual. Following his agreement with Chen Dong, he promptly returned to the town and convened an emergency meeting. The cooperative model proposed by Chen Dong, involving assistance from the Dragon Palace, sparked a tremendous response among the town leadership and received unanimous approval. The next day, the town government officially issued a document establishing the preparatory committee for the Hongqi Aquaculture Joint Company. The entire town was mobilized as a result. In the ensuing days, although Chen Dong did not hold any official position, he became the busiest person. He first fulfilled his promise by transferring 500,000 yuan in interest-free loans from the account of the Dragon Palace Food Factory as startup capital for Hongqi Company. This substantial sum was enough to draw anyone's attention at the time, and it allowed the town leaders to fully recognize Chen Dong's sincerity and capabilities. Subsequently, he instructed Master Sun to select a group of the most skilled technicians from the factory to form a technical advisory team, stationed in the town to train the newly recruited workers of Hongqi Company hands-on. from the daily maintenance of fishing boats to the techniques of using different fishing nets. And even the initial preservation of catches, Master Sun and his team imparted the invaluable experience accumulated by the Dragon Palace Food Factory without reservation. Most crucially, they reorganized the logistics of fishing. Chen Dong personally collaborated with Elder Jiang to help Hongqi Company replan the fishing areas throughout the town. He divided the traditional fishing zones along the coast into numerous grids and, with a keen awareness of the movements of fish beneath the sea, devised a scientific plan for alternating fishing and rest periods. This strategy not only ensured a stable daily catch, but also maximized the protection of coastal fishery resources, avoiding the destructive overfishing practices of the past. This forward-thinking sustainable development concept opened the eyes of the town's elderly fishermen, earning their profound admiration. With Chen Dong's comprehensive assistance, the Hongqi Aquaculture Joint Company swiftly found its footing at an astonishing pace. Hundreds of fishing vessels in the town were efficiently organized. Each day, a bountiful supply of fresh catches flowed continuously from the sea to the Dragon Palace Food Factory, which resembled a colossal and insatiable appetite, consuming all these catches and transforming them into exquisite canned goods via an advanced, fully automated production line for distribution nationwide. Thus, a vast industrial closed loop centered around the Dragon Palace Food Factory and founded on Hongqi Aquaculture Company, integrating fishing, processing, and sales, was formed. This model, later referred to as the Dragon Palace model, unleashed remarkable energy within just a few months. The most immediate change was in the fishermen's income. Previously, they relied on the whims of nature, earning a meager 30 yuan a month, which was considered a good month. Now, upon joining Hongqi Company, their daily catches were guaranteed for purchase by the Dragon Palace Food Factory at prices exceeding market rates, resulting in several-fold increases in their income. With monthly salaries stabilizing at over 100 yuan. 100 yuan. This figure was once a distant dream for them. The visible improvement in people's lives was undeniable. The town began to see an increasing number of households earning over 10,000 yuan, with many constructing new homes, purchasing motorcycles, and acquiring televisions and washing machines. The entire town underwent a transformation, replacing the once stagnant and dreary atmosphere with vibrant energy filled with hope and vitality. As the driving force behind all these changes, Chen Dong's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Although he held no official title, his standing among the townsfolk surpassed that of any official. When people spoke of him, they no longer referred to him as Boss Chen, but respectfully addressed him as Mr. Chen. On this day, the Hongqi Aquaculture Joint Company held its inaugural payday. The town square was teeming with people, even more bustling than during the New Year celebrations. Hundreds of fishermen formed a long queue, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. At the podium, Li Xinjiang presided over the event, ensuring a prominent seat was reserved for Chen Dong. Unable to decline, Chen Dong sat alongside Li Xinjiang. When the first fisherman received a thick stack of wages, over 130 yuan, his hands trembled with emotion. Rather than leaving immediately, he approached the podium and, kneeling before Chen Dong, exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, you are our great benefactor. Our entire family bows in gratitude." He attempted to prostrate himself. Chen Dong, startled, quickly rose and rushed down from the podium, helping him to his feet. "Fellow villager, what are you doing? Please get up. This is unnecessary." "It is necessary," the fisherman replied, his eyes glistening with tears and his voice choked. "Mr. Chen, if it weren't for you, our family would still be worrying about our next meal. You have given us a means to live and a glimmer of hope. We will never forget your immense kindness." His words resonated deeply with all the fishermen present. Mr. Chen is our living bodhisattva. Indeed, we must all thank Mr. Chen. In an instant, the square was filled with fervent emotion, and many, inspired by the fishermen, attempted to kneel before Chen Dong, creating a scene that momentarily spiraled out of control. Li Xinjiang, witnessing this touching scene, was filled with profound reflections. He understood that the people's hearts are the greatest monument. Though Chen Dong was young, he had won the sincere and unadulterated admiration of the entire town through his actions. Gazing at the young figure embraced by the townsfolk, he silently resolved to commend this remarkable individual to the city and province, determined to make everyone aware of the extraordinary person they had in their midst. Chapter 81. Bestowing the means to fish. Rising prestige. The commotion on the day of salary distribution allowed Chen Dong to genuinely experience the feeling of being a living bodhisattva. He found himself surrounded by enthusiastic fishermen, unable to extricate himself from their fervent embrace. Had it not been for Mayor Li and village head Zhang Dehai, accompanied by several militia members who struggled to break through the throng, he might have been unable to return home that day. Upon arriving home, Li Shui glanced at his crumpled attire, marred by eager hands, and the bemused expression on his face prompted an uncontrollable giggle. Our great benefactor, the living bodhisattva, has returned, she teased. Please, spare me the laughter, Chen Dong replied with a resigned gesture. I was nearly hoisted into the air by those passionate villagers. Despite his words, warmth enveloped his heart. The sense of accomplishment derived from utilizing his abilities to assist others and transform their lives was significantly more profound and enduring than mere profits. He recognized that his initial decision to promote collaboration was indeed the right one. Teaching someone to fish is far superior to merely providing them with fish. He had not only supplied the fishermen with fish, but had also granted them a stable net for long-term fishing. The establishment of Hongqi Aquatic Products Company not only resolved the livelihood issues of the town's fishermen, but also liberated Chen Dong himself. With this stable and substantial source of raw materials, he no longer needed to scurry about for the factory's production. He could finally devote more energy to pursuits that genuinely interested him. One such pursuit was spending time with family. Each day, he relished ample time with Li Shui. As they tended to their small yard with meticulous care, they cultivated a variety of vegetables and raised a flock of clucking hens. Chen Dong even took it upon himself to dig a small pond in the yard, introducing several exquisite koi from his long-gone fishery to inhabit its waters. Every evening, after dinner, the couple would sit on a small stool by the pond, feeding the fish and engaging in light conversation. Watching the koi glide leisurely through the water, Li Shui's face radiated with joy. "Ah Dong, do you think they feel confined in this little pond?" she inquired curiously, resting her chin on her hand. "How could they?" Chen Dong chuckled. "As the saying goes, how can one know the joy of a fish? Perhaps they consider this the most serene and blissful place in the world, just as he did. No matter how vast the outside world may be, it could not compare to the tranquility of this small yard and the presence of the gentle woman beside him." In addition to cherishing family time, Chen Dong's other primary endeavor was to continue his scoring exploits. He had grown dissatisfied with merely fishing for the sake of accumulating catch value and began to revel in the thrill of exploring the unknown ocean. He procured the most detailed world nautical charts available in the country and set sail on the Hai Long, embarking on one genuine oceanic adventure after another. He traversed the frigid Bering Sea, battling mighty king crabs. He ventured into the warm Caribbean, chasing schools of rare tropical fish amidst vibrant coral reefs. He even braved the fabled Bermuda Triangle, where he hunted a monstrous mutated marlin larger than a truck amidst towering waves. His footprints spanned across the world's great oceans, broadening his horizons. His system space brimmed with an array of rare catches from around the globe, including peculiar species previously unknown to mankind. His catch value rapidly accumulated through these exhilarating escapades. 500. 1,000. 1,500. His physical prowess had gradually reached a terrifying realm beyond ordinary comprehension. Host, Chen Dong, physique, 25, can consume 40 catch points to increase. Catch value, 1620. He felt that even without any tools, he could navigate the depths of the Mariana Trench with ease, relying solely on his physical form. He was increasingly resembling not a mere mortal, but rather a deity of the ocean endowed with human emotions. As Chen Dong reveled in this semi-reclusive adventurer's lifestyle, the stir he had caused in the town had finally borne fruit. Mayor Li fulfilled his promise, personally drafting an extensive report spanning thousands of words, presenting Chen Dong and his Longgong model as a successful example of rural enterprise reform, which was escalated through layers of bureaucracy all the way to the provincial level. This report captured the attention of key provincial leaders. In an era when reform and opening up were just beginning, and everyone was tentatively feeling their way forward, Chen Dong's Longgong model undoubtedly served as a beacon, illuminating a feasible path for countless towns still grappling with poverty. Soon, a joint interview team comprised of journalists from the provincial television station and prominent newspaper writers made their way into this obscure fishing village. Their sole purpose was to comprehensively report on the mysterious young man, Mr. Chen, who had created a miracle in the fishing village. A greater storm, sweeping across the province and even the nation, was on the horizon. Meanwhile, Chen Dong remained blissfully unaware. He was piloting the Hai Long on its return journey to the fishing village, while in his system space lay the greatest treasure from this expedition, a massive natural pearl discovered near an underwater volcano, radiating a spectrum of colors. The pearl was as large as a pigeon's egg, smooth and flawless, with a subdued luster. He knew his wife would surely adore this gift. Chapter 82 Media Spotlight. Rising fame. As Chen Dong leisurely piloted the Hai Long Hao back to the fishing village dock, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. To his surprise, several brand new jeeps, clearly not from ordinary units, were parked at the small dock. A group of well-dressed strangers, armed with cameras and microphones, stood there. Each of them craned their necks, gazing out at the sea as if awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. Village Chief Zhang Dehai and shopkeeper Huang were accompanying them, their expressions a mixture of tension and barely concealed excitement and pride. What is going on? Chen Dong steadied the boat and jumped down, perplexed. Mr. Chen, you have finally returned. Huang was the first to notice him, rushing over with a beaming smile. Quick, quick. Mr. Chen, let me introduce you. This is Wang, a journalist from the provincial television station. And this is Li, the editor-in-chief of the provincial newspaper. They have come all the way from the provincial capital just to interview you. Provincial television station? Provincial newspaper? Chen Dong was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implications. He observed the journalists with cameras, microphones, and notebooks, their curious gazes fixed on him, and he understood that Mayor Li had likely brought his achievements to light. Hello, Mr. Chen. We are journalists from the provincial newspaper Reform Frontier, and I am Li Jianhua. A bespectacled, refined middle-aged man extended his hand warmly. We are very interested in your Long Gong model. We wish to conduct an in-depth interview with you. Mr. Chen, I am Wang Li, a producer for the provincial television program Era Style. A young woman with short hair, looking quite capable, approached with a microphone. We would like to create a special documentary highlighting your entrepreneurial story and your efforts in leading the villagers out of poverty, so that people across the province and even the nation can learn from it. Faced with the enthusiastic media representatives, Chen Dong felt somewhat out of his element. He was merely a fisherman wishing to live a quiet life. When had he become the exemplar worthy of television and newspaper features? He instinctively considered declining, but as he glanced at the hopeful expressions of Huang and Zhang Dehai and recalled Mayor Li's support, he understood he could not refuse. He was no longer just representing himself. He bore the honor and hope of the entire fishing village and town. Dear journalists, you are too kind. Chen Dong adjusted his demeanor and offered a polite smile. I am just an ordinary fisherman, without much to discuss. The success of our factory is primarily due to the favorable policies of the party, coupled with the support of local leaders and the collective efforts of the villagers. His response was impeccably humble, attributing all credit to the collective. Li, the editor-in-chief, and Wang exchanged glances, each recognizing a flicker of admiration in the other's eyes. They had interviewed numerous so-called leaders of wealth, many of whom became arrogant at the first sign of success, eager to claim all the credit for themselves. Yet, someone as young as Chen Dong, who achieved remarkable success while maintaining such humility and clarity, was indeed a rarity. This only heightened their anticipation for the interview. In the following days, Chen Dong became the focal point for the entire interview team. The journalists accompanied him into every corner of the Long Gong food factory. They filmed the nation's most advanced, fully automated production line and interviewed Master Sun and the proud workers. They boarded the fishing boats of the Long Gong fleet, capturing the joy of fishermen returning home with bountiful catches. They visited every household in the fishing village, documenting the transformative changes brought about by the Long Gong model. Of course, the core of the interviews remained Chen Dong. Before the cameras and microphones, he refrained from discussing his personal achievements extensively, instead directing the journalist's attention toward his reflections on the development of township enterprises and the protection of marine resources. He spoke of the importance of sustainable development, brand building, and the idea of quality over quantity. His perspectives were remarkably forward-thinking and disruptive for that era. For instance, when asked about the secrets to the success of Long Gong Food Factory, he did not attribute it to his own capabilities or luck, but calmly replied, "The secret to our success is quite simple. 8 words. Respect nature, give back to society. We depend on the sea for our livelihood. Thus we must respect this vast ocean, avoiding overexploitation, understanding the need to take, but more importantly, the need to protect. We earn the people's money. Hence we must give back to society, helping our fellow villagers to prosper and ensuring our development benefits a greater number of people." His profound insights moved all the journalists present. They recognized they had truly unearthed a treasure in the young Mr. Chen. His success was no mere coincidence, as he embodied a wisdom and responsibility that transcended his years. A week later, the interviews concluded. Soon, an in-depth report titled The Blue Miracle, The Rise of Long Gong Food Factory and a Fishing Village was prominently featured on the front page of the provincial newspaper. Subsequently, the provincial television station aired a special documentary titled The Dragoness Song of the Fishing Village during prime time across the province. The ripple effects were immense. In a single night, Chen Dong and his long gong model became a sensation throughout the province. Countless calls flooded into the small fishing village from across the province, and even nationwide. Township officials seeking to learn from him, merchants eager to collaborate, and even experts and professors from higher education institutions wishing to conduct field studies on this extraordinary case of township enterprise. Chen Dong's name had transitioned from a regional figure to a renowned star entrepreneur throughout the province, and he was on the verge of facing attention and challenges from even higher echelons. Chapter 83. A Sweet Gift. A new turmoil. The media coverage propelled Chen Dong and his Long Gong food factory into the limelight. Overnight, the fishing village transformed into a bustling hub, teeming with visitors. Yet, Chen Dong found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. Naturally reserved and disinclined to be in the spotlight, he felt drained by the incessant visits from those eager to learn, assess, and negotiate collaborations. Consequently, he decided to delegate all these responsibilities to Manager Huang and Mayor Li, retreating to the tranquility of his home. That evening, as he observed Li Shui diligently mending her old clothes under the soft glow of the lamp, an idea struck him. He carefully retrieved a small object wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket, feigning an air of mystery. "Shui, can you guess what delightful treasure I have brought back for you? What is it?" Li Shui looked up, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. With a smile, Chen Dong gradually unfolded the handkerchief. When the cloth was fully opened, a magnificent pearl, the size of a pigeon egg and radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, was revealed. Li Shui's breath caught in her throat. Oh my, she gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. "A dong, this is a pearl?" In her entire life, she had never encountered such a large and exquisite pearl. The soft, dreamlike glow seemed to encompass the entire starry sky, enchanting in its beauty. "Do you like it?" Chen Dong presented the pearl before her. "I found it during my last voyage, deep beneath the ocean floor. I believe only it is worthy of my wife." It's so beautiful." Li Shui reached out, hesitating momentarily, afraid to touch it lest she mar its perfection. "Foolish girl, no matter how beautiful it is still an inanimate object. In my heart, you are 1,000 times more beautiful," Chen Dong said, taking her hand and placing the warm, lustrous pearl in her palm. "This is for you." Feeling the weight and the smooth, jade-like texture in her hand, Li Shui's eyes welled with tears. Without uttering a word, she threw herself into Chen Dong's embrace, holding him tightly. This man always presented her with the finest treasures the world had to offer. She felt that encountering him in her lifetime was the culmination of all her luck. Chen Dong held her close, his heart brimming with satisfaction. For him, wealth, fame, and status paled in comparison to the joyful smile of the woman in his arms. However, the serene and warm days did not last long. A towering tree inevitably attracts the wind. The rising fame of Long Gong Food Factory, along with the widespread promotion of the Long Gong model throughout the province, eventually incited discontent and jealousy among certain individuals. One day, Manager Huang approached Chen Dong, his expression clouded with worry, as he was at home with his wife, studying recipes. "Brother Chen, we have a problem." "What's wrong?" Chen Dong sensed something was amiss from Huang's demeanor. It's from the province." Huang lowered his voice. "The Provincial Food Corporation has issued a document." He handed Chen Dong a file stamped with a red seal. Upon reading it, Chen Dong's brow furrowed immediately. The content was straightforward yet reeked of bureaucratic arrogance. To respond to the provincial call for unified planning and intensive development, to better integrate quality food resources across the province, and to cultivate leading enterprises, the Provincial Food Corporation has decided to reform Long Gong Food Factory into a public-private partnership. In essence, they intended to nationalize his golden egg-laying hen, Long Gong Food Factory. The document even generously outlined the reform proposal. The Provincial Food Corporation would invest $1 million to acquire 51 of Long Gong Food Factory's shares, achieving absolute control. Chen Dong could retain the remaining 49 shares and be appointed as the deputy general manager of the newly formed company. Such utter nonsense. Chen Dong, Infuriated, tore the document to shreds. 1 million? They think they can buy my 51 shares. Why don't they just rob me instead? Chen Dong was genuinely furious. His Longgong food factory was built from the ground up through his hard work and perseverance. Now, an obscure food corporation thought it could seize his creation with a mere piece of paper? This was reminiscent of his previous dealings with Qian Sihai, except this time the adversary was not a local bully, but an official entity from the province. Brother Chen, please don't be hasty. Huang urged. I've inquired and learned that this matter is being orchestrated by the newly appointed general manager, Zhao, of the Provincial Food Corporation. It said that Zhao has considerable connections, being a relative of a high-ranking provincial leader. He covets our factory as profits and wishes to swallow this lucrative pie for himself. A relative of a high-ranking leader? Chen Dong scoffed. What an impressive show of power. What should we do now? Huang's face was etched with concern. The opposing side was a direct provincial authority, representing the government. If we confront them head-on, we might be in for a rough time. He understood that commoners should not clash with officials. In the face of formidable power, they were but a minuscule private enterprise. Confront them? A glint of cold determination flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. When did I say I would confront them directly? After a pause, his tone turned icy. To deal with a rogue, one must employ even more rogue tactics. To confront bureaucrats, one must use an even greater official to suppress them. In his mind, the image of the amiable yet imposing figure of Elder Zhou from the capital emerged. He knew it was time to wield his most formidable trump card. He walked over to the telephone and picked up the receiver. He intended to make it clear to that so-called general manager Zhao. Chen Dong's people and Chen Dong's factory are not to be trifled with. Chapter 84. The capital's telephone. A storm is approaching as Chen Dong lifted the telephone receiver. A sense of dread gripped Huang Zhonggui, whose heart raced in his chest. Observing Chen Dong's composed demeanor, he felt both admiration and worry. It was admirable that his boss remained so tranquil in the face of such a catastrophic event, as if the daunting red document that threatened to forcibly annex their factory was nothing more than a scrap of paper. Yet, there was concern, for the other party was a significant provincial entity, backed by influential leaders. Would this call truly make a difference? What was the capital, after all? It was a realm where ordinary folk like them could only glimpse through newspapers and news broadcasts. Did Chen Dong genuinely possess such formidable connections in the capital? Sweat beaded on Huang Zhonggui's forehead as he nervously wrung his hands, even quieting his breath for fear of disturbing Chen Dong. Chen Dong opted not to dial the private number of Old Zhou directly, as that would be too abrupt. Instead, he called the office of Old Zhou's secretary, a number given to him for matters concerning special supplies. The call connected swiftly, and a steady, capable male voice greeted him. Hello, this is the capital. There was no mention of the organization or name, yet this brevity carried its own weight. Hello, I am Chen Dong from Nanhai Yutsuan. He stated with a tone that was neither subservient nor arrogant, calmly announcing his identity. The other party seemed taken aback for a moment, but then his tone became much more cordial. Ah, comrade Chen Dong. Hello. Old Zhou mentioned just the other day that the large yellow croakers you sent were exceptionally delicious, among the finest he has tasted in years. What delightful offering do you bring this time? There is something, but it may soon be cut off. Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. The gravity of this statement outweighed 100 complaints or expressions of anger. The warmth in the voice on the other end abruptly froze, transforming into seriousness. Comrade Chen Dong, what do you mean by that? Cut off? What has occurred? Although Old Zhou was vigorous, his age meant that his appetite and digestion were no longer what they once were. The top-tier seafood provided by Chen Dong was the only sustenance that could encourage him to eat an extra bowl of rice, a trivial matter to outsiders, but monumental to those responsible for the leader's health. This was not merely a matter of appetite. It was a political duty concerning the leader's mental and physical well-being. Our factory may be facing closure, Chen Dong stated plainly, devoid of embellishment. The Provincial Food Corporation has issued a document mandating our transition to a public-private partnership. They are offering 1 million for 51% of the shares. I, as the factory director, would be relegated to the position of vice general manager. He paused before adding, you know, everything in this factory, from catch to processing, has been personally handled by me. If someone else takes over, the essence will be lost. By that time, not only will there be no special supplies, but even ordinary canned goods may not be produced. A profound silence enveloped the conversation. Huang Zhonggui, listening nearby, felt his heart race. He could not discern what was being said on the other end, but just hearing Chen Dong's words had rendered him weak at the knees. To directly inform a powerful figure in the capital of a supply cut was an audacious move indeed. After a lengthy pause, the secretary finally spoke again, his voice laced with suppressed fury. This is outrageous. Pure nonsense. They think they can seize a nationally renowned factory for 1 million? Is this a restructuring or a robbery? He knew better than anyone the true worth of Longgong Food Factory. Those special canned goods had become a hard currency in certain circles of the capital, where money alone could not secure them. Moreover, this matter involved old Zhou's health. Rest assured, Comrade Chen Dong, I will report this matter to old Zhou immediately. Maintain your position and avoid any direct confrontation with them. Do not agree to any terms. Continue production as usual, and we will await further instructions. The secretary's voice was resolute. Very well, I shall await your message, Chen Dong replied calmly. After hanging up, he noticed Huang Zhonggui staring at him, his face pale. Boss, can this really work? Huang Zhonggui's voice trembled slightly. Chen Dong smiled, walking over to pat his shoulder. His hand was warm and strong, calming Huang Zhonggui's frantic heart somewhat. Old Huang, put your heart at ease. The sky will not fall, Chen Dong reassured him. For the next few days, if anyone from the province calls, tell them I am out at sea and cannot be reached. Production will continue as normal, and workers will receive their full wages and bonuses. But what if they send someone down directly? If they come, let them wait. A smile curved Chen Dong's lips. I am quite curious to see whether their authority is greater than the weight of a call from the capital. Seeing Chen Dong's unwavering confidence, Huang Zhonggui, though still anxious, felt himself being uplifted by this powerful assurance. He nodded vigorously. All right, I shall follow the boss's lead. In the ensuing 2 days, Nanhai Yutsuan appeared tranquil on the surface. The production line at Longgong Food Factory continued to roar, with crates of canned goods being loaded onto trucks for distribution across the nation. The workers were oblivious to the brewing storm that could determine the factory's fate, believing instead that business was booming and their spirits were high. Meanwhile, Chen Dong carried on as if nothing were amiss, spending his days tending to flowers with Li Shui in the yard and at night embracing his wife. Feeling the warmth of the pearl-like bead at her chest rising and falling with her breath, a touch that brought him immeasurable peace. For him, as long as his family remained intact and Li Shui was by his side, the sky would not fall. However, tranquility shattered on the 3rd day. In the evening, Li Town Chief drove up in the town's dilapidated jeep, kicking up clouds of dust as he rushed to Chen Dong's door. Before the vehicle had even come to a halt, he leapt out, his face pale and sweating profusely. Chen Dong! Chen Dong! He shouted as he dashed toward the yard. Chen Dong was peeling apples for Li Shui when he heard the commotion and frowned, handing the prepared apples to his wife before stepping outside. Li Town Chief, what is the matter with such urgency? A grave situation has arisen. Li Town Chief leaned against the door frame, panting heavily. People from the province have arrived. A working group led by the newly appointed General Manager Zhao from the Provincial Food Corporation is on their way to our village. Li Town Chief's face was etched with anxiety and fear. Although he was the head of the town, he felt utterly insignificant in the presence of the provincial leaders. Upon receiving the news, he hastened to inform Chen Dong. Their arrival was marked by an air of intimidation. Accompanied by an accountant and seemingly a legal consultant, suggesting a forthcoming confrontation. Mayor Li's voice trembled as he exclaimed, Chen Dong, what shall we do? You mentioned that connection in the capital. He hesitated to inquire too explicitly about the matter. Chen Dong maintained a serene demeanor, as if he had anticipated this very scene. He turned to Li Shui, speaking softly, Xiao Shui, please retreat to the house and rest. There are some matters to attend to outside. Be careful, she replied, though her concern was palpable. Nevertheless, she obediently nodded and retreated to their room with an apple in hand. Once he had ensured his wife was settled, Chen Dong turned to face the flustered Mayor Li and remarked calmly, They have come. There is no need to panic. He brushed off the dust from his clothing and adjusted his collar. Let us proceed, Mayor Li. We shall meet this esteemed leader from the province at the village committee. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with a reassuring strength. The setting sun cast a long shadow of his figure as he stepped forward, moving resolutely towards the village committee, each stride imbued with remarkable steadiness. A genuine clash was poised to unfold in this humble fishing village. Chapter 85. Visitors from the province apply pressure in the modest village committee office of the fishing village, a cramped space now bustling with people. The atmosphere was stifling. At the head of the room sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a tailored Zhongshan suit. His hair was meticulously styled, and his demeanor exuded the arrogance that comes with prolonged authority. This man was Zhao Jiangwo, the newly appointed general manager of the Provincial Food Corporation. Behind him stood several aides, also clad in official attire, some clutching notebooks while others held folders, all wearing serious expressions as they scrutinized the simplicity of the office. Village head Zhang Dahai and manager Huang stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of where to place their hands, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. They had never encountered such a formidable presence. The aura of authority emanating from Zhao had rendered them unable to lift their heads. As Chen Dong and Mayor Li entered the village committee, all eyes turned toward them. Zhao Jiangwo lifted his eyelids, assessing Chen Dong. Before him stood a young man clad in a simple shirt, tall with sun-kissed skin bronzed by the sea breeze. The young man displayed no signs of anxiety or fear. Instead, he met Zhao's gaze with calmness, even offering a nod. This tranquility unsettled Zhao Jiangwo. In his view, a mere country bumpkin who had struck a bit of luck in starting a factory should be trembling in fear before a provincial official like himself, not greeting him with such composure. You are Chen Dong? Zhao Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, adopting an interrogative tone. I am, Chen Dong replied as he casually pulled out a chair and sat down across from Zhao Jiangwo, gesturing for Mayor Li to join him. This audacious act caused several of the aides behind Zhao to frown. How could he take a seat without being invited by the leader? Mayor Li, paralyzed with fear, remained rigidly standing behind Chen Dong. Ah, youthful and accomplished, Zhao Jiangwo said with a thin smile, his words laden with sarcasm. Achieving such industrial success at a young age was no small feat. He cleared his throat, leaning slightly forward to adopt the posture of a leader engaging in serious discourse. Comrade Chen Dong, I trust Mayor Li has briefed you on our visit. The province places great importance on the success of your Longgong food factory. In order to better harness your leading role and to consolidate the province's food resources for expansion and strength, the provincial company has decided to implement a public-private partnership reform for Longgong Food Factory. This is a provincial policy, a trend that cannot be reversed. He slid a document across the table towards Chen Dong. This is the proposal. Please take a look. The provincial company will invest 1 million yuan, acquiring a 51% stake to achieve control. Considering you are the founder and a key technical figure, the company has decided to appoint you as the deputy general manager, continuing your responsibilities in production and technology. Rest assured, your compensation will be more than adequate. Upon concluding, Zhao Jiangwo leisurely lifted his teacup, anticipating Chen Dong's grateful signature. In his eyes, this was a tremendous favor. A country lad transformed into the deputy of a state-owned enterprise, a dream many would envy. However, Chen Dong did not even glance at the document. Instead, he picked up the thermos from the table and refilled Zhao Jiangwo's empty teacup, as well as those of his aides. Director Zhao, esteemed leaders, it must have been a long journey. Please have some water to soothe your throats. Chen Dong's demeanor was unhurried, as if he were the master of the room. Zhao Jiangwo's brows knitted in confusion. What was this young man playing at? Comrade Chen Dong, we are here to discuss serious matters, he said, growing impatient as he tapped the table. Indeed, it is a serious matter, Chen Dong replied as he reclined back in his chair. Fixing his gaze on Zhao Jiangwo. Director Zhao, I would like to pose a few questions. Proceed. First, you mentioned that the provincial company will invest 1 million yuan. How was this figure determined? Our factory's monthly net profit exceeds that amount. May I review the relevant asset evaluation report? Zhao Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. The evaluation report is currently underway. The 1 million figure was derived from the initial construction costs of the factory and its current scale. It is a fair assessment. Oh, I see. Chen Dong nodded and continued. As for my second question, you stated that I would be appointed deputy general manager. Who will be the general manager? Is he familiar with the fishing and aquaculture business? This inquiry struck a nerve, directly addressing Zhao Jiangwo's intentions. His visit aimed to seize control of the factory and install a loyal confidant in the managerial position, regardless of their expertise in the field. The selection of the general manager will be based on comprehensive considerations to arrange the most suitable candidate. As deputy, your role is simply to execute the company's decisions, Zhao Jiangwo replied vaguely. Chen Dong smiled. Director Zhao, I consider myself rather simple-minded and unrefined. I understand that fishing requires knowledge of fish behavior, and navigation demands understanding of water dynamics. Appointing someone unversed in the industry to manage this factory would not only hinder growth, but could lead to its closure within 3 months. At that point, not only would we fail to supply the capital city, but we would also jeopardize the livelihoods of hundreds of workers. Zhao Jiangwo's complexion turned ashen at Chen Dong's remarks, shocked by the young man's audacity. Slamming his hand on the table, he rose with authoritative intensity, declaring, "Chen Dong, are we negotiating here? I am informing you. This is a provincial decision. Do not mistake your modest achievements for entitlement. Do you not recognize the gravity of opposing an organizational directive?" The aides behind him stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Chen Dong. The atmosphere in the office plummeted to a chilling silence. Manager Huang and Zhang Dehai dared not utter a word, paralyzed by fear. Seeing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Jiangwo softened his tone slightly, yet the undertone of menace remained palpable. "I advise you to reconsider your position. Young man, think long-term. If you refuse to cooperate, we will have no choice but to proceed as per regulations. At that point, tax, fire safety, and production safety inspections from various departments could render your factory as future uncertain." This was a blatant threat. Mayor Li was in a cold sweat, wishing to utter conciliatory words. But upon witnessing Zhao Jiangwo's grim countenance, he swallowed his words back down. Chen Dong remained seated in his chair, a faint smile gracing his lips. He regarded the furious Zhao Jiangwo as one might observe a mere buffoon. Just as Zhao Jiangwo believed he held the upper hand and was poised to deliver a final ultimatum to Chen Dong, the antiquated crank phone in the village committee suddenly erupted with a rapid and piercing ring. The sound was jarring in the otherwise silent office. The unexpected ringing startled everyone, causing them to shudder. The village committee's communicator, a young lad, hurriedly rushed to answer the phone, vigorously cranking the handle. "Hello? Hello? This is the Nanhai Fishing Village Committee. Who do you wish to speak with?" He shouted into the receiver. After listening for a moment, his expression morphed into one of bewilderment, then shock, and ultimately disbelief. He placed the receiver down, covering his mouth with his hand, and turned toward the others in the room, stammering, It's a long-distance call from the capital, looking for Comrade Chen Dong." In an instant, the office fell into a profound silence. Every gaze, including that of the overbearing Zhao Jiangwo, abruptly fixated on Chen Dong. The capital? At such a critical juncture, a call from the capital? Zhao Jiangwo felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. Chapter 86, A Phone Call. A turn of events, a long-distance call from the capital? Zhao Jiangwo repeated the words with a furrowed brow, his eyes brimming with skepticism. To him, the timing was too coincidental, almost theatrical. Just as he was poised to seize control of the factory with unrelenting force, a call from the capital arrived fortuitously. His first thought was that this young man was merely putting on a show, attempting to frighten him with theatrics. Huh? The capital? So vast, who could it be? Zhao Jiangwo sneered dismissively. The young communications officer trembled under his authoritative tone, stammering, The caller didn't provide a name, only mentioned being from the capital, and requested to speak with Comrade Chen Dong. Zhao Jiangwo's suspicions deepened. He waved his hand impatiently, declaring, "What nonsense is this? Let it be for now. We have serious matters to discuss." However, Chen Dong stood up and walked directly towards the phone. Ignoring Zhao Jiangwo, he smiled warmly at the communications officer and said, "I'll take the call." Chen Dong picked up the cold, heavy receiver and placed it to his ear. "Hello, this is Chen Dong." Instantly, the familiar and steady voice of Secretary Zhou resonated from the other end, albeit tinged with a subtle urgency and regret this time. "Comrade Chen Dong, I apologize for the inconvenience you faced. We have clarified the situation, and Secretary Zhou is quite upset. He did not expect his subordinates to act so recklessly." "There is no need for apologies," Chen Dong replied calmly, "though I find the incessant buzzing of flies rather bothersome." The secretary chuckled ruefully, having discerned Chen Dong's dissatisfaction. "Rest assured, the provincial government will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Secretary Zhou has already communicated with the key leaders of your province, and they are taking this matter very seriously, issuing immediate directives." After a brief pause, the secretary continued, "Is the comrade leading the team currently with you?" "Yes." Chen Dong cast a glance at Zhao Jiangwo, whose expression had darkened considerably. "Good. Please hand the phone to him. I need to speak with him." "Understood." Chen Dong turned and walked towards Zhao Jiangwo, the tension in the office palpable. Manager Huang and Mayor Li watched Chen Dong with anxious eyes, their palms clammy with sweat. They were unaware of the conversation's content, Yet Chen Dong's confident demeanor ignited a flicker of hope within them. Zhao Jiangwo, observing the receiver thrust towards him, felt a surge of agitation. He was reluctant to answer, fearing that doing so would ensnare him in a trap, rendering him vulnerable. What a charade, he muttered under his breath, but the calmness in Chen Dong's gaze compelled him to grab the receiver. He was curious to hear what the caller had to say. Hello, this is Zhao Jiangwo from the Provincial Food Corporation. May I ask who is speaking? Zhao Jiangwo spoke with an air of authority. However, before he could finish, a cold, commanding voice emanated from the receiver, sharp and precise, piercing through his ears like a dagger. So, you are Comrade Zhao Jiangwo. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that Secretary Zhang from the Provincial Committee has sent me to relay a message to you. Secretary Zhang? Zhao Jiangwo's arrogance instantly faltered. The Secretary of the Provincial Committee was a powerful figure. A wave of foreboding washed over him. Secretary Zhang has expressed concern regarding the central leadership's attention on the Star Enterprises established to support local development and improve livelihoods. When did your Provincial Food Corporation become involved in public-private partnerships? Who granted you the authority? Who instilled such audacity in you? Each word from the receiver struck Zhao Jiangwo like a hammer, sending chills down his spine. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his legs began to tremble. Secretary Zhang also stated that the goal of reform and opening up is to invigorate the economy, not to allow certain officials to exploit opportunities for personal gain. The Provincial Committee's stance on such actions, which undermine the business environment and contradict central policies, is clear. Any transgressions will be investigated and punished without leniency. I. Zhao Jiangwo's lips quivered, unable to articulate a single word. He felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, chilled to the core. He could not fathom how a mere rural factory could attract the attention of the provincial leadership, let alone involve the central authorities. Comrade Zhao Jiangwo, do you comprehend? The voice remained icy. Secretary Zhang demands that you immediately cease all erroneous actions, apologize to Comrade Chen Dong, and submit a profound self-reflection to the Provincial Committee regarding this incident. As for your position as General Manager, its continuance hinges on the depth of your reflection. Understood. I understand. I will comply immediately. Zhao Jiangwo nearly shouted, his voice laced with terror and desperation. Furthermore, the voice softened slightly but retained an unwavering, authoritative tone. Comrade Chen Dong is highly valued by the province, a person specifically designated for care by Secretary Zhou. From now on, the Provincial Food Corporation shall not interfere with matters concerning Longgong Food Factory. Any needs will be directly coordinated with the Provincial Government Office. Do you understand? Understood. Completely understood. Zhao Jiangwo's hand trembled violently as he held the receiver. Cold sweat streaming down his face and dripping onto the floor. The phone disconnected with a click, reverberating in the now silent office. Zhao Jiangwo felt as if all his bones had been extracted, standing rigidly in place, his complexion as pale as paper. Slowly, he turned his head to gaze at Chen Dong with an expression of horror and reverence, devoid of the earlier arrogance and disdain. He was left with an overwhelming sense of fear. He had never imagined that the morsel he sought to devour was, in fact, a brand connected to colossal powers. With a thud, under the astonished gaze of everyone present, the once imposing General Manager Zhao Jiangwo crumpled to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. His entourage stood frozen, their faces ashen, dumbfounded. See, Comrade Chen. Zhao Jiangwo looked up at the towering figure of Chen Dong, his lips trembling, struggling to utter an apology that remained stuck in his throat. Chen Dong reclaimed the receiver from his hand, returning it to its place, then crouched down to pat his face gently. General Zhao, do you still believe my factory is worth $1 million? Zhao Jiangwo's body trembled violently, nearly on the verge of tears. No. It is my fault. I failed to recognize the imminent. My judgment was clouded by ignorance. Mr. Chen, in your magnanimity, please spare me this once. He pleaded incoherently. Chen Dong rose to his feet, looking down upon him with an air of aloofness, and replied coolly, there is no need for apologies. You may leave. Upon receiving this reprieve, Zhao Jiangwo felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He scrambled to his feet, disregarding the dust on his clothes, and bowed repeatedly to Chen Dong. Yes, we shall depart immediately, without causing you any further disturbance. With that, he fled the village committee like a stray dog, accompanied by his equally disheartened subordinates, in a disheveled manner. They hastily clambered into the jeep and sped away from the fishing village, as if pursued by a flood of ferocious beasts. It was not until the vehicle vanished from sight at the village's entrance that the office remained enveloped in an eerie silence. Mayor Li, Manager Huang, Zhang Dehai, and the others stood with their mouths agape, utterly bewildered by the scene that had just unfolded, their minds blank, unable to comprehend what had transpired. A single phone call, merely a phone call, had sent a once bullying provincial official fleeing in terror. They turned in unison to gaze at the young man who remained calmly standing in the center of the room. At that moment, Chen Dong transformed in their eyes. He was no longer just a capable individual or a mere boss. His figure loomed large, shrouded in an aura of profound mystery. Chapter 87. The dust settles. New aspirations. After Zhao Jiangwo and his entourage hastily departed, the village committee's office remained enveloped in a silence so profound that one could hear the faintest sound of a pin dropping. Mayor Li, Manager Huang, and Zhang Dehai stood as if petrified, their gazes fixed upon Chen Dong, their eyes reflecting a mixture of shock, confusion, and an unprecedented reverence. After a considerable time, it was Mayor Li who first regained his composure. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and cautiously approached Chen Dong, his voice hoarse as he inquired, Chen Dong, that phone call just now, was it? He wished to ask whether it was from the influential figure in the capital, yet the question felt too presumptuous, and he could not bring himself to utter the remainder of his thoughts. Observing the dazed expressions of the trio, Chen Dong recognized that if he did not provide an explanation, they would likely be unable to sleep peacefully that night. With a gentle smile, he spoke in a nonchalant tone, "It's nothing significant. Just an old leader I knew in the capital who has a fondness for the canned goods from our factory. I heard someone was attempting to meddle, so he kindly made a call to the provincial authorities." This explanation, half truth and half fantasy, subtly indicated his connections while withholding specific identities, leaving ample room for imagination. "Old leader?" Manager Huang murmured to himself, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. To have a phone call prompt the provincial secretary to issue directives personally, to intimidate a provincial-level general manager into submission, what stature must that leader possess? Previously, he had regarded Chen Dong as a commercial prodigy. Now, it appeared that his boss's background was profoundly unfathomable. Mayor Li felt a greater shock, a chill running down his spine as he recalled his earlier thoughts of joint management. Although his intentions had been noble, they bore similarities to Zhao Jiangwo's actions. Thankfully, he had been persuaded by Chen Dong's proposal and had not pursued a misguided path, or else he dared not contemplate further. Looking at Chen Dong, his heart swelled not just with awe but also with deep gratitude. He understood that as long as Chen Dong remained, as long as Longgong Food Factory thrived, their impoverished town would have a steadfast pillar of support. "All right, no more standing around. The matter is resolved." Chen Dong waved his hand. "Old Huang, please return to the factory and inform the workers that provincial leaders have conducted an inspection and are very pleased with our factory's performance, encouraging us to work diligently. This month, let's add an extra 20 yuan to everyone's salary as a little bonus to ease their nerves." "Ah, wonderful, wonderful," Huang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy, all worries and fears swiftly vanishing from his mind. He knew that following today's events, the status of Longgong Food Factory would be as solid as a mountain, and no one would dare to cause trouble again. He cheerfully agreed and hurried back to the factory to relay the good news. Chen Dong then turned to Mayor Li and Zhang Dehai, saying, "You two leaders have worked hard as well. Please return home early to rest. From now on, our fishing village and the town can focus on developing the economy without concern for other matters." "Not at all, not at all." Mayor Li and Zhang Dehai quickly waved their hands, their gazes towards Chen Dong akin to that of a humble subject beholding a celestial being. After sending everyone away, Chen Dong walked home alone. Under the night sky, the fishing village was aglow with lights, the sea breeze carrying a hint of saltiness. While he had resolved the trouble posed by Zhao Jiangwo, he felt little joy. Instead, a sense of vigilance crept in. This crisis had been averted thanks to old Zhou's connections, but such favors could eventually run out, and relationships could falter. True security ultimately stems from one's own strength, whether it be the power to counter any conspiracy or the absolute force to vanquish all foes. He immersed his consciousness deep within his mind and opened the system panel. Host, Chen Dong. Physique, 25. Fish harvest value, 1620. System all. Open. Gazing at the 1620 points of fish harvest value, Chen Dong's mind began to race. The battle with the deep-sea dragon beast had made him acutely aware that while a physique of 25 had transcended human limits, it remained insufficient in the vast ocean, facing the unknown terrors of colossal creatures. He needed to grow stronger. Upon returning home, he found Li Shui already asleep, a small lamp illuminating the bedside. She lay on her side, breathing evenly, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The magnificent, multicolored pearl was threaded on a red cord around her neck, now resting gently against her chest, emitting a soft glow. Chen Dong tiptoed to the bedside and sat quietly, gazing at his wife. Everything he did was for her, for their family, and for the new life soon to arrive. His heart softened as he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Li Shui's forehead. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the floor, fully immersing his consciousness within the system. Instead of immediately opting to enhance his physique, he first accessed the system mall. Following the last system upgrade, many new items had appeared, which he had yet to examine closely. He quickly found the upgraded version of Heart of the Fishing Grounds. Heart of the Fishing Grounds. Intermediate can transform a 5 nautical mile radius of unclaimed waters into a dedicated fishing ground. Within this fishing ground, the breeding speed of fish increases by 50, growth speed by 50, and it actively attracts more and rarer marine creatures to settle. Price, 5,000 fish harvest value. 5 nautical miles. An increase of 50 in breeding and growth speed. Chen Dong's heart raced. Currently, his Longgong fishing ground had a radius of only 1 nautical mile, with an effect of merely 20. This intermediate heart of the fishing grounds was a world apart. Should he upgrade his Longgong, it would truly become an inexhaustible treasure trove of the sea. Although he was still far from the 5,000 points of fish harvest value, he now had a clear new objective. In addition to the heart of the fishing grounds, he also discovered a new category: blueprints for special buildings. Upon opening it, he found only a single blueprint. Design blueprint for marine platform. Beginner allows for the rapid construction of a small, multifunctional marine platform in designated waters using system power. The platform comes equipped with basic living facilities, a small dock, and a fish processing workshop. It can serve as a marine transit station, supply point, or private fortress. Price, 2,000 fish harvest value. A marine platform. A private fortress. Chen Dong's breath quickened. If he could establish such a platform at the center of his Longgong fishing grounds, he would truly possess a secluded maritime kingdom, far removed from the clamor of the world. He glanced at the value of his catch, 1620 points, realizing that he was not far from the coveted 2,000 points. Instantly, a resolution formed in his mind. He would first accumulate enough points to purchase the blueprint for this oceanic platform. With a clear objective, Chen Dong felt invigorated. He resolved to set sail once more the following day, venturing into even more distant and profound waters. There, he anticipated encountering formidable sea creatures, which also promised more bountiful rewards. Quietly, he lay down on the bed, gently embracing Li Shui from behind. In her dreams, Li Shui murmured softly, instinctively turning to Nestle into his embrace, finding a comfortable position and drifting back into a deep slumber. As he savored the warmth and softness of her presence, Chen Dong's heart settled into tranquility. He informed Li Shui of his intention to seek out some unique new fish species to develop new products for the factory. Although reluctant to see him go, she understood the significance of his endeavor and merely urged him to prioritize his safety and return home promptly. Early the next morning, Chen Dong bid farewell to his wife, embarking alone on the Hai Long vessel, facing the rising sun as he once again sailed into the boundless deep blue. This time, his aim was clear: to journey eastward, all the way east, towards the abyss where he sensed the presence of countless powerful life forms lurking in the depths of 10,000 meters. Chapter 88. Voyage into the Deep. The mysterious sea. The engine of the Hai Long Hao resonated with a steady roar as the bow cleaved through the azure waves, leaving behind a long, white wake upon the surface of the sea. The silhouette of the fishing village gradually receded into the distance, ultimately transforming into a mere speck where the sea met the sky. Chen Dong stood solitary in the cockpit, gripping the helm with a heart devoid of sorrowful farewells, instead brimming with anticipation for the unknown journey ahead. For this expedition, he had chosen not to bring any crew members. Firstly, the destination was too distant and perilous for ordinary sailors to endure. Secondly, he required an environment of absolute privacy to test the limits of his physical prowess and to fully harness the capabilities of the system. After enhancing his physique to 25 points, his sensory perception underwent a transformative evolution. Where once his senses resembled a radar, vaguely detecting the locations and sizes of objects, he now possessed the acumen of a high-definition reconnaissance satellite, capable of switching perspectives at will. The ocean within a radius of hundreds of kilometers lay within his sight. He could discern the contours of the underwater mountain ranges, hear the sound of fish fins slicing through the currents, and even perceive the subtle variations in temperature and salinity where different ocean currents converged. He had become the eyes and ears of this vast ocean. The Hai Long Hao sailed at its maximum speed towards the east. On the first day, the sea was tranquil. By the second day, the color of the water transformed from a vibrant blue to a profound indigo, the sky seemingly influenced by this deep hue, appearing exceptionally lofty. Chen Dong set the vessel to autopilot mode, shedding his upper garments to reveal his bronzed, well-defined musculature. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the frigid waters. Without any diving equipment, and even foregoing the underwater breathing technique provided by the system, he sought to test the limits of his corporeal capabilities. The seawater enveloped his body, immense pressure surging from all directions. While such pressure would be enough to collapse a submarine in the eyes of an average person, it felt merely like powerful hands massaging him. His bones, muscles, and organs, having been repeatedly reinforced by the system, had long surpassed ordinary human comprehension in density and strength. He descended gradually, 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. The sunlight had long been severed, and around him lay an eternal darkness and silence, save for the occasional flicker of bioluminescent deep-sea creatures, testifying that this was not a realm devoid of life. Upon reaching a depth of approximately 1,500 meters, Chen Dong felt a distinct pressure. His chest grew heavy, and his breathing became laborious. It appeared that 1,500 meters was the current limit of his purely physical endurance. With clarity of purpose, he immediately recited the incantation for the underwater breathing technique in his mind. A refreshing sensation swept through his entire being, alleviating the heaviness in his chest. It was as if he had transformed into a true fish, the seawater no longer an impediment, but rather an integral part of him. He swam freely through the depths, akin to a black flash of lightning, darting amidst the bizarre underwater mountains. He beheld a group of lantern-bearing anglerfish languidly resting on the seabed, a colossal octopus, comparable in size to a truck, curled up in a cave, sleeping, and a myriad of glowing jellyfish creating a starry river, flowing gracefully through the darkness, a sight breathtaking in its beauty. However, he did not pursue these creatures, for his goal lay further afield. After swimming for over half an hour in the deep sea, as the duration of the underwater breathing technique approached its end, he returned to the surface for a breath before diving once more. This cycle of immersion and emergence continued, his enthusiasm unflagging. On the fourth day of sailing, the periphery of Chen Dong's perceptual range finally detected an anomaly. It was an expansive stretch of ocean where the seabed presented a terrifying fault, a vast chasm seemingly bottomless, akin to a scar upon the earth, the Mariana Trench. A thrill coursed through Chen Dong as he recognized he had found the right place. According to his perception, deep within this trench lay an unimaginable presence of powerful life forms, akin to slumbering dragons, each far more formidable than the mutated anglerfish kings and deep-sea draconids he had previously encountered. Simultaneously, he sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation, one not belonging to any living entity, but rather resembling a pure, primordial energy emanating from the very fabric of creation. This energy was the primary draw that had lured him here. After a day and night of navigation, the Hai Long Hao finally reached a position directly above the trench. Chen Dong halted the vessel. The sea surface was calm, devoid of any apparent disturbance. Yet, he understood that beneath this placid expanse, thousands of meters down, lay the most mysterious and dangerous world on Earth. He did not rush to dive, but returned to the cabin, retrieving the specially crafted harpoon gun that had undergone multiple enhancements from the system. The gun's body gleamed with a dark golden hue, adorned with esoteric patterns, its tip a spiraled spearhead radiating a chilling light, exceedingly sharp. Enhanced spiral harpoon gun, crafted by the system, capable of penetrating all, comes with skills to breach armor and pursue souls. He checked his catch value, which had risen to 1850 points after several days of casual fishing, leaving him just 150 points short of acquiring the blueprints for an offshore platform. It seemed that a single descent would suffice to bridge that gap, Chen Dong murmured. Strapping the harpoon gun to his back, he loosened his limbs, the bones in his body cracking explosively as a surge of explosive power coursed through him. Approaching the ship's railing, he cast one last glance at the magnificent vista where sea met sky, then inhaled deeply. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped, like a cannonball fired from its chamber, plunging into the profound indigo waters without causing much splash. His target lay within the unknown abyss beneath 10,000 meters and the source of that mysterious energy. Thus began an unprecedented deep-sea adventure. Chapter 89. The Wonders of the 10,000-meter deep sea. The instant Chen Dong plunged into the water, he activated his underwater breathing technique without a moment's hesitation. His body shot downward like a torpedo, diving straight into the depths of the trench. The scenery around him transformed at a rapid pace. The translucent shallow waters were quickly left behind, and the surrounding light diminished at a visibly perceptible rate. Soon, he was engulfed in an eternal darkness. The immense water pressure enveloped him like an invisible wall, pressing in from all directions. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters. As the depth increased, the pressure escalated exponentially. Despite Chen Dong's robust physique rated at 25 points, he began to feel a slight tingling sensation on his skin, and the flow of his blood was also affected to some extent. Yet, with a mere adjustment of the power within him, that discomfort dissipated like smoke. His body functioned like a finely tuned machine, automatically regulating internal pressure to withstand the terrifying environment outside. In this forbidden zone of life, the vast majority of creatures had perished. Those that could occasionally be glimpsed were bizarre in form, having evolved grotesquely to adapt to the extreme conditions. They shied away from Chen Dong's formidable presence, retreating to a safe distance. As the depth gauge surpassed 10,000 meters, Chen Dong's speed finally began to slow. He floated in the water, surveying his surroundings. Here lay the deepest point on Earth, the Challenger Deep, a realm where sunlight could not penetrate, and time seemed to stand still in a desolate silence. However, in his perception, this place was not devoid of life. Not far ahead, warm currents of water flowed, accompanied by a pungent scent reminiscent of sulfur. He swam toward that region slowly. Before long, a breathtaking spectacle, enough to drive any geologist into a frenzy, appeared before him. Towering above the dark seabed plain were immense chimneys, reaching heights of several dozen meters, formed from cooled and solidified minerals ejected from the ocean floor, continuously spewing forth black smoke rich in various minerals at temperatures of 300 to 400 degrees. The black smoke billowed out, rapidly cooling upon contact with the frigid seawater, settling and repeating the cycle, causing these chimneys to grow taller. These underwater hot springs, known as black smokers, were indeed extraordinary. Chen Dong understood that while the substances emitted by these springs were lethal toxins to most life forms, they served as a vital energy source for certain special organisms. As expected, he observed around these colossal chimneys a thriving ecosystem, isolated from the outside world, flourishing in a manner almost unbelievable. White tube worms, each over a meter long, clung to the rocks near the hot springs like a pale forest, lacking mouths and relying on symbiotic bacteria within them to metabolize sulfides for sustenance. Swarms of white blind shrimp and peculiar crabs scuttled near the scalding vents, oblivious to the water temperature hot enough to melt steel. There were also nameless translucent fish darting between the black smoke and the cold seawater, preying on even smaller creatures. This place was truly a miraculous kingdom, founded upon death and toxicity. And the goal of Chen Dong's expedition, the pure and immense natural energy, was located at the very heart of this hot spring region. He cautiously navigated past the scalding jets, weaving through the forest of tube worms as he approached the central area. The deeper he ventured, the clearer the energy fluctuations became. Finally, he beheld it. In a basin surrounded by dozens of black smokers, instead of the expected rocks or sediment, a cluster of crystals emanating a soft blue glow awaited him. These crystals, roughly the size of a fist, exhibited a flawless hexagonal prism shape, transparent and shimmering, as if formed from the purest seawater. They lay quietly embedded in the seabed rocks, with an inner luminescence swirling, each breath emanating visible ripples of energy outward. The peculiar deep-sea creatures surrounding them were evidently attracted and nourished by this energy, allowing them to thrive in this desolate realm. Ding. Rare resource discovered. Deep-sea energy crystal. Item description: a pure energy crystal formed deep within the earth, absorbing high pressure and geothermal energy over millions of years. Can be used to upgrade systems, enhance system items, or directly absorbed to strengthen the host's physique. Collection tip. Collecting requires significant stamina. The crystals are linked to the Earth's veins, and forced collection may trigger unknown risks. Chen Dong's heart raced with excitement. He had found it. This was it. The value of this item far exceeded that of any mutated sea beast. Not only could it upgrade his system, but it could also directly enhance his physique. He suppressed his inner exhilaration and slowly swam toward the crystal cluster. He could sense that absorbing just one would lead to a significant enhancement of his abilities. However, just as his hand was about to touch one of the crystals, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him like an electric current. He abruptly halted, his muscles tensed, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. In his perception, a colossal and ancient aura was awakening beside him. This presence had always existed but had remained in a near-death state, perfectly blending with the surrounding rocks, such that even Chen Dong's extraordinary senses had failed to detect it until now. Only at this moment did it truly come to life. Chen Dong gradually turned his body, directing his gaze toward the massive, wall-like rock formation to his left. A series of cracking sounds echoed from the rock, as countless stones and debris tumbled down. Then, the wall began to move. No, it was not a wall at all. It was the side of a creature, an unimaginably colossal being slowly awakened from its slumber, extracting its rock-disguised body from the seabed. Its length was at least 30 to 40 meters. Featuring a relatively small head and disproportionately long neck and paddle-like limbs. This form bore an uncanny resemblance to the long-extinct plesiosaur. The skin of this colossal beast is not composed of flesh and blood, but rather a carapace reminiscent of stone, adorned with deep-sea mollusks and vegetation, allowing it to seamlessly blend with its surroundings during slumber. It turns its elongated neck, and its enormous eyes, akin to two golden suns, pierce through the endless darkness. Fixating intently on Chen Dong, the insignificant intruder. A tumultuous surge of brutality, fury, and warning invades Chen Dong's mind. It is evident that this ancient creature, which has existed for countless millennia, regards this energy crystal as its personal treasure. Chen Dong, the audacious individual daring to covet its hoard, has undoubtedly provoked its murderous intent. Chapter 90. Fierce battle with the giant beast. The crystal stone in hand, the golden giant eye fixed its gaze upon Chen Dong, an overwhelming aura of primal ferocity and brutality enveloping the surroundings. This ancient beast evidently possessed considerable intelligence. It refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead opening its massive maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, emitting a silent roar. Sound waves spread through the water in a horrifying manner, creating visible shock waves that churned the surrounding sea into chaos. The nearby blind shrimp and bizarre fish were instantly reduced to nothingness under the impact of these sound waves. Chen Dong felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, a buzzing resonating in his ears, his very organs trembling from the force. Such overwhelming power. A chill ran through him, and he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. The strength of this beast surpassed all the creatures he had encountered combined. He did not retreat. Instead, he gripped the spiral fish spear tightly in his hand. The treasure lay within reach, and surrendering was utterly out of the question. Roaring in fury, the ancient beast became incensed upon noticing this diminutive creature not only refusing to flee but also brandishing a weapon. Its long neck, resembling a battering ram, lunged towards Chen Dong with a speed utterly incongruent with its massive size. The gaping maw instantly filled Chen Dong's entire field of vision, its sharp teeth glinting ominously, each akin to a short sword. With his pupils constricting, Chen Dong unleashed all his strength, propelling himself off the seabed with his legs, his body darting sideways like a cannonball. Boom! The giant's mouth clamped down on empty water but crashed violently against the rocky seabed behind him. The hard rock shattered under the tremendous force of its jaws, as if it were mere tofu, leaving a massive pit in its wake. Chen Dong narrowly evaded this attack, yet the rush of wind from its passing scraped painfully against his skin. Before he could steady himself, the beast's enormous tail fin, akin to a paddle, swept towards him with a force capable of toppling mountains. Should it connect, even with Chen Dong's formidable physique of 25 points, it would likely result in shattered bones. In this moment of crisis, rather than retreating, Chen Dong surged forward, plunging downwards and skimming under the beast's belly. He observed with clarity that the creature was covered in a rock-like carapace, with its abdomen being relatively softer, marking it as the prime target for attack. Channeling his strength into his arm, he aimed the spiral fish spear at the creature's underbelly and thrust it fiercely. Thud! The spearhead penetrated the beast's abdomen, but only managed to go less than a foot deep, caught by its resilient muscles and thick layer of fat. This minor injury was akin to a mere prick from a toothpick to such a colossal creature. The wounded beast emitted an enraged roar, its massive body thrashing violently in the water. Chen Dong was caught up in this immense force, spinning wildly with the spear in the water, the centrifugal force nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapon. Acting swiftly, he relinquished the spear and, utilizing the beast's rolling momentum, flipped over and landed upon its broad back. The creature's back was even more formidable, covered in jagged bony protrusions. It writhed violently, attempting to dislodge the flea on its back. Chen Dong's feet were firmly planted like nails, unyielding to the beast's frantic movements. He raced along the creature's spine towards its elongated neck. He understood that inflicting damage on such a massive beast would yield limited results. Its only vulnerability lay in its head and neck. Sensing his intent, the beast abruptly whipped its long neck back, its immense head snapping towards Chen Dong like a returning arrow. Anticipating this, Chen Dong leapt into the air just as the giant mouth approached, suspending himself momentarily. In that instant, he consumed a vial of basic stamina potion prepared in the system space. A warm wave surged through him, rapidly replenishing the stamina expended during the fierce battle. His eyes gleamed with determination as he recognized the fleeting opportunity presented by the temporarily stunned beast. Now was the moment. Chen Dong summoned every ounce of strength within him, his muscles bulging and veins prominent. He grasped the spiral fish spear anew, his body carving an unusual arc through the water, akin to a streak of black lightning. Advancing rather than retreating towards the creature's head, his target was the beast's enormous eye, resembling a golden sun. The beast, evidently unprepared for this audacious attack on its vital point, found itself taken by surprise as Chen Dong surged forth. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated all his force into his right arm, the spiral fish spear poised with resolute intent, piercing towards the giant's left eye. Thud! This time, there were no previous obstructions. The sharp spearhead penetrated the delicate outer layer of the creature's eye, burrowing deep into its brain. A howl of anguish, so piercing it defied description, erupted from the depths of the ocean. This sound was no longer a silent wave, but a tangible manifestation of pain and madness. The beast's colossal body convulsed violently with excruciating agony, rolling and crashing against the surrounding blackened rocks and walls, wreaking havoc upon the ancient underwater marvel that had existed for millions of years. After landing a successful strike, Chen Dong immediately withdrew, keeping a safe distance from the beast's death throes. He hovered in the distance, observing the final frenzy of this ancient dominator. After several minutes, the beast's movements gradually slowed. A copious amount of dark green blood streamed from its eye sockets, appearing eerie and enchanting under the ethereal glow of the crystal stones. Ultimately, its massive form twitched feebly a few times, sinking slowly into the depths of the oceanic trench, relinquishing all traces of life. Ding! Successfully hunted the ancient guardian beast, Shejinglong Wang, earning a catch value of 100. Ding! Triggered rare, critical hit. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan has been deposited into the system space. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Dong let out a long sigh of relief. This battle was the most perilous and arduous he had faced since his arrival in this realm. He cast a glance at his fish catch value, which had remarkably surpassed 1950 points, then looked toward the deep-sea energy crystals that continued to emit an alluring glow amid the chaos. Without further hesitation, he swam towards them, grasping the largest crystal with determination. With a forceful twist, he heard a satisfying crack as the crystal shattered, successfully collected and stored within the system space. The notification chimed, confirming the acquisition of one deep-sea energy crystal. He proceeded with the same method, swiftly collecting 2 more. Just as he was about to gather the 4th crystal, the entire seabed suddenly trembled violently, as if his actions had disturbed the geological equilibrium of the area. Sensing the need for caution, Chen Dong wisely chose to retreat, swiftly ascending towards the surface. With the treasure in hand, it was time to return home. Chapter 91. System Upgrade. New permissions. The journey back to the Hai Long Hao was both protracted and smooth. As Chen Dong broke through the water's surface, inhaling the salty, refreshing air above, a sensation akin to being reborn enveloped him. He flipped onto the deck, his drenched body collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for breath. The fierce battle in the abyss, even for his robust physique rated at 25, had exacted a considerable toll. His muscles ached, and his spirit felt somewhat fatigued. Yet, his heart brimmed with the joy of abundant gains. He closed his eyes, submerging his consciousness into the system space. 3 fist-sized deep-sea energy crystals hovered quietly in the corner of the space. They emanated a soft blue glow, as if galaxies swirled within, harboring immense and pure energy. The moment Chen Dong's mind grazed one of the crystals, the system's notification chimed. High-purity energy source detected. Deep-sea energy crystal. Please select a method of use. 1. Direct absorption. Can convert crystal energy into pure bodily energy, expected to enhance host physique by 1 to 2 points. 2. Upgrade system. Consumes all 3 crystals, can elevate the system to level 3, unlocking more permissions and functions. Upon seeing these 2 options, Chen Dong did not hesitate in the slightest. While direct absorption could yield an immediate enhancement, it was akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Upgrading the system, on the other hand, promised long-term and comprehensive improvements, thus maximizing benefits. He silently chose option 2, to upgrade the system. Command confirmed. Commencing consumption of deep-sea energy crystals X3, the system will enter upgrade mode. Expected duration 10 minutes. During the upgrade, some functions will be temporarily unavailable. As the words faded, the 3 crystals in the system space suddenly radiated brilliant light, transforming into 3 streams of pure blue energy that fused into the system panel. The entire system interface began to blur, data streams flashing by like a waterfall. Chen Dong paid no heed to it. Instead, he lay on the deck, relishing the long-awaited sunlight while resting. 10 minutes later, a crisp chime resonated in his mind. Ding! System upgrade complete. Welcome to the Level 3 system. Chen Dong instantly sat up, eagerly accessing the newly revamped system interface. The new interface was not only more streamlined, but also exuded a heightened sense of technological sophistication. The former 2-dimensional panel now resembled an interactive 3-dimensional space. Various data and functions had undergone significant transformation. Host, Chen Dong. System level, level 3. Physique, 25. Next upgrade requires 80 fish catch points. Fish catch points, 1950. Underwater breathing technique level 2. Can sustain underwater for 3 hours. System space. System mall. Expanded. Was it truly only 80 fish catch points required to upgrade his physique? Chen Dong's heart surged with delight. He immediately clicked into the system mall, which had undergone the most substantial changes. The mall's interface had been restructured into categories: consumables, fishing gear, special blueprints, and a brand new category titled Ability Enhancement. Within consumables, advanced potions appeared. Intermediate stamina potion instantly restores all stamina and minor injuries. Price, 100 fish catch points. In fishing gear, the heart of the fishing grounds, intermediate, was prominently featured, still priced at 5,000 points. Beneath it, a new item had been added. Ocean Spring, intermediate, contains vast life energy, capable of thoroughly purifying a polluted sea area with a radius of 5 nautical miles, significantly improving its ecological environment and revitalizing it in a short time. Price, 8,000 fish catch points. In special blueprints, in addition to the long-desired offshore platform, beginner, there was another blueprint. Small submersible design. Can utilize system power to swiftly construct a 1-person small submersible, maximum diving depth 3,000 meters, underwater endurance 12 hours. Suitable for deep-sea exploration and operations. Price, 3,000 fish catch points. This item sparked Chen Dong's interest. Although he could dive deeper himself, having this would undoubtedly enhance convenience and safety, allowing him to carry more tools. Lastly, he clicked into the newly introduced Ability Enhancement category, which contained only one option. Perception Ability Enhancement. Beginner can consume fish catch points to specifically enhance the host's perception abilities. Level 1. Microscopic Perception. Can focus perception on minuscule objects, clearly observing structures at the cellular level. Enhancement requires 500 fish catch points. Level 2. Emotional Perception. Can vaguely sense the surface emotional fluctuations of intelligent beings, joy, anger, sorrow, fear. Enhancement requires 1,000 fish catch points. Upon seeing this new functionality, Chen Dong's breath caught in his throat. This was nothing short of a divine skill. Microscopic perception meant he could discern the fundamental structures of materials, making him formidable in both item appraisal and biological research. Emotional perception, on the other hand, was akin to a nascent form of mind reading. Although it only grasped surface emotions, its potential to influence interactions and negotiations would be pivotal. The benefits arising from this system upgrade far exceeded his expectations. Glancing at his 1950 fish catch points, he promptly devised a plan. Without hesitation, he spent 80 fish catch points to elevate his physique to 26 points. Ding! Physique upgraded to 26. Next upgrade requires 100 fish catch points. A gentle, yet powerful warmth surged through him. Chen Dong could distinctly feel every muscle, every bone, and even every cell rejoicing, as his strength experienced yet another small leap. After upgrading his physique, he had 1870 fish catch points remaining. He refrained from further expenditure. The offshore platform blueprint required 2,000 points, leaving him just short. While ability enhancement was enticing, it was not his most pressing need at the moment. What mattered most now was to return home. His absence had been prolonged, and he found himself missing Li Shui. Additionally, he was eager to translate this substantial gain into tangible strength and assets. Rising to his feet, he stretched leisurely, his body crackling like popping beans. He ignited the engines of the Hailong, turned the bow, and set sail at full speed towards home, his heart racing with anticipation. After several days at sea, a wave of warmth enveloped Chen Dong as the familiar coastline re-emerged on the horizon. There is no place like home, he thought. No matter how splendid the outside world may be, it cannot compare to the light left on for him at home. He docked the vessel at the village pier, careful not to disturb anyone, and made his way directly to his yard. Before even stepping through the door, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of cooking. Pushing open the yard gate, he beheld Li Shui, clad in an apron, busily engaged in the kitchen. She appeared to have filled out a bit since his departure, her face radiating an indescribable softness. Upon hearing the door open, Li Shui turned around, and her face blossomed with surprise upon seeing Chen Dong. "You're back," she exclaimed, setting down her spatula and rushing toward him, throwing herself into his embrace. Chen Dong held her tightly, inhaling the familiar fragrance of her hair, as his wandering heart finally found solace. "I'm home," he murmured gently. Yet, in that very moment of their embrace, his newly enhanced perception involuntarily scanned his wife's body. Suddenly, he froze. In his line of sight, at Li Shui's lower abdomen, he distinctly perceived a faint yet vibrant sign of life. A brand new, tiny heartbeat, flourishing in harmony with Li Shui's own. Chen Dong's mind went blank. Chapter 92. A joyous return. A happy event at home. Chen Dong held Li Shui in his arms, frozen in place, as if enchanted by a spell. His extraordinary perception, capable of penetrating the depths of the ocean and discerning ancient leviathans, was now wholly concentrated on the small swell of his wife's abdomen. Within her, a tiny life was quietly gestating, resembling a nascent star. He could hear the faint yet powerful rhythm of a heartbeat, each pulse resonating like a drumbeat against his heart. He was to become a father. This thought struck him like a thunderclap, reverberating through his mind. An indescribable exhilaration, far stronger than vanquishing the Sea Dragon King or upgrading a system, engulfed him entirely. This was not mere data from a system, nor the cold value of a fish catch, but a vibrant life intertwined with his own blood. It was his child, their child, Li Shui's and his. "What's wrong? Why are you in a daze?" Li Shui sensed her husband's bewilderment and lifted her head from his embrace, looking at him with a hint of confusion. She noticed Chen Dong's wide-open eyes, fixed immovably on her belly, his expression a blend of astonishment and joy, tinged with a touch of foolishness, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. "You." Li Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, murmuring, "How did you know?" I hadn't had the chance to tell you yet." Her monthly cycle had been delayed for over 10 days, and recently she had been feeling unusually fatigued, unable to tolerate the scent of cooking oil. The village elders, upon noticing, chuckled and declared that she was with child. She had intended to wait for Chen Dong's return to share the delightful news, never expecting he would know upon his arrival. Hearing his wife's confirmation, Chen Dong seemed to awaken from a dream. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady his racing heart, yet his voice trembled slightly. "Xiao Shui, I'm going to be a father?" Li Shui's voice was as soft as a whisper, her cheeks still aflame, yet her eyes sparkled with uncontainable happiness and sweetness. "I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father. Chen Dong suddenly scooped Li Shui into his arms and twirled around excitedly in the courtyard. Hey, take it easy. Put me down. Li Shui was startled by his sudden action, both shy and elated, and quickly began to pat his shoulders. After a couple of spins, Chen Dong finally realized and carefully set her down. He then crouched like a curious child, gently pressing his ear against Li Shui's flat belly. Let me listen. Let me listen to what my child is doing, he said with mock seriousness. Li Shui was amused by his childishness, laughter escaping her lips, dissipating her earlier shyness and tension. She reached out, tenderly stroking his hair, softly saying, Silly, it's still too early. How could you hear anything? Chen Dong lifted his gaze, beholding the gentle, water-like visage of his wife under the warm light, feeling his heart melt. He stood up and enveloped her once more, this time with a tenderness akin to cradling a rare treasure. Xiao Shui, thank you. He rested his chin on her head, his voice imbued with unprecedented affection and fulfillment. No amount of strength or wealth could compare to the warmth he held at this moment, nor to the new life soon to arrive. This was the true essence of his struggles, the genuine world he cherished. News of Chen Dong's impending fatherhood swept through the fishing village like a spring breeze. The next morning, his courtyard transformed into a bustling hub. The village head, Zhang Dehai, shopkeeper Huang, old man Jiang, master Sun, and nearly everyone familiar with Chen Dong arrived with gifts of eggs, brown sugar, and fabric to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Chen Dong. You're quite the lucky one. Xiao Shui is blessed. You're going to be a father. Our Longgong food factory has a promising future. Laughter and joy filled the courtyard, each face radiant with genuine delight. For the simple villagers, Chen Dong was their pillar of strength. His family's happiness felt as if it were their own New Year celebration. Mayor Li also arrived, representing the town government, bearing gifts of 100 pounds of national food tickets and 20 pounds of meat tickets, a substantial gift unimaginable for an ordinary family at that time. Chen Dong settled Li Shui inside to rest while he busied himself greeting the influx of guests, reveling in the commotion. Observing the honest and sincere smiles of his fellow villagers warmed his heart. He declared that, to celebrate this grand occasion, all employees at the Longgong food factory would receive an additional 30 yuan this month. Moreover, every villager over 60 would be entitled to collect 10 pounds of dried fish and 2 cans of preserved food from the factory. This announcement elicited an even louder cheer from the entire village. Mr. Chen is truly a living bodhisattva. With Mr. Chen, our lives are filled with hope. The festivities continued until noon before gradually winding down. After bidding farewell to the last wave of guests, Chen Dong returned indoors to find Li Shui sitting on the edge of the bed, savoring the fish soup he had specially prepared with top-grade grouper from the System S space. Tired? Li Shui looked at him with concern. Not tired, just happy. Chen Dong smiled as he sat beside her, discreetly retrieving a pigeon egg-sized pink pearl he had brought back from the deep sea and offering it to her. Wife, this is for you. This pearl, discovered serendipitously during his last deep-sea venture, shimmered with a soft, rosy hue, ideal for a woman to wear. It's beautiful, Li Shui exclaimed, delighted as she accepted the pearl. Where did you find so many treasures? From the sea, Chen Dong teased, playfully tapping her nose. From now on, I will gather the finest treasures in the world for you and our child. Li Shui smiled sweetly, carefully stowing the pearl away. Observing her contented expression, a new goal began to crystallize in Chen Dong's mind. His previous ambition to construct an offshore platform had been to create his own private kingdom, but now, his vision had evolved. He wished to build the safest, most comfortable, and most enchanting home in the world for his wife and their soon-to-arrive child. That offshore platform would no longer be a cold fortress, but rather the future underwater palace for him and his family. He cast a glance at the value of his catch, which stood at 870 points, merely 130 points shy of the coveted 2,000. He resolved not to venture into the distant seas any longer. With his wife expecting, he felt compelled to remain by her side. The remaining 130 points could easily be acquired at the nearby Longgong fishing grounds. Moreover, it was high time he inspected his maritime estate. Embracing his wife and basking in the boundless joy and responsibility that new life brought, Chen Dong's heart was brimming with an unprecedented sense of motivation. Chapter 93, A Quest for Treasure for My Wife. A new journey since learning of Li Shui's pregnancy. Chen Dong's life underwent a profound transformation. He declined all unnecessary social engagements and entrusted the myriad affairs of the factory and Hongqi Aquaculture Company entirely to manager Huang and Mayor Li. He embraced the role of a dedicated house husband, spending every hour of the day attending to Li Shui's needs. At dawn, he would personally visit his Longgong fishing grounds to catch the freshest and most succulent sea fish. These fish, drawn to the heart of the fishing grounds, were rare varieties, known for their tender flesh and rich nutritional value. He would skillfully remove the bones with meticulous knife techniques, crafting a creamy fish soup to nourish Li Shui, who was still experiencing some morning sickness. During the day, he accompanied Li Shui in the yard, basking in the sun while regaling her with tales of extraordinary encounters at sea, carefully omitting the more gruesome and perilous details, leaving only the novel and entertaining aspects. In the evenings, he would soak her feet in warm water and gently massage her slightly swollen calves to alleviate her fatigue. Under his attentive care, Li Shui's pregnancy symptoms quickly faded. Her complexion improved daily, radiating a glow of happiness that drew envious glances from the village's young women. Chen Dong found great joy in this simple yet warm daily routine, feeling more fulfilled and content than when battling colossal beasts in the depths of the ocean. On this day, as usual, he navigated the sea dragon to his Longgong fishing grounds. After a period of rest and the enhancement from the heart of the fishing grounds, this area had transformed into a veritable ocean paradise. Vibrant coral reefs teemed with groups of east star and mousefish frolicking. Enormous Australian lobsters waved their pincers, patrolling their territory among the crevices of the rocks. In the distance, several bluefin tuna, exceeding 3 meters in length, moved like a fleet of silvery submarines in pursuit of schools of sardines. Chen Dong's objective was clear: to swiftly accumulate the remaining 130 points of fish catch value to exchange for the design blueprint of the ocean platform. He retrieved a premium fishing rod, equipped it with a 10-hook setup, and, feeling no need for bait, cast it directly into the water. With his current physique score of 26 and an almost divine control over this fishing ground, angling had become as effortless as breathing for him. As the hook entered the water, he experienced little to no delay before feeling a heavy tug on the rod. With a flick of his wrist, he forcefully raised the rod. Splash! 10 lively large yellow croakers were pulled from the water and landed precisely in the live well aboard the boat. Ding! Successfully caught 10 large yellow croakers, fish catch value 10. A cashback of 100 yuan has been credited to the system space. Without pausing, Chen Dong mechanically and efficiently repeated the motions of casting and retrieving. In less than an hour, his fish catch value soared past the 2,000-point threshold, reaching 2,010 points. Ding! Fish catch value has reached 2,000. Do you wish to purchase the design blueprint for the ocean platform, beginner? Purchase. Chen Dong confirmed without hesitation. Ding! Purchase successful. 2,000 fish catch value deducted, remaining fish catch value 10 points. The design blueprint for the ocean platform, beginner, has been stored in the system space. A virtual blueprint, shimmering with a blue glow, materialized in his system space. Chen Dong delved into it, and the detailed design of the platform instantly flooded his mind. This beginner platform was square, measuring 50 meters on each side, constructed from a special alloy that could be directly printed on the ocean's surface. The platform was divided into 2 levels. The upper level served as a living area, featuring a bedroom, kitchen, and living room, even including a small freshwater purification unit and solar power generation equipment. The lower level comprised a working area, complete with a small dock for the sea dragon, a fish processing workshop, and several large cold storage units. The entire platform resembled a fully functional mobile castle upon the sea. Filled with excitement, Chen Dong immediately commanded the system in his mind: construct the ocean platform at the center of the Longgong fishing grounds. Command confirmed. Construction site: exclusive fishing ground Longgong Center. Commencing construction of ocean platform, beginner, estimated time, 24 hours. As the system confirmed the command, Chen Dong perceived an invisible force beginning to gather at the seabed of the fishing ground. Countless tiny, metallic glimmering particles appeared almost magically, swiftly assembling, stitching, and shaping themselves. For massive alloy pillars rose from the seabed, piercing through the water's surface and firmly anchoring themselves to the ocean floor. Almost instantly, a vast metal platform framework took shape at the top of the pillars, forming at a visible speed. This miraculous scene left Chen Dong in awe. He knew that in 24 hours, a true ocean kingdom of his own would come into being. Returning home with a contented heart, Chen Dong noticed Li Shui appeared somewhat downcast. "What is it, my dear? Who has upset you?" he inquired with concern. Li Shui shook her head, leaning against him with a hint of grievance. Today, Aunt Wang and the others visited me for a chat, and they mentioned that pregnant women should consume more bird's nest and fish maw supplements for the child's sake. But those things are so expensive, and they can only be bought in the provincial capital. She understood that her family was not lacking in money, yet her inherent thriftiness made her feel a pang of heartache. Unintentionally, her words struck a chord with Chen Dong. Indeed, he had only focused on providing his wife with the freshest fish, neglecting the traditional supplements that people in this era commonly believed in. Although he knew that the fish obtained through his system abilities far surpassed the nutritional value of those so-called supplements, he felt compelled to satisfy her desires. Furthermore, ordinary bird's nest and fish maw hardly sufficed for his wife and child. If he were to procure such items, they must be the very best the world had to offer. He immersed himself in the recently upgraded Level 3 system mall, browsing with diligence. Soon, he discovered a novel item at the very bottom of the consumables section. It was not a directly purchasable product, but rather an ancient recipe. Maternal Nourishing Elixir, recipe, an ancient secret formula crafted from several oceanic treasures of the highest caliber. Consuming during pregnancy can cleanse and enhance the maternal and fetal constitution, significantly boosting the fetal's innate potential, while also possessing extraordinary effects on beauty and mental clarity. Upon reading this description, Chen Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. This was no mere supplement. It was akin to an elixir of immortality. He immediately opened the recipe to examine the necessary ingredients. Primary ingredient 1. Qinyan Wu Zai Wang's ink sac. Grown in the lightless depths of the sea, it embodies a millennium of shadowy essence. Its ink possesses the effects of invigorating blood and nourishing the spirit, as well as eliminating fetal toxins. Primary ingredient 2. Binghai Lu Li Yu's Roe. Originating from beneath the frigid northern seas, the roe is crystal clear and translucent like glass, containing the purest essence of life, capable of strengthening the foundation and nurturing the soul. Primary ingredient 3. Wan Yin Shui Shan Hua's heart. Flourishing near the depths of underwater volcanoes. It absorbs the essence of the earth's fire over millennia, its hue reminiscent of fresh blood, able to replenish energy and nourish the blood, thereby fortifying the muscles and bones. Auxiliary ingredients. Deep sea night pearl powder, Dong Hai Zi Ling Ji, among 17 others. Gazing at this lengthy list of unheard-of materials, Chen Dong did not feel disheartened. Rather, he was filled with fervor. This was the challenge worthy of a god of the ocean. For his wife and child, he would not hesitate to traverse heaven and earth. Even if it meant turning the entire ocean upside down, he would gather these treasures. Gently patting Li Shui's back, he softly declared, "My dear wife, do not worry. Starting tomorrow, I will set sail to find the finest supplements in the world for you. What bird's nest and fish maw could even compare to the treasures we seek?" Li Shui was amused by his grandiose words, believing he was merely comforting her. Little did she know that her husband was about to embark on a brand new treasure-hunting journey across the vast oceans of the globe, with his first destination being the icy expanse of the remote northern seas. Chapter 94. The Dragon Palace at Sea officially completed. Ever since Chen Dong learned that Li Shui was expecting their child, he underwent a profound transformation. In the past, although he was devoted to his family, there remained an inherent adventurous spirit and wildness typical of youth within him, always yearning to explore deeper and farther seas and to challenge the formidable unknown creatures lurking therein. However, now that wildness has been enveloped by a deeper, more substantial emotion, the ocean in his heart no longer centers around endless horizons, but rather a small courtyard, a figure bustling in the kitchen for him, and the quietly nurturing life within her. He began to learn how to redirect that outward exploratory energy into a protective instinct. At the break of dawn the next day, as the first light of day gently illuminated the world, Chen Dong awoke. Unlike his usual routine of rising immediately, he turned to his side and, bathed in the soft glow filtering through the window, quietly observed his wife, who was peacefully asleep beside him. Li Shui was in a deep slumber, her breathing steady, her fair cheeks adorned with a healthy blush, and her lips slightly curled upwards as if she were dreaming sweetly. The pink pearl necklace hanging around her neck glimmered softly in the morning light, accentuating the delicacy of her skin. Chen Dong extended his hand, cautiously caressing her cheek with his fingertips. The tender sensation evoked a wave of warmth within him. This was his wife, the mother of his child. The mere thought of this filled him with boundless energy. The legendary 1,000-year Squid King and the 10,000-year blood coral seemed trivial. He would brave the extremes of the north, or even venture into the heavens if it meant ensuring their safety and health. He rose gently, moving with the stealth of a cat, fearful of waking Li Shui. Outside in the courtyard, the morning air was imbued with the salty tang of the sea and the fragrance of the earth. Chen Dong stretched his limbs, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him as the excitement that had stirred his blood the night before finally settled. He understood that the quest for the herbs needed for the Yute Yangshan soup would not be a swift endeavor. The extreme northern seas lay thousands of miles away. Even with the Hai Long Hao traveling day and night, the journey would consume considerable time. He needed to ensure everything at home was in order and provide a credible reason for his absence. His first stop was his Dragon Palace fishing grounds. As the Hai Long Hao arrived at the center of the fishing grounds, Chen Dong's senses vividly presented a scene that set his heart racing. At the very location where he had issued orders just the previous day, a colossal structure stood majestically above the water's surface. It was a square metal platform, 50 meters on each side, enveloped in a profound silver-gray hue, reflecting a cold yet alluring sheen under the morning sun. The platform was divided into two levels. The lower level featured a semi-submersible buoyant structure securely anchored in the sea, ensuring the stability of the entire platform. The upper structure exuded modernity, with clean lines and rational layout, distinctly unlike anything from this era. Sea platform, basic, has been constructed, a notification chimed within his mind. Chen Dong piloted the Hai Long Hao closer. A built-in dock on the side of the platform automatically opened, allowing seawater to flow in and create a perfect berth. The Hai Long Hao smoothly glided into the space, and as the water in the dock was expelled, the vessel was gradually lifted until it was level with the platform's deck. Chen Dong disembarked, stepping onto the solid deck, feeling a profound sense of grounding. He curiously surveyed this maritime fortress that belonged entirely to him. The upper structure included living quarters, workspaces, and storage areas. The bedroom, kitchen, and restroom, though simply decorated, were furnished with exquisite materials and equipped with all necessary amenities, including a small freshwater purification system and an independent power supply, capable of supporting long-term habitation. Most gratifying to Chen Dong was a special room at the center of the platform. This chamber, devoid of windows, had walls and ceilings festooned with intricate wiring and indicator lights, with a central apparatus resembling a control panel. According to the blueprints, this was the platform's control hub, capable of managing its movement and monitoring the status of the entire Dragon Palace fishing grounds. More importantly, this control room was linked to his system space, allowing him to retrieve items from the system space and place them within this room at any time. This was truly a mobile maritime base, and Chen Dong marveled at the thought. With this platform, his future sea voyages would be vastly more convenient. It could serve as a transfer station and secret repository for items that were impractical to bring back to the village. Furthermore, establishing this platform at the heart of his fishing grounds meant it was his absolute domain, impervious to any uninvited approach without his consent. He resolved to name this platform. After much contemplation, he decided that since the fishing grounds were called Long Gong, this platform would be aptly named Long Gong Dian. Though it might sound somewhat juvenile, it was indeed fitting. After surveying his new palace to his satisfaction, Chen Dong returned to the village. In the following days, he did not set out immediately. First, he sought out Manager Huang, informing him of his intention to embark on a journey. Going away? Where to? For how long? Manager Huang's anxiety was palpable. As the factory's reputation grew, business inquiries and inspections became incessant. Chen Dong, the cornerstone of the operation, would leave him concerned about maintaining order. I am heading to Europe. Chen Dong casually fabricated a reason. Our canned goods are becoming increasingly popular domestically, but we must look to the future. I intend to investigate the foreign market to explore opportunities for exporting our Long Gong brand canned goods, contributing to national revenue. This reasoning was not only grand, but also forward-thinking. Contributing to national revenue? Manager Huang's eyes lit up at the mention. In this era, such an endeavor was a tremendous honor. He immediately expressed his unwavering support. Absolutely, absolutely. Chen boss, you go ahead. I will keep a close watch on the factory with Master Sun to ensure everything runs smoothly. How much funding do you need? I will prepare it at once. No need for funds. I have my own. Chen Dong waved his hand dismissively. He then advised, during my absence, please heed Master Sun's guidance regarding production. Quality is paramount. For sales and interactions with the government, consult with Mayor Li frequently. Remember, stability is key. There's no rush to expand. Having reassured manager Huang, Chen Dong drove his jeep into town, seeking out Mayor Li. He reiterated the same sentiments to Mayor Li. Upon hearing this, Mayor Li became even more animated than Huang. Excellent. Truly commendable, comrade Chen Dong. Mayor Li exclaimed, vigorously patting Chen Dong on the shoulder. I knew you were no ordinary individual. The fact that our town has produced such a visionary and responsible entrepreneur as you is a blessing for all the townspeople. Assuredly, he continued, you can proceed with confidence. The town government stands as your support. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, I, Li Jiangguo, shall be the first to oppose it. To demonstrate his unwavering support, Mayor Li immediately decided to issue a letter of introduction and a certificate for overseas inspection in the name of the town government, ensuring that Chen Dong would receive official conveniences throughout his journey. This was precisely the outcome Chen Dong sought. With this layer of official identity as a shield, his upcoming voyage was now legitimate. The final and most challenging hurdle was to communicate this to Li Shui. That evening, the couple lay in bed, and as Chen Dong embraced Li Shui, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, he pondered for a long while before finally speaking. Shui, in a couple of days, I shall embark on a long journey. Li Shui's body visibly stiffened. She turned to face Chen Dong and asked, will you be gone for long? Yes, it might be a month or two, perhaps even longer. Chen Dong gazed into his wife's eyes, feeling a pang of reluctance. Li Shui's eyes soon glistened with tears. She was in dire need of companionship at this moment, yet she understood that her man was no ordinary individual, bearing many responsibilities. She sniffled and quietly inquired, is it for the factory? Yes, and yet, not entirely, Chen Dong gently clarified. The factory is one aspect, but I wish to explore abroad and expand our business. More importantly, it is for you and our child. He refrained from revealing the complete truth, for it was too far-fetched. Thus, he opted for a different approach. I have heard that abroad, there are extraordinary things that are particularly beneficial for pregnant women and children, far superior to what the villagers speak of, like bird's nest and fish maw. I want to bring them back for you, so that my wife and child can utilize the finest offerings the world has to offer. His voice was soft, yet each word brimmed with sincerity. Li Shui listened quietly, tears streaming down her cheeks unconsciously. It was not out of reluctance, but rather from profound emotion. She understood that all this man did was for the sake of their family. She reached out, embracing Chen Dong tightly around the neck, burying her face in his chest, murmuring, you must take care and return swiftly. The baby and I will be waiting for you at home. Rest assured, Chen Dong replied, holding her closely in return, internally vowing to himself. He would certainly return, bearing rare treasures that would transform their lives and reunite with them. Chapter 95 Farewell, my wife. Setting sail for the Arctic on the last day before departure, Chen Dong took Li Shui aboard the Hai Long Hao for a venture into the sea. He refrained from disclosing their destination, simply stating that he would take her to a lovely place to unwind. As the Hai Long Hao smoothly docked at the Longgong Dian, Li Shui stood on the solid deck, gazing at the magnificent maritime structure before her, utterly astonished. Her hand covering her mouth, rendered speechless for a long moment. What is this? She tugged at Chen Dong's sleeve, her voice filled with wonder. This is our new home, Chen Dong replied with a smile. I have named it Longgong Dian. From now on, this will be our abode upon the sea. He took her hand, guiding her through every corner of the platform as if showcasing his prized creation. Look, this is the bedroom. The bed is specially chosen, large and soft. Outside the window lies the vast ocean. Upon waking in bed, one can behold the sunrise. This is the kitchen, equipped with the latest utensils procured from the provincial city, where I shall prepare delicious meals for you. And here, a quaint flower room. I envisioned planting some of your favorite flowers here, so even amidst the ocean, we can enjoy the fragrance of blossoms. As Chen Dong spoke, he keenly observed Li Shui's reactions. He noted the transformation of her initial shock into curiosity and joy. Like an inquisitive child, she touched here and peered there, her eyes sparkling with delight. When they reached the open deck on the top of the platform, Li Shui was utterly entranced by the breathtaking view. The boundless azure sea unfolded beneath her, the gentle sea breeze carrying the warmth of the sun. A few seabirds circled nearby, their crisp calls filling the air. The entire world seemed to consist solely of the two of them, tranquil and expansive. Dongzi, this is exquisite, Li Shui murmured, leaning against Chen Dong's embrace. I'm glad you like it, Chen Dong replied, holding her tightly, his heart swelling with satisfaction. From the system space, he retrieved a carefully prepared item, a chair woven from the finest wicker, adorned with a soft cushion. He positioned the chair in the sunniest spot on the deck, assisting Li Shui to lie down gently. Then, with a flourish, he produced a plate of cut fruits, red watermelon, yellow mango, and purple grapes, rarefied treats exchanged from the system marketplace, unattainable in this era. "Try this. I specially prepared these for you," he said, offering a peeled grape to Li Shui. Li Shui obediently opened her mouth, the sweet juice bursting forth, filling her with an unprecedented refreshing sweetness. "Is it delicious?" Chen Dong inquired with a smile. Li Shui nodded blissfully, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Thus, Chen Dong accompanied her on the deck for the entire afternoon. He recounted amusing tales from his childhood, shared his first experience at sea, and discussed his aspirations for the future. He explained to Li Shui that Longgongdian was merely the inception. In due course, he intended to expand it into a genuine maritime city, complete with gardens, farms, schools, and hospitals, allowing their children to grow up carefree, witnessing the most beautiful vistas and living the freest lives. Li Shui listened attentively, aware that her husband was not merely speaking grandiose words. He had a remarkable ability to turn what seemed like fanciful dreams into reality. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays enveloped the sea, casting a warm hue upon Longgongdian. Chen Dong assisted Li Shui to rise, preparing to return home. Before departing, Li Shui glanced back at the steel fortress standing proud against the ocean, then at the man beside her. A profound sense of security surged within her. She knew that as long as this man was by her side, whether on land or at sea, he would provide a steadfast shelter for her and their children. Upon returning home and after dinner, Chen Dong began making final preparations for the voyage ahead. He had numerous items to arrange. Beyond the usual clothing, food, and fresh water, the special equipment required for this journey was paramount. Secluding himself in his room, he delved into the system. Host, Chen Dong, Physique, 26, Catch Value, 10, System Level, Level 3. Previously, to exchange for the basic design of the sea platform, his catch value had been nearly depleted, leaving a meager 10 points. It appeared he needed to earn some catch value before setting off. Chen Dong mused. His target this time was the Arctic Sea, where the conditions were far harsher than the waters near his home. To prepare for potential dangers, he needed to be thoroughly equipped. He opened the system marketplace, his gaze sweeping over the myriad of goods. Intermediate Stamina Potion, priced at 100 catch value, instantly restores 50 of stamina and energy. Small Submersible Design, priced at 3,000 catch value, enables the construction of a single-person deep diver with a maximum diving depth of 5,000 meters. Ability Enhancement, Microscopic Perception, priced at 500 catch value, allows perception of the microscopic structure of materials. Ability Enhancement, Emotional Perception, priced at 1,000 catch value, enables sensing the emotional fluctuations of intelligent beings. The submersible was currently beyond his means, but acquiring the microscopic perception and intermediate stamina potion was essential. The capability of microscopic perception would prove invaluable when seeking precious resources, while the intermediate stamina potion would serve as a crucial lifeline in dire moments. Combined, he required 600 catch value. Earning catch value was not a challenge for him. His own Longgong fishing ground was now akin to a vast treasure trove. As night fell and Li Shui drifted into slumber, Chen Dong quietly slipped out. He made no noise, steering the Hai Long Hao alone, returning once more to the Longgong fishing ground. With a physique of 26 and his complete mastery over the fishing ground, he didn't even need a fishing rod. He dove into the sea, activating his underwater breathing technique, gliding through his domain like a nimble dolphin. The underwater breathing technique has now been upgraded. Underwater breathing technique level 2 can sustain underwater for 3 hours. His perception expanded completely, and all the schools of fish within a mile were vividly presented in his mind. He resembled a sovereign surveying his domain, casually selecting the plumpest specimen from a passing school of Dongxingban. Captured 1 Dongxingban, gaining 1 point of fish catch value, triggering a rebate, earning 50 yuan. He also extracted a slumbering Australian lobster from the crevice of a reef. Captured 1 Australian lobster, gaining 1 point of fish catch value, triggering a rebate, earning 100 yuan. He refrained from indiscriminate harvesting, instead opting for selective capture, taking only a few of each rare species. These catches, he intended to store some in the cold storage of the Dragon Palace, while the remainder he would bring back to nourish Li Shui. In less than 2 hours, his fish catch value surged back to 620 points. Without hesitation, he redeemed the microscopic perception, ability, and a bottle of intermediate stamina potion. Ding. Consumed 500 fish catch value. Successfully unlocked ability, microscopic perception. Ding. Consumed 100 fish catch value, successfully redeemed. Intermediate stamina potion, X1. The moment microscopic perception was unlocked, Chen Dong felt as if his mind had been connected to a super microscope. With a mere thought, the world before him underwent a wondrous transformation. He could see the minuscule particles suspended in the seawater, discern the delicate textures of fish scales, and even observe the crystalline structures constituting the reefs. This sensation was extraordinarily enchanting. What a formidable ability! Chen Dong felt a surge of joy within. With this skill, his chances of locating the desired herbs were considerably heightened. All preparations were complete. At dawn the following day, Chen Dong gently kissed Li Shui's forehead, picked up his pre-packed satchel, and quietly departed from home. At the dock, the engine of the Sea Dragon emitted a deep rumble. Standing at the bow of the ship, Chen Dong glanced back at the small fishing village still enveloped in slumber, at the home that held his deepest affections. I will return, he silently vowed in his heart, then resolutely turned away, steering the Sea Dragon into the rising sun, forging ahead toward the distant and uncharted Arctic Sea. Chapter 96. The Journey of 1,000 Miles. Master of the ocean, the Hai Long Hao sliced through the tranquil surface of the sea like an arrow released from a bow, trailing a long white wake behind it. The fishing village gradually diminished in his sight, ultimately transforming into a vague ink blot on the coastline. Chen Dong stood in the cockpit, having set the course for automatic navigation, yet his heart was devoid of the sorrow of parting. Instead, it brimmed with anticipation for the future and an indomitable spirit. He was not wandering aimlessly. He was venturing forth for his wife and children, to expand the territories of his kingdom. The direct distance from his doorstep to the Bering Strait surpassed 8,000 kilometers. This was an exceptionally lengthy journey, a formidable test for any vessel of this era. However, for Chen Dong and his Hai Long Hao, it felt more akin to a leisurely cruise. On the first day of navigation, Chen Dong was still acclimatizing to his newfound abilities. He pushed the ship to its maximum speed, seated himself on the deck, closed his eyes, and activated his micro-perception to its fullest extent. In an instant, the entire world became astonishingly intricate and vivid within his perception. He could discern the trajectories of dust particles in the air and observe the dance of each photon in the sunlight. He plunged his awareness into the depths of the sea, where the water ceased to be a chaotic expanse and instead appeared as a dynamic assemblage composed of countless water molecules. He witnessed a sardine consuming plankton, and he could even distinctly see the process of plankton being digested within the sardine's stomach. This sensation evoked an illusion of himself as a creator. This ability was nothing short of divine. Chen Dong marveled in his heart. He endeavored to combine micro-perception with his original perception ability. A wondrous phenomenon occurred. If his previous perception was akin to a global satellite map, allowing him to grasp the macro conditions of vast oceanic areas, then with the addition of micro-perception, this satellite map gained the capability of infinite magnification. He could not only see an island 1,000 miles away, but could also, with a mere thought, instantly focus on and upon that island, even discerning the fine hairs on its legs. This enhancement in his control over the world was exponential. He continually expanded his range of perception, extending into the depths of the eastern Pacific Ocean. His vision penetrated layers of water, traversing underwater mountain ranges and trenches. He observed, hundreds of kilometers away, at a depth of 3,000 meters, a pod of sperm whales encircling a giant squid measuring over 15 meters in length. The squid swung its massive tentacles, entangled with the sperm whales, churning the waters into a tumultuous frenzy. In a more distant location, on a vast underwater plain, tens of thousands of red king crabs formed a grand army, migrating like a tide, leaving nothing alive in their wake. He also saw, near an active underwater volcano, countless peculiar deep-sea creatures thriving around the crater, relying not on sunlight, but on the heat and chemicals emanating from the Earth's core, creating a completely independent ecosystem. These wonders, once only glimpsed in science fiction films, now vividly manifested in his mind. Chen Dong felt like a deity seated upon a throne, gazing down upon his expansive oceanic kingdom, observing the lives and deaths of his subjects, the ebb and flow of the tides. This sensation intoxicated him. He was no longer merely a fisherman, nor just a fortunate individual endowed with a system. He sensed himself gradually evolving into the true sovereign of the oceans on this blue planet. On the third day of navigation, the Hai Long Hao had drifted far from the continental shelf, entering the boundless expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Surrounding him was an unchanging blue, where the sky and sea merged seamlessly at the distant horizon, blurring the lines of demarcation. For an ordinary person, prolonged sailing in such an environment could easily breed feelings of monotony, oppression, and even despair. Yet, Chen Dong reveled in it. His daily life was meticulously structured. Each morning, he greeted the sunrise with a set of martial exercises on the deck. Lacking any profound martial arts training, he relied solely on his absolute control over his body, perfectly combining strength, speed, and coordination. Each punch and kick sliced through the air with a fierce wind, imbued with explosive power. His physical constitution, rated at 26, had surpassed the limits of humanity. He felt that even without employing any abilities, he could effortlessly combat a fully grown tiger with sheer physical strength. After his workout, he would leap into the sea for a swim. He no longer required underwater breathing techniques. By forming a thin membrane of energy at the surface of his skin, he could isolate the water while simultaneously extracting oxygen from it for his breath. He could traverse the depths of 10,000 meters as freely as he would on land, with the terrifying water pressure merely a gentle breeze against his face. He even whimsically sought a flat boulder at a depth of 5,000 meters, sitting cross-legged to attune himself to the pulse of the ocean currents and listen to the breathing of fish. He discovered that his affinity for this ocean was growing day by day. At times, he would do nothing but recline on a deck chair, basking in the sun while using his perception to observe his wife, Li Shui. His range of perception had expanded to effortlessly cover the distance from the Pacific Ocean to their home. He could see Li Shui in the garden, carefully watering the tomato plants they had planted together. He could see her sitting at the sewing machine, crafting little garments for their unborn child, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Through micro-perception, he could clearly observe the growth of the small life within her. That tiny embryo was growing day by day, its heartbeat becoming increasingly strong. In those moments, Chen Dong's heart was filled with warmth and strength. He knew he was not fighting alone. In his distant homeland, the one he loved awaited him. However, the journey was not always smooth sailing. On the fifth day of navigation, as the Hai Long Hao sailed into unfamiliar waters, Chen Dong's perception detected an unusual disturbance. It was a presence imbued with greed and savagery. He concentrated his perception on the past and discovered that a group of peculiar creatures was rapidly approaching him from a distance of over 10 nautical miles ahead of the Hai Long Hao's course. These entities, each exceeding 3 meters in length, bore a striking resemblance to sharks. Yet their mouths were adorned with tentacle-like appendages reminiscent of octopuses. Their skin exhibited a morbid grayish hue, slicked with a viscous liquid. Mutated beings? Chen Dong furrowed his brow. He had previously encountered similar mutated sailfish in the Devil's Triangle, but the presence of these creatures emanated a far greater potency, and their numbers exceeded 100. Their intentions were unequivocal. They targeted his vessel. In their minds, this steel behemoth represented a delectable morsel. Ignorant creatures. Chen Dong scoffed. He was no longer the man who had once relied on a spear gun to barely overcome mutated sailfish. He couldn't even be bothered to rise, remaining comfortably reclined in his chair, merely extending a thread of mental energy outward. This intangible force coalesced in the water into an invisible giant hand. As the group of tentacle sharks approached within a nautical mile of the Hai Long Hao, the unseen hand clenched with ferocity. A series of muffled explosions reverberated through the deep sea. The 100-strong horde of ferocious tentacle sharks did not even have time to utter a cry before they were instantaneously crushed into a bloody pulp by the overwhelming pressure. Blood and shredded flesh turned the surrounding waters into a murky crimson. Hunting mutated tentacle sharks, gaining 1 point of fish catch value. Hunting mutated tentacle sharks, gaining 1 point of fish catch value. A succession of system notifications echoed, yet Chen Dong remained indifferent. Such meager fish catch value no longer held any significance for him. He was merely intrigued as to why this maritime region was teeming with so many mutated beings. Utilizing micro-perception, he meticulously examined the remnants of the crushed sharks. Soon, He discovered within their cellular structure an exceedingly minute black particle radiating a bizarre energy. This very particle was responsible for their genetic mutation. Energy pollution. Perhaps? Following the source of these black particles, Chen Dong directed his perception deeper into the ocean's abyss. Ultimately, he uncovered a colossal, rusted submarine lying in a trench nearly 10,000 meters underwater. A familiar red insignia, emblazoned with a sickle and hammer, adorned the submarine's hull. The vessel's nuclear reactor had suffered a leak, with intense radiation and unknown energetic substances transforming this trench into a zone devoid of life, a veritable breeding ground for mutated creatures. It was, in fact, a nuclear submarine that had sunk decades prior. Chen Dong's realization dawned upon him. He chose not to meddle further. Such matters exceeded the bounds of his capabilities. He merely recorded the coordinates silently and steered the Hai Long Hao away from the tainted waters. The world is vast, and the ocean is profound. The more he explored, the more he felt his own insignificance. It was precisely this awareness that intensified his yearning for power. Only by acquiring absolute strength could he safeguard all that he wished to protect. After nearly 10 days of navigation, as the air temperature began to noticeably decline and sporadic ice floes appeared on the ocean's surface, Chen Dong knew he was nearing his destination. At the edge of his perception lay an expansive, pristine white continent, quietly stretching across the world's end. This was the Arctic Ocean of the extreme north, an icy realm brimming with uncertainty and challenges. The first medicinal herb he sought, the Bing Hai Lu Li Yu, lay hidden beneath these frigid waters.